On the second day after entering the forest, one of the ranger leaders reported to Alkin. Captain Alkin, we have a group of undead at 7 o'clock. Alkin's expression stiffened. Tell me more details. I didn't take a close look as I was afraid that they'd notice if I got closer, but there are at least dozens of them. It's not only low-level undead like ghouls and skeletons, but there also seems to be Dullahans and Death Knights there as well. At 7 o'clock dem, there's no way to avoid them. Alkin grumbled and drew his sword. Rixler, you keep watch of the carriages here. I'll give you 10 mercenaries. Understood. Yes, good. Ms. CX, please help out as well. We will leave as soon as you are finished, so please hurry. Except for light, the elemental attribute that worked best against undead was fire. Therefore, Frey applied fire enchantments to the mercenaries' weapons. With this, the low-level undead would be unable to regenerate and could be easily defeated. The problem was the Dullahan and Death Knight. It was basically impossible to do much damage to them unless it was a 5-star spell. Frey decided to watch the situation first. This was because Alkin had a confident expression on his face. I'll get to see how strong an S-rank mercenary is. After a while, the subjugation team set off. Frey and CX were placed at the back of the group, together with the priest, and the rangers led from the front. The expressions of the mercenaries became more and more tense as they drew closer. Some of them even began to sweat. Even veteran mercenaries who had gone through many bloody battles would want to avoid undead. This was because their characteristic persistence, grotesque appearance, and powerful odor covered everyone fighting them with the uncomfortable and dirty feeling of death. In addition, high-ranking undead such as the Dullahan or Death Knight were powerful enough to threaten the lives of rank mercenaries. However, when the mercenaries arrived at their destination, they were shocked by the scene before their eyes. What this? What happened here? The place where the undead was supposed to be. No, the only things in this location were pieces of debris that appeared to have once been undead. Broken bones, rotten flesh, and shattered, pitch-black armor were haphazardly strewn around the area. The undead had been annihilated. We only took 30 minutes to get here. It hasn't even been 30 minutes yet, and they did not disappear naturally. Someone had eliminated them. Frey only paid attention to the Death Knight's corpse, although it was strange to say that about an undead. There was a large fist print on its chest plate, and the back of the armor was torn as though something had exploded from within. The Death Knight's armor was made from a material stronger than steel, but it had still been torn like a piece of paper. Mana was used to smash it from the inside. Frey was sure that the scene inside the armor was much worse than what could be seen from the outside. He knew who had gotten rid of the undead. It was the successor of the magic warrior king. It couldn't be anyone else. Frey immediately examined the scene, and he realized that it should have taken no more than 10 minutes for this group of undead to be annihilated. It seems he is even better than I thought. From the traces of the fight that he saw, his strength should be around the top ranks among first-class magic warriors. He might not yet be a warrior king, but his strength was close to that level. The more he looked at the bodies of the undead, the more he felt that his judgment was correct. I'm starting to become more curious as to what type of person he is. At least he could be sure that this person was truly Cassigen's heir. Frey felt strange. The Warrior King's fist was created solely by Cassigen and was a martial art tailored for his own body. Of course, this didn't mean that you couldn't use it simply because you had a different physique from Cassigen. In fact, Frey also trained his body using the Warrior King's first. The problem lied in the efficiency. No matter how hard he tried, Frey would never be able to draw out the true essence of the Warrior King's fist because he was not suited for martial arts. It would be a good thing if he was able to even bring out 20 of its true might. But this guy was different. He has a good understanding of the Warrior King's fist. He must have trained his body the same way Cassigen did. The whole body would be composed of muscles harder than rocks. It was probably possible for him to smash a boulder apart without using any mana. At the same time, Frey was relieved. Seeing that he'd annihilated this group of undead with such prejudice, it seemed that he was not one of the demigod's subordinates. Did you notice something? Alkin asked. Frey stood up and replied, I found traces of martial arts. When he pointed out the fist mark indented on the Death Knight's armor, Alkin's face became colored with amazement. You are a wizard of great knowledge and skill. No, wait a second. Alkin's expression became serious again as he looked around. A Chemthize appears to have been done by one person. He had a good eye. His S-rank wasn't merely a title. I think so too. I don't know what to say. To defeat this number of undead, it would have to be at least an SS-rank mercenary. Frey looked into the forest. That guy's trail continued inward, but Frey didn't think he needed to pursue him right now. Ezek said that he was near the Great Raynal's forest. However, this forest was nowhere close to the Great Raynal's forest, even if one was to exaggerate. This meant that the successor had come all the way here for some reason. Is it to get rid of the undead? Perhaps that was the case, but it was too soon for Frey to draw a conclusion. First, he went back to the carriages with Alkin and the rest, and after making preparations, they started moving immediately. The mercenaries did not relax. Although they did not personally fight the undead, they had still felt the sinister aura that exuded from their bodies. It made the mercenaries' expressions stiffen considerably. However, the deeper they went into the forest, the more unsettled they became. Again, someone muttered. No one else said a word, but they were all thinking the same thing. The broken bodies of undead lay scattered before them. It was a scene that they had seen numerous times so far. One of the mercenaries kicked a skeleton's skull while saying, "Maybe we'll meet this person soon." His words soon became a reality. Shortly after they began moving again, they could hear sounds coming from the distance. Boom boom. There was also a slightly muffled explosion. The mercenaries all turned to look at Alkin, who thought for a moment before giving his orders. Since he had divided the group beforehand, the team moved without hesitation and followed him. The sounds grew louder as they approached, and after a while they came to a clearing. And in it, a man was beating up undead. The expression "beating up" was not a mistake. In a way, it was a very unrealistic sight. At first glance, the image of a topless man standing among a group of undead would make the viewer feel that he was in danger, but the ones in danger were the undead, not him. Boom! Whenever his fist struck, there was the sound of something exploding. The Death Knight that was hit by this blow flew away as if it had been struck by a cannon, and it did not stop until it had shot through quite a few trees. Ho! It's hard to believe even when watching it with my own two eyes. The mercenaries muttered with blank expressions on their faces. What the hell was his fist made of? It had made the Death Knight's armor crumple like a piece of paper. However, it could be said that the high-ranking undead were fortunate since the skeletons and ghouls struck by his fists simply popped like firecrackers. The man smashed through the group of undead while his lion-like mane flew in the wind. It was insufficient to call his entire body a weapon. Every time he punched, kicked, or headbutted an undead, they would shatter like a sandcastle against boisterous children. The one-sided massacre soon ended. Crack, the man crushed the last remaining Dullahan's skull with his bare hand. Even though it was wearing a helmet, its head was smashed like a rotten apple. Tui, he spit on the body before turning his head to look at Alkin's group as though he'd known of their existence the entire time. As soon as he caught the man's gaze, Alkin shivered. There seemed to be a light within his eyes that threatened to explode at any moment. "Who are you guys?" We're mercenaries. Is that so? Okay then. The man immediately turned around as though he had lost interest. However, Alkin stopped him. Wait, what is it? Who are you? Ivan, I didn't mean your name. Why are you removing undead here? The man, Ivan, frowned. That alone seemed to change his expression to one similar to a beast. Why do I have to tell you that? Don't annoy me or get in my way, or I'll kill you. Alkin, who was an S-rank mercenary, could not even mutter a word at Ivan's threat. In the meantime, Ivan turned around and continued on his way. Frey realized that now was a pretty good time. This man is suspicious. I think so too. Still, it doesn't seem like he's an enemy. We can't jump to conclusions, and it would be dangerous to leave it unverified. Alkin tilted his head slightly. He didn't seem to care much about us just now. That may be true for now, but I'm worried by the aggression he showed. Alkin scratched his cheek while remembering Ivan's threat, but he soon shook his head with an embarrassed expression. I think so too, but we can't track him or fight him. He wasn't confident that he could defeat that man even if he gathered all of the mercenaries. It was an accurate judgment. Ivan's strength was not something that they could overcome simply with a numerical advantage. Frey pretended to think for a while before speaking with a stiff face. Wouldn't it be better to find out this man's identity? We still need to continue along this route, but it is too dangerous to let an unidentified man wander around. That's right, so I'll go find out. A wizard alone, that's too dangerous. Wouldn't it be better for a ranger to go? It was normal for him to think so. Frey slowly persuaded Alkin in a low voice. It's better for a wizard to hide from a magic warrior than a ranger. You would be risking your life. I could tell just by looking at his eyes. That guy is a beast, if you get on his bad side. I know, but I can't think of a better way. Besides, I'll only be in the group till you arrive at the Great Raynal's forest. Alkin probably knew that already. Frey kept speaking in a low tone, so you probably intended to make use of my power as much as possible before we arrived. Right, you're smarter than you look. Alkin nodded since his intentions were already exposed. Then I'll leave it to you. Since you are willing to do this dangerous task, I'll give you double, no, triple the reward. And if you feel it's too dangerous, then you should leave right away. Yes, Frey nodded and immediately chased after Ivan. It was easy to find him. All he had to do was head to the huge commotion that was shaking the entire forest. Boom, Ivan was slaughtering undead again. Frey watched on with a curious expression. Why is he hunting the undead? Because undead were a threat to humans. No, he didn't seem to have such a noble purpose. Was it for training? It couldn't be that either. Although these groups of undead had high-ranking undead like the Dullahans and Death Knights in them, they were no more difficult than some after-meal exercise for Ivan. He could see it now. Ivan's face while he faced the undead was filled with nothing but irritation and annoyance. Damn bug-like bastards. He corrected his posture and seemed to draw power from the earth. Boom. At that moment, a violent storm broke out and swept the swarm of undead away at once. Knife fist, not bad. It was one of the few long-range attacks in the Warrior King's first style. The tacky name was also given to it by Cassian himself. Then a ghoul that was behind Ivan bit his shoulder. Cuck, the expression on the half-rotted face of the ghoul became strange. No matter how hard it bit down, its teeth could not penetrate. HMPH. Ivan snorted and smashed the ghoul's head. That was the last one. Ivan then spit on its body. It was the same thing he had done before. Was it one of his habits? What the hell do you want? Ivan's eyes turned to look at Frey. Frey didn't bother to hide his presence. Instead, he was openly watching Ivan's performance with his hands folded over his chest. Frey didn't answer and instead inspected the bodies of the undead. It was a deliberate act. He didn't know much about this man, and this was his first time meeting him, but he already had an idea of what his personality was like. He was his own man. He lived in his own world, and he felt no loneliness or regret in that fact. To deal with a man like this, you must first make him interested in you. Ivan raised an eyebrow when Frey ignored his question. This meant that he was already slightly interested. Frey spoke just as Ivan opened his mouth. How long has it been since you started learning the Warrior King's fist? Then Ivan gave a fierce smile. I was wondering what kind of guy you were, but you're just another circle dog. Get lost. I have no intention of joining your little group. You're using the Warrior King's fist, but you won't fight against demigods. How shameless. That's not something an outsider would understand. Frey glanced at him for a moment before touching one of the undead body parts at his feet. These undead, they seem to have sprung up recently. Does it have something to do with you? Ivan stayed silent. He didn't deny that it was related to him in some way. After staring at Frey for a while, he finally spoke. You cursed me for not doing anything about the demigods. That's where you're wrong. I know about the background of the Warrior King's fist. This martial art was specifically designed to kill demigods. It seems you are well aware. Then why did you refuse the circle's offer? You're talking about those guys, huh? That's ridiculous. Then I'll ask the opposite. If I join the circle, will we be able to kill demigods? Ivan's question was sharp. He glared at Frey. I've met guys like you many times before. No matter how well I cover my tracks, you always seem to find me. But do you know what they say as soon as they see me? GRK. He grit his teeth. They clamor at me to join their circle without even mentioning 2 words about the demigods. The current circle is rotten. It's a place filled with pigs who only know how to fill their own stomachs while demigods pull strings from behind the scenes. I'm not going to join such a filthy pigsty. Ivan stared at Frey with a gaze that seemed to say, if you dare to say nonsense, I won't let you go. But his expression became a bit strange when he heard Frey's words. Everything you said is true. I agree with you. You're a strange guy. What circle are you in? Troman rings. Troman rings. Ivan's face became a bit strange when he heard that. I heard rumors of your imminent collapse, but it seems to be direr than I thought. I didn't expect you to come again so soon after I beat that Egg guy or whatever. He didn't even remember Ezek's name properly. He wasn't important enough to remember, so he hadn't paid much attention to his name. I heard you guys suffered greatly in a fight against an apocalypse. There were rumors that the 3 great circles might have played some tricks at that time. It was the first time he'd heard something like that. All Frey knew was that they simply persecuted or ignored the fallen Troman rings. But was it possible that they had a hand in the Troman rings' downfall from the start? Ivan shrugged at Frey's reaction. I'm not sure, but I heard it from my teacher too. Teacher, stop asking questions. That's enough for me. Now it's my turn to ask. You said you agreed with me. Did you really mean that? Frey nodded, of course. The demigods seem to be pulling the strings of the current circle, and all each circle is focused on is empowering themselves and suppressing other circles, if you know that. That's why I'm thinking about changing the circle. Change, although it is currently in a pathetic state, the amount of power the circle has is not negligible. If we could unite this scattered group into one true form, we could become a group that could threaten the demigods. Ivan was dumbfounded. What this man before him was saying was the truth. He was sure that the power of the circle had easily surpassed that of a country. This was to be expected as the circle was a group of different nations, races, ideologies, and religions, all gathered together with the goal of defeating the demigods. But it was different now. It is said that stagnant water is bound to rot, and after so many years, the circles had all become focused on amassing their own power while under the halo of the circle. And at the center of this cesspool was none other than the 3 great circles, bringing those people together. That would be difficult even if the great heroes from 4,000 years ago were to return. This is not something I expected the collapsing Troman rings would say. Or did you get a resurgence without my knowledge? No. At this stage, we are simply preparing to rebound. Such a strange fellow. As he looked at his face, Ivan couldn't help but have this thought. It was a confident remark that seemed easy to dismiss as utter bullshit, but strangely enough, he did not feel like mocking him. This was because Frey's eyes were filled with calm confidence. This guy did not doubt himself at all. Regardless of whether he could actually achieve his goal or not, at least his faith in himself was unshakable, like himself. I'm sure that he's not just spouting nonsense, but at least he is an interesting guy. The little interest he had increased. Ivan's mouth curled upward. It seems that an interesting guy has finally appeared in the circle, and you seem to be pretty high up. The highest-ranking member that ever came to me was that yellow-haired chick. Cheryl Rowland, the circle rounder of the Fistfounder armlets. That brat is the circle rounder for one of the 3 great circles. Brat, haha, it seems you don't know as much about the circle as I do. Ivan laughed and said, Cheryl Rowland is a monster who has been alive for hundreds of years. She should be what the world calls a vampire. Vampire, right, that chick's a vampire. Frey was confused for a second, but he soon shook his head. He had already heard that there was a half-demon in the circle, so there was nothing surprising about the presence of a vampire. The problem was that such a dark race had the position of circle rounder. There probably isn't a single human among the circle masters. He couldn't help but worry a little. Even Binyang, the circle master of Troman Rings, was a half-dragon. The fight with her took a really long time. She summoned some pretty strong demons, but they weren't that interesting to fight. If it was the second in command of the Fistfounder armlets, then it was highly likely that she had contracts with high-ranking demons. Ivan was saying that a fight with several high-ranking demons was not that interesting. I don't care about the circle, but I'm pretty interested in you. Do you have the power to unify the scattered circles? I'd like to see if you're capable of what you're talking about. Thud. Ivan slammed his fists together as he stared at Frey. It wasn't a particularly unexpected outcome. Rather, it was intended to some extent. Frey was also curious about Ivan's skills. This introduction is too long. Let's get started right away. Ku, you don't talk like a wizard. Tot. Ivan's figure disappeared following that sound. Even Frey couldn't catch his movement. This was natural. It was normal for a wizard to be unable to follow the movements of a first-class magic warrior who honed their martial arts to an extremely high level. However, being unable to see his movements and being unable to react to them were completely different. Frey used Blink to move back into the dense forest. Crack. He could hear Ivan approaching. He wondered if it was because he trained in the Warrior King's fist, but he was a very violent person. He smashed through everything in his path as if to show that he had no intentions of hiding himself even when he could easily avoid the trees in his way. Naturally, this was so noisy that it seemed like the entire forest was shaking, which allowed Frey to identify Ivan's location. Ice Spear, Wind Storm. Frey cast 2 spells at the same time. It was a combination of ice and wind magic that he had used before. Dozens of ice spears appeared in front of him and shot toward Ivan together with the heavy storm winds. HMPH, Ivan snorted. His body, which he had trained to the extreme, gained an unimaginable defense when covered in mana. Most spells couldn't even scratch his skin. And this fact alone was enough for Ivan's entire body to be considered a deadly weapon. Ivan clenched his fist and pulled his hand back with a fierce smile. Crack. Then he smashed the ice spear in front of him. This ice spear, which had even been able to pierce the skin of the Drake King, had been broken like an icicle by a human's fist. The moment that ice spear was destroyed, Ivan fixed his gaze on his next target. Crack, crack, crack. As the destruction continued, his speed began to increase. Second, third. The rough-looking fist technique had a natural and unstoppable aura. Dozens of ice spears were shattered by Ivan's fists. The wind storm couldn't even scratch his sturdy body. A smile stretched across Frey's face as he saw this. It reminded him of the old days. If he was to fight with Cassigen, 10 times out of 10 he would be defeated. In the first place, it was crazy for a wizard to try to face a magic warrior in a head-on confrontation. But that didn't matter, because the man before him was not Cassigen. From the time that he'd used those 2 spells, Frey had already begun chanting his next spell. The spell he had cast this time was one that Ivan would not be able to handle easily. He finished his chant. Frey began to emanate a cold white air. His eyes seemed to exude a bright blue light. Frost breath. Saa. A magic circle appeared in the air, and Ivan's expression finally changed. He instinctively knew that this spell would not be so easy to handle. He didn't know it, but Frost breath was actually a 7-star spell. The magic circle began releasing a freezing cold air, and the moment Ivan tried to avoid it, he felt something restricting his ankle. What? A hand of ice was holding his leg. Even the usually confident Ivan couldn't help but feel slightly shocked at that moment. Magic warriors were usually much more sensitive to mana than wizards. This was because although wizards had larger amounts and greater control of their mana due to their mana rooms, magic warriors directly used their mana through their skin and veins throughout their bodies. This was one of the reasons why magic warriors had an edge in confrontations with wizards. At first glance, they could tell whether their opponent's spell was strong enough to pose a threat to them, or if they could handle it. In addition, it was incredibly difficult for a wizard to successfully launch a sneak attack against them because they would quickly detect the movement of the mana. How did he cast this spell so stealthily? He didn't even notice the spell on his leg until he tried to move. Ivan shook his leg and shattered the hand of ice, but it was already too late to avoid the frost breath. Clicking his tongue, Ivan crossed his arms in front of his face and began concentrating his mana. Kagugu. Red energy began flowing from his body. Frey narrowed his eyes. Rock Shield. It was a technique that focused the user's mana in front of them like a shield, enhancing their defense for a short period. The name was Rock Shield, but his body was now at least 10 times as hard as a rock or a shield. The frost breath struck Ivan head-on. Even the rock shield was not able to completely block out the cold. His spine ached and his teeth chattered. White frost also began to spread over his body. However, the fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish at all. Rather, it seemed to become more ferocious as time passed. In fact, the look in his eyes was so fierce that if a weak-willed person were to see the look in his eyes, they would probably faint immediately. And when the magic circle disappeared, Ivan opened his eyes. At the same time, steam began rising from his entire body. Cheek. The frost on Ivan's body melted in an instant, causing water to flow down like a waterfall. Boom. After gathering strength to his toe, he tapped it against the ground, and just like that, the earth exploded. In the blink of an eye, Ivan's figure approached Frey. "You're pretty good, but I win." Crunch. Ivan clenched his fist. As long as he could get close enough, it would be his win. Just as his fist was about to touch Frey, Ivan's vision suddenly flipped around. Thud. Ivan stared blankly at the sky for a moment. Before he realized what was happening, he was already laying on the ground. Although he had not received any injuries, Ivan could not get over his shock and muttered with a dazed expression. "That technique will rush you also learned the Warrior King's fist." Frey reached out a hand to him. "I see you have some questions. Let's start talking." Ivan got up on his own without accepting Frey's hand. Frey dropped his hand, a bit embarrassed. Ivan was not injured, but the current situation was quite confusing for him. He shook his head after agonizing for a moment. "No matter how I think about it, I can't come up with an answer. How does a wizard know to use Bull Rush? Let me ask something first. Do the groups of undead that have appeared here have anything to do with the demigods? Well." He opened his eyes wide and scratched his head. "That's right. How are they related?" Ivan gave a simple answer with his arms folded. "I don't know either." Frey shot him a strange look. "If you're lying." "I'm not lying, I really don't know anything. In the first place, I'm only getting rid of these undead because of that guy's request." "That guy, right." Ivan rubbed his chin and inspected Frey for a moment before nodding his head. "You're not like those other circle guys, so I suppose you can meet him. Besides, I'm curious about what your reaction will be." "Who? A demigod?" Frey's expression cracked. At those words, he could not help the shocked expression that came across his face. To be precise, he's someone who betrayed the demigods. What did he just say? Frey could not hide his astonishment. He could not remember the last time he'd been so surprised. No, this was definitely the first time since he had entered Frey's body. That was how shocking Ivan's words were. Did I hear that incorrectly? A traitor? A demigod traitor? That was ridiculous. Those prideful beings were loyal only to themselves. Frey knew this better than anyone. Demigod infighting. How would he not have thought about it before? No matter how much the mortals struggled, it would take an unprecedented number of casualties just to kill one demigod. It would be accompanied by thousands or even tens of thousands of mortal lives. Then what would happen if they fought amongst themselves, if they turned their swords against each other and destroy themselves? Just one, even if only one of them decided to betray the others. It was a useless delusion. The demigods valued their own kind just as much as they valued themselves. Frey could still remember Lord's face as he vented his anger with a burning gaze. Lucas, who had killed many of his people, was an insignificant being that Lord could tear to pieces in an instant. However, he didn't even allow him to die. Instead, he trapped his soul in the abyss so that he would suffer for all of eternity. This was why Frey despised the demigods. The only thing the demigods had was power. The fact that they had such immature personalities and displayed such emotional behavior despite living thousands and even tens of thousands of years proved that fact. This was why he could not believe there was a traitor among the demigods. The demigod himself told you that he betrayed them. Right, you didn't actually believe his words, did you? Ivan looked at Frey for a moment before nodding. "I know what you're trying to say. You're afraid that I was tricked by the demigod's lies." "I'm not boasting, but I have a keen eye, especially with slimy bastards with slippery tongues. If he was that kind of person, I'd never associate with him. No, all of these assumptions are meaningless." He looked down at his fist. "If that guy was trying to trick me, I'd be dead already." "Just meet him. I think meeting him will be helpful for you." Frey gave a stiff nod. This caused Ivan to smile, which relaxed his serious expression. Ivan soon began heading deeper into the forest. It seemed he no longer had any antagonistic thoughts towards Frey. "By the way, what's your name?" Now that he thought about it, he had not even introduced himself. Frey, my see, I'm Ivan, I know, huh, how did you hear it in the circle? No, I was there when you were threatening those mercenaries. So you were there? Ivan scratched his head, and Frey asked something that he had been curious about since the beginning. If the mercenaries hadn't backed down, were you really going to kill them all? Of course not. I would have only broken their arms and legs. In the first place, I never even killed those annoying bugs from the circle. It seemed that Izek hadn't survived because of luck. Ivan had probably let him go. This was natural. Ivan was so powerful that even Frey could not guarantee his own victory. Additionally, he was one of the most difficult types of enemies. The funny thing was that Ivan, who was shooting glances at Frey, was thinking the exact same thing. Ivan recalled the brief fight that they had. Just as he hadn't used his full power, he was sure that this guy hadn't either. The two of them continued on their way while hiding their thoughts about the other. Frey then spoke up. Why don't we increase the pace a little? It would be hard for a weak wizard to follow. It's fine. I'll just use magic if I start falling behind, if you insist. Tadat, Ivan nodded and started running immediately, once again surprising Frey with his explosive speed. Ivan, who had shot forward, turned to see if Frey was still keeping up with him. You're keeping up pretty well. Although he was not a magic warrior, his pride was still hurt from being looked down on in such a way. Frey clenched his teeth and continued chasing after Ivan. The surrounding landscape rapidly changed, and before long, Frey was gasping for breath. Even though he had been training his body in the magic tower, he hadn't been able to do a lot. Ivan had a comfortable expression on his face as though he was taking a leisure stroll. On the other hand, Frey panted while his entire body was drenched in sweat. After about an hour, Frey began to use flight magic because he felt like he would collapse if he ran any longer. Ivan shot a glance at Frey before speaking. You learned some of the Warrior King's fist. Frey, who had not yet recovered his breath, replied while panting. Why do you think that? Your excellent bull rush was a hint, but it was your gait while we were running that convinced me. You showed the peculiar grace that could only be the clown steps one of the Warrior King's fist. You really do have keen eyes. Ivan shot him a curious glance. I'm really curious about you, but I'll save it until you meet Ricky. Ivan continued to head northeast, and on the way, he fought against many undead and other monsters. Even the greatest of class mercenaries would have become cold corpses after fighting so many powerful monsters. However, for Ivan, it was not even a challenge. Crack, crack. Against Ivan's Warrior King's fist and Frey's spells, even the strongest high-ranking undead could not survive more than a moment. They were annihilated without a chance to fight back. This put Frey in a strange mood as it reminded him of fighting alongside Cassigen. This guy is truly a genius when it comes to fighting. He was the same as Cassigen. Because of this, he was able to fight in the most efficient way possible. Frey made use of Ivan's explosive power and easily supported him from the back. Recognizing this fact, Ivan couldn't help but look at Frey with admiration. This is amazing. I can't really put it in words, but this is much more comfortable than fighting alone. That's great. Mayu really are a mysterious guy. He looked at Frey with complicated eyes for a moment before shaking his head. Ivan was comfortable being alone with nature. Humans were said to be social animals, but not everyone was the same. He was the type who enjoyed solitude. He didn't hate spending time with others, but he preferred being alone. This was especially true when it came to fighting. However, for the first time in his life, Ivan felt that it wasn't so bad to fight with another person supporting him. And from then on, Ivan's attitude changed a little. He still spoke in the same casual manner, but Frey felt that he had secretly begun respecting him more. It was at that moment that Frey felt like he had finally understood this complex human known as Ivan. At least he was not the type who would do things that he knew he shouldn't do. Of course, because of how prideful he was, being acknowledged by this man was not a simple endeavor. After 4 days, they reached their destination. This is it. It was a hut built deep within the forest. For a moment, Frey completely forgot that this was a forest where monsters and terrifying undead roamed freely. Ivan took a deep breath before shouting, Riekia, I'm here. Frey covered his ears. The roar was so loud that it even caused birds in the distance to fly away, startled. A weaker person's eardrums would have already burst. Ivan shot an embarrassed smile at Frey, who was staring at him angrily. I have to do this to wake him up. He's sleeping in the middle of the day. Right, he can't help it. Creak. Then the door opened and a man walked out. The man had waist-length silver hair that contrasted nicely with his plain black robe. What truly stood out was the giant sword that was slanted across his back. The man spoke with a sleepy look in his eyes. Ivan, did you do everything I asked? HMPH, of course. The two of them began speaking, but Frey could not pay attention to their conversation. Babump. His heart was pounding. In fact, Frey did not completely believe Ivan's words. Maybe he had been tricked by someone pretending to be a demigod, or maybe Ivan was just mistaken. But now he could see it for himself. It really is a demigod, and he's as strong as the old man who uses poison. Frey broke out in cold sweat. Suddenly, he was full of regrets. Why didn't he consider it more seriously before deciding? With his current ability, the transcendent being in front of him simply had to shake his hands and his head would fall to the ground. Then the man turned his eyes to Frey. "You brought a guest, right? He's from the circle, the circle." He scratched his head and seemed to think about something. "Come inside first." "Ivan, I just happened to have something I needed to ask you. I think I'll get a pretty good picture if this friend of yours helps." Then he went back inside as though expecting them to follow. Frey, who had been preparing to risk his life, felt drained. "You don't need to be so nervous. He's unpredictable, but he's a good guy." Frey looked at Ivan's face for a moment before saying, "It's not very convincing when you talk with such a stiff expression. The higher your level, the more you can sense Ricky's terrifying power. That guy is a monster." As Frey had said, Ivan's face was just as stiff as his. Frey nodded while wiping away his sweat. "There's no mistaking it. He's a demigod. Don't be openly hostile. While I don't think he'd kill you, from here on out, we're in his territory, and it's not like I can stop him." "Understood." Frey nodded, and the two entered the hut. As soon as he opened the door, Frey was surprised. This was because the interior was incredibly spacious. He couldn't even tell how large this space was. The hallway was long, and the walls were decorated with swords of all shapes and sizes. Suits of armor that seemed like they were guarding the hallway were also displayed. Together with the subtle candlelight that illuminated the dark space, this place had an atmosphere that could not be found anywhere else in the world. Spatial distortion. What's that? By twisting time and space, a limited space can be expanded dozens of times. I always thought it was just a warp or something. Frey shook his head. When he opened the door, he had not sensed any distortions that were characteristic to a warp. His expression became solemn. Space-time magic was a field that was difficult to handle even by a 9-star wizard. However, the space distortion that was placed within the cabin was so stable that there wasn't even a single crack. This must be his divine power because demigods can't use magic. Was it this demigod's power? Frey and Ivan walked through the dark hallway, and at the end, they found Ricky sitting in a room. He was sitting on the floor with his eyes lowered. At his side was the sword that he had been wearing on his back. "Have a seat. I'm sorry I don't have tea to serve." Frey looked at him for a moment before speaking. "You talk like a human." Ricky looked up at Frey. "You are a strange human. You don't seem like a human who could barely live to 100 years. Ivan, you brought an interesting guy this time." Frey gathered himself and stepped forward. "I heard that you betrayed the demigods. Is that true?" "That's right, but would you believe that just because I said so?" Frey's expression became a bit strange. The being before him was probably not too far off in age from him. The only difference was that he had been locked in the abyss for 4,000 years. He could usually look at a person's expressions, speech, or trivial gestures and infer what they were thinking, but this time was different. The one before him was a quasi-immortal who had been living for who knows how many years while Frey had been stuck in the abyss. "I can't tell what he's thinking." Frey nodded, deciding to speak frankly. "No, I wouldn't believe it. You're not wrong to doubt me. Since you're a part of the circle, it makes sense that you find a demigod's betrayal so hard to believe. In truth, I have no intention of proving myself to you, but I can at least relieve some of your doubts. If you can tell me what information you don't have about demigods, I will share it with you." "Anything we don't know?" "Right." At Ivan's question, Ricky said something that Frey was not expecting. "If you kill an apostle, it forces the demigod who created them into hibernation, and at that time they are completely defenseless. For instance, shuck." A small fruit knife appeared in Ricky's hand. "Where did it come from?" Ricky continued speaking as though it was nothing special. "You could even kill them with this practically harmless fruit knife, just by stabbing them in the nape of their neck." For a moment the room fell into silence. This was because Frey and Ivan were staring at Ricky with shocked expressions on their faces. Did he really just say that they could kill a demigod who could destroy a city with one hand with just a fruit knife? Didn't that mean that a hibernating demigod was as weak and harmless as a child? It was hard to believe, but if this was true, then it was an extraordinary piece of information that they might not have gotten even with all the effort in the world. The problem was Ricky's attitude. As he'd spoken in a very nonchalant manner, it was hard for them to ascertain whether he was speaking the truth or not. Ivan couldn't help but ask, "That's unbelievable. In that case, why do the demigods create apostles in the first place? Is that a problem, that?" Frey decided to pick up after Ivan, who stumbled after the unexpected question. "Of course it's a problem. The power that the apostles have at their disposal is only a drop of water in comparison to the ocean of power the demigods have. Isn't it too risky to create a subordinate who can only wield that bit of power?" Frey's question was reasonable. Although he wasn't sure about the average power of the apostles, he had still been able to Lux, the former deputy tower master of the third magic tower soon after he'd reached 7 stars. If all the apostles were at a similar level, then even if he only managed to reach 8 stars, he could easily get rid of all the apostles in the world. So was it worth it for the demigods to risk hibernation for such weak underlings? That was like digging their own graves. Frey knew that demigods would never make high-risk, low-reward decisions like that. They were arrogant and childish, sure, but they were not stupid. Ricky responded in the same casual tone. They don't have a choice. If they don't do it, then they might very well get erased. Erase the demigods. Is there any being in this world who could actually accomplish something like that? Ricky looked at Ivan and Frey's faces for a moment before answering. God. The silence was many times heavier than before. Frey looked at Ricky with a solemn expression as Ivan asked another question with a blank one. I don't think you'd waste your time telling us nonsense. Are you serious? Of course. Oh my God, I'm an atheist. I hope the temperature of hellfire is lukewarm. Doesn't matter. It is another being's job to judge souls after their death. The one I am referring to, rather than being God, it might be more accurate to refer to him as the Great Law. What do you mean? It is an absolute mass of energy that maintains the balance of the world. It is the power that creates transcendental phenomena in both creation and destruction, as long as certain conditions are met. Demigods are pieces that fell off from that mass of energy and gained self-awareness. Frey had never imagined that he would learn the origins of the demigods in this shabby hut. There was once a time when he had considered the existence of God. This was natural, since the name of the enemy he had been fighting his whole life was demigod. However, even the oldest dragon in the world did not know the answer to that question. Ricky looked at Frey's complicated expression for a while before continuing. We demigods have ended countless lives in the past thousands of years. Lord doesn't think so, but I believe that we are being punished for our actions. Punishment? Do you mean that a demigod has died already? No, he lamented that fact. It would have been great if the demigods' numbers had been reduced, even by one. However, Ricky's next words shocked him greatly. The last time I checked, the total number of demigods who were destroyed was 20. After that, Lord had no choice but to pay attention, in order to stop any more from disappearing. For us, death means the destruction of our souls and the end of everything. That is why they are desperate. Ivan was dumbfounded. Everything that he'd heard so far was a secret that the Circle would be willing to do anything to obtain. No, apart from that. Why was Ricky suddenly telling all of this information to Frey, who had just appeared as though he had been waiting? Ricky scratched his head. I told you more than I intended. Well, it doesn't matter. Ricky, may I ask why you betrayed the demigods? I have no intention of talking about that. You should be satisfied with the information you just obtained. It was a firm rejection. Frey looked at Ricky and was sure that regardless of how much he pressed, he would never receive an answer to that question. I need to organize my thoughts for a moment. Sure. Ivan, come here and give me a detailed report about the undead. Who are you talking to like that? Although Ivan said those words in a rather rude tone, he still approached Ricky without any hesitation. The social ladder between them had long been established. Frey took the time to gather his thoughts. Each of the things that Ricky had spoken so nonchalantly about was incredibly sensitive and valuable information. Of course, he didn't believe it completely. However, dismissing all of it as lies was also incredibly foolish. Therefore, he slowly went through everything to see if there was anything strange about what he was told. First of all, if an apostle was killed, then their demigod master would be forced into a hibernative state and become completely defenseless. This corresponded to what he had learned from Mikkel while they were fighting against Lux. He'd said that killing the apostle did affect the demigod in some way, and now, according to Ricky, that way was forced hibernation. There should be some credibility in that statement. He had no choice but to admit that the two facts corresponded naturally. The only problem was that he didn't know how long they hibernated. If he asked, would Ricky tell him? In any case, he believed that the time was much longer than he first expected. Otherwise, the Circle would have noticed if the demigod had created another apostle after their reawakening. It should be at least decades, maybe more. Next was the information about God. Frey was also an atheist, and after learning about the existence of demigods, he had developed an even more antagonistic view toward God. However, since he didn't believe in God, Ricky's words seemed plausible. That the God who existed did not have its own consciousness, but was instead a simple existence consisting of the rules of the world. If so, then it was understandable why God remained unresponsive when hundreds and thousands of races suffered at the hands of the demigods. They must also have a firm understanding of the laws and balance of the world, making it easy for them to bend them according to their needs. Perhaps that was the reason they created the apostles. The killings they committed did not have any effect on the demigods. The only thing that was important to them was God's punishment. If there really is punishment from God, it would also explain why the demigods haven't been able to exert complete control over the continent. In fact, if they really wanted to, they would easily be able to control the entire continent, and even if every race combined, they would not be able to stop them. Frey didn't call them transcendental for nothing. Nevertheless, demigods rarely revealed their power. It was the same 4,000 years ago, and it was the same now. And punishment from God seemed like a perfectly reasonable excuse. After he thought this, he came to a conclusion. Either Ricky was a great, amazing liar, or he had been telling the truth. And at that moment, Frey felt that the latter was more likely. You must be finished thinking. Frey nodded at Ricky's words. But why are you telling me all of this? Because I can't get rid of all of the demigods by myself. Did he really need the power of 2 humans? Frey tilted his head slightly as he looked at Ricky with confusion. I asked the wrong question. Do you expect me to believe you? I could take everything you said as nonsense. My eyes are not that bad. And it doesn't matter, even if that was the case. Ricky didn't give a reason for this, and Frey felt that it might be safer not to ask why. Ivan scratched his head in frustration for a moment. That's enough of that. What should I do now? I already hunted all the undead in this forest. That's a bit strange. Ivan, my request was to bring me the apostle's head, not play with undead. HMPH, Ivan snorted. Apostle. Ignoring Frey's curious look, Ivan kept talking. That request didn't make sense in the first place. Why didn't it make sense? I couldn't get in no matter how hard I tried. There is no spell or barrier. Instead, it's as though the forest itself is driving outsiders away. Ivan shot a dirty look at Ricky. I was going to break a few trees to enter, but then I remembered you said not to do that. If you want to become the enemy of all the elves and spirits in the great forest, I won't stop you. It seemed the apostle had disappeared into the great forest. Personally, Frey hoped for this outcome the most. He felt that it would be much easier that way. Frey was known for their hospitable treatment to their allies, and there were many circles among them. Therefore, if he revealed his identity as a circle member and requested their cooperation, things would probably go smoothly. However, this time, the case wasn't so simple. Shick. Ricky took a piece of paper from his pocket and spread it out for them to see. It was someone's portrait. It was an incredibly handsome man. Among the men that Frey had encountered since his return, Perrin could be considered the most handsome, and the man in this portrait was just as good-looking. He also had the characteristic long ears. This man was an elf. This man is Oiden Prediquid. He is a high elf and at the same time an apostle. This caused the situation to become extremely complicated. High elves could be considered royalty among the elven race. If they attacked him without conclusive evidence, they would become the enemies of the entire elven race. Frey sighed. Aren't there circle members among the elves? They would be able to sense divine power. How is this man able to hide his? There is someone who can conceal the apostle's divine power. He is one of the most powerful demigods and is considered to be just under Lord, a being that the circle refers to as an apocalypse. Then that guy named Oiden. Ricky nodded. He is the apostle of Nazdog, the demigod who controls the power of death. It was worse than he'd expected. Then Ricky sighed, revealing his feelings for the first time. Our last chance was 2 months ago. There was a moment when he left the great forest without an escort, but we missed it because Ivan was taking a nap. When Frey glanced over at him, Ivan shamelessly said, "The night before, I felt the moonlight was beautiful, perfect for some alcohol. I will tell you now, I don't regret it. In any case, since it's already passed, what can we do about it? Can't you kill the apostles yourself? If that was possible, I would have killed most of the apostles with my own hands and then handled the demigods right away. If I were to do it, it would leave a trace since the apostles are connected to the demigods. My betrayal would be revealed immediately. It was true." If the apostle managed to get even a slight glimpse of Ricky's figure or aura before they died, that information would be sent directly to their demigod. You don't mind killing a demigod right away? That's right. Frey thought for a moment before saying, "Not so long ago, I killed an apostle who used lightning. As you said, the demigod that he followed should be hibernating." Ricky's eyes shined at those words. "Lightning? Is it Indra? If your words are truth, that would be very useful information." After pondering for a while, Ricky spoke again. "Can you prove that you killed Indra's apostle?" "No, I already used the crystal." At that moment, Frey recalled the lightning elixir that Adelia had given to him together with the mana elixir. He immediately took it out of his bag and showed it to Ricky. "Would this suffice? It contains the lightning energy that was stored in the crystal that should be Indra's lightning. That energy can only be obtained from killing his apostle. It is enough." A cold smile blossomed on Ricky's face. "Give me a moment." Chuck. Ricky grabbed the sword beside him before disappearing. Frey once again wondered whether Ricky had the power of space while Ivan grumbled. "I've already experienced it several times, but whenever he appears or disappears like that, it also surprises me. And if I actually don't get surprised, he smacks me at the back of my head." Pot. At that moment, Ricky's figure reappeared, his appearance causing Ivan and Frey to narrow their eyes. Ricky was covered in blood, but he did not have any visible wounds. He was holding a bloody sword in his right hand and something else in his left hand, both of which he placed on the table in front of him with his characteristic nonchalance. Tuk-tuk. It was someone's head, the head of a man with blonde hair and a beard. There was only one thing that Ivan and Frey were curious about. "Who is this?" Ricky gave them a casual answer. "Demigod Indra." Ivan's jaw dropped. "What, do you understand? We will work like this in the future." Ricky sheathed his sword with a solemn expression. "Chuck, you guys kill the apostles, then I will get rid of the hibernating demigods myself." Without caring about the reactions of Frey and Ivan, Ricky drew a line in the air with his finger. Indra's head was then split in half as though it had been cut by a sword. Ricky's hand moved even faster. Halves, quarters, eighths, and he cut the head continuously. Before long, Indra's head had been completely destroyed. Ivan couldn't help but click his tongue. It was a monstrous display of skill. The skill that Ricky had just shown was something that even master knights might be unable to do even if they wielded the sharpest sword. Frey, who had been silent for a while, finally opened his mouth. Was that the demigod with the power of lightning? That's right. Of course, there's no way for me to prove that. No, there's no need. It had only been a head, but he could tell. This was because Frey had probably encountered the most demigods out of all the beings on the continent. The head that Ricky had brought back exuded a tremendous level of divine power. It was not something that could be mimicked even when using an apostle. Ricky took a glance at Frey's confident expression. You act as though you've met demigods before. You are a much more interesting human than Ivan. Well, it doesn't matter right now. Anyway, it's better to kill Oiden as soon as possible. There seems to be some special reason. That's right. Apostles appointed by apocalypses are different from the others. As I said before, not only can they conceal their divine power, but the power they have is also many times higher. And most importantly, they get stronger at an explosive rate. Ricky pointed at Ivan. 2 months ago, Ivan alone was enough to deal with Oiden. But he had only been an apostle for a short time then. Now, you might not be able to defeat him, even if you were to join forces. Could he really become so strong in just 2 months? Frey found this hard to believe. He didn't know how much Icky estimated their strength to be, but Frey was sure that he could defeat a few apostles on the same level as Luke's at the same time if he worked together with Ivan. The undead that have appeared in the Great Raynal's forest are the remnants left after Oiden uses his power. Remnants. If one considered the one-sided slaughter by Frey and Ivan, the undead might not seem like much, but the groups of undead in the forest would be able to annihilate any B-class mercenary unlucky enough to encounter them. In the first place, high-ranking undead like Dullahans or Death Knights were similar in strength or could even be stronger than a class mercenaries. If those undead were just the leftovers, how strong would the ones he intended to create be? He's dangerous. Oiden was really strong now, but as Ricky said, the part that was truly terrifying was his growth potential. What if another apocalypse or even Lord already appointed apostles? What if years or even decades had passed since then? How much power would those apostles, who had grown unhindered for years, have? I have one question. Go ahead. Are you an apocalypse? Ricky's blank eyes stared at Frey for a moment before he nodded. I am the demigod with the power of the sword. It was as he expected. The 3 demigods that the circle had information on were sword, death, and poison. Ricky was the sword apocalypse. This made Frey even more confused. He wasn't just an ordinary demigod, but a prominent figure even among the transcendental beings. Why would he, who was considered as one of the strongest below Lord, betray them? It wouldn't make sense to ask. With his current strength, it was impossible for Frey to force Ricky to answer. But Frey felt that he would not be able to fully trust the man before him without knowing that reason. Apart from that, Ricky's existence was a great help for Frey. He killed an apostle, and then this man went to kill the demigod before his very eyes. This meant that a means to shorten his goal by a few decades had appeared. In a month, Lord, the 5 apocalypses and numerous other demigods will be gathering together. You guys need to kill Oiden before that. Why are you gathering? To weed out the traitor. I have killed numerous hibernating demigods in the past few decades, and the only one who could do such a thing is a demigod. Of course, it's impossible for them to notice it was me. Perhaps Lord intends to inspect us with his own eyes. Why do we need to kill Oiden before then? There's a high probability that the demigods will participate in the event together with their apostles. Oiden is currently staying in the Great Raynal's forest, and when the time comes, he will go with Nazdog, and after that, it will be hard to tell his whereabouts. Ricky closed his eyes while saying, Oiden has yet to fully grasp his divine power. You guys might not be able to sense it, but I can sense the resonance. But if he disappears with Nazdog, I'll have no way to find him. Well, I think I see what you're saying. It wasn't that hard to understand, but Ivan still shook his head. It wasn't his fault, it was just that whenever a conversation got complicated, he just found it hard to continue paying attention. As though he already knew this, Ricky spoke again. Then I'll make it simple. Getting rid of even one apocalypse would benefit you greatly. That's all you guys need to keep in mind for now. HMPH. You should have said that from the start. Ivan snorted at the side while Frey continued calmly analyzing the situation. The demigods' meeting would be in 1 month, but before that he had to kill Oiden. To do that, our first priority should be entering the Great Forest. I have a great idea. What is it? You flew when we were coming here, didn't you? Frey's eyes became cold as he immediately realized what Ivan was about to say. You want us to fly into the sky and enter the forest that way. You catch on quickly. So what do you think? If we're in the sky, then that damn forest can't block us. Faced with Ivan's triumphant expression, Ricky and Frey sighed at the same time. I see, so you've been hunting apostles with this idiot the entire time. That is why I sincerely welcome you joining us, bastards. Looking at Ivan, who was venting his anger, Frey spoke in an unsympathetic tone. And what will you do after we enter that way? If you enter the great forest without permission, you will be treated as an intruder, so we just need to not get noticed. The world tree in the High Elves village is the core of the Great Raynal's forest and is connected to every tree in the forest. The queen, who shares her consciousness with the world tree, would notice our intrusion in less than an hour. Ivan frowned. SHT, even if I squeeze my brains out, all I can get is nonsense. So what will we do? You smart people come up with a plan. Well, there's someone I can talk to. What? Who? Frey made a strange expression as he remembered the elven woman he met in the group of mercenaries. Who? I can finally take a breather. We arrived earlier than I expected. That's because we didn't encounter any undead. That muscular man must have destroyed all of them. The mercenaries sighed as they almost collapsed onto the ground. They knew just how they had managed to get to the entrance to the Great Raynal's forest so quickly. However, although they had managed to arrive there without encountering any danger, the mercenaries were still exhausted because they could not relax at all during the trip. Alkin clapped his hands before saying, "You've done a damn good job, you bastards. The elves will only appear around this time tomorrow, so get some rest today. Of course, if there's any son of a bitch who dares take off his armor and put down his weapon, I'll kill him myself. Damn, Captain, aren't you tired? Since I became S-Class, the worst thing I've felt on a trip is a stiff neck." The mercenaries exchanged playful banter with relaxed expressions. CX observed them from a distance before approaching Alkin and saying, "I will look around for a while before returning. Around here, we are on the border of elf territory. Don't worry, I won't be careless." Alkin looked at CX for a moment. She was an old wizard who appeared to be in her 70s, so she probably had a lot of experience. And with the calm attitude that CX had shown so far, Alkin didn't think that he needed to be worried. "Don't go too far." CX nodded before leaving the campsite. The noise of the campsite gradually faded before it disappeared completely, and only CX's soft footsteps could be heard. The forest is too quiet. She couldn't hear the sounds of any beasts, birds, or even insects. Normally, people wouldn't notice these sounds, but she, an elf, was different. CX bit her lip nervously. This is not good. If more undead continue to appear, there's a chance the earth will die. The forest and the earth it stood on would die. For an elf, watching such a thing was the same as watching their own mother die, so she intended to risk her life to stop it. CX was one of the elves who roamed the world instead of staying within the forest. It was rare among high elves, but ever since she was young, she felt uncomfortable being surrounded by the dense forest every moment. So as soon as she came of age, she left. She then learned magic in her spare time, which she now used as a way to disguise herself. CX traveled around the continent in order to broaden her knowledge. However, she had been staying near Pilat recently under the guise of an old woman. That was until she received a message from the queen. It seemed that a necromancer had taken up residence near the border of the Great Forest and was releasing their undead into the region. The Great Forest was the home to all elves. The wandering elves never forgot their birthplace. CX was given a mission by the queen because of her excellent skills and bountiful experience after exploring the continent for many years. Her mission was to investigate exactly what was happening in the Great Forest. However, she had yet to find any traces of the necromancer. Did he leave the area? He couldn't have been able to get into the Great Forest. Or they may have hidden themselves near here. CX's expression hardened. Such a powerful necromancer was a threat to the forest just by their very presence, and it must be eliminated. But could she really take on someone like that on her own? CX immediately remembered the muscular man who slaughtered all the undead. She didn't know who he was, but the power he displayed was amazing. It would be great if she could get the help of this powerful man who treated high-level undead like goblins. No, this is my task. She couldn't be weak. This was a task given to her by the queen, who was deeply respected by all elves, regardless of race. Even if she could lose her life, she had to complete it. Bask. A nearby bush was shaken. CX immediately lifted her staff and became vigilant. She couldn't feel anything before, but she could now pick out the presence of someone nearby. Someone who was good enough to escape from an elf's enhanced hearing and sight had chosen to reveal themselves. Is it the necromancer? CX held her staff nervously. A man walked out from the bushes right in front of her. You. It was a blond man with a gentle expression. He was the wizard, Kine Rixton, who had suddenly disappeared. A light seemed to shine in CX's eyes for a moment before she said, "You only just got back." Kine nodded. CX felt a bit strange because of his attitude. "Did you learn anything about that magic warrior?" Kine didn't answer and instead continued to look at CX's face. She felt a chill run down her spine at that moment because his gentle eyes seemed as though they were seeing right through her. After a brief period of silence, the words that came out of the man's mouth made her heart shake. "We need to go into the Great Forest." Those words had come suddenly, but he had spoken them in a calm, natural tone. CX did her best to hide the shock that she felt at that moment. Why would you tell something like that to an old woman like me? This isn't the time for bad acting. We're running out of time. What are you talking? Then you're an old woman who doesn't understand anything. Another man with a fierce voice appeared from behind a tree. It was the muscular man who had destroyed the undead. She remembered that his name was Ivan or something like that. CX was surprised by his appearance for a moment before her eyes became sharp. Did you guys know each other? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Just shut up and lead us into the forest. Even if you're an elf, if you don't help us, then you may as well kick the bucket. What? Ivan's rude remark brought anger to CX's face. Frey sighed and stopped him. You stay out of it. It's hard enough to talk to her as it is. HMPH. CX, I know you're a high elf. I don't know what you're talking about. Shuck, at that moment, Kind's body trembled before a silver-haired man appeared in his place. CX sighed. She knew at that point that the man before her was a wizard who was far superior to her. Kind no, Frey, who changed back to his original appearance, spoke softly. I'm a wizard from the Circle. Do you know about the Circle? This was a crucial point. CX bit her lip for a moment before sighing. A bit, CX finally stopped acting. If he was able to see through her illusion, then it didn't make sense to keep up the pretense. Meanwhile, Ivan's expression became strange. This was because he couldn't see through her illusion, and the old woman with age spots before his eyes had suddenly begun speaking in a feminine tone. Then you should know about the demigods. No, from the start, you said you took this mission because you were worried about the undead. That's right. Demigod, I heard that they are transcendent beings who have near godlike powers. No way is the necromancer in the forest. There is a high probability that they are a demigod's subordinate. CX frowned at that. Can't you sense the divine power? I am not a part of the Circle. I felt a strange power, but I didn't know that it was divine power. She wasn't a part of the Circle, but she knew about the Circle. She was the same as Julian Montalivo, the tower master for the third magic tower. Since the High Elves' population was said to be very small, they did not need to hide the existence of the Circle like the humans. The necromancer we are hunting has entered the Great Raynal's forest. It'll be dangerous for us to leave him be. That's impossible. The Great Forest would not accept outsiders, even if they were to use radical methods. The Queen would notice right away, yes, but this guy is different. How is he different? Frey had no intention of talking about Oiden at that moment. High Elves were a particularly loyal race. This meant that it would be difficult for her to accept the possibility of a traitor among their ranks, and there was a higher probability that she would doubt his words and drive the two of them away. This was something he'd also talked to Ivan about before they arrived. It wasn't just that. They also didn't intend to immediately reveal that the one they were after was an apostle. It felt like a lot to hide, but it was important for them to subdue the apocalypse's apostle. I can't explain it to you as you're not a member of the Circle, so all I can say is that we are the only ones who can find him. You've seen the undead he created, haven't you? What if such a disaster were to happen within the Great Forest? CX seemed to hesitate. Frey judged that now was the best time to play his trump card. He sighed helplessly. If that's the case, then it can't be helped. We'll have to find another way. CX couldn't help but ask with a confused expression. Another way? I have acquaintances among the Dark Elves. If it's them, they will believe me. Then he turned around without hesitation. It seemed like he truly intended to leave, but in fact, Frey was feeling rather desperate at that moment. At first glance, the plan that he just said was not a bad idea. The problem is that it's impossible to tell how long it'll take to get a chance to meet the Dark Elves, so the best option would be to enter the forest with CX's help. The most important thing at this moment was how much time they could shave off. Frey hoped that the rivalry between the High Elves and Dark Elves hadn't been completely dissolved after 4,000 years. Wait, CX stopped Frey with an urgent tone. Do you really have a relationship with the Dark Elves? That's right. How could a human interact with them? Dark Elves haven't completely let go of their closed nature even after the Great Unification. The Dark Elves are still closed off. At least Frey didn't think so. How could a closed-off group go to a magic tower in another country and ask to be taught magic? Were the Blacktooth Elves the strange ones? I don't care if you believe me or not. What's important is that we don't have the time for this. Ivan snorted. He was trying hard not to show it, but he didn't like the thought of begging the woman in front of him for help. If he could, he would smash through the trees to enter the forest, grab Oiden from wherever he was, and kill him. He'd beat any elves that interfered half to death. Of course, they couldn't actually go through with such a plan. If that guy, Oiden, noticed the commotion and decided to hide deeper in the forest, they wouldn't be able to find him before the demigod meeting. Even more so in the Great Forest, which was the elves' territory. Can you tell me the names of the Dark Elves that you know? Liamson and Camille. CX took a deep breath. From her reaction, it seemed like she knew them, so Frey tilted his head as he asked. Are they famous? I've never heard the name Liamson, but there is probably no one in the Great Forest who hasn't heard the name of the leopardess. Frey felt pity for Liamson, who was being groomed to be the new leader of their village, and he recalled Camille's powerful momentum. Leopardess, it suits her. It was with her help that he'd been able to defeat Luke's, the Deputy Tower Master turned apostle. That was because her ability to recognize and coordinate both Liamson and Mikkel's powers was incredibly accurate. Besides, the only thing Frey could truly see through was the magic that she had learned superficially. When it came to the martial arts and spirits that she was most proficient in, Frey was unable to tell just how strong she truly was. However, since she was the teacher of Liamson, who was a second-class magic warrior, she should be at least a first-class magic warrior. I see. An acquaintance of the Dark Elveso, the spirit contracted to you, is a dark spirit. Who? CX lowered her head with a small sigh. Don't you have to inform the other mercenaries? He was asking because she had left the mercenary group not so long ago. However, CX shook her head. As you just said, every second counts. At least now was not the time to care about her human identity. Ivan snorted at CX's firm words. HMPH, now you're making sense. Frey looked at him with a dumbfounded expression for a moment. The one who had done nothing was the most satisfied. CX took Frey and Ivan in an opposite direction from where the caravan was heading. Isn't the entrance to the great forest over there? This made him think about the mercenaries that were waiting there. CX nodded. That is an entrance for outsiders, but I am a wandering elf. That entrance has a troublesome entry and exit process as well as a winding road, so it would take at least a few days to get to the nearest village. What I'm taking you to now is a shortcut that every elf race knows about. Shortcut. They like the sound of that. We use the shortcut. It won't be long before we arrive at the high elf village, Lilund. Should I contact the circle members in Lilund? We can talk about that when we arrive. Frey remembered the incident with Luke's. There was no telling whether Oiden would be the same. Therefore, their first priority was figuring out just who this particular elf was. Cooperating with the circle could come after. It would be great if he was just a normal guy. It was just a personal wish, but he knew that the odds were low. After all, Oiden was appointed to be an apocalypse's apostle. Oiden Predictwood looked down at his palm. The skin was white and jade-like, which was common for a high elf, however. His skin appeared to be pale even when compared to other elves. Even his veins could be clearly seen through his skin. Cool. Suddenly purple energy seemed to erupt from his pale palm. Nazdog's divine power. It was a transcendental power that could not only resurrect the dead and make them his servants, but it could literally inflict death upon others. It was a power that didn't suit elves, who were symbols of harmony, but the purple energy still brought a smile to Oiden's face. Shuck. In a flash, he recalled his energy, causing it to disappear without a trace. What are you so worried about? At that moment, the space in front of him became blurred, and the illusion of something could be seen within it. It was a skeleton. It was an illusion of a giant skeleton made of pure white bones and surrounded by purple energy, with green smoke spewing from its eye holes. If death was given shape, wouldn't it look like this? Even if the boldest man were to encounter this figure, they would collapse from the sheer pressure exuded onto their minds. This skeleton was the Death Apocalypse, Nazdog, one of the 5 most powerful demigods. Indra is dead. It had a terrible voice, like the screams of demons, but Oiden simply tilted his head as though it was nothing strange. Was it the traitor again? That's right. And just like before, no traces were found. Oiden didn't understand. He still couldn't understand the fact that there was a traitor among the demigods. Well, how could a mortal understand the thinking of such great beings? Oiden didn't think about it too deeply. Be careful until the next meeting. If you die, I will also be in danger. As you command. SSSS. Nazdog's figure gradually disappeared, and the space once again became stable. Oiden snorted. Be careful. That was only something he'd need to do outside. After all, no one could hurt him within the great Raynal's forest. Wasn't this a place that was closed off to outsiders? Of course, that was only one of the reasons. But in other words, this place was safer for him than anywhere else in the world. He then heard a knock on his door. Oiden got up and fixed his clothes. Come in. A young high elf politely opened the door. He bowed before saying, Oiden, the queen has summoned you. Tell her I'll be right there. Oiden smiled. After all, I can't make my sister wait too long. As the forest began to get thicker, CX said, This is where the great forest begins. Don't fall behind. Hey, take off that illusion spell. Huh, it's weird for an old woman with age spots to talk the way you do. CX's expression hardened. You're rude, I'll take it as a compliment for my honesty. He hasn't said anything, but I bet he thinks the same thing. No, sorry. As Ivan shrugged unapologetically, CX sighed before removing the illusion. As her real face was revealed, Ivan whistled appreciatively. I knew you were an elf, but you look way hotter than I expected. I just thought it was unnecessary to continue using the illusion spell at this point. Not to be your dirty eye candy. Now you're grumbling. Ivan said before turning to Frey, Are you not gonna say anything? I don't care either way. The mana consumption isn't that high. That remark surprised CX a little. Illusion magic wasn't a very high-level skill, but it took a considerable amount of skill to maintain it naturally. Even the mana consumption was slightly annoying. That was why CX distanced herself from the humans when she was disguised as an old woman. It was because it was quite exhausting to pay attention to a conversation while maintaining the illusion. If he was able to do that process casually. Is he a 6-star wizard? But his real face, which he had revealed not long ago, looked quite young. He might not be human. She'd heard that there were all kinds of races within the circle. While CX was thinking that she should not underestimate these two men with her, Frey looked around at the trees before asking. Do foreigners frequently enter the forest? This was completely unthinkable 4,000 years ago. I can't really say. It became better after the Grand Unification, but of course I wouldn't say it's exactly open either. CX looked around. Her ears perked up, and then she changed direction. This was the reason that elves were the only ones who could find their villages in the forest without getting lost. They could hear the forest whispering the way to go in a voice that only elves could hear. Frey followed her while saying, I'd like you to introduce us as partners you found while hunting the necromancer, instead of members of the circle. HMY, because we don't know who or where they are. Just because they entered the forest doesn't mean they wouldn't go to the High Elves' village. If the necromancer isn't there, then we have to search for him. That was a lie. There was a very high chance that Oiden would be in the High Elf village. However, he was just making a plausible excuse for hiding their identities as circle members. Ivan wasn't really from the circle anyway. After hesitating for a moment, CX nodded. I understand, but I will tell the queen the truth. She was more flexible than he expected. Was it because she was a wandering elf who had explored the continent? If she had lived in the forest all her life, then she probably would find it beneath her to tell such a trivial lie. Frey felt that this was a good thing. Of course you should, it was then. A voice sounded in Frey's mind. What are we going to do after we enter the village? It was Ivan's voice. It wasn't the telepathy spell, but instead, it was a skill called conductive sound that was used by magic warriors. No matter how low he whispered, he would not be able to evade an elf's hearing, so he chose this method instead. Frey responded to him using telepathy. We have to find out what Oiden's doing. Why? Why don't we just reveal his identity to the queen or a princess or something? He was much simpler than Frey expected. He just hoped that Ivan wouldn't run his mouth in the village. Well, he decided that it was smarter to tell him as much as possible before he did something stupid. If he completely hides his divine power, then we'll have no evidence to prove that he's an apostle. We are practically outsiders, so they would be slightly cautious toward us, and if we do something wrong, they might kick us out of the village altogether. Since Oiden is a high elf, there's a high probability that he's in the village. Frey turned to look at CX's back. I was just testing the waters, but there seems to still be some tension between the two races. It would be almost impossible for us to get into the High Elves' village with the Dark Elves' help, and even if we do, it would take a lot of time. Only then did Ivan realize why Frey had said so many interwoven lies. At least, it wasn't something that he would have been able to do. We're all wizards like this. He had only heard small bits and pieces, but it felt like Frey had a very systematic plan, so he lost the vague sense of anxiety that he had and was instead filled with reassurance. It was at that moment that he understood the look Ricky had given him. We have to find conclusive evidence. That means we have to find evidence that would give them no choice but to accept that he is an apostle. That must have taken a lot of thinking. It's nice to meet you, friend. At that moment, Frey stared at Ivan for a long while with a blank expression on his face. Ivan's playful voice and expressions seemed to overlap with someone else's. Ivan tilted his head, as if to ask Frey what he was looking at. Frey shook his head and erased the impression of Cassigen that came to his mind at that moment, because the person in front of him was not Cassigen. It took half a day for them to reach the High Elf village Lilund. Frey and Ivan looked at the huge tree that loomed in the distance. There was nothing there just a moment ago. It must have been hidden by barriers. That's right. CX nodded and Ivan stuck out his chin. So that's the world tree. It truly is big enough for that name. We call it Hruhurl. Hroat Hruhurl. Ivan, who tried to pronounce this word a few times, soon gave up. So dirty. Pronouncing it a few times makes it feel like your tongue is being twisted, because it is in Elvish. We have no problems saying it. CX stood before the entrance to the village. There was a small fence around it, but it didn't seem like they were put there to stop anything from entering. However, there were two elves standing there who appeared to be guards, both of whom were women. CX, you came back sooner than I thought you would, she spoke in Elvish. Ivan clearly didn't understand what she was saying, and Frey also pretended to not understand and stayed silent. It just happened, Pippin. Is everything okay here? No problems. How's the hunt for the necromancer? Still progressing, the elf named Pippin glanced at Frey and Ivan. Those guys behind you look like humans. I got some help while hunting the necromancer. They're my partners. Fortunately, she introduced them like Frey asked. Her expression was a little stiff because of the lie, but Pippin did not doubt her words at all. Even so, is there a reason why you're bringing the two of them into the town? I was assigned a mission by the queen. I have enough authority to bring these two outsiders into the village, Pippin. Of course I know that, she shrugged. I'm not trying to pick a fight. I know you're smart and experienced. That's fine, but you can't keep these outsiders in the village for too long. You know that, don't you, of course. The two quickly finished their conversation and CX turned to Frey. It's standard procedure for outsiders to greet the queen. Kaino Frey, shall we go to Hruhurl first? If that is the procedure, then of course we should follow it. I'm sleepy. It won't take long. After this, you can rest your eyes on a soft bed. A soft bed. You know exactly what to say to convince me. He then followed CX together with Ivan. This was the first time he'd entered the Great Forest. That was because 4,000 years ago, he did not interact with the elves very much. Moreover, they completely closed the Great Forest off to outsiders. That was why this was his first time seeing Hruhurl in person. The giant tree exuded a dignified aura that befits its name. Also, the atmosphere of the village was peaceful and comfortable. It was very different from what he imagined a dark elf village would be like. It was the same for humans who had different tendencies and dispositions depending on race, region, and country. It wasn't very surprising. The Queen's Hall is in Hruhurl. It won't take long, so please try to maintain a basic level of courtesy. With those words, she shot an anxious gaze to Ivan, who snorted. I know you've mistaken me as a rude man. Because that's how it appeared, but you shouldn't be biased. He glared at Frey. Are you worried too? Not really. The elven queen is said to be a good person. The words nobility and elegance alone would not be enough to describe her. If you saw her with your own eyes, you probably wouldn't be able to disrespect her even if you wanted to. CX looked at Frey in surprise because he appeared to know more about the queen than she expected. Besides, his relationship with Ivan was a bit strange. At times they appear to be friends, at others it's like a mischievous, immature disciple and his teacher. After a while they arrived at Hruhurl. When they looked up, even if they bent their necks 90 degrees, they would not be able to see the top. Fortunately, the queen didn't stay at the top. It was obvious that it would take a very long time to climb the tree that was much larger than any magic tower. After climbing a set of natural stairs made from stems, they saw a huge space inside of the world tree. They couldn't tell whether the space had been dug out, or if it appeared naturally, but even such a large space was no problem when considering the size of Hruhurl. When they reached the top of the stairs, 4 high elves fell from above. Ivan's eyes shined brightly at their soft landing that had no sound. He felt that these elves were magic warriors with considerable skill. CX, who are those people behind you? The elf at the front was the one who spoke. There were only slight wrinkles on his face, but considering the lifespan of elves, he was probably around 200 years in age. They are outsiders who are helping me hunt the necromancer. I think we will have to stay in the village for a short time because of that, so I brought them here to greet the queen and get permission. I see. The elf looked at them with a sharp gaze before speaking in the human language. Be mindful of your words and actions before the queen, outsiders. Frey nodded before looking at Ivan. Ivan, who was about to say something smart, simply shrugged and kept his mouth closed when he saw Frey's look, as if to say that Frey knew what he wanted to do. It was then. Someone walked out from the Hruhurl. After seeing them, Frey felt a bit surprised. It was a group of dark elves with their signature dark skin and silver hair, and wasn't Camille one of the ones at the front of the group? A middle-aged man stared at him for a moment before saying something to the man beside Camille. I don't know if this went well, Chief Reeves. The man called Reeves spoke in a cold tone. I think it will all work out in the end. That's good to hear. I'm glad that you became the chief of the Blacktooth tribe. You are quite good with your honeyed words. Well, we'll be taking our leave now. Reeves turned his head to look at Frey's group. While he simply stared at Frey, he sent a slightly fierce gaze toward Ivan. Are those outsiders? He seems to be very skilled. I don't know what you're saying, but I like your expression. Do you want to fight? Patience. 2 voices overlapped. They were the voices of Frey and an old elf who stood beside Reeves. The old elf and Frey's eyes met at that moment before they nodded at the same time. Reeves restrained his desire before continuing on with hurried steps. Then I will leave some of the young people here. Camille, you choose. Yes, Chief, we will also send some young people. After nodding his head, the dark elves left. As she passed by, Camille met Frey's eyes. She tilted her head. It wasn't because she'd seen through Frey's illusion. It was because she was wondering why this strange outsider was staring at her. Frey soon dropped his gaze. For now, he should focus on meeting the queen. The high elf queen stayed within the innermost parts of the world tree. The moment one entered, it was not too much to say that the noise of the world disappeared. And this entity, who could easily grab everyone's attention, sat on a throne woven from grass. She had pure white hair that looked like fresh snow and pale skin that seemed to be even whiter. Her 2 silver eyes shined like stars in the night sky. Upon seeing her appearance, even Ivan was left speechless. Compared to CX, whose appearance could already be called extraordinary, her beauty was otherworldly. She also exuded a divine presence which made it difficult to look straight at her. CX bowed her head. The queen seemed to be even more beautiful than she remembered, and it would continue to be so. Frey noticed another fact. She had hardly any high elf characteristics. Was she even a high elf in the first place? He couldn't tell because her ears were hidden behind her shining halo of hair. All the elf queens I've known have been high elves. He didn't quite understand. He had the feeling that she wasn't a high elf at all, and it was due to some circumstances that gave her such an appearance. That seemed to be the likely case. Anyway, it wasn't something that he needed to worry about at the moment. Her lips slowly parted. CX, even her voice was beautiful. It felt like the sweet whisper of a lover. Ivan felt a chill run down his spine and swung his forearm for no reason. CX politely bowed once again. Anarel's first daughter, CX, greets your majesty. You don't need to greet me so politely, old friend. There seemed to be a subtle change in the queen's expression at those words, but it disappeared faster than it appeared. Her silver eyes then turned to Ivan and Frey. Can you tell me who the ones behind you are? They are partners who have been helping me track down the necromancer. Ivan, Frey, greet her majesty the queen. Ivan shook his head slightly, feeling like he'd go crazy if he kept looking at the queen's figure. He was bothered because seeing the queen caused something within him to stir uncontrollably. As a result, his words got stuck before they could come out. Ivan. Then he closed his eyes as if he had said everything he wanted to say. He did it simply because he could not bear to look at the queen any longer, but it was clear how such actions would be viewed by those around. How rude. The face of an old elf beside the queen became red. CX's expression wasn't much different. How dare you behave? Jelpic enough, but your majesty. It's impossible to impose elven etiquette on humans, don't you think? I apologize. Jelpic bowed his head at the queen, but he still looked at Ivan with fierce eyes. He didn't know why Ivan closed his eyes, but Frey clicked his tongue slightly. The atmosphere had become tense. The queen, who had the highest authority, did not seem to mind what had happened much, but the elders around her did not have good expressions. The elders' words are only below the queen's. Nothing good will come from antagonizing them for no reason. The queen's gaze turned to Frey. Frey slowly bowed his head while saying, May the grace of the forest flow for an eternity, and may the sunlight ever brighten the sky. My name is Frey, a wizard from the Cascow Empire, your majesty. Oh. The elders' expressions improved greatly. Some, including CX, looked at Frey with astonishment. The queen looked at Frey with a strange gaze. Wizard Frey, you seem to be very familiar with elven etiquette. It's a bit old-fashioned, but amazing nonetheless. I've had a few chances to make elven friends. CX tilted her head at that. It would be impossible for him to learn such an old-fashioned greeting from the dark elves, as they never liked such things. Did he have other elven acquaintances as well? I am Snow de Predickwood, the elven queen. At that moment Ivan's eyebrow twitched, and he opened one eye. Frey, who was silent for a moment, bowed his head once more. It is an honor to meet you, your majesty. For elves, middle names had a special meaning and could not be used by everyone. De was a middle name that only those who sat on the throne as the queen could receive. But the thing that Frey and Ivan paid the most attention to was her last name, Predickwood. It was the same as Oiden. They forcefully swallowed their surprise. The queen's relative. Frey wondered if things could get any more complicated than they already were. At the same time, he was extremely glad that he had decided not to reveal Oiden's name to CX. It was truly a divine move. It won't be for a very long time, but I still hope that you can enjoy your stay comfortably. CX, can you teach your companions the rules of our society? Of course, your majesty. Snow twitched slightly at that. Frey and CX bowed once again while Ivan simply turned around. The elders' faces became ugly once again, but Ivan didn't seem to care. They followed CX and left the Hruhurl. After a while they arrived before another tree. Because it was the High Elves' village, every tree was quite large. This allowed the elves to build their houses without damaging the trees. Tack. CX, who closed the door, looked around and her eyes seemed to light up. This was proof that she was angry. Ivan, you really, how could you be so rude to her majesty the queen? Had it not been for Frey's quick thinking, that could have gone very badly. Ivan, who rarely shut his mouth or backed down, sighed before saying, I'm sorry. It is entirely my fault. I failed to control myself. This left CX speechless for a moment, as she had never expected him to lower his head and apologize. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, not knowing what to say, before sighing. You two can stay here while you're in the town. You live alone. At Frey's question, she nodded. That's right. Is there a problem? Frey didn't know what to say. It would be considered very bold among humans for an unmarried single woman to have two adult men alone with her in her home, but it seemed to be nothing special among elves. I have to go out for a while. I have a few things to report whenever I come back to town after a while. I might not be able to come back before sunset, so please try not to leave the house. There is food in the master bedroom. See you. After saying that, CX left the house right away. Frey and Ivan exchanged glances before heading to the bedroom, and as they looked at the food on the wooden table, they were dumbfounded. In short, it was a salad. There wasn't even any dressing. You probably couldn't taste anything but grass while eating it. Ivan's expression crumpled to the extent that it was barely discernible. This is goat food. Frey silently took some jerky from his bag and threw it at him. This caused Ivan's face to brighten immediately. Your preparations are quite thorough. It's a bit tough, but that shouldn't matter to a beast like you. Let me see. Ivan smiled and bit into the jerky. Then he stopped. If anyone else had made such a joke, he would have smashed their head without hesitation, so why was he accepting it now? Instead of eating the jerky, Frey began eating the food that CX had prepared. Vegetables without any dressing would only have their natural flavor. Ivan shot him a strange look. How does it taste? After a few bites, it has its own flavor. You should try it. No way. This job just became much more complicated. Naturally, Frey said this using telepathy. He wasn't trying to show off. If an elf was concentrating, they would be able to hear a whisper even if it was hundreds of meters away. Ivan replied casually while chewing on his jerky. Because Oiden is the queen's relative. Right. If we don't have any conclusive evidence, then we will get kicked out in an instant. So what are we going to do? We'll look for what Ricky told me. Huh. Ivan let out a surprised sound. When Frey glared at him, he casually pinched his chin. Did you make this from whale meat? It's so tough and tastes horrible. What did he say? He only told me and left me out. You guys already have such a close relationship, huh? Frey ignored Ivan's words. He said that he needs a medium through which to contact the apocalypse. In particular, he would need a powerful item which was able to send a signal outside this dense forest. A medium. He doesn't know exactly what it is. It could be a bracelet or earrings, a small statue, or an ordinary-looking stone. It could even be a tattoo on his body. That's so vague. How will we find it? Somehow. Ivan felt like the instructions were vague, but Frey was just thinking that the task had become more complicated. He felt like his head would explode while thinking about a way to expose Oiden's identity as an apostle and kill him. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't impossible. If they were able to kill an apocalypse with just this bit of hard work, then it would be more than worth it. Naturally, it was something that would still be worth it even if they had to suffer 100 times more than this. This was why Frey felt extremely fortunate to meet Ricky at this point, although I can't fully trust him. However, he had yet to give up his doubts. His bad relationship with demigods had lasted far too long for him to be able to do that so easily. Ricky probably knew that. One was suspicious and the other one knew it. Nevertheless, the two did not hesitate to work together. They were well aware that it was the only way to achieve their overlapping goals. Of course, it was Ricky's goals that made him more suspicious. A demigod, or more specifically, the Sword Apocalypse. He was one of the 5 demigods directly below Lord. What reason did he have to kill his own kind? His thoughts had strayed. Frey used telepathy again. If he contacts Nazdog, it should release a trace of divine energy. You probably won't be able to feel it from here, but I can. Then we can find out what the medium is. Oh, I see. So we'll just wait here until Oiden contacts the demigod. Right, was that it? It was easier than he expected. Ivan suddenly realized something and asked with a slightly perplexed expression, but what if he doesn't contact them? We'll just have to give him the right amount of pressure to do it. He will be so anxious that he'll have no choice but to contact the demigod. A smile stretched across Frey's lips. I've finally thought of a good plan. At that moment, Frey was thinking about Camille. His first goal would be to contact her. Ivan sighed. I'll be bored. There are no monsters around her for me to kill, so how will I pass the time? He shot a subtle gaze at Frey, who shook his head firmly. I can't, as I'll have business to deal with. Just a bit. Couldn't you just spar with me a few times? It's important. I will think about it after our task is finished. He didn't know when he'd be able to enter the High Elf village again. To be precise, he might never again get the opportunity to see the World Tree up close. The World Tree Hruhurl. There was something he wanted to test on the World Tree which had been around for more than 5,000 years. If he could do what he was thinking, then he'd get a much bigger harvest than he expected. As CX advised, Frey and Ivan did not leave the house. However, instead of it being because they were simply following her orders, it was because they noticed the gazes of guards nearby. It was better to stay quiet and wait than to sneak around and get caught. Frey decided to meditate. The mana in the Great Raynal's forest was just as rich as in the Hispania Mountains. Although he was long past the stage where meditation would make a difference, the more powerful a wizard was, the more habitual mediation became. It helped to stabilize the mind and body as well as improve concentration. It was a great help when there was a lot to ponder. Ivan, on the other hand, took a nap. CX returned the next day looking haggard. It seemed she had stayed up all night. Are you finished with your business? Yeah, you can now wander around the town a bit, except for a few restricted places. Restricted places like what? Places like Hruhurl. There will be elves guarding them, so you will be able to tell at first glance. CX rubbed her eyes before saying, the Hurl Guard are working to remove the damage caused by the necromancer. It's going to take a lot longer to restore the dead areas than I expected. It might take a week, maybe more. Hurl Guard is the name of the circle. 1 week, maybe more than that. The delay in the contact with the circle made Frey feel that they were fortunate. It meant that they could conceal their identities a little longer. I need to sleep a little. CX then mumbled before stumbling to her room. Ivan snorted as he watched her leave. She must have been up all night. What should we do? It had now become natural for them to communicate with telepathy or conductive sound. Frey told Ivan the plan he'd concocted. Contact a woman among the dark elves named Camille. She should be somewhere in this high elf village. If the high elves ask why you're looking for the dark elves, tell them that you want to spar. Then, you just need to tell them my name and that I want to meet them. That's it, that's right. If it was Camille, she would find a way to contact him. She would have more knowledge about the high elves than he did. Besides, dark elves were masters of stealth. This was something that he'd learned while sparring with Liamson. Ivan grinned and nodded. He was getting an opportunity to fight the dark elves anyway, so he had no intention of rejecting Frey's plan. Frey and Ivan split up. Since the day before, the number of people watching them was not large, so by splitting up, they were able to greatly reduce the amount of attention placed upon them. I don't need to go too close to Hruhurl. It was impossible in the first place. It didn't matter if he was a reasonable distance from the world tree. For his objective, it was better for him to find a quiet place. The condition necessary to communicate with the world tree was pure nature energy. Elves who were born in the forest, raised in the forest, and live in the forest met this condition easily. Among them, the elven queen was especially pure. He'd heard that by staying in the great forest their entire lives, they were able to connect with nature more than anyone else. This was what made his current plan possible. Only the queen could share their soul with the world tree, but it was still possible for Frey to have a brief contact. Not too long after leaving the house, he was able to find a suitable place. It was behind and in the shadow of Hruhurl, so no elf wanted to live there. The team of watchers still followed him, but that didn't matter. It was normal for wizards to meditate in places that were rich in nature energy. On the outside, he would simply look like a wizard who was devoted to his training, so they wouldn't act hastily. He closed his eyes and immediately felt like his mind was floating. This could be described as a partial out-of-body experience. Of course, this didn't mean that he was completely defenseless. He had already set up several barriers in advance, and he could still react to any nearby movement. The world that only the mind could see was completely different. There were dozens and hundreds of lights in a dark space. These things were spirits, or as some would call them, souls. Some of these lights were particularly bright. These lights represented people like Queen Snow, the elven elders, and Ivan. Ivan's light was intense. Frey could approximate a person's level of skill based on the light of their soul, and among these bright lights was a light so strong that the other lights could not compare to it, even if they were all combined. Even Ivan was only like a firefly before the sun. Frey moved his soul closer to this bright light, and it slowly began to leave his body. He felt the pleasant sensation of floating, followed by warmth, comfort, and relaxation. This warm, joyful feeling filled his entire body. Frey tried to find the core of this bright light without letting go of the feeling. Then, found it, Frey dived into the center of the light. The world was completely white. This was the soul space. Frey looked down at his body with surprise. This body wasn't Frey Blake, but Lucas Troman. It was the body he had in his peak, in other words, before he died. When he flexed his mana, he felt power that Frey could not hope to match currently. I see. Since this is the imaginary world, did I subconsciously see my original image? His expression became strange as he wondered if he had been longing for the feeling he currently had. Hello. A soft voice entered his ear. Frey turned around. Standing there was a beautiful, gentle woman with brown hair. She had a presence that felt like the goddess of nature. Frey bowed in a much more polite manner than when he greeted Snow. It's an honor to meet you, Hruhurl. Hoo-hoo. Hruhurl chuckled softly before lightly waving a hand. The white space flickered for a moment, and in the next instant it became a comfortable room. They were now in a wooden house, which had warm sunlight streaming from the open windows and steaming cups of tea on a small wooden table. Hruhurl sat at the table first before gently beckoning to him. Would you like a seat? Frey sat in front of Hruhurl without saying anything. She picked up her tea and took a sip before speaking. It's been a while since I had a chance to talk to anyone besides elves. Does it make you uncomfortable? No way. I'm actually very happy right now. I've been longing to meet someone new for a while now. Hruhurl let out a laugh. Frey also smiled. There's something I'd like to ask you. If it's about them, I have nothing to say. Unlike before, the voice that came out was extremely cold. There was no need to ask who they were. Even Hruhurl couldn't escape the influence of the demigods. Frey felt a bit disappointed. Had Hruhurl, who shared a bond with Snow, vouched against Oiden, then they would need no other witnesses. However, that wasn't what Frey wanted to ask. I understand. However, what I'm actually curious about is the past. First of all, I think I should show you something about me. At that moment, Frey conveyed his memories to her. Hruhurl accepted his memories while silently admiring his ability. He has a great understanding of the soul space. This was the soul space. It was possible to share memories and feelings with those you were connected with. However, such a task was not as simple to do as it sounded. The man in front of her had a better understanding of the soul space than Snow, who could be said to be the most talented out of all the queens she had witnessed. But that was just the beginning of the surprise. What Frey showed her were the memories of Lucas Troman. After he gained this body, Hruhurl was the first person that he revealed this information to. Hruhurl's eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. The time it took was not long, maybe a dozen or so seconds. However, Hruhurl had been able to fully accept all of Frey's memories in that time. Bloody battles with immensely powerful demigods, a group of friends that he'd traveled to the ends of the world with being sealed by Lord, the years of solitude spent in the abyss, acquiring a new body, realizing that 4,000 years had passed, and the loneliness that came with knowing that no one he cared about was left. Gulp, a stream of tears flowed from her eyes. The memories of Lucas were so filled with thorns and downfalls that even a transcendent being like Hruhurl, who had powerful mental capabilities, could not control her emotions. It was a miracle that he did not give up after experiencing more pain than anyone could hope to imagine. Hruhurl had no choice but to feel respect and pity for the human sitting before her. You've had a really, really hard time. You've walked a path of pain and loneliness for so long. You really doing all of that alone. Hruhurl could not find the words to express how she felt and simply cried sorrowfully. Frey looked at her. He knew she was crying on his behalf, yet he was calm in comparison. I can take it. Hruhurl wiped away her tears. She understood. This man in front of her could truly handle such pain and pressure. She knew this because she had seen Luca's memories and felt what he had in those moments. But being able to endure it and being okay were completely different. The pain that Frey had endured and will endure in the future. The burden on his shoulders was too heavy. An ordinary person would have already been crushed by the weight of it all. Still in her eyes, this face, which had just said that it could endure it, looked incredibly sad at that moment. I am also bound by Lord's power. I know. The power the demigods can exert on transcendent beings is much higher. It was ironic. Demigods couldn't exert their full power on mortal creatures like humans or elves, but when dealing with semi-transcendent and transcendent beings like Hruhurl or dragons, they could use their powers without restraint. But I want to help you. I will tell you anything you want to know. Hruhurl said this with a determined voice. Her attitude now was more serious than ever. Frey looked straight into her eyes before speaking. I want to know what happened to my friends. This is something that you should know since you are connected to all the earth in this world. Hruhurl, who was silent for a moment, finally opened her mouth. That's right. I know how the heroes of the Age of Light ended up. The most mysterious one was actually you, Lucas Troman. Only after seeing his memories did Hruhurl understand how Lucas had disappeared without a trace. Not even Hruhurl could see through the absolute field, which usually surrounded 9-star archmages. Perhaps except Lord, who had made Lucas disappear. It was understandable that Hruhurl found no traces since it was the power of the being considered closest to God. I'll tell you everything I know. First is the magic warrior king. He was killed in the Amakin Desert. After fighting against a demigod for more than a week, he eventually died. It was a terrible battle. To die while fighting to the end. It was truly a death befitting Cassigen. Frey praised him for being able to fight a demigod to death on his own, but he couldn't stop the heavy feeling in his heart when he heard about his death. The Sword King met his end in his homeland, Icalium. Hruhurl didn't say exactly which demigod killed him. It seemed it was not something she could say directly, but it didn't matter. All of this information should be stored in Anastasia by Schweizer anyway. And the great sage Schweizer Stroh, his Endai can give you the details. Unfortunately, why would it be unfortunate to give him the details? You will have to prepare your heart, no matter how much of an impenetrable fortress your mind is. HWAC. At that moment, their surroundings began to change once again. The quaint living room distorted and disappeared completely, replaced by an area that looked black and dead. Frey looked up. A black sun was burning in a purple sky. He wondered if this was the way the world would look before it ended. A painful cough was heard, causing Frey to turn around. He saw Schweizer. He looked just like he had in the last room of the dungeon. However, he was not in good condition. His white robes and beard were stained with blood, and his wrists, which were visible from his sleeves, looked like withered tree branches. Schweizer wiped blood from his mouth with his hand. I always knew that there was a traitor among us. What? But I would never have expected it to be you. Now I understand why the relationship between Lucid and Cassigen had worsened to such a degree, and how the demigods got their information. Hoo-hoot! At that moment, the space in front of him shifted, and a woman appeared. Her ebony hair fluttered in the wind. The woman wore revealing clothes that fully exposed her alluring body and a seductive smile on her face. Schweizer closed his eyes. Trusted you? The woman laughed. Her white teeth, which contrasted with her ebony hair, was very eye-catching. Don't be ridiculous, Schweizer. We both know that's not true. I wasn't talking about me. Schweizer staggered slightly and shook his head. Then with clear eyes, he looked toward the woman, Iris Fistfounder, and said, Lucas trusted you. Schweizer predicted his own demise. His internal organs were a mess. Even if no one came to finish him off, he probably wouldn't live to see another day. But in the end, Iris had come to finish the job herself. Because of this, his probability of survival plummeted to 0. His life flashed before his eyes like a kaleidoscope of memories. He didn't have many happy memories. Meeting Lucas for the first time, learning magic in the magic tower, and finding friends who would accompany him for the rest of his life. The sincere gratitude from his students. But there were countless bad memories, especially after Lucas died. In the face of death, Schweizer realized why a calm heart preceded regret or fear. I'm so tired. Schweizer looked at Iris before saying, Lucas trusted you, so I know we all trusted you. He disliked Iris Fistfounder, but it was not to the extent of being hatred or disgust. Instead, as someone who had overcome countless trials with her, he felt like he knew her more than anyone else. This was why he found it hard to believe that she had betrayed them. He just assumed that she could not accept Lucas' death and had shut herself off from the rest. He never would have guessed this outcome. Same here. While we were teammates, I trusted all of you. Do you know what you're doing? Blood began to clog his throat. Unable to hold it in, Schweizer turned his head and spat. Pieces of his organs were visible in the blood. He struggled to wipe his mouth again. Lucas's lifelong desire was to completely destroy the demigods, and now you're directly opposing that wish. You are making it sound like the subjugation of the demigods will end with your death. Aren't you overestimating yourself too much? Iris was still smiling. Schweizer couldn't tell what she was thinking. She only ever revealed her true emotions in front of Lucas. In front of him, she became a girl in love. However, the dense Lucas never seemed to realize it. Are you blaming us? Do you think that we are the ones who drove Lucas to his death? I don't have any feelings towards you guys. Iris walked towards Schweizer slowly while speaking in a sing-song voice. This is the truth. Of course it did make me sick to see you trying to take Lucas' place. As you said, my abilities were lacking. Ahaha. Don't pretend to be modest, Schweizer. It's disgusting. Iris let out a laugh as she said those vicious words. Had the situation not been the way it was, she might have been able to take his words as a bad joke. What are you going to do next? Next, after killing me? That's not something you need to know. Schweizer looked at her with sunken eyes. Are you really working with the demigods? Iris' smile faded, and a strange light seemed to flash in her eyes. If so, I'm sure that Lucas would feel extremely disappointed, even in death. For the first time, anger erupted on her young, beautiful face. Shut your mouth. Lucas isn't dead. After a while, a bright, seductive smile appeared on Iris' face once again. Schweizer, I'm sorry that I have to kill you. Truly. Pot. In that instant, a crack appeared in Schweizer's chest from which blood poured out like a fountain. He felt no pain. He couldn't speak for when he was at his peak, but there was definitely no way for him to defend against Iris' attacks now. He could hear Iris whisper through his fading consciousness. Don't worry and take a rest, Schweizer. I will fulfill Lucas' wish personally. Schweizer's body collapsed, his blood forming a pool around him. Because I've thought of a way to deal with the demigods. However, it's impossible in this era. A little more time will have to pass. Enough to drive them into a corner. Perhaps 4000 years. I know it's a very long time, but that's fine, I'm patient. You probably can't even hear me anymore. Iris shrugged and left. Schweizer couldn't even watch her departure. His head was slowly sinking into his pool of blood on the dead earth. My eyelids are heavy. He knew that if he closed his eyes now, he would never open them again. So Schweizer stood up. No, he tried to stand up. Thump. Schweizer struggled, but ended up falling face first into his blood again. His body felt like it weighed a ton. In the end, I accomplished nothing. He couldn't defeat the demigods, bring his friends back together, or even prevent Iris' betrayal. No, in the first place, he couldn't even prevent Lucas' death. How unsightly. He never felt more undeserving of the title Great Sage than at that moment. I have to get up. He felt that even death was a luxury he didn't deserve. But his body wouldn't move. He'd lost too much blood. It was an injury that even a saint wouldn't be able to heal if they were to come. In the end, I still failed. His vision became blurry. Schweizer realized that he was crying. This was the first time he'd cried since Lucas disappeared. His lips parted slightly. I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm so sorry. It's impossible for me now. How embarrassing. Ruhurl shook her hand, causing the scene to fade away. She turned to look at Frey. He had a rather strange expression on his face. It felt like he was angry and grieving, yet at the same time it still felt like there were no changes to his emotion. No, there was no way he was okay. Ruhurl knew just how much he cared about his 4 friends because she had seen his memories. Iris had betrayed him, and he had even seen her kill his best friend, Schweizer. This would be incredibly difficult for Frey, who cared about his friends more than anyone else could imagine, to accept. Still, there was something she had to say. Ruhurl opened her mouth with a stiff expression. Iris Fistfounder is still alive. Alive. In this era, yes, but there is no guarantee that she is the woman you remember because too much time has passed. It's possible that even if you were to meet her again, you would not be able to recognize her. Frey remained silent. It was natural that she would not be able to recognize him since he now had the face of Frey, but Iris would have to become an entirely different person for Frey to be unable to recognize her, and it was possible that it was not just her appearance that had changed. Frey remembered Schweizer. He remembered the tears that he had shed at the end. "I'm sorry." And just like in his note in the dungeon, Schweizer had apologized to him. He didn't have to. Frey felt that he was the one who should apologize. He had irresponsibly and impulsively fought against Lord and lost, and now he was seeing the consequences of his actions. All the heroes who had been fighting to save mankind were now dead, except for one, Iris. When he recalled her face, he couldn't help the heavy feeling from filling his heart again. He still couldn't believe that she really killed Schweizer. A part of him felt like it still wasn't true, but he was forced to accept the truth. What Hruhurl had shown him was one of the Earth's memories, which meant it was something that had definitely happened. It was something that was impossible to fabricate, and even if it was an illusion, there was no way he wouldn't see through it. Hruhurl said that Iris was still alive. This was information that he would have originally been pleased to learn. There was someone from the same era as him who had survived 4,000 years. Moreover, it was one of the friends who he had opened his heart to, so it would be strange if he didn't feel a sense of joy. However, Iris killed Schweizer. There must have been a reason for it. She might have been threatened, or she might have acted after coming up with a plan of her own. Regardless, she wouldn't kill Schweizer for no reason, because she was a reasonable person. But that didn't matter to Frey right now. The important thing was that Iris had killed Schweizer. Regardless of her circumstances or reason, that fact could not be changed. Killing a friend, that was something that Frey that Lucas would never accept. It seemed there were more and more things that he had to do. Not so long ago, he'd thought that he would be able to relax, but he couldn't. There were so many things that he had to do and so many things that he had to look into. Frey felt like he didn't have time. He looked back at what he'd been doing. Until now, he'd assumed that he was making good progress. He thought that he was calmly putting one foot in front of the other without being impatient. He hadn't spent his time in vain. In fact, he even had a few achievements. Buth had been too relaxed. "It's not enough," Frey muttered to himself. Hruhurl tilted her head slightly. Oidin Prediquid, the Apocalypse's apostle. To subdue him, Frey had tried to be cautious and careful. Without alerting him, without revealing his identity, he would have slowly applied pressure onto him as if driving his prey into a corner. But was that really the best way? Wasn't excessive prudence just as bad? It was time to reconsider. As time passes, Oidin will get continually stronger. He'll keep growing stronger every day until he is defeated. Ricky had told him that Oidin was already strong enough to defeat them even if they worked together. So what would happen if a week or more passed? Or what if the situation became complicated and they ended up being delayed till just before the deadline? How strong would Oidin be by then? Frey, no. Lucas was once defeated by the terrifying being known as Lord. He'd thought that he'd gotten over it, but that didn't seem to be the case. The defeat from that time had left a deep scar on his heart, so even when he was dealing with Oidin, he tried his best. He was moving under the impression that he would become stronger as time passed, but Oidin was the same. He knew that, yet he still didn't make an effort to move quickly. This was because it was more comfortable to prepare thoroughly. The fact that Oidin was Snow's blood relative was a good excuse. Frey realized what he was lacking. Of course, there were many aspects of him that had improved compared to 4,000 years ago, like his calmness, coldness, and experience. If so, what had worsened when compared to then? Ambition. He had been determined, to the point where he was even willing to throw away his life. 4,000 years ago, in a situation where defeat was inevitable, he would have still tried to take down even a single demigod with him. Sometimes there were even moments when he would throw his body into thorny situations without hesitation. At that moment, Frey regained that desperate mindset that he'd lost 4,000 years ago. Then he was able to view his present situation from a different angle. He could not delay this any longer. Oidin was a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any moment without warning. He was a risk factor that needed to be dealt with even if it was a second sooner. He shouldn't give him any time. Wait for Oidin to contact the demigod. Report to Snow after obtaining conclusive evidence. No, this was not a situation where he could be so relaxed. He would kill Oidin before the elves could notice. Even if his relationship with the Great Forest became sour as a result, it was still nothing compared to being able to kill a demigod. His thoughts were still complicated, and his chest still felt like it was filled with dark clouds, but he knew what he needed to do now. Tonight, he would settle it before dawn. Learning of his friends' deaths was like prying open the wounds that Frey had tried so hard to cover, and the sadness that followed was daunting. Nevertheless, it was something he had to confirm. As Frey bowed in gratitude, Hruhurl shook her hand. "I'm happy to help you, Lucas. No, it should be Frey now. Call me whatever you like, Hruhurl. The forest will be noisy tonight." Frey informed her honestly. He immediately noticed the grief that filled Hruhurl's eyes, but he had no intentions of changing his plan. He had already made up his mind. Hruhurl sighed. There would be many casualties that night, and it would leave a deep scar in the forest that would take a long time to heal. For her, it was no different from watching her children get hurt, but there was nothing she could say, because she understood the fate of the man standing before her. Blessed be your path ahead. And more than that, she hoped that happiness, tranquility, and good fortune would follow him, before Frey's mind was utterly destroyed. As Frey's words left his lips, his surroundings began to blur. It was a sign that he was leaving the soul space. Hruhurl's face was covered in a bright light before her figure disappeared completely. After returning to his body, Frey slowly opened his eyes. His body was cold and stiff as though he'd slept outside during the night. Frey got up from his seat and looked at the sky. The sun was just setting. It should have been about half a day. It wasn't exactly that long, but it should be around that time. He could still feel the presence of watchers around him. Frey stretched before heading back to CX's house, Creek. When he opened the door, he found Ivan doing one-handed handstand push-ups, his arm bending and straightening at a steady tempo. When he looked closely, he realized that he was actually using one finger instead of his whole hand. His entire body was being supported by one index finger. 2,817, 2,818. For a second he wondered if he had misheard, as the numbers he just heard far surpassed even his wildest imagination. Seeing that his entire body was dripping with sweat, it seemed that quite some time had passed since he'd started his training. I met the woman called Camille. She said she would come when the sun had set completely. Ivan sent a message over to Frey without looking up or stopping his push-ups. This showed that such an act had already become natural. Frey also responded telepathically while pretending to not care about the bizarre spectacle before him. Good work, but it would be best if you stopped working out though. Why? I'm now starting to feel a burn. Because we're going to deal with Oiden tonight, you'll need to be in your best condition. Ivan's rhythmic movement faltered for a moment. Frey could instantly feel the battle lust that exuded from his body. Taut, Ivan applied force to his finger and shot up off the ground before flipping once and landing on his feet. I need to rest a little. There's a stream nearby, I'll go wash there. Then he went outside. Frey watched him leave before heading deeper into the house. CX was sitting at a table mixing herbs. After a quick glance, he saw that she was mixing various medicinal and poisonous herbs. You were gone for a long time. What were you up to? I was just doing some meditation nearby. I'm sorry, but do you have anything to eat? He was hungry since he hadn't had anything to eat all day. CX stood up while saying, wait here. After a little while, she came back with a bowl in her hands. Frey thought that it would be a salad similar to the day before, but he was surprised to find that it was a stew. There was even meat in it. I'm sorry about yesterday. It was my first time entertaining human guests. It seemed the plain salad that she'd left yesterday was not intentional. Frey shook his head. It wasn't bad, I'm glad to hear. Ivan didn't seem to like it. He's just an immature guy. It's like someone complaining about having no side dishes. Just ignore him. Hoo-hoo. CX chuckled softly at Frey's joke. Frey sat at the table and took a sip of the stew. It was delicious. It seemed that she had learned to make stew very well during her adventures around the continent. It's delicious. Great. Are you going to rest tonight? I think so. I have some work to do. I will probably be back by tomorrow morning. All right, I'll tell Ivan. Please do. CX left the house and Frey returned to his room. Then he blew the candles out, sat on the bed and started meditating. It was unexpected, but CX's absence made Camille's imminent visit much easier. When the sun had set completely and moonlight settled upon the village, Frey felt something. He slowly opened his eyes. There was someone standing in a dark corner of the room. The person's body, though blurred slightly by the darkness, had curvature that could only belong to a woman. Frey spoke calmly. It's been a while, Camille. She didn't answer and instead stood there. Frey released the illusion of kind on his face and showed her the Frey she knew. Only then did Camille step forward, following the sound of a quick breath. She spoke in a confused tone. It really is you, Frey. I was looking forward to meeting you again, but I never expected it to be in a high elf village. Likewise, Camille had a strange expression on her face. I heard rumors that you joined the Troman Rings. Besides the Fistfounder armlets, Camille, who had a strange expression for a while, eventually shook her head. No, I don't think it's something I should say here. Anyway, why are you here? Frey briefly explained everything that happened up until that point. Of course, there were some things that he kept hidden. For example, the meeting with Ricky. He couldn't explain to the circle that he'd made a temporary alliance with a demigod and an apocalypse at that. Camille's expression became serious after hearing everything, especially when she heard that Oiden was the apostle. At that moment, even Camille, who had experienced countless difficult situations, could not control her emotions. Is it really Oiden? He appears to be the Queen's blood relative. That's not exactly true. The relationship between Oiden and the Queen is a bit strange. Queen Snow was adopted by the Predickwood family. Adopted. It was a word rarely used when referring to elves. Camille smiled bitterly since she also knew this fact. It doesn't happen much in elven society, but this time it was unavoidable. The The queens from every generation are born from the Prediquid family. However, no girls were born in this generation. He didn't know that the position of queen was hereditary, so they adopted Snow. Right, you met Queen Snow, didn't you? You should have been able to tell that she is not a high elf. Indeed. Frey recalled Snow's appearance. Except for her white skin, none of her characteristics were that of a high elf. She's an ice elf. This is the first I've heard of that. In addition to high elves and dark elves, he knew of wood elves and gray elves, but this was the first time he'd ever heard about ice elves. Camille nodded as though she expected as much. They're not a race from the Great Forest. They're a small group who live in the frozen lands in the far north. The frozen lands in the far north. That was a place where only animals and monsters that had thick fur could live. He didn't expect that there would be elves living there too. Camille continued with a serious expression. Oiden was a friend of Chief Reeves. I heard he had a lot of complaints when Snow was chosen to take the position of queen. He believed that he would be able to communicate with Hruhurl. I guess it wasn't possible. There has never been a case of a male elf communicating with Hruhurl before. Oiden was very talented, but he couldn't change history even if he was able to form a connection with Hruhurl. He would not have gotten the seat in place of Snow. It's already been a few decades since then. At that time, it was said that Oiden's anger was enough to burn the entire forest down, enough to burn the forest down. This was an idiom that was often used by the elves. Simply put, it meant he was extremely angry. If it had been anyone but Frey, the listener might not have understood what it meant. Then at some point, he just went silent. Since then, everyone believed he'd change as he became extremely hard-working and did his best to benefit the Great Forest, even to the extent of becoming one of Queen Snow's greatest aides. He must have become an apostle at that time. Camille mumbled under her breath before biting her lip. Frey asked the thing that concerned him the most. Is Oiden strong? Very strong. Camille answered assertively. Oiden is a spiritualist. He has even managed to sign a contract with the Wind Spirit King. High elves have naturally higher spirits than other elves, and Oiden is extremely talented, even among high elves. Spiritual energy wouldn't collide with divine power. This meant that he would be able to use the power of the Spirit King together with the power of death. This made dealing with Oiden several times trickier. 4,000 years ago, the Spirit Kings would never work with demigods. If so, the Spirit King, who had an extremely acute sense of pride, would not lend its power to Oiden, who had become an apostle. Camille, I'm going to attack Oiden now. Right now, aren't you being too hasty? No, rather, now might be the best time. No matter what happened, Oiden would eventually learn about their presence. Since they were outsiders who were here to hunt the necromancer, it was inevitable that he would not view them in a friendly light. Therefore, the best time to launch a sneak attack was when he had yet to notice their presence in the village. All right, I'll help you. Are you sure? You sent your partner to call me here to ask for it anyway. But I didn't expect him to be the Magic Warrior King's successor. He's really no joke. What happened? He provoked our young warriors. They couldn't take the beating and came to find me, but I couldn't even touch the hem of his shirt. It was as expected. He wasn't belittling the power of the Dark Elves, but they could not hope to defeat Ivan. That man is a monster. I don't think even Chief Reeves would be able to face him in a head-on confrontation. Camille shook her head for a moment before she looked at Frey again and asked, So what would you like me to do? Did you see the Watchers who are looking over Ivan and me? I did. It was embarrassingly easy to avoid their notice. It was less than he expected. Even Frey hadn't been able to identify just how many there were, as expected of a dark elf. Please knock them out, only until sunrise. Can you do that? It's not difficult, but... Camille looked worried about something. Frey immediately understood what it was that worried her. I will take full responsibility. If something goes wrong and the High Elves accuse you, tell them that you were blackmailed. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. Just this much is already tremendously helpful. He meant it. Camille was staying with the High Elves as a guest. There was no way she would want to be put in a difficult situation. She had already hardened her resolve and decided to help. In particular, not just anyone would be able to get rid of the eyes watching him in a stealthy manner. This point was especially important since the elves had extremely sensitive vision and hearing. This was something that only Camille, who had both stealth and skill, could easily accomplish. Then, please, leave it to me. Camille's figure disappeared. It hadn't been long since Oiden Prediquid became an apostle. This meant that he hadn't made Nazdog's power completely his. This was natural. Apocalypses were much stronger than other demigods. Moreover, even among the apocalypses, Nazdog's power was the extremely dangerous and volatile power of death. He knew that. After becoming an apostle, it was something he kept in mind. He'd always treated his power carefully. However, there was something he didn't know. In order to not be consumed by Nazdog's power, it was necessary to release the bloodlust that built up over time. Cuck. Oiden groaned and clutched his head. His eyes became bloodshot. It's getting harder to suppress the bloodlust. When he was outside the forest, he did not suffer from these symptoms because he could kill someone every day. However, after returning to the Great Forest, he had no one to kill. It had only been a few days, but it had already reached this state. I want to kill. No, he had to kill. If he continued suppressing it, he felt like he would go crazy. His vision became tinted red. Didn't matter who it was, he wanted to kill someone. He wanted to split their flesh, drain their blood, rip out their intestines, and smash their bones to pieces. Oiden scratched his shoulder crazily. It was so violent that his skin split and blood began flowing out. However, the pain cooled his head. Let's kill someone. Oiden left his house the moment he made up his mind. All he had to do was not use his divine power. Of course, Oiden had the ability to kill someone and cover his tracks without having to use his divine power. Then he saw a woman walking near the stream. Oiden observed her from the side. Her beautiful face was familiar, and after a moment he realized who she was. She was the girl who used to hang out with Snow a lot before she became the queen, CX. Oiden smiled as he whispered her name. Oh. CX closed her eyes as she let out a sigh. She was tired. She didn't think she'd slept more than 5 hours in the last few days. This was a common occurrence while she was a mercenary, but she hadn't expected to do it even after returning home. Her body demanded rest. I should call it a day. It was late at night. It would be rude to visit someone at this time, just as she made up her mind and turned around. Ah, someone was standing behind her. CX froze for a moment. Did I surprise you? I'm sorry. A soft voice was heard. At that moment, the clouds that were covering the moon shifted and illuminated the person's figure. Seeing the exposed face, CX sighed in relief. It was Oiden Predictwood. He was one of the High Elf Elders and Snow's older brother, and he shared a very good relationship with CX. Mr. Oiden, hello. Oiden gave her his usual bright smile. At that moment, CX froze for a moment. For some reason, she felt that something was out of place. It must be an illusion. What are you doing out here so late at night? Ah, I guess you haven't heard, but I've brought 2 outsiders into the village. I have to deal with a few things while reporting on them. Outsiders, they're helping me track down the necromancer that has been operating around the vicinity of the Great Forest recently. Mr. Oiden, sorry, I'm just a bit tired, so you're the one who's responsible for finding the necromancer. It was a mission that Snow must have given her. CX nodded with a proud expression. That's right. Have you gotten any clues? No, unfortunately. I see, Crunch, Oiden mumbled softly as he stepped closer to her. When she saw this, the strange feeling she felt earlier became even clearer. It was similar to the feeling she had when she was in danger. What's going on? Oiden was one of the elders who protected the village, and he had the noble blood of the Predictwood family flowing in his veins. He was one of the elves who worked harder than anyone else to maintain peace in the Great Forest. He'd also had a close relationship with CX for almost 100 years. In fact, when CX was younger, she also considered Oiden to be her older brother. She'd been shy, so she never showed it or said anything, but it was a thought that she had. But what is this feeling? While she tried to sort through her feelings, Oiden continued to approach her. CX stepped back subconsciously. The cold water of the stream wet her ankles, but her spine was similarly cold. CX, just as Oiden whispered her name. Splash! CX fell on her buttocks into the stream, causing water to splash up. She hadn't fallen. Someone had pulled her by the nape of her neck. She saw a man's back. It was a man with a large and muscular body that she'd notice anywhere. Ivan, yep. Ivan swept his bangs while responding to her. It looked like he had just been washing his body as his hair was still wet. CX was confused and couldn't help but ask, what's this about? What a rude way to talk to the person who just saved your life. Stop whining and get out of here. I can't fight while taking care of you. Fight. At that moment, CX was startled as she suddenly felt a stinging pain in her cheek. Her cheek had been cut, and blood was flowing from it. This. Is that a spirit? Ivan raised an eyebrow while asking this. Beside Oiden was the blurry figure of a woman who had her eyes pointing at the ground. CX muttered in a low voice, Stonia, a high-grade wind spirit. It was only then that she understood what was happening. Oiden had tried to kill her with Stonia's power. If Ivan hadn't pulled her back at that moment, her head would have fallen to the ground. Mr. Oidinu, why? Oiden was still smiling. He was smiling so brightly that his white teeth seemed to shine. You should be one of the outsiders that CX brought. I suppose you are also the magic warrior who has been destroying my undead. Ho, you're undead. You're not even trying to hide it. Even if you're related to the queen or whatever, it's over, motherfucker. He said what he liked as though he didn't care that CX could hear him. Oiden laughed at Ivan's words. Did I say that? In any case, it's your word against mine. You don't seem to be very sane. Well, that's okay. Let this old man help you with that. You should feel better after I hit you in the head a few times. Crunch didn't look sane, cuckoo. Oiden let out a laugh that wasn't wrong. He felt strangely excited. His bloodlust soared. He had come out to kill someone. He finally saw CX, but when Oiden tried to kill her, he failed. It was nothing to be happy about, but Oiden was happy. Right, he was happy. He felt an extremely strong sense of liberation that he had never felt in his life. Oiden felt like the dark clouds in his heart had truly cleared at that moment. He started laughing like a madman. He understood why he felt so liberated. It was because he had finally revealed his identity, and it was even in the place where he was born and lived for hundreds of years. Good, very good. He had the blood of the Prediquid family, which made him a noble among high elves, yet he wielded the power of a demigod and defiled the world. The feeling of immorality was so addictive that it seemed to paralyze his brain. Oidin slowly looked around. Liland, the home of the high elves. It was the most sacred place in the great forest as it sat atop the roots of Hrúhurl. I just got an interesting idea. Purple energy began flowing from Oidin's hand. Ivan furrowed his eyebrows. This bastard is planning on using his divine power. It seemed he had truly decided to stop hiding his identity. This was what Ivan wished to see, but he couldn't help the anxiety that filled his heart. This guy was truly strong. Hey, human, do you know why the High Elves chose this place to start their village? How would I know that? It's because of Hrúhurl, the world tree that is connected to every tree in the great Raynal's forest. Therefore, the Queen of the Forest would be able to immediately grasp the situation of the great forest simply by observing the world tree. How many races reside here, if there are any invaders, if the forest is being polluted, and to what extent? What are you talking about? What I want to know is what would happen if the mother of this forest, Hrúhurl, were to die. Shock blossomed on CX's face. She knew. If Hrúhurl died, then the entire great forest would die. Do you know what you're saying? CX's shock was natural. For the elves, Hrúhurl was like a mother. At least CX had believed all the elves thought so. Regardless of whether they were the obvious high elves or wood elves, even the highly aggressive dark elves, the seclusive gray elves or the ice elves who lived all the way in the frozen lands. What was more shocking was the fact that these words had come from the lips of a noble Prediquid. Of course I know even better than you do. I'm a Prediquid after all. Oidin's body slowly began rising into the air as ferocious winds blew around him. It was Stonia's power. This wasn't my original plan. I intended to just rest for a while before leaving, but I've changed my mind. The Hurlguard are also away at the moment, which means there are no obstacles. CX, listen to me carefully, then pass what I say on to my sister. Crack, crack, the ground began to crack, and Undead began crawling out of the cracks. Cold sweat dripped down CX's face. Your one and only brother will transform the great forest into a land of death. A ferocious light shined in Oidin's eyes. CX looked at the Undead and bit her lip. These Undead are much stronger than the ones we encountered before. Could the village stop them? No, it was no longer a question about whether they could stop them or not. They had to stop them, even if they had to risk their lives. What the hell, there aren't any bodies here, so how can you make Undead? Ivan could not help but ask in confusion. Oidin laughed. You are misunderstanding something. I am not a necromancer. I am an apostle with the power of death. Don't compare me to a simple necromancer. That. Oidin laughed and turned to CX again. I will slowly kill Hrúhurl in this way. If I use all of my power, it will take about a week. Do your best to stop me. Do you think we will just let you do as you please? You can say that after you've defeated my friends. Ivan laughed as he watched the Undead, lust for battle practically flowing from his pores. After playing with them for so long, these guys even became your friends. Ivan clenched his fist before he froze for a moment and smiled. My friends are better looking. What? F-woom. At that moment, a powerful firestorm appeared in front of Oidin, causing his expression to become stiff at the surprise attack. Cuck, Oidin shook his hand violently. The nearby skeletons all hastily threw themselves to block the fire, but they were unable to block it completely. Oidin threw himself back using Stonia's power, his body rolling across the dirt floor. Ivan laughed at this scene. Am I late? No, your timing was perfect. That's good. Frey said this as he came to a stop beside Ivan. He looked at Oidin with a sharp gaze. I thought he was smart, but it turns out that he is quite stupid. Otherwise, he would never summon his Undead in the middle of the village. Well, he certainly has a few screws loose. Are all apostles like this? I think so. Luke's also didn't appear to be completely sane when he met him. Anyway, if I knew he was such an emotional guy, I would have provoked him from the start, or maybe sneak attack him. Well, it doesn't matter. We can just attack him now. Ivan smiled viciously as a red haze seemed to rise up from his body. This was proof that he'd entered full combat mode. Oidin got up. There were no injuries as he'd only rolled across the dirt, but he looked at Frey with an expressionless face. I see. So there were two outsiders, a first-class magic warrior and a powerful wizard, very powerful indeed. Oh, you still have time to run your mouth. It seems I'll have to fix that. Frey, I'll kill him. No, wait. Why? Ivan was a little annoyed as his body longed to fight. On the other hand, Frey was calmly observing Oidin. By revealing himself in the elven village, this showed that he had the confidence to win even if the entire village became his enemy. Moreover, despite knowing how powerful Frey and Ivan were, he was still quite calm. Frey released the Great Sage's staff from its bracelet form. This was an opponent that he needed to go all out against, just as he'd done against Luke's. Then Oidin began to mutter. I originally had a contract with the Wind Spirit King. Although this was information that Frey had already received from Camille, it was still strange for him to bring it up here. However, Frey still listened to him, but the proud Spirit King could not stand the power dwelling in my body. As soon as it felt it, it terminated the contract. Cuckoo. Well, if your spiritual power is strong enough, you can take control of a spirit and use it like a puppet. Spirits have consciousnesses. Frey knew this because the Darkoming, the spirit contracted to him, had its own distinct personality, mental domination. Oidinu actually used the forbidden contract. Anger was clear in CX's eyes. It wasn't a contract between equals. Instead, it was a slavery contract. Spirits were creatures that were born from and dwelled in nature. In a way, they could even be considered as nature in itself. Naturally, elves who loved nature would also love spirits. It was unthinkable for them to use spirits as tools. Furthermore, the act of forcing them to sign a contract and controlling their minds was considered extremely revolting. At that moment, CX realized that Oidin had truly thrown away his elven nature. The power of death is extremely powerful, but I still felt that it was lacking something, so I learned a new skill. Oidin removed a dagger from his pocket and cut into his own palm. Blood flowed from the injury and fell onto the ground. Frey immediately realized the skill he learned, a contract. You signed a contract with a demon. They're less resistant to the presence of demigods, unlike the spirits. Fortunately, I'm talented with contracts. A blood-colored seal appeared on the ground. Frey's eyebrows furrowed as he saw this because the seal was familiar. Seal's shapes were not fixed and instead were dependent on the demon being summoned, and Frey knew the seal that Oidin was using well. Are you going to summon Usura? Oidin froze. It seems you know a bit about demons, but knowing won't change anything. Frey lowered his staff as a weird light shined in his eyes. Usura, one of the 3 demon Grand Dukes, contracted to Iris Fistfunder. If Oidin intended to summon him, then Frey would not stop him. This could be an opportunity. SHT, this is why I told you to let me kill him. Ivan was clearly annoyed, but Frey ignored him as he observed the undead surrounding them. His eyes then landed on CX. It seemed that she had finally grasped how horrible the current situation was. Frey approached her while speaking. Leave this to us. You need to go explain this situation to the queen. Explain this situation. How was she supposed to explain something like this? CX's face suddenly darkened because she knew that she was the only one who could complete this task. Outsiders like Frey and Ivan would never be trusted enough. CX bit her lip before saying, I'll be back soon. I'll be sure to bring reinforcements, so please hold on until then. CX left immediately. Frey looked at the undead again. They were stronger than the ones they'd encountered outside of the forest, but they weren't much of a threat. Stop hesitating so much. They're just a bunch of weak bastards. Ivan roared and swung his fist in all directions. Knife fist. He unleashed the ranged attack that turned the undead into powder, but the effect he saw was not what he'd expected. Ivan's expression froze a bit. These guys are tougher. If the undead that they'd met outside the great forest were sand, then the ones in front of them now were rocks. Far from turning them into powder, his attacks hadn't even been able to destroy any of them completely. When some of them tried to put themselves back together, Ivan roared with anger. Eat this, you bony bastards. F-whoosh. Red air came out of Ivan's body, pushing back the skeletons that were trying to pick up their pieces. PSSS. This time the effect was much more obvious as numerous skeletons exploded into powder. Frost scream. Bright light emerged from the tip of the great sage's staff as Frey unleashed one of the spells he'd stored. A large piece of ice smashed many of the surrounding skeletons. However, Frey never took his eyes off of Oidin. He was looking at him because he wondered when Oidin would be finished, but Oidin, who felt that he was checking because he was anxious, let out a loud laugh. It's too late, woo-woong. He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the shining summoning circle. The blood soaked into the ground, causing it to clump together and form various shapes. They were the lost souls of hell shedding bloody tears. These souls simultaneously released a terrible scream. And Frey couldn't help but think that they were fortunate CX had already left. This was because anyone without a sufficiently strong will would go crazy simply from hearing that horrific scream. Woo! An ominous wind seemed to blow through the trees, causing the screams of the lost souls to stop. A demon slowly rose up from the summoning circle on the ground. The first thing that appeared were 2 heads. Then, 4 arms thicker than trees began appearing one after the other. The demon had 6 such arms, each holding a different weapon. Usura. It was a moment when one of the 6 archdukes of the demon world once again appeared on the continent. He was so large that one would feel suffocated just from looking at him. Pack. Ivan, who had just smashed a skeleton's head, spat on the ground before saying, "This guy is way stronger than the high-ranking demons I encountered before. Is he one of the archdukes?" That's right. Although I wasn't able to summon him in perfect condition. Although Oidin said this, satisfaction was evident on his face. It had only been 3 years since he'd learned of the summoning method, but being able to summon an archduke was clear evidence of his talent. His smile became even more relaxed. This is Asurivan, though the summoning was not perfect. He is still strong enough to easily get rid of you too. What do you think? Don't you think he's a suitable replacement for the Wind Spirit King? Frey and Ivan didn't answer. They must have been terrified. Oidin let out another laugh as he spread his arms. Now, Usura, kill them. Asura didn't move immediately and instead inspected his surroundings. He looked at the surrounding forest, the stream and hruhurl that stretched high into the sky. There was a bit of discomfort in his gaze. Is this the land of the elves? To summon me to a place like this, you must be out of your mind. What did you say? Your words are short. Be more polite, little elf. Huck, as he said this, Asura turned his eyes to glance at Oidin. Oidin, who was just about to speak, felt an incredible pressure in his heart and was forced to take a few steps back. If it wasn't for your talent, I'd never have signed a contract with a youngling like you. Even though his words were insulting, Oidin didn't dare to refute them. His back was wet with sweat, but it's been a while since I had a vacation, so it feels pretty good. It would have been better if it wasn't the land of the elves, though. He felt his appetite stirring. Asura's different faces each turned to face Frey and Ivan respectively. The moment he met his gaze, Ivan felt his heart flutter subconsciously, and immediately his pride flared up. What are you afraid of, Ivan? Frey was even more shocked by the familiar gaze. Anyway, a contract is a contract. Should I kill these two humans? Right. Oidin responded with a pale face. Frey approached Asura. Then he looked up at its faces before saying, the Archduke of Demons and the ruler of the slaughter hell, Asura. That's right, human wizard. Do you intend to beg for your life? Not exactly. Asura observed Frey closely. Then both of his heads tilted at the same time. That look in his eyes, I think I've seen it before. He couldn't remember it very well. It was strange. He would never forget such a unique human, and he didn't think he'd met the one in front of him before. It couldn't be possible either. The humans that he'd known before should have been nothing more than cold corpses by now, because they were only mortal. I want to ask you something. Do you think I will give you an answer? You should, Asura, because you owe me. Conductive sound. No, was it telepathy? Using telepathy on a demon. This was the first time. No, this was not the first time. There had been a guy who did the same thing a long time ago. Asura frowned at the memories that he could not recall completely. Pardon my manners, Asura. What? It was at that moment. The landscape around Asura suddenly changed. It transformed from the lush forest to a desolate hell filled with endless screaming. It was the slaughter hell, his own territory. Asura realized that this was his soul space, and the man was still standing calmly in front of him. His appearance was different from before, but Asura paid no attention to that. You're a pretty ridiculous guy. Do you understand what you've just done? Asura's body grew to dozens of times larger than he had been before, almost as if he was trying to pierce the sky with his size. The fierce aura that exuded from his body also became many times stronger. This was natural. The body that had been summoned in the great forest could only use a portion of his true power. However, this was his true form, the true essence of the demon known as Asura, the true monarch of the slaughter hell in the demon world. This is your soul space. With your power, it would not be difficult to erase my existence. It was exactly as Frey said. He was currently in his soul form, which meant that Asura could snuff out his existence without much effort. In a sense, he had placed his bare neck against the tiger's fangs. No, it was much more dangerous than that. Why did you come here? I wanted to talk quietly with you. Just because of that. Asura let out a laugh. I'll admit you're a very interesting human, however, that's all that you are. I have lied for thousands of years. Do you think I've never met anyone who also pretended to be as bold as you? Asura lifted one of his weapons. It was a hammer. When Asura had grown to the size of a mountain, his weapons had grown with him. The hammer in his hand was a mountain in its own right. Begone, mortal. I have nothing more to say to you. Then the hammer fell slowly, creating tremendous wind pressure. The screams of the souls in the surroundings became even louder, as though they were screaming for him to kill Frey. It was safe to say that if the hammer hit his soul, Frey would cease to exist. However, Frey still remained calm. I came here to receive the debt from a bet, Asura. The hammer stopped. Debt from a bet. I made a bet with you and won. You promised me 3 favors to use at any time. Asura had a strange expression on his face. Was it a contract? It was. There's only one person that I ever made such a contract with. It was about 4,000 years ago. At that time, Asura hadn't yet become an archduke, but he had power that was close to one. At least, he had the strength to defeat the archduke who ruled over the slaughter hell at that time. However, the archduke of the slaughter hell was not such a simple figure. Therefore, Asura increased his power by signing contracts with mortals in the Middle Earth. Then he met a human, a wizard who was a friend of his contractor at that time, Iris. He remembered him clearly because he was the one human who had the highest chance of crossing the transcendent boundary. Lucas Troman, tell me what bet we made. Frey looked around. Is this scene the slaughter hell? That's right. Frey, who was silent for a moment, finally spoke. I made it possible for you to view this landscape from the highest point. Asura's eyes suddenly glowed a bloody red. Frey realized that he was using one of the powers archdukes gained upon reaching their level. The essence of man, the ability to view the soul. Asura looked at Frey for a long time before bursting into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. His mad laughter shook the soul space violently. Even Frey had no choice but to cover his ears because of how loud the laugh was. The lost souls also began screaming as though they were sharing their master's joy. It's really you. Hukuku, how interesting. I heard you died during a fight against Lord. Did you come back? That's what happened. But you are ridiculously weak now. That's none of your business. More importantly, are you more willing to answer my questions now? Of course, you deserve at least that much. The stronger the demon, the more important the agreements, contracts, or promised, and the weaker the demon, the less likely they were to keep their promises. There were even cases of them eating their contractors. Asura had never been like that. This was one of the reasons that he was able to sit on the seat of Archduke. For demons, the only way for them to truly elevate themselves was by signing contracts. Of course, they could still become stronger if they broke the contract or ate their contractor. It was not that hard. This was why a majority of demons could not resist the temptation and chose the easy way to become stronger. Iris Fistfounder. I was told that she is still alive. Is that true? That's right. Frey wasn't sure how to feel. Hruhurl and Asura, two transcendent beings, had confirmed her survival. Iris Fistfounder was truly alive, just like he was, somewhere on the continent. I want to hear everything you know about Iris. That's not difficult, but I find this really interesting. Interesting, cuckoo. At the moment, I am no longer contracted to Iris. Did you end the contract? No, she was the one who ended it. Why? I guess she no longer had a need for my strength. He didn't understand. Frey narrowed his eyes. You're saying that she wouldn't need the power of the ruler of the slaughter hell and one of the 6 archdukes of the demon world. The power I can exert on the continent is limited anyway. When he heard the words that Asura said next, Frey felt his heart become heavy as though it was filled with lead. She must consider herself to be out of my league after spending thousands of years with the demigods. Are you certain that Iris joined hands with the demigods? That's how it appeared to me. There was one time that Iris summoned me, but when I finally arrived, I was met with quite the surprise. The Lord of the demigods was standing right beside her. He'd seen her standing with none other than Lord. Frey had no choice but to accept the truth. It wasn't just me either. Barbaros and Zephyr were there too. Cuckoo. It was certainly rare for 3 archdukes to gather in one place. Only Iris, who had a once-in-a-thousand-year talent, could do it, but she never summoned you to fight. Right, because our power is very limited on the continent. I don't know what exactly happened after the war, but I think Iris made some kind of deal with Lord. A deal. What deal? I'm not sure, but it seemed she didn't want to fight a losing battle against Lord, so she wanted to negotiate more favorable conditions. When did that happen? It wasn't long after you disappeared, so about 4,000 years ago. Iris, no, Schweizer and his other friends seem to have guessed that Lord was the reason behind his disappearance. Lord did not leave any trace of his actions, but in truth, the fact that there were no traces was the best piece of evidence. What Usra was talking about happened right after Frey had been trapped in the abyss. Schweizer thought that Iris had gone into hiding at that time because she could not handle Luca's death, but that wasn't the case. It seemed Iris was moving alone to achieve some sort of goal. Iris changed a lot since you disappeared. It used to be hard to guess what she was thinking, but it became impossible. However, she didn't go crazy, that's for sure. I've seen enough crazy humans to tell the difference. Anyway, after her deal with Lord, she began working with the demigods. Is it possible that they controlled her mind, or threatened her? I don't know about threats, but it wasn't mind control. I'm not sure if there's anything that could subdue her mind in the first place. Frey agreed. No matter how powerful the demigods were, Iris' spiritual power was not something to be trifled with. All 5 heroes, including Frey, were masters of their respective fields, which meant that their mental states were far beyond the capacity of normal humans. In particular, Iris was a witch who specialized in demon contracts, so her resistance to mental attacks was much stronger than the others. Over time, the frequency with which she summoned me began to lessen, and then she suddenly ended the contract a few hundred years ago, without even the slightest explanation. I heard the same thing happen to Barbados and Zephyr. Usra's lips curled upward. Zephyr was extremely offended by that, and he hasn't signed any contracts with mortals since then. He's quite narrow-minded. Is that all you know? That's right. No, it. Usra seemed to think about something for a moment before opening his mouth. Ira seemed to be searching for something. Looking for something? Like what? That human. The one with white hair and golden eyes. His name was Schweizer Stroh. Usra nodded as Frey supplied him with the name. Right, that was the name. The one who was called the Great Sage. Iris seemed to be looking for his inheritance. Schweizer's inheritance. Right, I heard her muttering about finding a core or something. Core. The only thing that Frey could think about at that moment was Anastasia, Schweizer's magnum opus. A golem core that stored a whopping 1 million ME. Iris knows about Anastasia. He didn't know why Iris was looking for a core. However, if he was able to complete Anastasia, he felt like he'd be able to understand why. Anastasia would have the answers to most of his questions. I'm running out of time. Frey realized once again that he did not have the time to relax and enjoy a slow pace. Is that all you wanted to know? Yes. Good, you still have 2 more requests. Tell me what you want. Frey pondered for a moment before asking, "Can you kill Oiden?" "Impossible." Usra shook his head. "I'd never do something demeaning. I'm not bragging or anything, but I've never harmed my contractors. No matter how many favors I owe you, it's not something I will do." It was a pity, but he knew he was asking for too much. Then what about returning to the demon world without listening to Oiden's orders? That's easy enough. Doing that alone was quite easy. Although his current strength in the outside world wasn't complete because of the faulty summoning, he was still not something that Frey and Ivan were capable of handling on their own. Then there's one more. "Could you sign a contract with me?" "With you?" Usra spoke in a surprised voice. "Didn't you say before that you weren't interested in signing contracts with demons? I'm no longer in a position where I can pick and choose as I like. I have to use every option available." It was clear to him that a contract with Usra would be of great help to him. Although his powers were restricted on the continent, the power of an archduke was not something that could be ignored. Usra looked at him with a slightly weird expression. "Do you still intend to kill all the demigods on the continent?" "That is my only purpose in life." Kukuku. It was a clear voice filled with determination, and Usra could not help the laughter that escaped his lips. Demigods. They were transcendent beings who were practically the rulers of Middle-earth. If a demigod appeared in the demon world, Usra would not be afraid of them. Each of the 6 archdukes, who each ruled over hell, was no less powerful than the demigods. In fact, it was safe to say that they were stronger than the demigods, excluding Lord and the Apocalypses. That's why Frey's existence was so interesting. Compared to demigods, humans were insignificant beings, yet one of these insignificant creatures had declared that they would annihilate the demigods, and it wasn't the case where this man was ignorant of the demigods' power. Instead, he was probably someone who had more knowledge about the demigod's strength than anyone else in the world. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate to fight back. Even when he was afraid, he struggled to overcome it. Usra realized exactly what Frey was. "You are a true warrior. I'm a wizard. I mean your fighting spirit, you fool." It had been a long time since he'd been called a fool. Usra let out a hearty laugh. "Fine, I'll sign a contract with you. You don't have much talent, but I will do it because of our agreement. Cuckoo, you will be my most interesting contractor since Iris." Woo-woon. Blood-colored patterns began forming in front of Usra, and when Frey took a closer look, he realized it was the summoning circle used to summon him. "This is my summoning circle. Make sure you memorize it well so you can summon me when you get the time. We will form the contract then." "Got it." Usra's figure slowly began to blur. Frey wasn't surprised at all. After all, this was a phenomenon that he had already witnessed once that day. His soul began leaving Usra's soul space, and just before he left completely, Frey heard Usra mutter under his breath, "What an interesting human." Frey blinked. He had returned to reality. They had spoken for a long time in the soul space, but only a few seconds had passed in reality. Usra looked at Oiden and said, "I'm heading back." What did you say? What are you talking about?" "I summoned you." So noisy, Usra swung his arm. The sword in his hand twisted and barely missed Oiden. Crack, crack, crash. Hundreds of trees behind Oiden were swept away in an instant. With only the wind pressure released from his lazily swung blade, even the heavy forest trees that were deeply rooted in the ground were sent flying. "You should be more concerned about whether you'll survive tonight, puppet." Puppet, gurgle. While Frey was trying to decipher the meaning behind those words, Usra's body transformed into blood and fell to the ground, soaking it once more. Ivan, who was unsure of what was going on, could only ask with a confused expression on his face, "What the hell? Why did he just leave? Frey, what did you do?" All he knew was that Frey spoke to Usra. He was asking because this guy looked innocent, but he knew that Frey had something to do with what happened. "Well, it's a good thing for us in any case." But something doesn't feel right. Let's focus on Oiden first. Just because Usra is gone doesn't mean we can defeat him. Frey's expression was a bit strange. He looked at Oiden while pondering the words Usra had said while leaving. Oiden trembled. I don't believe this. Bullsh T. H. Hecklerly said that I could use Usra to avert any crisis. Now that he thought about it, there was something he couldn't understand. Who taught Oiden how to summon Usra? It could be Iris. He couldn't let a clue about her slip away. Oiden looked exhausted, but he didn't let his guard down, because he still had his divine power. Crack. The ground split apart, and undead began appearing once again. This time there were many more of them, but there were 4 Death Knights at the front who stood apart from the group. They all wore blood-red armor. "Ivan, watch out for those guys with red armor at the front. What are they? Bloody Knights, huh?" In short, they are a higher-ranking undead than Death Knights. They have a more developed combat ability compared to Death Knights. So they're basically just sturdier punching bags. Frey opened his mouth before closing it again. Ivan shouldn't die at his level. Then he turned back to Oiden. He was flying in the sky on the back of a bone drake he'd summoned. Did he intend to run away? But he was acting strangely. "Ivan, can I ask you a favor?" "Go ahead." After seeing Ivan snort, Frey covered him in some strengthening spells. They wouldn't help him much, but it was better than nothing. Ivan smiled as he saw his faintly glowing body. This is nice. Be careful. They aren't easy to handle. Got it. Frey flew up with a flight spell and shot after Oiden. The drake was flapping furiously as it headed towards its destination without looking back. It didn't take long for Frey to realize where Oiden was headed, the top of Hruhurl. Oiden landed there before turning around to glare at Frey. Anger and hatred were clear in his eyes. Who the hell are you, and what trick did you use against Usura? It's pointless to tell you since you will die here. You can try. Oiden shook his hand. The bone drake shot forward with a loud roar. Thud. Then the body of the drake that was rushing towards Frey froze in a block of ice and fell to the ground. Eek. Oiden shook his hand again, and purple energy began to flow from it. Undead began to rise from the branches of the world tree, and upon seeing this, Frey couldn't help but say, I also have a question. Shut up. The undead began rushing toward him. However, Frey quickly understood that Oiden was no threat to him. Was it because Oiden had been weakened? If so, then why was he so weak? Was it because he expended a lot of energy to summon Usura? Or was it because of the bone drake and bloody knights he just summoned? It was possible since summoning Usura consumed a large amount of energy. After all, summoning an archduke was no easy task. If another archduke other than Usura had been summoned, then everyone in the village including Frey and Ivan would have had to risk their lives to force it back. There was only one thing that Frey was curious about. Why was Oiden investing so much energy into tricks like summoning demons despite being an apostle? Crack, crack, all the undead became frozen and shattered. Oiden's gestures became more frantic. However, in contrast to Oiden, Frey's facial expression became. A haze of icy air seemed to come from his body. Nazdog has control over the power of death, yet you seem to only have the ability to summon undead. This is the power of death. I control death. This is just necromancy. I don't understand. Are you really Oiden? What are you talking about? Crack, the sound of Frey stepping on a piece of ice was particularly loud. Oiden, who received his sharp gaze, shivered subconsciously. Are you even an apostle? Among the apostles, there are those who are able to hide their divine power. The apostles of the mighty demigods, who the circle calls the apocalypses and Lord. That was the information he received from Ricky. Ricky claimed to have betrayed the demigods, but Frey didn't really believe him. So naturally, he wouldn't just take his words at face value. He believed the story about the demigods' hibernation because he had seen Indra's severed head with his own eyes. However, the phrase apocalypse's apostles could hide their divine power was different. He had ample reason to doubt it. Usura called Oiden a puppet. He didn't know exactly what he meant by that. However, it made Frey's question implicitly clear. The power that Oiden showcased was in no way threatening. In fact, Frey had never felt any threat to his life since encountering the man. To put it bluntly, the effort that he needed to exert paled in comparison when compared to Luke's, Indra's apostle. Besides, the depth of his ability was too shallow. It was too meager for him to believe it was the power of death. Otherwise, why would he be so willing to summon a demon while being able to utilize divine power? All of this brought one question to his mind. Is Oiden really the apostle? Frey walked toward Oiden, whose cold, sweat-covered arms were shaking. An apostle? Did you ask if I was an apostle? Obviously. I am Lord Nazdog's apostle. I've heard about Nazdog before. Nazdog, the demigod with the power of death. There was a fair amount of information about him in the circle. This was natural. After all, the circle had once led a punitive expedition against him, and the result was a disastrous defeat. The Troman rings, who had power comparable to the three great circles, headed on a downward spiral following the deaths of the circle master and many key circle executives, and although it wasn't as much, the other circles also suffered heavy damage. It's not just about bringing the dead back to life. It was said that he always had a purple mist surrounding his body. If anyone who was not strong enough inhaled this mist, they would die instantly. It wasn't just that either. With just a touch, he had the power to melt skin and flesh from bone, and he could create ghosts that couldn't be defeated through normal means. You are an apostle, so it is impossible for you to have all of his power. However, even if we take that into account, you are still too weak. Frey looked at the undead around him. Look at this. Oiden, look at the undead that you summoned. Is this all the power you have? The power of the death apocalypse's apostle? Oiden shivered. The man before him was calling him weak. Originally, he would not have expected it just because he said it. Buth knew that this man was stronger than him. I'm sorry, but this is a choice that you will regret for your entire life. The voice of the Wind Spirit King appeared in his mind at that instant. At the time, he had only scoffed at her words, but now he felt somewhat uneasy, as if her prediction was about to be proven. Was Nazdog really tricking him? Nazdog, Lord Nazdog. Oiden cried out his name. At that moment, divine power erupted from his left eye and purple smoke began spewing from it. PSHHK. Artificial eye. Is that the medium? The plume of smoke rose into the air before taking shape. Frey was dumbfounded. He had not expected him to contact his demigod in such a situation. However, Oiden was already unable to think clearly. He looked up at the sky with a desperate expression. He looked towards the only one who would be able to assuage his doubts. That being stood high in the sky, looking like a god of death at that moment. It was a skeleton with pure white bones wearing a sharply contrasting black robe. Overlord. Even Frey felt his heart shake when he looked into the green fires that burned within the skeleton's eye sockets. Cold sweat began forming on his forehead. That's Nazdog. He realized it immediately. The power of the being in front of him reminded him of Ricky. He already found it difficult to breathe just by looking at the image in front of him, which wasn't even the main body. What is it? Please tell me. Lord Nazdog, am I really not your apostle? This guy said that I was too weak. Is he telling the truth? He must be spouting nonsense, right? I am Lord Nazdog's apostle, aren't I? Ha ha ha. Nazdog looked at Oiden, who was laughing awkwardly. His gaze could be predicted by the movement of the fires in his eye sockets. So when Nazdog's gaze turned to him, Frey stepped back and raised his guard. I didn't expect Oiden's identity to be revealed so quickly. Interesting. How did you find out? It was a questioning tone. Frey realized that Nazdog was curious as to how he'd learned of this. Because of the traces that were left around the great forest. You felt it. You're quite sensitive for a human. There are a few people like that, but even then it would not be so fast. What are you trying to say? The traitor. Frey sincerely felt that it was fortunate Ivan wasn't with him at the moment. Otherwise, if that simple guy heard Nazdog's words, he would have reacted as though they had already been caught. Frey wouldn't make such a rudimentary mistake. He simply looked up at Nazdog with an expressionless face, as if to ask what nonsense he was talking about. Nazdog stared at his face. Then the pure white head of the skeleton tilted to the side. That's right, I would expect no less from someone who realized that Oiden was not actually my apostle. As expected, this little ploy attracted enough attention. This bastard. Was the undead plague that had been unleashed on the great Raynal's forest simply bait to lure out the demigod's traitor? No, it wasn't just that. Frey looked at Oiden, who was staring at Nazdog with a horrified expression on his face once again. I see. From the start, Oiden's purpose had only been to serve as bait. He wasn't sure exactly how it was possible, but he couldn't just ignore this chance. If he poked at him a bit, he should be able to get a reaction of some kind. I don't know what you're talking about. This is my first time talking to a demigod, but you talk a lot more than I expected. Nazdog observed the human in front of him. He had been alive for tens of thousands of years, and it was not a hard task for him to understand the thoughts of mortals. After asking a question that he determined to pierce the core of what he wanted to know, he would immediately be able to know the truth from even the slightest reaction. That was why he had responded to Oiden's call so quickly. He was sure that if someone who was able to force Oiden into a corner, to the extent that he would call for him, appeared, they would definitely be connected to the traitor. But somehow he was unable to read anything. How perplexing. This was something that Nazdog had not felt in over 10,000 years. He could not tell what this man before him was thinking. If other demigods heard him say that, they might have burst into laughter, but it was the truth. He who had lived for tens of thousands of years couldn't read the intentions of a man who had not even lived 100 years. That makes it even more suspicious. Oiden slowly stepped forward. Lord Nazdog, please answer me. I threw away everything. You can't do this. Please, am I just a puppet? No. You're not a puppet. Nazdog shook his head. When he heard this, Oiden's eyes lit up. Do you really mean that? Then I am really you. You're not my apostle, you were just bait. And Nazdog pointed a bony finger at Oiden. There's no reason to keep the bait alive when it failed to catch the fish. Uhurk. Oiden's body began to melt. First his hair fell out. Then his skin flowed down like water and his eyes fell out. Oiden's appearance, which was even more gorgeous than Perrin's, disappeared in an instant. Urkug. He tried to catch his melting skin, but it was impossible. His hands had also melted, revealing his white bones. Anawa. Those were Oiden's final words. Puck. His body collapsed in a pile. He died in vain. Frey felt a little empty inside because he had been prepared to risk his life against him. He turned to Nazdog once again. It might have been because of Oiden's death, but his figure had begun to blur. Circle. It's definitely starting to become a pain, and if the traitor is intending to cooperate with you, it will become even more annoying, he muttered softly as he disappeared. Even if we have to pay a price, it'll be better to wipe it out completely. With those words, Nazdog's image vanished completely. Frey looked up at the sky. It was still the dark night sky. He really wanted to see the crescent moon that was hidden behind the clouds, but there was something he needed to do first. I think you can come out now. After he said that, someone finally appeared. Frey turned around. White hair that seemed to glow in the dark and skin that was even whiter than that. She smiled gently with her destructively beautiful face. Snow de Predictwood. The queen of the elves and Oiden's sister. How did you know? You mean after you purposefully revealed your presence? Frey didn't speak politely, and Snow did not show any displeasure because of that. Instead, she looked at Frey with a curious expression on her face. Her aura was very different from the last time they met. At that time, her body seemed to exude the nobility and grace that one would expect from a queen, but now it was like she was a completely different person. In fact, she even looked a little cheerful. Her gaze turned to Oiden's corpse, which was in a pool of blood in front of Frey. So this is how it ended. Was this her true appearance? The way she spoke didn't change much, but her expression was completely different. You knew that this man was a demigod's subordinate. That's right. Snow nodded and touched her slender waist, causing Frey to notice the sword that was holstered there. How did Hruhurl tell you? No, Hruhurl does not say anything about them. Then it was the one who told you about Oiden's identity. Ricky was the one who told her. Why? Frey remained expressionless, hiding the agitation he felt inside. It was possible that she was lying just to get information from him. However, after hearing what Snow had to say next, he knew that she wasn't. Demigod Ricky with the power of the sword. Rest assured, Wizard Frey, you and I are on the same side. Who are you? Snow Prediquid, Queen of all elves. But that isn't what you want to know, is it? Snow laughed, revealing her white teeth. As for my identity, I will tell you when the Magic Warrior King's successor joins us. For now, we should head down. There's something we need to deal with. What do we have to deal with? My brother's final struggle. The moment she smiled and spoke bitterly, divine power began to pour out of Oiden's corpse. He's already dead, so how is this happening? As he thought this, Frey prepared his mana. Snow muttered while slowly pulling out her sword. I tried to kill Oiden outside of the great forest because I was afraid something like this would happen. But it is inevitable now as his evil plan has already been exposed. Snow pointed to Oiden's body. Nazdog planted seeds into Oiden's body as he killed him. He intends to make use of the divine power still within it, and something really troublesome will come out. CHH. Oiden's blood began to clump together. Then it flew toward Frey at a tremendous speed. Frey used Blink to escape the blood. However, the blood continued and fell from the tree as though Frey had not been its target in the first place. That was it. Look down, and you'll understand. Frey stood on the edge of the branch and looked down at the village. As he looked down from Hruhurl, Frey's expression became strange. A gigantic magic circle had been drawn on the ground. The magic circle, which could be seen clearly even from the top of Hruhurl, was emitting an ominous, bloody light similar to Usura's circle. However, the pattern was different. He used Oiden's blood as a medium to summon something. It's huge. Maybe even a dragon might come out of it. Ruar. At that moment, a dragon made entirely out of pure, white bones stepped out of the magic circle. Its eye sockets lit up as a ferocious roar tore through the forest. Snow let out a cheerful laugh. A word can become a seed. This proverb seems to represent this situation quite well. Well then. Snow covered her face with a wooden mask. It wasn't any ordinary mask. Instead, the moment she put it on her face, her appearance began to change. Her white hair became black and her noble and mysterious aura faded. A magic tool, it's called Genki's mask, because my normal appearance is too eye-catching. I suppose you don't want to reveal your identity. Right, it's not yet time. Frey nodded. If you help me, I'll be able to stop the dragon. He could feel that she was smiling behind the mask just by looking at her eyes. What she said did make sense. It seemed that Snow was someone who liked having conversations, but now was not the time to chat. Ruar. The bone dragon caused a large commotion. In that short moment, it had already uprooted countless trees, and deep scars marked the ground. After looking at each other's eyes for a moment, Frey and Snow leapt from the tree at the same time, completely in sync. Fuck this, Ivan swore loudly. Anyone would react in the same way if a gigantic skeleton dragon appeared from out of the ground. What's more, he'd had a hard time defeating the Bloody Knights and had finally gotten the chance to take a breather. I thought this would happen. CX was sad as she saw the destruction being wrought upon the forest. From the moment the dragon appeared, it had already smashed dozens of trees, and the destruction seemed far from over. It was a truly heartbreaking sight for elves. This was true for the elves she brought as reinforcements as well. Wind Spirit, lend me your strength. The elves began using all of their means to desperately attack the bone dragon, but they failed to produce any results. The dragon's bones were too hard, and its magic resistance too strong. Someone couldn't help but mutter, I can't believe the Hurlguard isn't here at a time like this. They would not have been this desperate if the Hurlguard had not left the village for a mission. Most of the High Elves' outstanding warriors were a part of that group. It was then, crack, Ivan's fist smashed the dragon's bones, causing the eyes of all the elves that saw this to widen dramatically. This was because the dragon's bones, which they had been unable to damage, even after trying their best, were smashed so easily. However, Ivan's expression crumpled. I used up too much of my strength. It's not like I can't damage it, but I won't be able to last for much longer. Tat. Then Frey and Snow fell from the sky and landed beside him. Ivan clenched and unclenched his fist as he threw a glance towards them. It would be different with that guy around. What about Oiden dead? Now all we need to do is clean up the aftermath. You say that like it's as easy as flipping a palm. That monster won't be easy to beat, but we have to anyway. As Snow spoke in a bright tone, Ivan tilted his head slightly. Who's this chick? A partner, not completely trustworthy. You're too much. Couldn't you introduce me more warmly? Frey didn't pay attention to her joke. It wasn't a situation where they could afford to play around. Snow grumbled as she tightened the grip on her sword. He's loud, but he's not that much of a threat. The three of us should be enough. Fine, let's get to it. Frey, Ivan, and Snow looked up at the dragon, and maybe it felt their gazes, because the forest was once again shaken by a loud roar. You're late, Ricky, a gloomy and unpleasant voice sounded out. It sounded like someone was scratching the bark of an old tree with their nails, but it was a voice that he'd heard countless times before. Ricky turned his head calmly without even the slightest twitch of an eyebrow. It was a hideous old man who sat slouched in a chair. He had numerous age spots on his face, a bulbous, aquiline nose, hazy eyes, and messy hair. Even if one tried to find something good in his appearance, it would be impossible. You're early, Ananta, cuckoo. Same old, same old. Ricky sat down after taking a look at Ananta, who was laughing in the darkness. He wasn't as late as he made it seem. Apart from him, there were 3 others there, and they were still waiting for 2 more to join them. Wasn't Nazdog the one who called us here today? This time it was a bubbly voice. Demigod Laren, who had gray hair, put her chin on her hand as she spoke in a bored manner. This is a special occasion. I can't believe that Nazdog, who is the most taciturn after Ricky, actually called a meeting. There must be something important to discuss. It was a demigod with hair that looked like fire. Laren looked at him before saying, Agni, did you make an apostle yet? Not yet. Aren't you a little too late? Lord said that everyone should bring an apostle to the next meeting. He said he'd check each and every one of us. I will make one in time. Don't worry. You're such a pain in the neck. Fine, I won't worry. You're on your own. Laren frowned and waved her hand a few times. It was then. It seems I am the last one. The void split, and with a gloomy voice, Nazdog appeared. His skeletal appearance stood out a lot among the group of demigods. Lord's not here yet. Lord won't be coming this time. What? I wanted to see his face after such a long time. Laren leaned over the table with a sad expression on her face. However, her grumbling ended there as it was a common occurrence. After all, Lord was busier than the 5 of them combined. So, why did you call us here, Nazdog? I'm sure you've already guessed the reason for this meeting. At this point, there's only one thing that would warrant such an urgent meeting. Ananta let out a low laugh before saying, You discovered a clue about the traitor. That's right. Nazdog nodded and observed these people whom he'd known for tens of thousands of years. He'd deliberately spoken publicly about the traitor, but no one had any noticeable reactions. He didn't expect to see any anyway. If he could have found out who it was with only so few words, then they would have been captured already. He wasn't even sure that the traitor was an apocalypse in the first place. Nazdog still found it unbelievable. Was there really a traitor among their people? Theirs was not a bond that was bound by a few years or decades as those among mortals. They had been together for thousands and even tens of thousands of years. Their minds were already entangled like webs down to the deepest depths, reaching to the point where they even shared feelings and emotions. Nevertheless, the fact that they had been unable to find the traitor meant that they were extremely adept at controlling their emotions. Therefore, in order to find the traitor, they must first break their composure. That's easy to say. He knew how difficult such a task was since even he himself would not so much as twitch an eyebrow if something were to not go as he wanted. Really? Yay, so we can finally get rid of that ungrateful bastard. No, I only have a clue. We still don't know who it is. I see. Laren, at first glance, one might think from her actions that she was quite expressive. However, her insides were colder than ice. Nazdog continued speaking without paying much attention to her outburst. I created several apostles and scattered them across the continent. You made several apostles. That's possible. It would be impossible if they were all the real thing. But except for the real one, the rest are just trash who can't even properly use the bit of power I gave them. I see. So they're bait. That's right. And one of them whom I planted near the great Raynal's forest died. The great forest that's near where Ricky stays. The demigod's eyes all turned to Ricky. Though no one looked at him openly with suspicious gazes, it didn't make it any better. Ricky simply nodded. There were some undead around the area. Ricky, you said you made an apostle a while ago. Is there a problem with that? It's not that. It's just haven't you hated interacting with mortals since that incident 4,000 years ago? As he said this, Nazdog turned to Ricky. That human country you destroyed. What was the name again? Icalium, Nazdog. No. Every demigod seated there felt his emotions fluctuate slightly. However, it was not suspicious. They all knew that Ricky had been greatly impressed by the man he'd fought there. It was called Icalium. Nazdog, I wonder why you're suddenly bringing up that story. It's because I'm curious as to why you would suddenly make an apostle. Lord said to make one. It was in preparation for the meeting. He wasn't wrong, but Nazdog was a little suspicious. The only ones who could get away with disobeying Lord's orders were the 5 seated in this room, and among those here, Ricky especially had numerous conflicts with Lord. It was slightly suspicious that Ricky so obediently followed Lord's orders. Laren spoke with a bored expression still on her face. All right, that's enough. Tell us what clues you've found. The dummy apostles I made also had the ability to hide their divine power. This means that unless they revealed their power first, those troublesome pursuers from the circle would never be able to find them. Only a demigod would be able to see through it. Then, for now, the more suspicious are the ones who reside near the great forest. For a moment, silence descended upon the room. Finally, Agni said, "Does that include Ricky?" "That's right." Agni's expression became slightly strange. In truth, he still didn't believe that there was a traitor among the demigods, and even if it were true, he did not believe it would be one of the five. If we consider the range of a demigod's perception, then 4 people, including Ricky, are the main suspects. Lord will speak directly to the 4 of them during the meeting in 3 months' time. Ricky, you are no exception. I'll keep it in mind. Ricky nodded calmly without showing any reactions. Nazdog looked at him for a moment before speaking. Everyone must bring their apostles to the meeting. However, we should consider alternatives to hide their appearances. Our apostles' identities are our weak points as long as we don't know who the traitor is. Everyone nodded. The meeting was important for the demigods, but it was also an opportunity that the traitor would not dare to pass up. The Apocalypse's apostles were particularly well hidden, so they would participate in the meeting just to learn their identities. Then I'll see you there. Laren was the first to leave, followed by Ananta, Agni, and finally Nazdog. Ricky was the only one left in the dark room. He tapped on the arm of his chair, deep in thought. As it is, my plan won't work. If he was to take his real apostle, then Nazdog was bound to be suspicious. He had made a blunder, so to speak. However, he could use the method Nazdog mentioned and use someone who wasn't his apostle to fool Lord. It's difficult. It's a really difficult problem. But it wasn't impossible. Ricky's murmur echoed in the dark room. CX was dumbfounded by the sight in front of her. The bone dragon, a monster powerful enough to be considered the lord of undead. It was the first time CX was seeing one in person, but from the knowledge that she had gained, she knew how ridiculously powerful it was. When the bone dragon first appeared from the bloody summoning circle, CX believed that the village's destruction was inevitable, and she was not alone. The majority of the elves thought so too. Neither their spells, spirits, nor weapons had been able to so much as scratch the dragon's bones. That's why the sudden appearance of people, who suddenly began fighting the dragon, was like the arrival of a team of heroes to the elves. Crack, crack. Suddenly, hundreds of ice spikes filled the sky, causing CX's jaw to drop. So many ice spikes were created in an instant, it was clear who had cast the spell, because there was only one wizard in the village who might have been able to utilize such powerful magic. Frey, moreover, she didn't just focus on the scale of the attack. The movement of the dragon made it tricky to deal damage to it while minimizing the destruction of the village. CX shuddered. Frey's skill was phenomenal. It was beyond amazing. CX was perhaps the only one among the elves present who could truly understand how shocking the sight before them was. Archmage. Frey was definitely an archmage. CX finally realized the weight of the word at that very moment. She could see it clearly. Image of the entire battlefield was in Frey's mind at that moment. On it were the positions of every ally, enemy, and civilian that were present, and by using that image, he was able to think of ways to combine dozens of spells, and he was able to pinpoint the right places to release them. But it wasn't just Frey who was amazing. Ku, a man roared as he charged toward the bone dragon, his lion mane-like hair blowing fiercely in the wind. Boom! His fist struck the dragon's leg with a loud sound. Considering the bone dragon's size, such an attack should have been akin to being bitten by a mosquito. However, the result was the opposite. Crack! The bone dragon's front paw was smashed, and the giant monster staggered backward. The bones of this large dragon, which had not been scratched by the elves' attacks, shattered like glass. Oh, amazing. They are. Then someone appeared behind the dragon and swung their sword at the dragon's remaining foot. Cack, the forefoot was cut off easily, revealing a clean cut. That lady. The high elves simultaneously revealed expressions of relief. They soon cheered with their arms raised in the air. They immediately recognized the masked, black-haired swordswoman. It's Swordna. Hurlgard's Swordna is here. It's loud, but it's not that much of a threat. Snow's judgment had been accurate. As she said, they had overwhelmed the bone dragon from the moment the fight began. However, it wasn't that the dragon was weak. How could that be? The being that they faced was none other than a bone dragon, something that only a necromancer who had reached the pinnacle of necromantic arts could even hope to summon. But this one was incredibly clumsy. It was unable to properly use its destructive power, the strength of its bones, or even the simplest of spells. Come to think of it, none of the undead that Oiden summoned had a consciousness. Undead were not monsters that were all without intellect. Like the lick that Frey encountered on the Cortez, the higher the undead's rank, the closer they got to human intelligence. However, Oiden's undead were different. Their power was slightly higher than normal undead, but their intellect was much lower. Was it because he was only half an apostle? Get down, you lizard bastard. Ivan's fist crashed into the dragon's head. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the dragon's head was smashed. The bone dragon lost its balance and stumbled backward, and Snow did not miss that opening. She jumped up with a light step that looked like a gentle dance move and sliced the bone dragon's neck. Krrrr. That was the final blow. Smoke billowed out of the bone dragon's body as it began to fall apart like a rain of bone fragments. The size of these bone fragments were large enough to be threatening to the elves, even if they couldn't harm the three of them. Snow's expression hardened. That savage. Barrier? Suddenly a barrier appeared to block the bone fragments, and Snow's stiff expression smoothened. You're an even more amazing wizard than I thought. Frey responded after confirming that no more fragments were falling from the sky. The front was strong, so supporting from the rear was easy. Snow smiled and turned to Ivan. Right, this magic warrior is also quite powerful, but you know, you are the reason that guy and I could fight so comfortably. Frey's ability had long surpassed the level that could be described as skillful or talented. He had overwhelming experience, impeccable judgment, and was able to maintain his composure even in an extremely chaotic situation. It wasn't that there were no casualties, but considering the dragon's might, their losses were negligible at worst. His battle awareness is really strange. Ivan approached them while brushing bone dust off his face. Snow nodded and sheathed her sword. Chuck. Just as she admired Frey's ability, Frey was also astonished by the skill that she had displayed. Frey noticed that there was something hidden in her power, but he chose to keep it to himself for now. Who? Ivan shook his head, his mane-like hair swinging wildly and his face red with exhaustion. He was definitely the most tired among them. After defeating the 4 bloody knights as well as the other undead, he had helped them subdue the dragon without taking a break. Gotta admit, I came out to have a bath. I didn't expect to have to deal with this SHT. Let's clean up first. Then we'll hear what this woman has to say. Sure. Snow looked around. They won, but it had left a huge scar on the forest. She muttered with a depressed voice. First, I should probably say something to everyone. It took about 3 days to restore the forest to a state that was barely acceptable. In particular, Frey once again displayed a spectacular performance. The moment he cast a cleansing spell on the trees that had been damaged by the death energy, Snow showed a shocked expression for the first time. You even know purification magic. Is that a problem? And no, there's no problem, but isn't that magic basically useless to humans? It is purification magic. It was something that was only used by priests and saints who specialized in purification. The mana cost was not very high. However, it was very inefficient and difficult to control, so most wizards didn't bother to learn it. Of course, Frey, who had been known as the Great Mage in the past, had learned a lot of magic that many would not have bothered to learn. He had used many small tricks before, but none were on the same level as purification magic. Snow became even more curious about Frey's identity. She could not understand him at all. You know a lot about magic for an elf. I can't learn it myself because my talent is lacking, but I am incredibly interested in magical science. This made Frey wonder just what she was talented in then. He looked at her waist. The sword that she'd used to kill the dragon was no longer there. Snow smiled. Hoo-hoo, what's with that lecherous gaze? Are you having trouble taking your eyes off of this queen's slender waist? From her words, it would have been impossible to tell that she was an elf. Was this type of personality common among the ice elves? Frey began pondering that and completely ignored Snow. It's not fun when there's no response. Snow grumbled and left. That night, Frey and Ivan headed to Hruhurl since they had been summoned by Snow. Tack. The door closed behind them. They were in a large room, but only Frey, Ivan, and Snow were present. Snow sat on a chair with her legs crossed. If it's here, then we won't have to worry about our conversation being overheard. Ivan snorted and said, You are quite courageous, Your Majesty, to call us here without any escorts. He clearly still didn't like this demonically beautiful woman. However, when Snow simply smiled and took out Genki's mask, his expression changed. That mask. I have the skills to protect myself, so of course I wouldn't worry. As she put on the mask, her hair changed color once again. Ivan had a dumbfounded expression on his face. You were that strong fighter wearing the mask. Ivan's lips shut tightly. He had been the one who had watched her fight from the closest distance. He knew that her skill was in no way inferior to his. Ivan, who believed in giving respect where it was due, could no longer ignore Snow. Even though he still didn't like her, he would not continue to treat her in the same rude manner. That's enough for introductions. Can you tell us your identity now? Of course, I am Ricky's apostle. Frey and Ivan fell silent at the same time. They were shocked when she had simply revealed her identity without any hesitation. That guy has an apostle. No, well, there's nothing strange about it even if he did. In the first place, they hadn't been interacting with Ricky for very long. Ivan nodded as he inspected Snow once again. That explains your sword skills. I didn't use my divine power in the fight. You're that strong even without using divine power. Right, isn't it natural? If I was to use my divine power, then the aura would definitely leak out. I'm an apostle, but I rarely use my divine power. If that was the case, then her true strength was quite terrifying. But Frey felt that something wasn't right. What was Ricky's power in the first place? Demigod with the power of the sword. That was how Ricky introduced himself. It was a very abstract power, unlike the other demigods who had powers over lightning, poison, or death. Using a sword, he felt that it was very likely that something more was hidden beneath that simple explanation. The Queen of Elves is an apostle. If CX learned of this, she would be devastated. So that's why you go under a different name while using the mask. I am also the Circle Master of the Hurlguard, and while I play that role, I use the pseudonym Swordna. Only a few people know this. Does anyone know that you are an apostle? No one else knows, only you two. It's not an easy thing to accept. Why did you become Ricky's apostle? My entire family was destroyed by a demigod. That means that I am the only surviving ice elf on the entire continent. Snow's voice was calm. It didn't sound like she had any anger or resentment toward the demigods, but Frey knew that everything wasn't as it seemed. But they are too strong. As a mere mortal, there was nothing that I could do. So I don't regret accepting Ricky's offer. Snow smiled bitterly. You are a true queen. Snow felt like Frey was one of her own kind. This man was truly interesting. She was sure that he was human, but she couldn't help but feel that he was much older than her. Even now, as they sat face to face, she couldn't even begin to guess his true depth. Although he seemed so warm and kind, he was also able to become more heartless than anyone when necessary. And she was sure that it would be one of his greatest weapons when he faced transcendent beings like demigods. She's so similar. Frey didn't think that his words were wrong. It would have been impossible for him to sign a contract with Usra 4,000 years ago, even if in a desperate situation. How would he react if a traitor other than Ricky were to appear before him and offer him the chance to be their apostle? Anyway, what I'd like to tell you is Snow suddenly stopped talking and closed her eyes. Ivan tilted his head. What's wrong? Why did you stop talking? It seems she's connected to Hruhurl. Let's just wait for a moment. She calls us here late at night and then does SHT like this. Ivan folded his arms and grumbled in a childish manner. It was clear that he really didn't like Snow. After a while, Snow woke up from her state and looked at Frey with a complicated gaze. You've been in contact with Mother, that's right. To enter Mother's soul space without being an elf, I don't know how many more surprises you will give me. Anyway, Mother would like to express her sincere gratitude for your help before. Anyone can express their gratitude in words. When Ivan said those words in a blunt tone, Snow gave a laugh, showing her agreement. Ivan scoffed as he also stood up. HMPH, I won't take it lightly if you make me look forward to it like this and your gift turns out to be a salad. Frey and Ivan followed Snow as she began to head downward. We're going underground. To be precise, we're going to the roots. Hoo-hoo. Usually only queens and a few elders are allowed to enter. You should feel honored. You're taking us to such a place. Ivan spoke a bit hesitantly. Rather than feeling honored at such an opportunity, he felt more like he was being dragged into something troublesome. Snow shrugged. It doesn't matter. It was Mother who gave me permission after all. They continued a bit further. The surroundings began to darken, and they could no longer feel the presence of elves around them. Frey realized that they were really close to Hruhurl's roots. One interesting thing he noticed was the fact that although it was not bright, it was not very dark either. And the reason for this was small firefly-like creatures that floated around and gave off gentle light. What are these? Fireflies. You're so rude. They're spirits. There are spirits this week. It's because they haven't even become low-ranked spirits yet. In a sense, they are the closest beings in nature to true purity. Snow nodded at Frey's words. Don't touch them. They don't like savages like you. Sorry for being a savage. After a while, they arrived at a huge room. The strange thing about this room was that it was brighter than the others, and there was a tree in its center. Ivan made a strange expression. There is a tree among the roots of another tree. In truth, this is Hruhurl's true form. If Oiden knew about this, he would have come here to contaminate Hruhurl instead of going to the top. This tree was much smaller than the ones on the surface. The trees in the Great Raynal's forest were all quite large, but this tree was only about half the size of the others. Nevertheless, despite its small stature, this tree exuded a majestic aura that surpassed even the enormous Hruhurl on the surface, so much so that even Ivan, who usually had a smart mouth, had nothing to say. Snow walked up to the tree before leaping lightly and picked 2 fruits that were growing on its branches. She then smiled and stretched her hands out to Frey and Ivan. Ivan made a face. Although it's not a salad, I don't particularly like this gift any better. What nonsense are you saying? This is Hruhurl's fruit. For those like you who walk the path of magic, it is a precious item that they couldn't obtain even if they were willing to spend thousands of gold coins. A treasure. Well, I'll admit it does look better than an apple. Snow turned her head with an angry expression and looked at Frey. Frey, you understand its true value, don't you? Right, it is truly amazing. It is an item that doesn't fall short of any known elixir. Ivan, eating it at least double your mana capacity. Really, mana was the most important power source for magic warriors, especially for Ivan, whose martial art required much more mana than the others. If Ivan's mana capacity could double just by eating this fruit, then it would benefit him greatly. Snow shook her head. You're like a monkey who can't even recognize a treasure that's right in front of your face. It's been over 100 years since anyone other than an elf was given the chance to eat this fruit. Ruhurl has given us an amazing gift. It is a great honor. Snow's expression softened a bit when Frey expressed his sincere gratitude. Ivan simply glanced at the fruit before taking a bite out of it and beginning to check. Well, the taste isn't bad. Frey and Snow both had shocked expressions when they saw this. Why, you idiot, if you eat it like that without any preparation. Haha. Ivan's blank face suddenly turned red. Frey instantly slapped his palm onto Ivan's back. Check, sit down and focus immediately. I just scattered the fruit's mana. When the shock disappears, the fruit's mana will begin running wild once more. Cake. If you want to keep your insides where they are, you need to concentrate. Ivan nodded, his face covered in cold sweat. Looking at him, even Frey couldn't help but make a comment. What an idiot. He's going to be like this for a week. Frey sighed as he looked at Ivan. He was sitting on the floor with a serious expression on his face, doing his best to keep his mana in check. It was a good thing he was a first-class magic warrior who had trained his body to the peak, or his body would have already burst like a firecracker. Snow looked at him with a bit of pity. This guy really knows nothing. Has he never taken an elixir before? If you think about it, he's actually pretty amazing. What? If he never took an elixir before, it means that he reached his current stage just by training. He wasn't saying that it was wrong to rely on elixirs, but that Ivan's talents should be recognized since he was able to become a first-class magic warrior with nothing but pure effort, especially when considering the fact that the martial art he practiced was none other than Kassadin's warrior king's fist. Frey only had superficial knowledge of it, so he wasn't too certain, but he was sure that the higher the stage, the harder it became. At the least, it would have been impossible to reach Ivan's current stage without working yourself to the bare bones. That's true. As Snow was someone who walked the path of the sword, she was the first to admit to Ivan's effort. With just a glance, one would see that his entire body was covered with scars, which showed that he devoted himself to hellish training. It can't be helped. Frey, you still need to prepare for tomorrow's event. Frey's expression stiffened a bit. Suddenly, he became a little envious of Ivan's situation. As if she guessed his thoughts, Snow's expression became a bit serious. Elves do not forget favors. You wouldn't stop them from showing their gratitude, would you? I guess not. I think so too. Snow smiled brightly. At that moment, it seemed as if the dark underground suddenly brightened. Snow's beauty was truly destructive. She can only be like this in an elf village. Elves who valued harmony and balance in nature would only feel admiration and awe at Snow's beauty. However, if Snow were to appear in a city of humans who were more sensitive to beauty than any other race, there was no telling what hideous acts might happen. Frey shook his head slightly. When will you eat the fruit? He looked down at the fruit in his hand. Although it wasn't much compared to Torkunta's heart or the frozen river, it was still a significant stepping stone to his goal of 8 stars. Besides, he wouldn't need to control his mana for a week like Ivan. Frey's current body made it easy for him to absorb elixirs. In addition to this, Frey's superb mana control meant that he would be able to absorb the fruit's mana within 1 or 2 days. In other words, there was no need for him to rush. I'll take my time. First, I need to prepare for tomorrow. Well, that's a good idea too. Snow let out a soft laugh. The next day was bound to be very busy. Frey was going to be thanked directly by the elven elders, as well as the general high elf population. You saved our lives. Their eyes, which had been filled with suspicion and hostility before, were now filled with warmth and gratitude. This was to be expected. After all, Frey and Ivan were 2 heroes who helped save the elf village in its crisis. He wasn't sure what would have happened if Snow killed Oiden and had to deal with the bone dragon herself, and if there would be less damage. It's a good thing Ivan isn't here. Frey shook hands with the elves. They grabbed both of Frey's hands, their gazes filled with gratitude. With Ivan's personality, it was almost certain that he would not have been able to handle such a stiff atmosphere. To be honest, even Frey found it a bit tedious and tiring. Contrary to his inner thoughts, Frey's outward appearance and reactions were excellent. Savior, I praise your courage. The scar on the forest is not light, but I believe the children of Ruhurl will be able to overcome anything. Frey remained humble and listened to every one of them while maintaining a smile on his face. The elves became even more enthusiastic when he even gave a light greeting during the event. The elves reacted as though they were personally witnessing the hero's return. That wasn't much. Inwardly, Frey was quite shocked. The elves he remembered were a much simpler species. However, these elves were expressing their emotions as clearly as humans. Well, 4,000 years had passed after all, so it wasn't strange that they might have changed after their interactions with humans increased. The next one to step forward was Camille, who wore a tired expression on her face. She looked at Frey before saying, "You've truly become a hero." "Camille, I'm sorry." He felt like he had no choice but to apologize to her. On the day they fought Oiden, Camille had knocked out the elves who had been monitoring him. Fortunately, Camille was quite skilled, so no one knew that she was the one who did it. Nevertheless, Frey felt sorry for asking for her help knowing she wouldn't refuse. It's okay. I'm more sorry for not being more helpful. All I could do was watch from the side. Camille's eyes shined. It was my first time seeing Hurlgard's Swordna in person, but she is just as strong as the rumors claimed. Same with that man, Ivan. Come to think of it, where is he? He had a bit of a situation, so he's recuperating at the moment. He looked fine to me, but I guess it's impossible to fight a bone dragon without sustaining any injuries. Frey didn't bother to fix Camille's misunderstanding. She gave a bright smile while saying, "Anyway, why don't you come over later? The brats with me want to try their hands against you, and even I'm itching to have a go." Sure. With that, Camille left. Frey greeted a few more elves before returning to CX's house. CX and Snow were sitting at the table and seemed to be discussing something. When Frey appeared, CX got up and bowed. "Then I will take my leave, Your Majesty." "Right, I understand." Frey felt that she was fleeing the house. When Frey turned and gave her a curious glance, Snow sighed. "When I first came to Lilland, CX and I were the closest friends. She was very curious for an elf. She was the only one who came to see me, an ice elf. I was very happy back then." Snow seemed to reminisce about that time. However, after shaking her head a few times, she returned to her usual demeanor and turned back to Frey. "There's been some news. Ricky wants to see you. He said he wants to discuss something about the upcoming demigod meeting." "Why me?" When he asked this, Snow shot him a strange look. "It seems like he intends to take you there." Frey decided to head straight to Ricky's hut. There were no other events planned anyway. When Snow got up as if she was going to go with him, he could not help but ask, "Is it okay for the queen to just leave the village?" You have to protect the great forest." He didn't know if she could just leave the forest like that. Frey thought his question was quite reasonable, but the gaze that Snow shot him at that moment made him think something was wrong. Sometimes you say some very old-fashioned things. Does the queen have to stay in the village all the time? True, high elves also seem to have gained a high degree of flexibility. It was clear that he should no longer hold any preconceived notions he had because of his past knowledge. As Frey tried to reflect on this, Snow tilted her head slightly. What are you talking about? If the elders knew what I wanted to do, they'd definitely try to stop me." "What? The important thing is to stay hidden." Taking the mask from her pocket, Snow gave a short laugh. "Don't worry. I always leave a doppelganger in Mother when I leave. I don't mean to brag, but I've never been caught. I'm an expert at this. Hoo-hoo." It certainly didn't seem like something one should boast about, but Frey did not say anything as it was difficult to enter or leave the great forest without an elf to guide you. It would be troublesome to get a guide. It couldn't be helped. After all, he couldn't ask for CX to take him to see Ricky. Ivan couldn't accompany him as he was still absorbing mana in the basement below Hruhurl. Before they left, Frey turned to Snow and said, "It's going to take us a long time to go back and forth. So shall we use warp, huh?" Snow looked at him with a confused expression on her face. "That would be more efficient, but is that possible? It won't be too hard since it's just the two of us." I memorized the coordinates of Ricky's cabin. When they'd gone to Ricky's cabin the first time, he'd immediately memorized the coordinates because he was sure that there would come a time in the future when he would need it. When using the warp spell, there would be a mana trace, so it would be too conspicuous if he did it in the city. If something went wrong, it was possible for pursuers from the Blake family to notice it. However, in the Great Forest, where the mana density was quite high, the traces of the mana would disappear after a few hours. In the first place, it would be strange if they were able to enter such a place. Snow shot Frey a disbelieving stare. "Is it possible to cast warp on your own?" Of course, theoretically, it was possible. Frey seemed to be a 7-star wizard whose mana control and capacity was nothing to scoff at. However, there were no warp stones there. Using warp without a warp stone was not simply memorizing coordinates, as Frey had said. It also required at least a dozen wizards just to perform the necessary complex calculations and adjustments. It would take weeks to do all of that alone. In any case, she had no reason to refuse if the warp was really possible. "Then I'll owe you one. However, if we do it near the village, it may attract attention, so we should do it after we get out of the Great Forest." Frey nodded since he agreed with her opinion. They were able to leave the forest within half a day by using the same shortcut that CX had shown him when they arrived. However, the time they took was reduced by half because they moved with haste. Frey then found a large clearing and immediately began drawing the magic circle for warp on the ground. Snow couldn't take her eyes off Frey, who moved his hands without hesitation. "I've finished drawing the circle, so you can come in. Is there a magic circle at Ricky's hut too?" "No," he responded immediately. Frey observed the magic circle on the ground for a moment while explaining. "The reason why both departure and arrival points are drawn is because you can save a lot of mana by doing most of the calculations and creating the magic circles beforehand. Of course, this also means the warp points are fixed. Then wouldn't it be difficult without the other magic circle? Not necessarily. On the other hand, if you complete all the calculations before casting the spell, have the required quantity of mana, and accurately pinpoint the target coordinates, there would be no problems." Frey laughed and his robes fluttered as his mana was unleashed. In other words, it's no problem for me. As the warp ended, Snow looked down at her hand. The stability is ridiculous. The floating feeling, motion sickness, and dizziness that were usual characteristic of a warp were hardly felt. It was in part because the number of people moving was low, but this result was not possible if the controlling wizard wasn't skilled. Snow looked closely at Frey's face. Despite using the immensely complex and taxing warp spell, he hadn't even broken a sweat. There's so much I want to know. The amount of questions she had about Frey only grew. However, there are things that take priority. She looked at the little shabby hut in the middle of a clearing. The moment her gaze turned to it, the door of the hut opened as if it was waiting for them. Cree. It was basically a sign for them to enter. Frey and Snow entered the cabin. It was the same unique space that he'd witnessed during his first visit. Even Ricky was sitting in the same place. You came quickly. Warp, it's a really useful spell. There was a cup of tea in front of him, including ones for Frey and Snow. Steam rose from them, and it seemed they had just been brewed. Would you like a cup of tea? Frey, of course, had no intention of drinking it. Oiden wasn't Nazdog's apostle. Even though he said that with a sharp tone, Ricky's expression didn't change. I didn't know that such a shortcut was possible. Is that all you have to say? Ivan and I fought in vain because of you. Do you want me to apologize? I don't want anything from a guy like you who has a stiff neck. However, you need to acknowledge the fact that you gave us wrong information. To maintain a smooth, cooperative relationship in the future. The atmosphere became heavy. Frey and Ricky glared at each other while Snow gulped inwardly. This guy, he was not backing down at all, even though he was facing a demigod. This was something that Snow could not help but be shocked at. This silver-haired man was a transcendent being who ranked within the top 5 among all the demigods. Even a wizard who had reached the highest level, a knight who had seen the peak of sword arts, or a magic warrior who had sharpened their martial arts to the limit, would not be able to break free from the shackles of mortality to face him. Even though she knew that he wouldn't kill her, the innate fear that an animal felt in the presence of a true predator could not be ignored. However, it wasn't that Frey was not afraid of demigods. The difference was the fact that even while knowing their strength, possibly better than anyone else, he refused to back down. You're right. I understand what you're saying, and I'm sorry for giving you false information. Ricky's honest apology changed not only Snow, but also Frey's impression of him. What Frey had just done could be considered a gamble with his life, to see if the man before him had truly betrayed the demigods. Although it was just a minor provocation, the fact that the other person was a demigod made what he'd done very dangerous. But Frey had still willingly made that choice. If Ricky was not sincere, then it would be much more dangerous for him to continue this alliance. Ricky continued speaking in a calm manner. It's not enough to just give a verbal apology, so I will also give you something that will help you. Something that will help. If you kill an apostle, you get a crystal. The circle seems to have learned of this already. That's right. Frey already knew how amazing these crystals truly were. The mana contained within one of them was comparable to the frozen river that he'd taken before. If he was able to get a hold of 2 more, he would be able to reach 8 stars immediately. Ricky took something from his pocket. It's a crystal, however, I didn't get this from an apostle. This is the crystal I got after killing Indra. Looking at Frey's shocked expression, Ricky continued, this is only the leftover, but it should still be of great help to a human. Leftovers. Although Ricky said that, Frey knew that this crystal was not something to look down upon. When he'd hunted demigods in the past, there were also spoils. No, he couldn't call them spoils. With the knowledge and technology available at the time, they would not have dared to try to digest anything obtained from the demigods. Instead, their lives would be in danger if they weren't handled properly. However, the crystal that Ricky had brought out was different. That's more than enough for a human. Moreover, it was several times larger than the crystal he had obtained from Luke's. It couldn't be said that the crystal's capacity was in direct proportion to its size, but he was certain that if he refined it, he would be able to reach 8 stars. 8 stars. Frey shuddered inwardly at the weight of those words. It would be possible for them to kill one of the weaker demigods. Of course, he couldn't be sure, but there was no doubt that their chances would, at the very least, increase exponentially. It might have been impossible for any other wizard, even when they reached 8 stars. But Frey had experience. He'd fought against demigods numerous times before and had slain many of them. The experience he had was literally worth its weight in gold. If you take this, you will be able to go up 1 level. Ricky seemed to know that too. He looked at Frey with a deep gaze before speaking. Frey, you should participate in the demigod meeting in 3 months. What was that? Ricky, what are you talking about? It was completely unexpected. Frey's expression changed, and so did Snow's, even though she expected it. Unlike them, however, Ricky kept talking in the same tone. The other 4 apocalypses, as well as Lord, will be attending this meeting together with their apostles. Although they will use all kinds of methods to hide their identities, it is still an opportunity we can't afford to miss. I agree, but isn't it too dangerous? Besides, Frey isn't an apostle. Won't Lord be able to see that? He can see whether someone is an apostle or not. However, there are ways to bypass Lord's scanning. Just like how I didn't notice Oiden was just bait. Demigods aren't omniscient. Snow didn't understand what Ricky was talking about. Frey's expression became a bit strange. You're suggesting that I become an apostle. That's right. It wasn't something that he hadn't thought of before. Frey had thought something similar while looking at Snow. How would he react if another demigod like Ricky offered to make him their apostle? I refuse. Frey was certain. Inwardly, he was quite surprised. At the time, he'd thought that he'd at least consider the matter, but unexpectedly, there was no hesitation in his words. Why? No matter how powerful it might be, I have no intention of ever using divine power. I'm a wizard, right, that was the reason. Frey did not intend to throw away magic. Magical studies, which had accompanied him since birth, was already deeply imprinted into his consciousness. It was not an exaggeration to call it his foundation. If he were to fight the demigods after giving up his magic power, he was certain that his sanity would be destroyed in no time. 4,000 years. He was able to stay sane throughout all the time he spent in the abyss, which felt like it lasted for an eternity, all because of magical science. Right, there's no demigod who wouldn't understand that. What was that supposed to mean? Before Frey could even begin to ponder what those words meant, Ricky continued speaking. Frey, absorb Indra's lightning crystal. You will be able to control both divine power and mana. That's impossible. The two powers were completely incompatible. However, Ricky's expression remained confident. No, it's possible. Why do you think so? Because Ricky's eyes turned to look at Frey's gray hair, a color that was rare in the Cascow Empire. No, a color that was rare even in the entire continent, because you have the blood of the Blake family. The tea had cooled down and no more steam rose from it. However, Frey did not notice that fact. It was possible to use both divine power and mana. Ricky had spoken with confidence, but Frey wouldn't just believe his words so easily. Still, the reason he did not reject the notion outright was because of a person's voice that floated in his head at that moment. You've changed a lot. It seems you awakened. Right, you have the blood of the Blake family after all. If I'll be honest, I hoped you'd never learn to use magic. It would be better to not put too much trust in the circle. Heinz Blake, the second son of the Blake family and Frey's second brother. He seemed to know something about the Blake family, which was why he gave Frey that advice. Frey didn't ignore his advice, but at the same time, it couldn't be said that he had taken it to heart. I didn't think too deeply. Right, he hadn't thought too deeply about it. Frey raised his head and looked at Ricky once more. Ricky spoke slowly, as if giving him the time to gather his thoughts. I looked into you. Frey Blake, the third son of the Blake family, was considered to be desperately lacking in magical talent, so he was treated like an unwanted child from a young age before eventually being sent to the academy like he'd been expelled from the family. So Asaka Blake would not have said anything to you either. He looked for you after learning that you had awakened your talent for magic, but he was unable to find you as you had hidden your whereabouts. That's right. The information Ricky had revealed wasn't much. Information about Frey's childhood was an open fact with Pilat, and one would be able to learn it simply by asking anyone on the street. What Frey was more curious about was the Blake family. What on earth is the Blake family? In simple terms, it is a huge laboratory. What? That answer surpassed even his wildest imagination. A huge laboratory. The Blake family, which was one of the most prestigious families in the Cascow Empire. Research on a way to harmonize divine power and mana has been going on for a very long time. Then, under the direction of Laren, one of the apocalypses, they began research in earnest. Laren. It was the first time he had heard the name, but it was worth remembering since it belonged to one of the apocalypses. It is said that there were thousands and tens of thousands of trials and errors, but even then, Laren didn't give up. Hundreds of years can't be considered a long time for demigods, but given our tendency to get bored easily, her persistence is commendable. She devoted that much time to do countless experiments and research. Then, Ricky met Frey's gaze. The Blake family was born. Frey spoke after a heavy sigh. The Blake family is one of the top 5 within the Cascow Empire, if even such a place is just a demigod laboratory. The demigod's influence in the Cascow Empire is particularly strong compared to other countries. The most powerful empire in the history of humanity was actually controlled by demigods. He had vaguely expected it, but he was still shocked to actually hear it. Do you also know everything about the Circle? No, their hideouts are too numerous and scattered. Even if a few are destroyed, it doesn't actually affect the entire organization. Besides, those Circle masters and rounders have learned not to stay in any single location for too long, so it's difficult to carry out targeted attacks. But isn't it possible to do something if you're really determined? Ricky's expression changed for the first time. You are a member of the Circle, but you don't seem to know much about it. The Circle is by no means an organization that can be looked down upon. In fact, although they were only low-ranking ones, the Circle has succeeded in killing a few demigods. They've been a thorn in the demigod's side for numerous years. Frey had trouble agreeing with the remark that it was not an organization that one could look down on. The Troman rings and the few small circles close to it, as well as Binyang and Honor's Dujinger and Luke's, had caused him to subconsciously underestimate the circle because that was all he'd seen. I can't do that. I haven't met any key figures yet. He decided not to form any opinions before seeing more in person. Anyway, after hearing that they'd succeeded in hunting demigods before, the confidence that Frey had in the circle rose a bit. That's all I know about the Blake family. I know nothing about the details or the processes, but I'm certain that the members of the Blake family, including you, can use both divine power and magic. Isaka, Miscale, and Hines. Frey's expression became a bit strange. Perhaps it was highly likely that Isaka and Miscale were subordinates of the demigods, but Hines's involvement was questionable. Hines definitely knew the Blake family's secret. Perhaps he might even know things that Ricky didn't. Nevertheless, he was a part of the circle. Is he a traitor or a spy? He couldn't know. Hines could be classified to be on both sides, but where was he really? The circle is now suspicious of the Blake family. Shepard had said that they knew Isaka Blake was communicating with demigods. That was several months ago, so their doubts should have deepened by now. They might have even found conclusive evidence. He was not suspicious of Hines at the moment. Shepard had seemed to trust him greatly, and Dujanjar was afraid of him, but he showed no hostility. But what if they found out that the Blake family was actually the demigod's laboratory? Would they have the same feelings towards him? But now wasn't the time to worry about him. I would also be suspicious. Considering the fact that he'd been abandoned as a child, the suspicion towards him might not be as much as Hines, but it would be present nonetheless. It makes sense why Hines told me not to fully trust the circle. He'd given the advice because of their family history. Let's return to the reason why you're here. Frey, will you accompany me to the demigods meeting? It's not something I can decide immediately. I need time to think. I understand. Ricky expected something like that, but you can't wait too long. You will need at least a month to get used to using divine power, so tell me before then. It won't take that long. Frey looked at him for a moment before saying, I will decide after I've reached 8 stars. Go ahead. But I can't absorb this crystal in its current state. Can't it be refined into an elixir? There were very few people on the continent who knew how to refine the crystals. The only person that Frey knew was Adelia, who had unparalleled talent for alchemy. In fact, it was not hard for him to meet her. He could even head to the Troman Ring's hideout right now since he had memorized the coordinates. Of course, because of the barriers, he wouldn't be able to enter the village directly, but if he were to call her from outside the forest, she would definitely agree to meet him. However, the Troman Rings were working very hard at the moment to get back on the right track, so Frey didn't want to go back and distract them. Now that you mention it, it's probably useless to humans in this form. Ricky picked up the crystal and rose to his feet. Come back at this time tomorrow. I'll have refined it by then. It would only take him a day to refine the crystal. Frey was once again forced to acknowledge the demigod's power. Ricky took the crystal with him as he disappeared into the void. Frey and Snow exchanged glances for a moment before they both stood and left the hut together. As they stood in the warm sunlight, Snow began to speak. Honestly, I didn't understand anything you two were saying. She had a complicated expression on her face. The things about the harmony of divine power and mana or a huge laboratory, but from your expressions, they should be very serious, right? Right, they were very serious. No one could deny that the divine power the demigods used was an extremely powerful force. If he could truly use divine power and mana at the same time, then Frey's strength would at least double. I'm thinking about spending a day here. Is that okay? A day or so is fine. All right, Frey then began drawing a magic circle on the ground. Snow, who was curious, couldn't help but ask, what kind of magic circle are you making now? A summoning circle. Huh, what are you going to summon? Usura. Usura from the demon world. You are going to summon a great demon here. Yep, he needed to sign the contract. Frey ignored Snow's shocked expression as he continued his work. Then he looked around, as expected. There was a light barrier around them, and it was probably Ricky who made it. It was so well hidden that even Frey had been unable to immediately notice it. This barrier should be able to conceal the aura that will be released when Usura is summoned. Now was the best opportunity for him to summon Usura, since he couldn't do it in Liland. It's harder than I expected, she smiled awkwardly. Around her, many monsters kneeled with their heads bowed. These were the ones who'd chosen to surrender. Despite the fact that there was a large number of monsters, just as many of them had chosen to defy her. I'll just have to kill them. Her pupils instantly lengthened like those of a predator. However, when she blinked her eyes, they returned to normal. It was then she felt someone's presence. She immediately flew into the night sky, her red hair fluttering behind her and leaving a fiery trail in her wake. There's someone on Drake Mountain. She had an ominous feeling. The intruder was at the top of the mountain, where the entrance of the dungeon was located. It was strange. She had successfully taken control of several mountains in the area, including Drake Mountain. In short, they had become her territory. Therefore, when someone invaded her territory, she would be able to notice it at once. However, this person was different. It was almost as if they appeared out of thin air. Tat. She landed on the small island in the center of the volcanic lake and found someone standing there. It was a woman with fascinating purple hair. It was strange. She was sure that this was the first time seeing this human woman, so why did she feel like she'd seen her before? She instantly felt a strong pain in her head, causing her to bite her lip. It's not me, Torkunta. It was Torkunta's memory. His memory was warning her. This woman came out of the dungeon as well. When was it? Decades ago? Centuries ago? She couldn't tell. However, she was sure that this woman was extremely strong. She was someone who had suddenly disappeared like a ghost after casually brushing off Torkunta's breath attack. She suppressed the headache and spoke, her voice slightly hoarse from the pain. Who the hell are you? However, the woman didn't respond to her. She just continued looking at the island with a blank expression. She seemed to be looking at the largest tree on the island, the tree where the entrance to the dungeon was located. I can't believe the last room was opened. What? It must have been something only he could solve. What are you talking about? The woman had a complex expression on her face, and the wind began to blow heavily for a moment. However, in the next instant, the woman had vanished. There was a reaction immediately after Frey's blood dripped onto the ground. Whoosh. A whirlwind of demonic energy blew fiercely in the clearing. Snow took a few steps back and frowned. Such dreadful energy. Elves, especially high elves who were particularly sensitive to energy, would have trouble withstanding such energy. As an ice elf, Snow was able to handle it a little, but it still made her very uncomfortable. Crunch. Usura appeared from the summoning circle. He was smaller than when Oiden had summoned him, being only 2 times larger than a human at best. However, the aura he exuded was just as powerful. Frey looked up at him. Usura, I summoned you to sign the contract. Right, you summoned me faster than I expected. Usura nodded before he suddenly frowned. Such concentrated divine power. Is there a demigod nearby? Frey was amazed. Ricky was currently in his cabin, and because the space inside the hut was distorted by Ricky's ability, it could be said that it was in a separate section of space from the forest. Frey, who was extremely sensitive to divine power, could not even feel a hint of it till Ricky opened the door and stepped out. However, Usura had instantly realized that there was a demigod around. Is it because he's an archduke? An archduke of the demon world and the ruler of the slaughter hell. It seems he was truly not inferior to demigods when it came to ability. That's right, there's a demigod nearby. You want to sign a contract with me now in case you have to fight him? No, for now there won't be any fights with demigods, I see. He didn't find it necessary to tell him about the alliance with Ricky, and Usura did not question him further. His attitude showed that he didn't care whether they had to fight or not. Only an avatar was brought to Middle-earth anyway. Although it came with extremely limited power, death or injury had no significant effect on his real body as a result. If Frey asked him to fight against Ricky, then he would do so to the best of his ability. Even though the demons, as a race, had no hostility toward the demigods, the contract has already been completed. Already, right, your blood was transferred to my main body in the demon world by the summoning circle. He'd signed a contract with a demon archduke, yet he felt like nothing had changed. As Frey inspected himself, Usura added, You won't find any significant changes because the contract I signed with you was not normal. Is it because I lack talent? In the first place, a person with your talent could never become my contractor. He understood. The talent that the demon was talking about was a completely different field from the magic he was good at, and demons were able to see a contractor's talent with just a glance. He didn't know the standard, but Frey believed that his talent was underqualified in the eyes of the Archduke Usura. Anyway, keep in mind that the contract can never be terminated unless you do it yourself. I look forward to the next time you summon me. Of course, you'll need to use mana. He smiled in a strangely bright way. Your talent is definitely lacking, but your mana is really amazing. The density and purity of your mana has probably not been seen in over 1,000 years. If Lilith learned about you, she'd probably get jealous. Lilith, you mean the succubus queen, right? HMPH, vulgar demon slut. Usura's voice was filled with contempt. Frey knew that Lilith was also an archduke of the demon world like Usura, but Frey didn't focus on her. If mana is required for your contract, how did Oiden summon you? Then Usura spoke in his deep voice. Divine power and mana are both just lumps of energy to me. When they're sent to the demon world, everything is converted to demonic energy. If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Usura's body was sucked into the summoning circle, and it disappeared together with the demonic energy. Frey then approached Snow, who was standing a distance away. It's not even enough to call you amazing anymore. I can't believe you signed a contract with a demon archduke after only a couple words. It was not strange that she felt that way. For Frey, the contract with Usura was due to an agreement they made 4,000 years ago, but in the eyes of Snow, a third party, he was a monster who signed a contract with a great demon without even having a proper conversation. Frey didn't correct her misconception. He started preparing to spend the night near the hut. He found a relatively flat piece of land, made a bonfire, and took out a sleeping bag. Snow noticed this and came over to the bonfire. Just like CX, she didn't really behave like an elf. They looked up at the starlit sky. Frey fell asleep while looking at the sky. It's done. Frey received the glass bottle from Ricky with a strange expression on his face. Some of the effect was lost in the process of refining the elixir, but there isn't that much of a difference. You refined it yourself, that's right. If you're done here, then leave. I have work to do. Frey left the hut at Ricky's prompting. Snow stretched and said, "Then shall we go back home?" Frey once again used warp to take them to the entrance of the great forest. Then he followed Snow into Liland and went directly to the basement below Hruhurl. It had only taken them half a day to return, and the sight he saw was the same as when they left. Ivan was still sweating profusely and moaning in pain as his mana spread messily around him. Magic warriors usually had no knowledge of how to make fine adjustments with their mana, and it seemed Ivan was no different. Frey walked over to him and placed his palms on his back. SSSS. Ivan stiffened up for a moment before he relaxed as he realized it was Frey. Frey infused his mana into him and helped calm the wild mana, causing Ivan's expression to become more relaxed. Frey then removed his palms and turned to Snow. "I'm going to take the elixir that Ricky made for me now. It'll take between 3 days and a week for me to absorb it. This place is very isolated, so I want to absorb the mana here. Do whatever you like. I'll get some food and water for when you and Ivan wake up, things to eat." Frey turned to look at Ivan and found an arrangement of salads at his side. Snow let out a laugh. It's the perfect payback for that savage. If Ivan sees that, he might collapse in despair. Ahaha, that sounds wonderful. Snow playfully waved her hands before taking her leave. Frey then picked a spot near Ivan and sat down before taking out the elixir he got from Ricky. Let's leave Hruhurl's fruit alone for now. The elixir alone was enough to let him reach 8 stars, so he decided not to waste the fruit. Frey's expression became a bit strange. Just by looking at the elixir, he could tell just how much mana it contained. If I just measure the quantity of my mana, I will soon surpass my past life. Frozen River, Torkunta's heart, and now Indra's crystal. It was natural that this would happen as he'd consumed those 3 items that were worth more than their weight in gold. But his problems would start now, as he could no longer increase his strength with the help of elixirs. It would take a completely different process for him to reach 9 stars, instead of simply increasing his mana control and capacity. Frey shook his head. "That's something to think about later." He took the elixir. "Called for me, Your Majesty." CX bowed her head. It was a very humble and polite greeting. Snow smiled gently, inwardly feeling sad at her attitude. "I called you because I'd like to ask something." "Ask me something." The Queen of the Great Forest shared her consciousness with Hruhurl, and the knowledge of every successive queen was stored in Hruhurl to be shared with the next generation of queens. In others, as the Queen, Snow had immediately become one of the most knowledgeable elves in the forest. "Right. It's about magical science. You are the best wizard in all of Liland." "I see." CX nodded. Certainly, if it was about magic, it wasn't a surprise that the Queen didn't know about it. "Do you know that Frey is a 7-star wizard?" "I do." "To put in simple terms, how strong is he really?" CX went silent for a moment before slowly opening her mouth. "I have wandered the continent for decades." She'd recently been staying in Pilat, but in fact, she had traveled all over the continent. The memories of her travels had remained imprinted in her mind. It was an opportunity to broaden my horizons. I've been to almost every region, and I've met a lot of people. Among them were 7-star wizards who were praised as great archmages. CX remembered the scene of Frey fighting against the bone dragon. At that time, CX was probably the only person who accurately understood the power Frey displayed. They are 7-star wizards like Frey, but their skills aren't on the same level. Frey is far better than any archmage I've ever encountered. Better in some aspects, in every way, CX was certain. His mana capacity, casting speed, the strength of his spells, his mental ability, and his situational awareness are all perfect. To be honest, his true strength is not something I dare to guess. Frey is the strongest wizard I've ever met. Snow felt that she had to agree with CX's words. The power he'd shown in their fight against the dragon was extraordinary. He used triple casting as easy as breathing, and his situational awareness made one wonder if he had a third eye in the sky. He's an expert. Snow only had a superficial knowledge about magical science. However, she could see that he was very skilled at fighting. "I can't see the limits of his power." After thinking for a while, Snow finally spoke. "What exactly is the difference between 7 stars and 8 stars? Spatial control, huh?" There was a moment of silence as CX tried to organize her thoughts before speaking. 8-star wizards are able to project their mana rooms in the space around their body. "I don't understand what you mean." It was a bit of an esoteric theory to explain to someone who wasn't a wizard, but CX tried to explain to Snow, who had a confused expression on her face. Every wizard has a mana room, and they are able to control the mana stored there at will. Then if they were to project it out, Exactly. Although the scope would be limited, they would be able to take control of the space that embodies their mana room. In other words, CX's eyes shined. At least within that space, no one else would be able to use mana.
What?
Ivan opened his eyes with a groan. He'd finally managed to get that goddamn mana under control. He stood up with a grimace. He had been sitting in place for a long time, so his muscles were so sore he felt like he wanted to die. He hadn't even been able to wash himself, so he smelled quite bad at that moment. In simple words, he was in the worst condition. "You're finally awake." Ivan turned around and saw Frey standing there. He stared at him with wide eyes. "How long has it been?" 1 week and 2 days. His sense of time was a mess. He'd felt like only 4 or 5 days had passed. Ivan stretched his sore muscles while looking at Frey. Unlike him, he was dressed in a neat and clean outfit. "I guess the fruit's mana wasn't much of a problem for you. I didn't eat it, huh?" When Frey took out the fruit and showed it to him, his expression became strange. "Weren't you also sitting here with me? I'm sure I felt it. You're right, but I took something other than the fruit." Ivan looked at Frey with the same strange expression. While Frey's words were a bit strange, it was Frey himself that he was paying more attention to. The aura around him was completely different to what he'd felt a week ago. Why does it feel like he's a normal person? From his aura, one would think that he was a normal person who had never studied magic rather than a powerful archmage. In fact, Ivan couldn't feel any mana from him at all, just like his teacher. And that made the way he looked at Frey even weirder. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Did you advance?" Frey laughed at his question. "Right, you were 7 stars, so now." "I'm 8 stars, Ivan was dumbfounded. Even he, a magic warrior, knew the significance of an 8-star wizard. How old are you?" "I'm 20, or was it 21? Frey tilted his head as he muttered to himself. However, Ivan, who saw this, was lost for words. He'd grown up hearing he was talented, but Frey was on a completely different level. No, could Frey even be described by the word talented anymore? As though he didn't notice Ivan's emotional turmoil, Frey spoke calmly. "So what are you going to do now?" Although we didn't really achieve our goal, we still killed Oiden as Ricky requested. We have completed our mission." Frey was right. Oiden was dead, and he'd even managed to obtain a fruit from Hruhurl. Liland was an amazing village, but it was the worst place for someone like Ivan. "I'll continue doing what I was doing before." "What you were doing before?" "Right. I'm looking for Kassajan's relics." "By relics?" "The Tiger King's gloves, the Giant's belt, and the Gale necklace. Kassajan's 3 artifacts." Ivan clicked his tongue lightly. "Master has the Gale necklace, but even he doesn't know where the Tiger King's gloves and the Giant's belt are. I don't like relying on magic items, but Master told me that I needed to find them if I ever wanted to surpass Kassajan." Master, the former magic warrior king's successor. He's dirty and strong, but mostly dirty. Ivan made an expression of disgust. This reaction made Frey curious about the identity of Ivan's master. Where is he now? No idea. He suddenly disappeared 3 years ago and left nothing but a letter telling me to find the Tiger King's gloves and Giant's belt. I had nothing better to do, so I've been doing that ever since. Frey nodded. Finding the 3 artifacts was the best thing for Ivan to do. If you want to surpass Kassajan, you'll need to find the 3 artifacts. What for? Only then will you be able to see the true form of the warrior king's fist. Really? No, more importantly, how do you know all of that? Come to think of it, he still hadn't asked how this guy knew the warrior king's fist. He'd forgot to after the whole series of crazy events recently. Frey didn't even pretend to find an excuse and simply shrugged. "Somehow, so you won't tell me." Well, I'm not that curious anyway." Ivan's reaction to that, however, was surprisingly cool. It was clear that he wasn't pretending when he said that he truly wasn't curious. And even more than that, he felt that if Frey didn't want to tell him about it, then there must have been a reason. However, he still felt a bit strange. That was because he'd only ever felt this kind of trust with his teacher before. Is this normal? The important thing that he kept in mind was that Frey was strong and trustworthy. "So what are you going to do, Frey?" "I'm going to attend the demigod meeting with Ricky." Why are you going there?" Frey briefly explained what he'd heard from Ricky. He also told him some of the things he'd learned about the Blake family. This was because Frey was certain that Ivan's attitude wouldn't change after he learned where he was from. "Ooh, so you're a hybrid who can use both mana and divine power." His reaction was just as he'd expected, but it did not feel good being called a hybrid. Frey nodded stiffly. "I see. Nevertheless, it will be dangerous. It's dangerous, but I don't intend to die." And Ivan after that. When Frey's tone became serious, Ivan tilted his head curiously. The biennial circle meeting will be held in about a year and a half. It is said to be an important meeting that all the important members of the circle will attend. Right, I've heard about it. He'd heard about it from his master a few times. Of course, Ivan had never attended it, and his master also stopped attending it after an unpleasant event. "I'm going to overturn it." Overturn it? Overturn what? Everything. As you said, the current circle is a pigsty filled with livestock. Frey let out a short laugh. "I agree with you, so I'm going to fix that. I'll remove the smell and organize it properly. Think of it as house cleaning." House cleaning. Ivan looked excited. Had it been anyone else saying those words, he would have just ignored them, but if it came from Frey's mouth, then it was different. This guy was a bit strange, but he was not a fool. When he thought this, he laughed subconsciously. Why are you telling me this? You'll help. Help? Ivan's expression became a bit proud, and upon seeing that, Frey decided to change his words a bit. Create a chance. The grammar became a bit strange, but he didn't care. It was the meaning that mattered. As he said that, Frey reached out a hand to Ivan. Yuhahaha. Ivan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into happy laughter, his loud voice filling the dark room. With tears in his eyes, he gripped Frey's hand tightly. After a year and a half, Ivan couldn't help but think to himself, it will be a mess. He was looking forward to it so much that he didn't know if he would be able to wait patiently. Ivan said he was going south. Silkid, the desert country. According to Master, it was the last place where traces of Kassajan were found. Is it in the Amakan desert? That's right. He knew it because he'd heard of Kassajan's demise from Ricky. I'll try to find the traces left there. It shouldn't be too boring. I heard that the desert is filled with strong warriors. Frey nodded. I wish you luck. And with that, Ivan left. CX was the one to guide him out of the great forest. It seemed that she had managed to let go off all the bad feelings she had towards Ivan. No, rather, her eyes were clearly filled with respect as she looked at him. Well, her attitude was understandable since he was one of the heroes who had saved her village. Thinking that they looked better together than he expected, Frey then spoke softly. Snow, while I'm wearing the mask, call me Swordna. Snow dropped down from above him. She then turned to look at Frey with confusion visible in her eyes. How did you know I was there? I didn't reveal myself like last time, and I'm quite confident in my ability to hide. It's because I'm now 8 stars. It really was because he became 8 stars. Snow's expression changed a little as she remembered the explanation CX had given her. Something like that is really possible at 8 stars. That's right, but that's not why I called you. Can you take me to Ricky? I'd like to talk to him. Understood. With that, Frey and Snow headed to Ricky's cabin once again. However, this time, Frey completely skipped the process of drawing the magic circle and just directly cast Warp. It took a bit of time to cast, but the spell felt as light and as a simple blink spell. Just as Ricky's hut came into view, "Don't come here," it was Ricky's voice. Frey and Snow's expressions changed instantly. "Hide nearby, quickly." Hearing Ricky's urgent tone for the first time was enough to explain the seriousness of the situation. Their reactions were swift. Frey and Snow met each other's eyes for a moment before they immediately scattered to both sides of the clearing and hid in the underbrush. At the same time, the door to the cabin opened. It was a woman with snakes for hair. Frey shuddered slightly at her bright, yellow eyes. A demigod. The pressure she gave him wasn't the same as Nazdog or Ricky, which meant she wasn't in Apocalypse. However, she was still a demigod, so he had to be vigilant. Slurp. She stuck out her long tongue. That's weird. I'm sure I felt a wave of mana. She had a strange, listing tone that made her voice difficult to listen to. Ricky, who was following her, spoke with an expressionless face. You must have been mistaken, Hydra. Is that so? The woman named Hydra tilted her head to the side. It was then. Her gaze turned to the spot where Snow was hiding. Her expression became strange. Once again, she struck out her tongue and wiggled it a few times. Then she began to walk to the place where Snow was hidden. Frey's expression hardened. Did she notice my divine power? Snow's expression was even more serious. With her hand on the hilt of her sword, she watched as Hydra walked towards her with anxiety. Where are you going, Hydra? However, Ricky blocked her at the last minute. Then Hydra tilted her head again. I could sense something over there. My apostle is over there. Really? That's right. And I have no intentions of showing anyone what my apostle looks like until the identity of the traitor is revealed. Even though Ricky's tone was quite sharp, Hydra still acted in a carefree manner. Right, that's right. Lord said so too. The identities of our apostles should remain hidden. It was then. Hydra suddenly began to giggle hysterically. Heh, but it's so funny. What is funny? In fact, I saw them already. Because I have a lot of eyes 9 times more than you do, so I didn't miss it. Hydra let out another laugh. Ricky, your apostle is an elf. Come to think of it, the bait that Nazdog lost not so long ago was also an elf. It was at that moment that Ricky's expression, which had been only a bit embarrassed, sank like a stone in a river. Then, shick, Hydra's head flew into the air, and green blood shot up like a fountain. It happened so quickly. They blinked and Hydra's head was on the ground. Had he killed Hydra in one stroke just like he'd killed Indra? No, it wasn't the same. In fact, these two situations couldn't be more different. Hydra hadn't been hibernating, and Frey knew how resilient demigods were. The sword skill Ricky had shown was better than Lucid, but he didn't think it was good enough to kill a demigod in one strike. Kaya ha. As if responding to Frey's doubts, Hydra's voice rang out. 2 heads grew from the stump of her neck. It was a very grotesque sight, but no one present was weak enough to cry out in disgust. Hydra fluttered around as though she were dancing. She then made a noise of excitement. Now I understand. Ricky, it was you. You were the traitor all along. Heh. If I tell Ananta, he will surely reward me greatly. Hydra's hair quickly began falling out. No, it wasn't just her hair. Snakes began crawling on the ground at a tremendous speed. Then Ricky swung his sword again. Shuck. Green blood splattered once again as the snakes were all precisely cut into 6 pieces. Chiik. The blood corroded the ground. Did her blood contain strong acid? As Frey noticed this fact, Ricky spoke with a stiff expression. I missed too. As he stepped out of his hiding spot, Frey asked, What do you mean? She split her lives and ran. Split her lives. It was not an easy concept to understand. Ricky spoke quickly as he explained. Hydra has 9 lives. This means that she will not completely die unless she has died 9 times. In addition, she has a lot of annoying skills that make it possible for her to divide and scatter her lives like she just did. Frey couldn't understand much, but he understood that it made her extremely dangerous. Ricky's expression also hinted at the urgency of the situation. Then this is not the time to be explaining like this, is it? We need to start tracking her as soon as possible. Frey agreed with Snow, but Ricky's expression remained the same. Although it's just 2 of them, they scattered in 2 different directions. Chasing one means inevitably losing the other. Even with your abilities, Frey asked with a disbelieving expression. At first glance, it might have seemed impossible to catch the 2 hydras that had gone in opposite directions. However, the one standing in front of him was an apocalypse, one of the 5 who stood above the normal demigods. Ricky sighed. If I could use all of my power, I'd naturally be able to kill her even if she scattered in 4 directions instead of 2. But I'm currently putting a great deal of effort into maintaining the barrier currently surrounding this forest. He was talking about the barrier that Frey had felt before. Then can't you release it and hunt Hydra down? The moment that happens, Hydra will immediately tell the other demigods everything she learned here. The barrier is blocking any communication to the outside. Only then did Frey truly understand the urgency of the situation. If the other demigods learned that Ricky was the traitor, everything would be over. Then what will we do? I'll take one. As for the other one, we'll handle it. He hadn't said it first because he understood what Ricky intended to do. Ricky's expression stiffened a bit. Can you do it? It's not about whether we can or not. If we let Hydra go, we all know what will happen. That's true. Then we have no choice. I know, we don't have time, so let's move out immediately. Ricky looked at the forest around them. My barrier covers this entire forest. However, that means we have to kill Hydra before she can leave. Understood. Power of the snake clone would be only about 1/9 of Hydra's full power, but that doesn't mean she can be underestimated. That made sense. Originally, Frey would not have accepted such a request. It was not easy to deal with a demigod even when he had been at his peak. But this time was different. Frey felt calm confidence fill his heart. The first time I defeated a demigod, I was also 8 stars. However, now was not the time for him to dwell on such thoughts. Snow, we'll have to hurry. Understood, you go east. I'll handle the one in the west. She stopped controlling her power, so you shouldn't have any trouble tracking her, right? Of course. Then I wish you luck. Just as Ricky was about to leave, Frey called out to him. Wait, what exactly is Hydra's power? I don't think that it's just the extra lives you just told me about. It's tenacious vitality, regeneration, and poison. Stay away from the green liquid that she spits. You guys wouldn't be able to withstand it. Green liquid, it seemed that her blood was also like that. Fire is her weakness. If you can manage to cast powerful fire spells, you will have an advantage. Ricky said this as though it was insignificant, but the information was actually extremely useful for Frey. Originally, these were all things he would only earn after entering a life and death struggle with the demigod, but now he had been given such information without any risk. I definitely can't break this alliance with Ricky just yet. He still had yet to fully grasp his ally's true intentions, but at least for now it was worth it to stick with him. Shick, Ricky's figure disappeared and Frey left with Snow. As Ricky had said, Hydra no longer paid attention to controlling her enormous strength, which made her easy to track. It wasn't long before they caught up. Hey. She was showing off her tremendous strength, her aura rising fiercely. Trees were uprooted and thrown out of the way as they collided with her body. Even so, her speed did not decrease at all as she swept forth like a typhoon hellbent on destroying the forest. It doesn't seem like she's trying to run away. Frey felt that the situation might have been a little dangerous as he turned to Snow. Let's split up and attack. There is no plan. We will attack while assisting each other. This was more efficient than trying to create a detailed plan on the spot. Both Frey and Snow had a lot of practical experience, so they could fully understand each other's intentions. Understood, Snow then shifted her trajectory, moving to the side. As he kept following Hydra, Frey decided his next move. If fire magic is her weakness, it may have a much greater effect than they expected. A resolute glint flickered in Frey's eyes. He had no intention of holding back just because they were surrounded by trees. Even if the entire forest was to turn to ashes, it would still be worth it if they were able to get rid of Hydra. Lava blast. He didn't even need to chant. As soon as Frey said those words, a lava blast, which was the 7-star spell with the highest destructive capability, appeared immediately. It had been powerful enough to destroy the lightning barrier that Luke's had been proud of. However, the lava blast that he cast this time was much more powerful than it was at that time, despite the fact that he'd omitted the chant. Kaboom! The spell struck Hydra's side. Despite this, Frey did not lower his guard, and instead he paid close attention to the cloud of smoke created by the explosion. Hee. With her signature giggle, Hydra's body shot into the sky. One of her arms hung loosely while covered in horrible burns, but Hydra simply ripped it off with her other hand. It was a similar situation to what happened with Luke's. At that time, Frey's lava blast had also injured Luke's arm. The difference, however, was the attitude. Hydra didn't show any reaction even after discarding one of her own arms. Snow shot up after her. Her speed at that moment was so fast that she appeared to be twice as fast as Ivan, and the speed with which she swung her sword was even greater. Hydra's head was cut off. Nevertheless, her body was still filled with overflowing vitality. She turned in the air while letting out a laugh, causing her green blood to splash towards Snow. The green liquid is dangerous. She remembered Ricky's advice at that moment, but because she was in the air, there was no way for her to evade it. She tried to minimize the damage as much as possible with the one-handed shield in her other hand. Nevertheless, Frey's barrier was much faster. The barrier didn't last very long. After blocking the blood for a few breaths, it shattered. However, it was enough. Snow hurriedly dived away from the blood. The head sprouted from Hydra's neck, and her severed head flew towards Snow at a tremendous speed. The two heads sprouting from the severed neck was something she'd witnessed before, so Snow had raised her sword in preparation. Quack! Ugh! Snow grit her teeth. The blade of her sword creaked, and more than that, her joints screamed in protest. But if she reduced her strength for even a moment, there would be a new Hydra head-sized hole in her body. Her body smashed through several large trees, creating a large scar in the ground. Snow desperately hit Hydra's head into the sky. Home run. Hydra, who was still in the air, spoke with a laugh. You're pretty good. Then it's my turn. And with that, she began to vomit something. From her mouth came snakes with bright green scales. These snakes rained down from the sky, which would cause one to wonder how so many snakes managed to fit in such a small body. Snow made an expression of disgust. You are so disgusting. This was very tricky. Her vitality was beyond imagination. Before Snow realized, her arm had also regenerated. If this was just 1/9 of her power, just how strong was this demigod at full strength? Snow had never doubted herself, but now she couldn't help but feel something deep within. I just need to stall for time. Frey will use that chance to cast a powerful spell. They would need to burn her entire body all at once. Otherwise, they would never be able to kill this ridiculous monster. But now wasn't the time to ponder. She had to delay this demigod as long as possible, even if it meant using Ricky's divine power. It was then. Suddenly Snow looked up at the sky, wondering why there were suddenly two suns floating there. Of course, that wasn't the case. She soon heard Frey's telepathy. Snow, get back. Snow didn't think too deeply and retreated hurriedly. After confirming that Snow was out of range, Frey muttered while looking at Hydra. His first 8-star spell, another sun. Hydra looked back with a blank expression. I see the sun, but why are there two? That was Hydra's last thought. Shortly thereafter, her entire body became black ash before scattering in the wind. Frey didn't let his guard down against demigods because he knew better than anyone how strong they were. He had had countless experiences of someone he thought dead jumping up and attacking him again. That was why he didn't lower his guard until he was certain that Hydra had definitely been killed by the spell. 8-star magic, Torkunta's heart, and the staff of the great sage. The synergy created by these three elements created an effect that not even Frey had been able to expect. No, it wasn't just that. Originally, it should have taken many times longer to cast an 8-star spell, yet Frey had been able to drastically reduce that time. Ultra-high-speed computation gained from my years in the abyss. I'm finally able to use it. In that space completely cut off from the outside world, the only thing that Frey had the freedom to do was think. He thought a great deal to maintain his sense of self. However, the only thing that he'd been able to think about was magical science. Frey thought and thought and thought. It was strange to call it hard work, killing time. Right, it was more accurate to call it killing time. Nevertheless, one of the byproducts of this endeavor to kill time was an ultra-fast computational ability. As he was now, he could do the calculations for dozens of magical formulas at the same time. Regardless of how complex it was, if he was to calculate it hundreds or even thousands of times, eventually he would figure it out. This meant that even the most complicated large-scale spells could be created instantaneously. Omitting the chant required a tremendous amount of mana, many times more than if one was to chant the spell, but even that could be disregarded. Frey's current mana capacity was already double of when he was Luca's. And when he reached 8 stars, the ultra-high-speed computation that had only been possible in his thoughts had become a reality. In a sense, this was much more important than any elixir he had taken so far or the staff of the great sage. Frey realized. At that moment, he was already stronger than the 8 stars Lucas of the past, and also that it wasn't impossible for him to deal with demigods. Snow was shell-shocked. The scene she just witnessed was too unbelievable. Half of the forest, which had completely filled her sight just moments ago, had become ash in the blink of an eye. She didn't even see them burn. Her gaze then turned to Frey. Even when the demigod had been killed in an instant and most of the surrounding forest had been turned to ash, he hadn't even broken a sweat. Doesn't that mean that he can cast more spells like that? When she heard CX's explanation, she thought he was amazing. However, the prowess he was displaying now far exceeded her expectations. He was like a natural disaster that a human would be powerless against. Shuck, Ricky appeared beside her. It was obvious that he'd hurried over as his clothes were messy, and sweat was dripping down his face. Ricky's expression stiffened as he looked around. He clearly saw the ashes on the ground and felt the traces of Hydra's aura lingering in the air. The result of their battle was already clear for him to see. His gaze also turned to Frey. "Did you kill Hydra?" "I did." After hearing Frey's response, Ricky's expression became strange. He paused for a moment before speaking in a weak voice. "I see, so my worry was unnecessary in the first place." He then raised his head and Frey felt his gaze had become more serious. "First, let's return to the hut." Frey and Snow nodded. The middle of the burnt scene, where ash was blowing constantly, was not a suitable place to have a conversation. "Is Hydra completely dead now?" "That's right." Ricky nodded, but his expression didn't improve. Although it was an unexpected situation, since they'd managed to deal with one demigod, didn't that mean they turned a crisis into an opportunity? Snow wanted to ask this question, but his expression made it hard for her to say anything. Soon after, they arrived at the hut. Perhaps it was because he returned to his own territory, but Ricky's expression relaxed a little. Frey observed him for a moment before asking, "Why did a demigod come to you?" There wasn't a specific reason. Hydra stops by from time to time. They had arrived at the worst possible time. Had it been earlier or later, he could have prepared properly. Ricky let out a heavy sigh. The fact that Hydra died won't be hidden for long. Ananta will soon learn of it. Ananta, he is one of the apocalypses. He uses the power of poison. So that old man's name was Ananta. He had met him a few times when he was Luca's, but he hadn't known his name. Snow asked with a strange voice, "Then what do we do now? If Hydra told Ananta that she was coming to visit me, then her death would make him suspicious. This would make attending the meeting an act of suicide. I'll have to investigate some things." Ricky's expression became even more serious. "Time is running out. Frey, have you made up your mind?" There was no need to say anything since he was already determined. Frey simply took out the vial of the elixir containing Indra's lightning and put it on the table. "I'll do it. Divine power, the transcendent power used by demigods. To learn more about it, he decided to learn how to control this energy. It was an old saying, but if he knew his enemies and he knew himself, wouldn't victory be assured? The harmony of mana and divine power. The words that Ricky said resounded in his head. Maybe he would be able to find a clue to defeat Lord. It was impossible for him to defeat him. This was something that Frey had realized 4,000 years ago. Because of that, he had tried to learn as much as he could in this life after he'd gained Frey's body. Warrior King's fist, spiritism, alchemy, and even making contracts with devils. He learned everything regardless of the type. And now, for Frey, the divine power would just be another way to increase his own power. He had no intention of rejecting a method to become stronger because the power of the demigods had always made him uncomfortable. Good, then absorb the energy in that lightning elixir right away. Frey stared at the lightning elixir in his hand. "Can I really drink this?" "You can." Pidgeck, the pale lightning swirling within the bottle, made him think the elixir wasn't edible. Perhaps he would just be electrocuted. Ricky spoke to the suspicious Frey. "It will probably sting a bit." The worst-case scenario would be it colliding with his mana, which was something that Frey believed he could handle. Frey opened the bottle and took a deep breath before putting the vial to his lips. Gulp, krrng. He immediately felt dizzy. The shock of the lightning racing down his spine made his mind completely blank, and he almost lost consciousness. Cuck. Because it is divine power, it might collide with your mana at first. It would be best to not forcefully separate them. Just let it run its course. He heard Ricky's cold voice. Frey desperately controlled his roaring mana. So this is divine power. He had a rough idea of how the energy felt. However, feeling it running through his veins allowed him to realize just how explosively powerful this energy really was. Before he had only seen it from afar, but now it was like he was touching, tasting, and smelling it. At that moment, Frey truly began to understand just what divine power truly was. Gather the power into your heart. It's more efficient to store it there. After a while, the divine energy, which had been running around like a mad bull, slowly began changing direction, following Frey's guidance. Snow, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but make a shocked expression. Frey's body had only just received divine power for the first time. More importantly, he had to control his mana to stop it from reacting. Nevertheless, the skill with which Frey was handling the divine power was completely incomparable to her when she took it in for the first time. Ricky's eyes shined brightly. A natural talent. No, divine power was not something that could be controlled with just talent. This was only possible because Frey's body had the Blake family's blood in its veins. His body had been optimized to handle divine power. Isn't this creating a being that can't be contained? A thought suddenly occurred to Ricky. He didn't know much about the inner details of the experiment being conducted in the Blake family. He only knew that it was possible for mana and divine power to coexist in their bodies. However, Laren had said that the current rate of synchronization was not too good. It will get higher and higher in the future generations. If we wait a few hundred years, we'll get a race better than any other mortal. Laren had laughed loudly at the time. Ricky looked at Frey. Divine power and mana, two energies that could not coexist naturally, were now gently embracing each other as though they were lovers. It could even be called fusion. The vortex that had silently formed around Frey slowly subsided, and Frey's body, which had seemed on the verge of collapse, stabilized. When he saw this, Ricky laughed in a way that he hadn't for decades. Hundreds of years, how long had he been waiting? Frey slowly opened his eyes. Pidgeot. Lightning wriggled around his head. Ricky observed this calmly for a moment before speaking. It seems it was successful. Of course, this was only the beginning. It was natural for him to be able to use divine power since he was a descendant of the Blake family. His synchronization rate was much higher than Ricky had expected, but what really mattered was what would happen from that point on. There were 3 months left until the meeting. During that time, Frey would need to learn how to use his divine power to some extent, at least to a level where no one would be suspicious of his disguise as an apostle. You'll be really busy starting today. It'll be difficult, and you will feel that time is passing quickly. Ricky looked at Frey before saying, "Are you still going with me?" Frey nodded. Although Ricky had asked him something, he couldn't even open his mouth. His tongue was paralyzed, and he couldn't speak. Time will pass quickly. Ricky was right. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. A bolt of lightning from Frey's hand upturned the ground. He was running, his robe flapping wildly in the wind. His sharp gaze turned towards Ricky, who was standing there with his hands at his sides. Pidgeot. Once again, lightning shot out from his fingertips. Ricky had just one thought as he looked at the bolt of lightning that twisted like a spiderweb. Isn't his power higher than a normal apostle? He gently swung his sheath. Chain lightning. This was the name that Frey had given to the fierce bolt of lightning that looked like a spiderweb. At the same time, Frey jumped into the air. When he stretched his arms up to the sky, Indra's divine power, which filled his body, shot into the sky. Dark clouds formed instantly. Boom. Then, without warning, a lightning bolt struck down towards Ricky. However, Ricky's sword cut through the lighting at an even greater speed. Silence fell upon the clearing. At first glance, it would appear that Ricky had cut Frey's momentum, but instead, a deep smile blossomed on Frey's face instead. You drew your sword. Right, on the other hand, Ricky's expression was not happy. He'd drawn his sword, so he had to admit it. The man before him had been learning to control divine power for about 2 months. It's not perfect. There are still a few shortcomings. However, that wasn't very important. What was truly important was the fact that it had only been 2 months since Frey had accepted divine power into his body. He'd learned how to utilize his new power at a tremendous speed. Snow was a true genius who only needed to be instructed once to learn something. But Frey's talent was much more than that. No, it could no longer be considered as just talent. Frey's power was already close to exceeding that of an apostle. Ricky could only guess the reason. Maybe it's because Indra's dead. In essence, apostles borrowed divine power from the demigods and utilized that power. However, Indra, who was the owner of the divine power of lightning, was already dead. That was the reason why Frey's lightning power was uninhibited and was able to grow to such an extent with training. At that point, it might be an advantage or a disadvantage. What would happen if they created fake apostles using the energy extracted from dead demigods? This was something that not even the research fanatic Laren would have been able to research. In the first place, the death of a demigod was something that would only happen once every few hundred years or so. Ricky concealed his thoughts and said, "I drew my sword today, so as promised it will be the last day of training." To reach the level where he would be forced to draw his sword, that had been the minimum requirement. Even if Ricky hadn't been serious, this was still an incredibly hard thing to do. At least it was not something that most apostles would be able to accomplish. What about the situation with Hydra? It seems no one has noticed anything yet. We'll attend the meeting as planned. Where is it being held? The Luinoble Kingdom. It was the country of knights and Sonya Aquarid's homeland. It was quite far from the great Raynal's forest. Did you think of a means of transportation? I'm thinking about using warp stones. I didn't think demigods would use warp stones as well. He knew that Ricky had a different way of getting from one location to another. When he killed Indra, he'd suddenly appeared and disappeared. However, Ricky shook his head as he realized Frey's thoughts. Space-time movement is not an option. There are many conditions to using it, and the human body wouldn't be able to withstand it. There's a high probability that at the end of the movement, you would become a pool of blood. Over the past 2 months, Frey had become accustomed to Ricky's way of speaking, which often included harsh words. There's a warp stone in Pilat. If we use it, we'll be able to arrive in Luinoble in no time. But we have a lot more time than I expected. Wouldn't even take them a week to get to Pilat, and even if they were late, they could just use the warp spell to arrive nearby. As though he suddenly remembered something, Ricky turned and said, "You shouldn't use mana from now on." Why? Because you have to completely erase the reverberation that mana gives off. The mana reverberation. At 8 stars, it was possible for him to appear no different from the general public, but it wasn't perfect. The possibility of Lord sensing his mana was very high. And if he didn't use mana for a month, the reverberation would fade by a large amount, if not completely. If you use your divine power, you should be able to trick Lord's senses. This meant that he had to use divine power as much as possible. Frey nodded. Understood. Shall we go then? Right now, why is there a reason not to? When he heard Ricky's words, Frey pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, he felt a little bad for not saying goodbye to Snow, Camille, and CX, but they were all busy anyway. Snow helped Frey learn to control his divine power for the first month before she had to return to deal with her overdue work, and CX was busy helping rebuild the village. Camille also had her hands full with the dark elf youths she was leading. It's fine. I'll meet them again soon anyway. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he met CX, as well as Snow and Camille, who were a part of the circle again. Then let's go. Ricky only carried his sword as he turned and began walking away. Frey also followed him since most of his belongings were in the subspace bag. I never would have imagined that I'd go on a trip with a demigod. If he told the Lucas from 4,000 years ago that this would happen, he would have laughed in his own face. Frey gave a wry smile as he followed Ricky. There was very little conversation as they walked through the woods. Frey didn't have much of a chatty personality, nor did he really want to have any real conversation with Ricky. Ricky was also the type who only spoke when absolutely necessary. However, their comfortable silence was soon destroyed. Halt, Kyuhuhu. A group of men stepped out from behind the trees. There were about 20 armed men, and greed was clearly visible on their faces. Bandits. They were dressed in shabby clothes and didn't appear to be very strong. From what Frey could see, even the most common mercenaries would be able to defeat them easily. They were probably a group of bandits who specialized in terrorizing the merchants who traded with the elves. Frey's expression became strange. Ricky also looked at them with slight confusion. Can we help you with something? Of course you can. That's why we stopped you. Boss, doesn't the silver-haired one look pretty good for a man? Kyukuku. If we sell him to a male brothel after we're done playing with him, we'd probably make a lot of money. That one has a nice sword. I call dibs. Frey was dumbfounded. This couldn't even be called a comedy. These poor men couldn't even dream of the fact that the silver-haired man in front of them was one of the strongest beings in the world. A hairy man standing at the front let out a cruel laugh, not even imagining the terror he was about to face. If you do everything I say, this old man will allow you to keep your puny lives. You mean my life? Ricky tilted his head as if he didn't understand. Do you really mean that? Does our boss look like someone who would mess around? SH-Wing. One of the bandits drew his sword with a twisted expression on his face. Ricky's expression became more suspicious. The hairy man laughed loudly. Be careful. The silver-haired one is mine. I don't care if you kill the other one. Yeah, you heard that, didn't you? Don't resist too much. We wouldn't want you to get hurt. Frey looked at Ricky and folded his arms. You get a penalty for killing humans, right? Should I take care of this? But Ricky shook his head expressionlessly. No, he drew his sword quietly. Chuck, I just have to not kill them. 5 people from all walks of life were gathered in a room. While only one candle lit up the interior, a blonde girl who didn't seem to fit into the heavy setting opened her mouth. Is it true that the sword has made a move? Her voice was filled with irritation. Shepherd Jun, the middle-aged man who was being glared at by the girl, could only give a bitter smile. He removed the barrier he placed in the forest. Trust me, Rounder Shurl, I'll bet my reputation on it. If anyone were to see this sight, they would have doubted their own eyes. Shepherd Jun, master of a magic tower and head of the renowned Jun family, was acting so differentially to a young girl. Was he really the one who did not dare to meet this girl's gaze and continuously avoided it? However, there was no one in the circle who would find fault with Shepherd Jun's actions when they heard his words. Rounder Shurl. This blonde girl was none other than the second in command of the Fistfounder Armlets, one of the 3 great circles. On the surface, she appeared to be a blonde girl who did not exceed 20 years, but in fact she was actually a vampire who had already lived for hundreds of years. Shurl smiled slightly and lifted her chin. Where is he headed? Pilat, the city we are in currently. That's why I called you. HMPH. Shurl's sharp crimson eyes swept across the people in the room. Most of the people who received her gaze seemed to feel uncomfortable as they hurriedly avoided meeting it. She licked her lips once before saying, well, it makes sense that you'd call for me. After all, you're nothing but a baby chick in front of an apocalypse. Crunch. She gritted her teeth with an angry expression. But aren't you forgetting the battle to subjugate Nazdog? The Troman Rings, who were on par with the 3 great circles, was almost completely annihilated in one battle. At that time, we only obtained one piece of information, and that was the fact that that monster had the power of death. Hundreds, almost thousands of people died just to obtain that one piece of information. She knew the 5 of them were very talented. Even Shirl alone had centuries' worth of knowledge and experience. As long as she had a good enough plan, she could even take down a small fortress by herself. But the opponent this time was a demigod, transcendent beings who could destroy a city or even a country by themselves, depending on their power. Shepard shook his head with a determined expression. Of course, I didn't call you here to fight. Then we're thinking of tailing him. It was a gray-haired man who said that. Shirl frowned. What was your name again? Heinz Blake, Rounder Shirl. The youngest executive in the Stroh necklaces. I've heard the rumors. Nevertheless, she still looked at him with her sharp gaze. What can we get from following him? We received information that the demigods are gathering in one place. Shepard was the one who spoke, but Shirl didn't take her eyes off of Heinz. From which source, me? Once again, it was Heinz who spoke. Shirl's expression became strange. Is it information from the Blake family? I overheard a conversation between Asaka Blake and a demigod. The fact that Asaka, the head of the Blake family, had a certain relationship with the demigods was something that was an open secret among the main figures of the circle, and Heinz was the one to report it. From then on, he kept on giving the circle information that couldn't be obtained by normal means. Therefore, the information that Heinz brought was highly reliable. Nevertheless, there were still many in the circle who doubted him. Heinz's expression remained calm even when he knew that she might be one of them. He didn't look like he was lying. He's a strange kid. That was the judgment Shirl reached for Heinz. Even with her experience, it was difficult for her to see through him. Either he was really telling the truth or he was really good at lying. The meeting will be somewhere in Lewinoble, but I don't know the exact location. Lewinoble, that's the exact opposite direction from here. I think he wants to use the warp stone here. For a moment, silence fell in the room. A demigod using a warp stone. Don't they have their own form of transportation? I've never heard of them entering a human city just to use a warp stone. This time it was Dujanjar, a Force honor of the Fistfounder armlets. Shepard's gaze turned to him. He's changed a lot. Dujanjar was a wizard who was widely rumored to have a personality that didn't quite match his ability. Although he was a 7-star archmage, his stubbornness and narrow-mindedness made him unpopular among the other executives of the 3 great circles. However, this man had suddenly changed a few months ago. It was said that he no longer argued about pointless things, and his reputation in the circle had been climbing since then. Shepard had been disbelieving at first, but after spending these few days together and conversing with him, he realized he really had changed. He didn't know what happened, but it seemed Dujanjar had come to some kind of realization. Then a knight with a thick mustache tapped on his armor. That's not the problem. This is a very serious situation. Can we be sure that Monster doesn't intend to just destroy Pillet completely? He was an executive from the Lucid Swords named Jerome Burner. Heinz shook his head. If that was his purpose, he would not have moved so slowly and allowed us to catch onto his trail. It could be just a whim. Nothing is more pointless than trying to rationalize a demigod's behavior. That's true, but Pillet has the Blake family. The demigods have a relationship with the Blake family, so I don't think they will attack this place. Jerome didn't say anything further because there was nothing to refute. Shirl pressed against her temples before speaking firmly. All right, I think I understand. He's coming to Pillet just to use the warp stone to head to Lewinoble. Then he will attend the demigod meeting that's being held there somewhere. Is that everything? That's right. Then what can we do with that information? Shepard agreed with Shirl. Usually when your enemies congregated in one place, it was the perfect opportunity to strike them down in one blow. However, their enemies were demigods. It would not be possible for them to overwhelm the demigods when they were congregated together. To put it bluntly, if dozens of demigods gathered in one place, the circle would be unable to do anything even if every member showed up. Heinz spoke calmly. Throughout the long history of the circle, there has never been a case of more than a dozen demigods gathering. For those arrogant beings to all gather in one place to discuss something, I'm not sure what it could be about, but I'm sure that it would be incredibly important. So you want to eavesdrop on whatever they are going to talk about. I think it would be worth the risk. Shirl tapped on her chin. Certainly Heinz was right. It wasn't just a matter of curiosity. If there was something that could cause dozens of demigods to gather, then it would be worth finding out even at the risk of their lives. And we don't have to attack the demigods directly. I heard the apostles will also accompany the demigods to the meeting. This information caused a ripple to spread throughout the room. Shirl stared at Heinz with wide eyes. Are you certain of this information? That's right. If that were true, the situation would be completely different. The most effective means that they knew of to hurt a demigod was to kill their apostle. The circle had not yet figured out what kind of penalty the demigods faced when their apostles died, but they knew it caused some form of break in their usual operation. And the people in this room were all powerful enough to handle even the most skilled apostles. Even if we only got a few of them, it would be a great harvest. Everyone seemed to turn and look at Shirl at the same time. This was because she was the most authoritative among those gathered. Shepard and Hines were the ones who called this meeting, but in order to carry out such an emergency operation, Rounder Shirl's presence was indispensable. They were powerless in this regard. Good. Shirl's lips slowly parted. First, we'll stay in Pilat and monitor the situation, and after the sword makes his move, we'll make ours. Understood. Everyone nodded with serious expressions. Frey looked on. It happened in an instant. Ricky seemed to simply draw his sword before sheathing it again. Huh, what are you doing? If you draw your blade, then you should probably cut something. Ricky's unusual actions caused the bandits who had been approaching them to pause for a moment. However, they simply thought he was scared and laughed uproariously. Tuck, tuck, tuck. In the next moment, the arms of all the approaching bandits suddenly fell to the ground simultaneously. At the same time, blood shot up like a fountain as the bandits experienced pain more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Ahak, my arms. It was a beautiful sword stroke. Even Frey was only able to barely make out the trajectory, and there was no way these weak bandits could have kept up with such speed. Frey walked up to the hairy man. He hadn't been overwhelmed by the pain instead. His eyes were rolling around as he tried to analyze the current situation. But when he noticed Frey walking over, he immediately pressed his forehead to the ground. My lord, please spare my life. That silver-haired man was a monster. He realized that the man before him was much more powerful than anyone he had ever encountered in all his life. If he dared run his mouth here, he would certainly become a cold corpse in an instant. Who are you? We are the Red Evil. It was a very tacky name. Frey thought for a moment before continuing. What are you doing here? That. Speak honestly. After saying that, Frey deliberately looked at Ricky. The hairy man then spoke quickly, his voice filled with nervousness, fear, and pain. We came to steal goods. From whom? The merchants who trade with the elves in the Great Forest. How many times have you done this? When Frey's eyes sharpened, the hairy man hurriedly answered. About 10 times. 10 times. It seemed they were quite experienced. You must have killed everyone during those robberies. That. He didn't need to hear more. Lightning shot out from Frey's hand. Pagic. The bodies of the bandits were consumed by the lightning in an instant. They died without even being able to let out a proper scream. As the scent of charred meat filled the area, Ricky looked down at the bodies and said with a calm tone, "That was unexpected." "What do you mean? I didn't think you would kill humans so easily. You must have thought I was a good-natured man. That was a big misunderstanding." And Ricky had misunderstood something else. The trash that he just killed was not human. Ricky looked at Frey's face for a moment before saying, "You humans are quite interesting." What? He hadn't expected that statement. Frey looked at him like he thought he was making a joke. However, Ricky's expression didn't change. In the first place, he wasn't the type to make jokes, because you are more three-dimensional than any other intelligent race I've ever encountered. What do you mean? I mean what I said. Ricky continued walking along the path, and Frey followed him after a brief moment of hesitation. A demigod who was interested in humans. He wasn't sure he could quite believe it. They bypassed the inspection at the gate easily since Ricky already had sufficient identification. The moment he pulled out the mercenary card with his distinctive lack of expression, Frey became speechless for a while. D-class mercenary Ricky. Is that correct? That's right. It was crazy. He hadn't even bothered to create a pseudonym. If the guards hadn't been in front of them at that moment, Frey would have definitely looked at Ricky with a strange expression. And you, Kine Rixton, a class mercenary. You've been verified. Welcome to Pilat. The guards nodded before returning their cards, and they easily entered the city. Looking back at the gates, Frey couldn't help but say, "I didn't think you'd even have a mercenary card. It has quite a few uses, so I got one in passing." Did that mean that he traveled around the continent often? He lived in a hut in the middle of a forest, so Frey had thought he lived a hermit life away from the rest of the world. Well, if he hides his true strength, no one would be able to realize who he is. At least they wouldn't be able to realize unless Ricky himself decided to reveal his power. However, Frey could clearly feel the enormous power that was circulating around Ricky's body at all times. Was it because he'd received divine power? It will be nice to know whenever I encounter a demigod. As Frey had this thought, they headed to the warp stone in the city's center. When they asked the guards about the schedule, they learned that there would be a trip to Luinoble in 3 days. 3 days? Why aren't there any today or tomorrow? Isn't it a foreign destination? Besides, 3 days isn't that long. Instead, you guys should consider yourselves lucky. Lucky. The only reason you can go directly to Luinoble without any special procedures is because of your statuses as mercenaries. That's because your job requires such freedom in order to travel all over the continent with merchants. If it was anyone else, they'd have to fill out many documents and undergo a strict process. And if you think this is slow, that process is even slower. It can take a few weeks rather than just 3 days. The guard spoke while waving his hands at them. In other words, Ezek's advice that it would be better to obtain mercenary status was indeed correct. They had no choice but to stay at an inn for 3 days. That night after dinner, Ricky looked up and said, "I'm going to the Blake family home." What? It was an unexpected statement. Frey turned his gaze to Ricky, asking him to continue. They already know that I am in the city. If I don't go to them first, they will come to me. They might not be suspicious of us, but it would be better if they didn't encounter you here. Then, after a moment of silence, he added, if I'm lucky, I might be able to learn more about Laren's experience or even a clue to the identity of her apostle. Laren, one of the apocalypses like Ricky. At the same time, she was the figure that controlled the Blake family from the shadows, a clue to the apostle's identity. It's just a speculation, but I believe that Laren's apostle is likely to be a member of the Blake family. The one with the highest probability is the family head, Isaka Blake. Isaka Blake, the tower master of the 6th magic tower, the current head of the Blake family and Frey's father. The circle would never even imagine the possibility of him being an apostle. Mana and divine power could not coexist, and Isaka Blake was one of the strongest archmages in the Empire. If Frey hadn't learned that vital piece of information from Ricky, he would have also had trouble believing Isaka was an apostle. At best, he would have only assumed that he had succumbed to the demigod's temptation, but it was different now. He knew that the Blake family was just an experiment designed by the demigods, and that it was possible to use both divine power and mana as long as one was a descendant of the family. For this reason, he did not doubt Ricky's assumption that the head of the Blake family was the apostle of Laren, who was in charge of the experiment. Ricky got up from his seat, and it seemed that he had decided to head to the Blake family immediately. He stopped as he was about to open the door and turned back to Frey. It might be unnecessary, but I'll tell you anyway. There's a tail clinging to us. Frey's expression stiffened. Tail. He clearly understood what that meant. They were being followed or watched. It seems that the one watching us is a contractor. A contractor. They hadn't used magic, which made the fact that Frey didn't notice understandable. Is it the circle? There's a high probability of that. There have always been a few people following me, even when I was in the forest. They are probably trying to figure out the situation since I removed my barrier and came here. They should at least be executives. They should have already confirmed that I have a companion. Even if I go to the Blake family, the Watchers will not go away. In fact, they might even use the opportunity to approach you. Frey didn't want to stand on the other side of the circle. Things were getting troublesome. Frey frowned while Ricky spoke in his usual calm tone. I can kill them. What? Aren't you worried they will attack you? Didn't you say that you are punished by God for killing mortals? That doesn't matter since it would require hundreds of kills for me to really feel anything. And unlike that trash from the forest, executives from the circle are worth having me draw my sword. Frey noticed the subtle tone in Ricky's voice. If he agreed, the man in front of him would really kill all of the circle executives monitoring them. No, I want to assess the situation first. All right, be careful. With those blunt words, Ricky left the room. Frey sighed. He was truly a tricky man to deal with. Although he was listening to his opinion at the moment, Frey could not guarantee that he would continue to do so. Ricky's power was too dangerous to handle. After he began using divine power, Frey had felt this fact even more clearly. That's why this is even more troublesome since I can't break our alliance just yet. At least if he knew the reason why he betrayed the demigods, Frey felt that he would be able to trust Ricky more. However, he never said a word about it, which caused Frey's doubts and suspicions to become even more pronounced. Frey shook his head. It wasn't something he would be able to figure out even if he thought about it all night. It appears the demigod is heading toward the Blake family's residence. I will handle the surveillance. As Heinz said this, he glanced at Cheryl as though to seek information. There was no reason for her to refuse. Heinz's entrances and exits would draw the least attention in the Blake family's residence. Then we'll find out about the man who was with the demigod. I've already investigated his identity. Jerome was a little surprised by Shepard's words. Already, it wasn't hard. I simply asked the guard who inspected them what form of identification they presented. They entered the city as mercenaries. Mercenaries, definitely one of the easiest identities to fake. Dujanjar nodded. Anyone could become a mercenary, regardless of status, age, or race, as long as they had no criminal record and there was no problem with their skills. It was a system with many loopholes, but the advantages were so clear that not even the Empire could suggest an alternative. Their names are Ricky and Kine Rixton. When I checked at the Mercenary Guild, they're a D-class swordsman and an A-class wizard. Ricky has no mission records in the last 3 years, while Kine went missing on a mission 2 months ago. It had only been a few hours since they entered the city, yet he had been able to acquire such detailed information. As the others looked at Shepard with admiration, Cheryl shook her head firmly. There's no need to investigate further. You won't discover any vital clues anyway since they are undercover, and if you try to dig further, you might be discovered. Understood. Cheryl pondered while rubbing her chin. Kine Rixton, if there was any person they could get leads from, it would be with this man who accompanied the demigod. Cheryl smiled, revealing the canines that were characteristic of vampires. I'll need to get close to him. Do you think that's a good idea? I'm thinking about using Lilith. Shepard's expression changed when he heard that. Lilith. There had been rumors that Shirl had signed a contract with the Succubus Queen, one of the 6 Grand Dukes who ruled over the demon world, but he hadn't believed them. I know Mongma is good at gathering information, but I'm afraid she'd leave a trace. Lilith is the Succubus Queen. In other words, dreams are something that she can manipulate with ease. So we won't have to worry about anything. Moreover, she would be extremely effective. Even a man with steel-like willpower, who wouldn't open his mouth even with the harshest torture or blackmail, wouldn't be able to last more than a few moments in a dream before he revealed everything he knew. What was great was that it wouldn't leave any traces. The man named Kine would even forget meeting Lilith in his dreams. Then I will summon Lilith this very evening. I will inform you of what I learned tomorrow. Everyone nodded. That evening, Shirl entered her room and drew the curtains. Immediately, the space became pitch black, but she was still able to see since a vampire's dark vision was excellent. She bit her index finger slightly. The blood dripped down to the floor before flowing to form a precise summoning circle. As light began to flow from the circle, Lilith slowly rose up. She was a woman with a very distinct charm. She had eyes filled with lust and purple skin that was almost completely revealed by her breathtakingly seductive clothes. Even a man with an iron wouldn't help but glance over at her, and when he did, his body would be unable to contain the lust created by her fatal charm. The room became filled with an atmosphere that would even cause a woman to blush and feel hot, even if they were the same sex. But Shirl did not show any reaction. She was a vampire. The race that was known for its seduction and charm. This was why Shirl was such a good match for Lilith. If she wasn't a vampire, there was a high probability that she wouldn't have been able to sign the contract. Hoo-hoo, it's been a while, Shirl. I summoned you because I have a favor to ask. Of course, I'll do whatever my cute baby bat wants. Lilith giggled seductively. It was clear from her tone that she treated Shirl like a child, but at the same time, the expression on her face seemed to tell a different story. Shirl spoke in a flat tone. There's a man whose dreams I want you to manipulate. Huh, who? A man staying on the 3rd floor of an inn in the western part of this city. The exact location of his room is. After listening to the explanation, Lilith giggled again. Understood. Right, what should I ask him? If there really is a meeting between the demigods and the reason for it. Information about the demigods. Lilith's expression changed slightly, but that was it. She nodded again with the same coy smile. I'll be right back. SSS. Her figure disappeared. She became a sprit body and went to find Kine. Shirl sat in a chair and waited for Lilith to return. After about 30 minutes, Lilith reappeared. Shirl immediately rose from her seat, her expression tinged with anxiety. You came back really quickly. What did you learn? Lilith remained silent for a while. Her expression was also quite strange. She looked at Shirl for a long time before speaking with the same strange expression. I failed. You failed? What the hell is that supposed to? It wasn't unreasonable for Shirl to be so shocked. The one standing before her was the legendary Succubus Queen, not some ordinary dreamweaver. She had been contracted to Lilith for hundreds of years and had asked her to do the same thing countless times before, and never once was she met with failure. Is that man also a demigod? That idea suddenly came to mind. After all, it would have been impossible for Lilith to infiltrate the dreams of a demigod, even if she was the Succubus Queen. But Lilith shook her head. No, he was human, though I'm not sure if I'd still call him human. Please stop being vague and explain in detail. Lilith's wings fluttered slightly to show her embarrassment. His mental power is ridiculously strong. If a normal mortal is like a wooden fence, then I suppose he is an impregnable wall. It's the first time I've ever encountered one so strong except for dragons or demigods. Shirl's expression became strong. And you said he's human. I'm positive he is. But you're comparing him to dragons and demigods. I cannot properly explain how strong it is without using them as references. Lilith grumbled bitterly, but Shirl was still confused. Naturally, mental power varied widely depending on the individual, even among humans. As far as Shirl knew, the strongest mental power could only be found among 2 types of individuals: wizards and contractors. The contractors who had to make direct contracts with demons and the wizards who were required to train their mental power could be considered exceptional among the humans. However, Lilith had been able to easily penetrate and manipulate the dreams of a 7-star wizard, as well as a contractor who had signed a contract with a high-class demon. If I try, I could maybe get in, but he smelled quite dangerous, so I decided against it. Dangerous smell. I'm sure he's signed a contract with another Grand Duke. What? Shirl's eyebrows rose subconsciously. By Grand Duke, do you mean one of the rulers of the demon world? Do you think I meant a peacock from the human world? The Grand Duke's contractor was working with the demigods. If Lilith's words were true, then the situation was much worse than she'd initially imagined. Which Grand Duke is it? I don't know. If I'd tried to find out, he would have noticed my presence. Although Lilith said this calmly, the fact that someone might have been able to notice her in her spirit body was already strange in itself. Shirl couldn't help but feel that everything was going wrong. It couldn't be helped. As Lilith said, if they tried to press further, they might have gotten caught, which would cause the situation to change drastically. For the time being, they had no choice but to watch him while maintaining their distance. There was something that Lilith hadn't realized. Frey had noticed when her spirit body arrived and left. No, to be precise, someone told him. HMPH. Standing beside Frey with his arms crossed was none other than Usra, ruler of the slaughter hell. His appearance was as daunting as ever, but it was strange that his overwhelming aura could not be felt at all. This was because he had not been summoned directly, and his current form was only an illusion meant for communication. I didn't think you'd be able to contact me from your world. It's possible because I'm a Grand Duke. It's impossible for even the best demons. Do you dislike Lilith? Are you really asking me that? She's an embarrassment to Grand Dukes like me. She's a cowardly bitch who's afraid to even leave her territory in the demon world. If I met her in person, I'd tear her crotch apart. Usra's voice was dripping with malice. He slowly turned his head to look at Frey. Anyway, be careful. I don't think you need to worry with your mental power, but at least for now, that bitch is still a Grand Duke. You never know if she might have different means to get inside your head. He sat down and fell into thought. So it's a circle member from the Fistfounder armlets. The evidence wasn't conclusive, but the probability was very high. This was because he didn't think there would be anyone from the other circles who would be able to sign a contract with a Grand Duke. Still, he didn't think the Circle Master would show up in person. Then was it the Circle Rounder? The Circle Rounder of the Fistfounder armlets was a vampire by the name of Cheryl Rowland. This was what Ivan had told him. He remembered because he said she looked like a girl who didn't appear to be that old. Frey narrowed his eyes. One thing was clear at that moment. If they were acting so carefully, it would be difficult for Frey to find them first. Such a headache. He was also uncertain if he'd be able to explain the situation even if they met in person. This was because he was unsure if they would even believe anything he'd say. He didn't know if there were any members from the Troman rings among them, and he couldn't tell executives from other circles about his divine power or Ricky. Should I just kill them? He thought about it for a moment before deciding against it. This was because they were people with the potential to help him in his fight against the demigods. This meant that he would have to subdue them if he was forced to fight them. Unfortunately, this wouldn't be easy since he couldn't use mana for a while, and it was naturally harder to subdue people than it was to kill them. Frey looked down at his hand. Crackle. Lightning bounced across his hand. Although it was only slightly released, the destructive aura of his divine power could be felt clearly. It should be stronger than 7 stars but weaker than 8 stars. He was referring to the destructive power of his lightning. This fact was certainly amazing. It had only been 2 months since Frey had first come into contact with divine power, but it had already reached such a high level. This allowed him to understand a little why Lux and Oiden had fallen to the allure of divine power. The thought of achieving such strength without much effort or time was certainly alluring, and the more desperate the person was, the harder it would be for them to escape the temptation after falling into it. It was a powerful force that came with little risk. However, it's not so simple. It was possible to get strong fast. However, easily gained strength would lead to weakness of their willpower. That was, in a way, much worse than ruining your body. There was no way that kind of strength could be gained for free. But Frey didn't intend to rely on divine power. It was but another means to an end. His foundation was firmly embedded in magical science, and it was not something that could be shaken. He had resolved to remain this way for the rest of his life. First, I'll wait for Ricky, Frey murmured to himself before laying on the bed and extinguishing the candle. Ricky returned exactly 3 days later. He spoke in his characteristically blunt tone. I didn't learn anything. Laren wasn't there, and the head, Isaka Blake, was also away. Then he suddenly paused as if he just remembered something. The second son, Heinz Blake, was there. Heinz, right. He was the one who guided me. However, his timing was too coincidental. He arrived just after I got there. It seemed Ricky didn't know he was a member of the circle. Frey thought about sharing that fact for a moment, but he decided against it in the end. After all, he didn't fully trust Ricky. Heinz, certainly, as Ricky said, the timing was too coincidental. Frey felt that there was a very high possibility that Heinz was among the circle members who were monitoring them. It wasn't like he wasn't strong enough. Ricky led him out of the inn while saying, "Shall we get going?" That very afternoon, they used the warp stone to head to Luinoble. After the short warp ended, Frey looked around. So this is Luinoble. Place that Frey and Ricky had arrived at was Lupe, a city in the Luinoble kingdom. Although it wasn't the capital, it was one of the largest cities in the country. The Luinoble kingdom in itself was not small, so Lupe's appearance was quite grand. The architectural style especially caught his eye. There were many white, sharp-tipped buildings that looked like swords, giving the entire city a very sharp aura. This way. Ricky's tone was a bit sharp as he walked ahead. Frey stopped looking around and followed him. Ricky led him through the back alleys in a skillful manner as though he was familiar with the complex road structure. Don't we have time before the meeting starts? There's still a month left. Then why are you in such a hurry? The meeting isn't being held in Lufe. It was the first time he'd heard of that. Ricky spoke without turning his head. He paused for a moment before saying, "I'll speed up a little." Swish. He immediately accelerated. Frey wondered why he'd increased pace so suddenly, but he soon realized it was an effort to lose any pursuers who might have followed them to Lufe. The next warp won't be for at least 4 days. That thought occurred to him before he realized that with the circle's influence, it wouldn't be impossible to carry out successive warps. An hour or so passed. By the time they stopped walking, Frey was slightly out of breath. Ricky glanced at Frey before speaking. "You are weak, unlike Ivan." How could he compare him to that stamina monster? Frey looked around, keeping those thoughts to himself. The loud noise of the city sounded faint. This place was dark even though it was broad daylight, as the buildings in the other sections of the city almost completely blocked the sun. A disgusting smell lingered in the air, and rats could be clearly seen running around the garbage-filled streets. In other words, this was a very dirty place. Ricky pointed to a stairway leading down to a basement and said, "If you go down there, you will find an old man wearing a straw hat. Ask him for a mask." "What mask?" "If you're going to the meeting, you need to hide your identity. Didn't I tell you before? Most of the apostles will participate in this meeting, but they will all hide their appearances." "Are you saying that I'll be able to hide my appearance if I use that mask?" "Right. It will completely conceal the aura of your divine power. If that was the case, then it would be very useful indeed." However, there was still something he wanted to know. "Why aren't you going with me? The man down there is one of Lord's men. If I go with you, they would immediately know that you are my apostle." That made sense. Frey glanced at the stairs for a while before walking down. It was an incredibly deep, dark staircase. Frey slowly stepped deeper into the basement. So long. How much farther would he have to go? Because of the circular structure of the staircase, the light from outside, however little it was, could not reach very far, and by the time Frey felt it would have been polite to place a light source, the staircase came to an end. The basement was very bright. Light that Frey felt was previously lacking in the stairwell was now overly abundant in the basement. Frey looked around, noticing the heavy scent of dust. It was like an old junk shop. It was large, but it was smelly because many miscellaneous items were piled up like a mountain. As Frey looked at one strange object after another, he heard a lively voice from behind him. "Welcome." Frey was a bit surprised. He had not been able to sense the slightest thing before hearing the voice. "What bring?" Blonde hair, purple eyes, and a maid outfit. None of these things seemed to match the description Ricky had given him. However, Frey's gaze deepened slightly. The person before him appeared to be a cheerful girl with moist eyes and a healthy blush on her cheeks. Her body seemed to be brimming with vitality, yet he could feel none of it. A golem. It was a golem of extremely high quality. It was very possible that another person would never have been able to notice this. Frey thought of Schweizer. He had been the best puppet master Frey had ever known. It seems a very perceptive guest has arrived. A man appeared from inside a back room with a relaxed expression. He was a messily dressed man wearing an old straw hat. He walked over and patted the girl's shoulder. "Airy, head back for now." "Yes, master." The girl called Airy gave a bright smile before heading to the back of the store. "I apologize if that made you uncomfortable." "It's fine. That's good then." The man then sat on a stool and spread his arms. "Welcome to Hector's General Store." "Ah, for reference, I'm Hector." "You're quite a tight-lipped customer," Hector grumbled. Frey ignored his words and stated his reason for being there. "I came to get a mask." "Aye, you're a boring customer too." He scratched his head for a moment before heading inside. After a while, he returned with a white mask in his hand. The mask had a crying face printed on it and was covered in dust as though it had been poorly stored for a long time. Hector glanced at Frey as he brushed the dust from the mask. Hector's expression then changed, and his mouth opened wide as he spotted the bracelet on Frey's wrist. Huck. His entire body convulsed slightly, and he jerked his head up to look at Frey. A strange light shined in Hector's eyes. Excuse me, but would you mind if I took a look at that bracelet?" Did he notice the bracelet's secret? Frey was concerned for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. It was impossible. Very few people knew that the staff of the great sage could be transformed into a bracelet. Even the Stroh necklaces, who claimed to know Schweizer best, and Shepherd Jun, who was an executive in that circle, did not know the bracelet was a relic. Frey shook his head. "You can't see, come on, just a little." "Why are you so interested in this bracelet? It's just an ordinary bracelet." Hector laughed when Frey said those words indifferently. "An ordinary bracelet, you don't need to lie to me." "Well, it makes sense that you'd think so. Most people wouldn't be able to realize the true value of that bracelet. Perhaps even the most proficient appraiser wouldn't be able to notice anything. However, he was different." Hector's gaze sharpened. This item was definitely priceless. He calmed his desperately beating heart. "I know it's not believable if I say it myself, but I am one of the best alchemists. In fact, I'm sure that I am among the top 3 among those on the continent." It was something that was not completely believable since he was the one that was saying it, but it was impossible for Frey to dismiss it just because he couldn't take his word for it. At least, this man in front of him was the first to even notice Schweizer's bracelet. I can't even remember the last time I saw a magic tool and admired it. That's why that bracelet is so shocking. This is just my speculation, but I believe it might be a relic passed down from the Age of Light, where magic science was most prevalent. This was the first time he'd ever felt inferior while looking at a magic item since he'd begun studying alchemy. Hector wasn't confident that he'd be able to make something like that bracelet even if he was given all of the necessary materials. This was what made him so curious. He wanted to see how it was made. Pure curiosity practically boiled within his gaze. Frey was happy to hear his acknowledgement of Schweizer's skills, but there was absolutely no way he would show this item to one of Lord's followers. He couldn't afford to get caught in such a foolish way. You can't. Of course my words wouldn't mean anything. Hector's voice was low. He stood up from his seat with a firm expression. Seeing this, Frey raised his guard as he noticed Hector's strange momentum. Thud, Hector pounded his forehead against the floor. Please, what are? Please show it to me just once. After saying that, he crawled over and grabbed the hem of Frey's robe. Frey looked down at him with a shocked expression. Hector's face looked desperate and pitiful. Was this all an act? No, he would not have been able to make such an expression even if he was the best actor in the world. Frey hesitated after he saw this performance, an alchemist ranked among the top 3 on the continent. This was how Hector had introduced himself. So he should be better than Adelia, right? Frey couldn't tell. However, even Adelia had not been able to notice the staff of the great sage in its bracelet form. At least in this aspect, Hector was better than her. I want to ask you something. Yes, you can ask me anything. Hector's eyes shined brightly as he said this. Frey quickly spoke with a slightly troubled expression. This doesn't mean that I'd show you the bracelet just because you answer. That doesn't matter. After hearing my response, your heart might soften a little. This was what Frey wanted. He nodded and recalled the questions he had asked Adelia in the magic tower in the past. Can you create a golem with a core that contains 1 million ME? A core with 1 million ME? Hector narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. It would be extremely difficult. His response was better than Adelia's, who had called it downright crazy, but it wasn't a far cry from Frey's expectations. I see, as expected. Even the best alchemist I know told me it was a crazy idea. Hector's expression changed a little. Can you tell me in detail what they said? Was he interested in the other alchemist's opinion? That didn't matter. Frey told him what he heard from Adelia. First of all, they said it was almost impossible to create a golem using a 1 million ME core. I agree with that opinion. In general, a 10,000 ME core is required to make an iron golem. One iron golem was capable of fighting 10 ogres at once. In other words, with a simple calculation, that would mean that a single golem with a 1 million ME core would be able to fight 1,000 ogres at the same time. When he thought that, he realized just how ridiculous a 1 million ME core really was. In terms of raw numbers, it might not be challenged even if it went head-to-head with an adult dragon. They said the body would have to be made with orichalcum, and mithril would have to be used as the nervous system in order to drive such a large amount of energy. They also said that the process of calculating formulas, programming commands, and establishing its consciousness would be even more challenging. Hector lowered his head as he pondered for a while before looking at Frey again. What is their name? I have no intention of telling you that. After all, Adelia was a member of the Circle, and even if she wasn't, he wouldn't reveal her name since his identity could be traced through her. There's no need to be so cautious. Lord has ordered me to not reveal anything I see or hear here. Once given, a command cannot be disobeyed. In other words, everything that's happened here would be a secret kept between the two of us. Anyway, that person is pretty good at alchemy, although they still have some ways to go. They remind me of myself from 100 years ago. 100 years ago. Frey's expression became strange. Exactly how old was this man? You mean you're better than the alchemist I know? Of course. You don't seem to believe me, then. Hector put his hands together and clapped twice. Pack, yes, master. The maid, Ari, who had left earlier, approached them once more. Hector pointed at her and said, This kid is a golem I made myself, I see. There was silence for a moment. Hector then looked at Frey with a strange expression on his face. Is that it? What other reaction was he supposed to give? When he saw Frey's puzzled expression, Hector's expression became weirder. He had the insight to tell that Ari was a golem with just a glance, but he doesn't have any knowledge of puppet making. He was a strange man. Then he wouldn't be able to figure out just how elaborate Ari was or how skilled he was at puppet making to have created her. Hector sent Ari back with a bitter smile. Do you really have a 1 million ME golem core? Once again, he received no answer. Hector's expression became awkward. He didn't know just what this man was thinking. If he had some idea of what he wanted, then maybe he would be able to make a deal to get what he wanted. I want to see that bracelet one way or another. Recently, Hector had been feeling like there was a slump in the progression of his alchemy knowledge. To put it bluntly, he hadn't made any progress in decades. He'd searched, examined, and read countless research books, magic tools, and golems of other people, but he couldn't find any new stimulation. This was natural. Most of them were much worse than him. Day by day, he felt his body and mind slowly rot, and he feared that he would not be able to progress any further in his life. Alchemy was the only thing keeping him going, but at this rate, he would lose interest in alchemy. This was the last thing he wanted to happen. Frey's bracelet, which had appeared in a time when he was floundering in the dark and shivering in fear, was like a light of salvation for Hector. Then Frey spoke. Hypothetically, if I said I had it, would you be able to make a golem with it? Hector's expression became serious. Frey couldn't help but feel that this face was the true face of the man before him. His expression was one that could only be seen when someone who took pride in their job became serious about their job. Hector pondered for a long time. He blankly tapped his finger on the counter and mumbled to himself. Frey waited patiently. Finally, Hector opened his mouth. It's possible. You don't believe me. Would it be strange if I didn't? Hector let out a laugh. The hardest thing to do would be to get the ingredients. You would need large quantities of orichalcum and mithril. You must know that those two metals are not things you can just buy with money. He was right. Both were valuable items fit to be called the divine metals. This meant that not only were they basically impossible to buy even if you could afford them, but that they were also incredibly hard to work with. But those aren't the only metals you can use. I know of metals that can be used as replacements. I assure you, there is no other alchemist who knows as many metals as I do. Could he be sure that this man was better than Adelia? Hector sighed as though he could sense something from the subtle shift in Frey's expression. I do not want to belittle the alchemist, but as far as I know, there are only 3 top alchemists on the continent currently, including you, including me. His eyes were firm as he said those words. Frey looked at him for a moment before asking, who are the other 2? The 11th Tower Master of the Cascow Empire, and Akrich of the Frozen Lands in the north. The 11th Tower Master and Akrich. They were figures that he would have never imagined, especially the former. I thought there were only 10 magic towers. That's right, however, the 11th Tower Master exists. He is one of the hidden guardians of the Cascow Empire. That's all I can say. And Akrich of the Frozen Lands. Hector's gaze deepened slightly. He stared at Frey for a moment before saying, he's not an alchemist, he's a wizard, but he's a damn monstrous bastard whose knowledge of alchemy surpasses both myself and the 11th Tower Masters. This can be considered natural, though, since he's lived for more than 1,000 years. Anyways, you should remove any thoughts you have about asking him for help. He's stuck in his dungeon below the Frozen Lands, devoting all his time to magical science. He's also got a nasty temper, so don't approach him unless you want to risk getting cut into unrecognizable pieces. His words only made Frey curious, but there was something else that Frey was even more curious about. Who are you? I'm Hector. I'm not asking for your name. I'm asking who you are, since you are able to stand equally beside the hidden guardian of the Cascow Empire and Akrich, who has over 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge. Hector was silent for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. Well, although my current state appears quite miserable, I used to be a member of a pretty powerful race. A powerful race from the past. All of it was stolen from me, and I was trapped inside this fragile body. Strong scales that couldn't be cut even with the sharpest sword, a body that was large enough to blot out the sun, and a heart that was more powerful than any power source imaginable. After hearing that, Frey's expression changed greatly. Still, I survived because he recognized the large amount of knowledge I'd accumulated in my life. Or maybe he wanted to laugh at my miserable existence from close by. You can't mine. Hector gave a self-deprecating smile. I was a dragon. He was a dragon. The fact that he used past tense was shocking. At least Frey had never seen such a self-deprecating and miserable use of past tense. Hector's bitter smile quickly disappeared. He returned to his customary lively tone. Sorry for bringing up such a boring topic. So, what were we talking about again? Frey was left speechless for a moment as he watched Hector scratch his head and apologize. Suddenly, Binyang's words came to mind. The report at the time said the lair was already destroyed and no dragon bodies were found. The only thing that had been left in the lair was my egg. They hadn't even found a body. Of course, at the time, he hadn't thought this was strange. A dragon's corpse had immense value. There was the dragon heart, which was regarded as a supreme treasure, as well as the other parts like its teeth, bones, scales, eyes, blood, and flesh. So Frey had thought the demigods had simply taken all the corpses after killing the dragons, but now that he thought about it, that was strange in itself. Mortals were the only ones who would put a high value on the corpse of a dragon. For demigods, even the dragon heart would not be something they really needed. But what if the dragon's body hadn't been their target? What if they wanted something else, like capturing the dragons alive to subjugate and control their powerful souls? If the man in front of him was truly a dragon, then Frey's guess would no longer just be speculation. It would mean that in the end, the demigods managed to subjugate the soul of a dragon and made it into their servants. Dog-like bastards. Frey forcibly suppressed his urge to curse. Before the demigods had revealed their horrific presence, dragons were the only completely transcendent race on the continent. Not only that, they had also been the ones who realized the danger the demigods posed first, so they supported the mortals in their bloody battle with the demigods 4,000 years ago. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say mortals assisted the dragons in their fight against the demigods. There was only one race capable of confronting the demigods, the dragons. Frey bit his lip and clenched his fist tightly. Such revered beings were now in a more miserable state than humans. They weren't extinct. However, their current state was much worse than that. They were barely living while being forced to do the demigods' bidding. Considering this, it wasn't even enough to say that their race fell. They wanted to see their miserable appearance up close. This was the reasoning Hector had just given about why they were keeping a dragon alive, and he was probably right. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't unreasonable for Hector to say this. The fact that he was a dragon was not only known by the demigods, some apostles knew about it as well. He hadn't intended to reveal it, but it was discovered anyway. Then the apostles, people who had betrayed their races to side with the demigods, looked at him with eyes filled with ridicule. They mocked the miserable fate of the ones who once ruled over the continent, who fought against the demigods till the end. And as they looked at him, they felt that their choice wasn't wrong. He couldn't even laugh at the fact that they were feeling satisfied by their decisions and actions. Since then, he'd come to accept reality. Now, he didn't mind revealing his identity as he'd already built up a bit of tolerance. You. Frey started speaking before he stopped. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat, and instead, he said something entirely different. Are the other dragons the same as you? Some of them. Not all. Most are dead. Are you sympathizing with me? No. Frey shook his head. He didn't intend to do that. He used to pay homage to the dragons in the past, and even now as he saw Hector, it was the same. I'm sorry if you felt that way. Hector was puzzled by Frey's sudden change of attitude. It was exactly from the point when he revealed that he was a dragon. A smile forced its way onto his face. Hector chuckled and shrugged. Do you have any reason to apologize, like I told you? I was a part of a race that was considered pretty powerful in the past. It's nothing now. Frey wanted to ask Hector about his teacher, but he couldn't. After all, he couldn't believe everything Hector said. To put it simply, it was impossible for Frey to know if this man was under Lord's full control or not. Therefore, he kept all his doubts, regrets, and sadness to himself, and opened his mouth with a stiff expression. Can I have the mask? Here you go. Frey received the mask from Hector and dusted it off a bit before saying, Do you stay here? That's right. To be exact, rather than staying, he couldn't leave. It wouldn't be entirely wrong to say he was confined to this space. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that. Then please make the body of Golem that can handle a 1 million ME core that I mentioned earlier. Did he really have a core with so much ME? Hector's expression became strange. Even he was not confident in his own ability to make a core with such capacity, and he felt the same for the 11th Tower Master in Akridge. He scratched his cheek while hiding his inner thoughts. Just showing me that bracelet wouldn't be enough for that. I'm a businessman after all. What else do you want? Hector made a playful expression. That bracelet. Give it to me. He'd said this intentionally to see his reaction. Perhaps Frey hadn't expected this as his expression changed subtly. However, to Hector's surprise, he didn't refuse right away. If you promise me in dragon tongue, I'd be more than happy to give it. You know about dragon tongue? No, that was a silly question. If he didn't know about dragon tongue, he wouldn't have brought it up in the first place. Hector sighed. You seem to know a lot about dragons. Can you not do it? Is it because your body was stolen? The body doesn't matter. The power of dragon tongue comes from our very souls. I might not have the same destructive and transcendental power, but making oaths is still possible. Then he spoke in the serious tone from before. I'll take back what I said about the bracelet. I'm not saying this because I don't want to make an oath in dragon tongue. It's just I said that in the first place because I wanted to see your reaction. I apologize for that. It's fine. Just let me take a look. That's enough payment. Hector let out a laugh. I had nothing to do anyway, but I think I might make one that matches my taste. Would that be okay? His taste. However, Frey didn't pay much attention to Hector's words, and he simply nodded. Doesn't matter as long as it can handle the core. Great. Now, to get the supplies and craft it should take at least 6 months, so you can come see me at that time. 6 months. Will that be a problem? Frey couldn't respond immediately. He wasn't sure whether Ricky's identity could remain hidden until then. However, he'd finally found a person who could make the golem that even Adelia said was impossible to make. He didn't think he'd find a better opportunity than this. No, I'll see you then. Have a safe journey. Hector mumbled farewell as Frey turned and left. What an impressive man. He wasn't sure, but Hector had a strong feeling he would have more interactions with this man in the future. When Frey came up from the basement, Ricky asked him, What about the mask? Frey showed him the mask without responding, and Ricky nodded before turning around and walking away. Frey followed him while memorizing the coordinates for this place. They soon left the dark area and once again arrived in the city proper. The sun was about to set, but Ricky never had any intention of staying in the city. They immediately left and began walking down a road. In the meantime, the sun set, and day turned into night. Still, Ricky didn't stop walking. Around the time when moonlight fell gently, Ricky finally opened his mouth. The Luinoble Kingdom. Although it's called the Country of Knights, it is the most corrupt among all the human countries I know. I see. Ricky seemed quite aware of the state of humanity. Frey simply nodded. It was the first time he was hearing this, but it would be strange if there was no corruption in a large group of humans. As he looked at Ricky's face while he said this, though, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because, for the first time, there was a trace of anger on Ricky's face. They'd rather talk and do bullshit rather than carry on that man's legacy. That man, look at that mountain. Ricky pointed to the mountain he'd led Frey to. It was a large, dense mountain. Of course, it wasn't as large as the mountains in the Hispania mountain range, but those mountains were the largest in the continent. Marquis d'Alaman, the oldest and ugliest among the Luinoble nobles. Trash who does anything to satisfy his own self-interest. What does he have to do with this mountain? This is the place where Marquis d'Alaman does his business. Business? Slave camps were secretly built all over this mountain. Those words shocked Frey greatly. Slaves? There's no slavery in the Luinoble Kingdom, is there? It should have been the same with the Cascow Empire. In Lucca's time, most countries still participated in slavery, but now, 4,000 years later, most of them had abolished slavery, except for a few barbaric ones. Were there really slave camps in the Luinoble Kingdom, which was praised as the Country of Knights? On a mountain that wasn't far from a large city, you're a really strange man. You have knowledge that not even some of the wisest men on the continent would know, but you still can't see behind the thin curtain that conceals the darkness of human society. Ricky sighed. Slavery still exists in the dark. The size of the slave market is growing continuously every year. In fact, the current supply cannot even keep up with the demand. It wasn't a bright spot for human society. Frey suddenly felt that Ricky was extremely strange at that moment. Isn't he a demigod? At least in his memory, there had never been a demigod who showed such deep interest in humans. Without responding to Frey's curious expression, Ricky continued, "You don't hesitate to kill trash like humans." He was talking about the bandits back in the forest who Frey had turned to ashes. Frey didn't deny it, though, because he wasn't wrong. And you have to use your divine power as much as possible for the remainder of this month. Ricky stopped talking after saying that, but Frey understood what he wanted him to do. Frey's eyes followed Ricky's as he looked toward the mountains once again. YHOSHT, this is cool. I'll have to take a look first before deciding. Do you not trust me? It wouldn't be wrong to say that I don't. Frey gave a blunt answer. However, Ricky's expression showed that he had expected such a response. And we look at things differently. You want to see it with your own eyes. I understand. As he nodded, Ricky paused for a moment before saying, "What do you think about other races?" What kind of question was that? When Frey turned to him with a puzzled expression on his face, Ricky said in a flat tone, "I'm asking you if you believe humans are a superior race." No, not really. Naturally, Frey liked humans. He liked the positive actions and potential that humans had, and above all, he valued their determination even when faced with challenges. However, this didn't mean he considered them superior, as Ricky said. He knew that there were many other amazing species besides humans. Ricky nodded in relief. If so, then I have nothing to worry about. Go take a look. There are a few camps on the mountain, but I personally recommend that one. Ricky pointed with his finger. Frey focused his eyes on where he was pointing, but he couldn't see anything. I don't see it. There's a castle hidden in the trees. He has about 30 men guarding it. Most of them are knights, but they're only second class at best. It wouldn't be hard for you to get rid of them with your divine power, if I decide that they don't deserve to be killed. Naturally, you can just leave. I won't force you. Ricky spoke in his normal, calm tone. Frey felt a bit strange when he saw this because it seemed like he had already guessed his reaction. Firstly, he had to check for himself. It might cause an issue if he killed one of the country's marquises, but Frey showed no reluctance or hesitation. This was because he had successfully reached 8 stars. As long as his opponent wasn't a demigod, Frey was not afraid to have a one-on-one battle with anyone. And even if he were to fight a demigod, Frey had the confidence to at least escape with his body intact, as long as it wasn't Lord or one of the apocalypses. As he thought this, Frey flew over to the place Ricky had pointed out. As Ricky had said, there was an old castle hidden behind the trees. He didn't see it before because he was far away, but now that he was closer, it didn't seem hidden at all. Instead, its surroundings were brightly lit by a number of torches. Frey's expression stiffened slightly. This mountain wasn't very far from the city, so if this place was displayed in such an open way, there was a high probability that the officials of Luffy knew about the existence of this camp. It's the most corrupt human country I know. Ricky's words sounded in his head again, but Frey shook his head and decided to check the interior of the castle. There were knights in armor standing atop a short wall. Their levels are definitely not high. Ricky's information was accurate. These people were second-class warriors at best. Currently, Frey was capable of facing off against master-class knights even if he didn't use his mana. At their level, even hundreds of these knights wouldn't be able to stop him. From the start, Indra's divine power was especially effective when used against crowds. It was difficult for them to defend against because of its long range and the effects of the electricity. However, it wasn't just their lack of power. Their vigilance was also quite lax. There were some who yawned loudly, chatted with their colleagues, or even sat on the ground and dozed off. It seemed that they didn't expect anyone to attack them. Frey silently climbed over the wall. The first thing he saw was a large clearing. And in it there were dozens of cages. The cages were all made of iron, and every single one of them was filled with slaves. There weren't just humans, as well as other intelligent races like elves, dwarves, and beastkin. All kinds of rare creatures were imprisoned here. They all had something in common. Physically, they looked fine. However, while they had no visible injuries, they all appeared listless as if they had lost their souls. Those who were particularly bad would randomly start hyperventilating, seemingly for no reason. The cages were all very small and dirty. They were almost the perfect size for their captives, so even a sane person would go crazy after a few days if they were forced to stay in these cages. There was something piled on the right, and when Frey focused on it, his expression immediately changed. Bodies of dead slaves had been piled up. Frey's rage built up in an instant, but he still managed to quickly analyze the situation calmly. Why did they kill them? For these people, slaves were commodities, products that they used to make money. They were pieces of trash, but Frey didn't think they would ignore the value of their own merchandise like this for no reason. But after a while, he realized why. A knight was walking toward the place where the corpses were piled with light steps. On his shoulder was a beastkin girl. A knight standing near the pile started talking to him. Did you let it all out? Is she dead? Not yet, but from the looks of it, shouldn't be long now. Urgel, take it easy. Don't you know the Marquis hasn't been in a good mood for the last few days? It doesn't matter. He only cares about the elves anyway. One of the elves died today, so be careful. Really? Understood. The knight then threw the girl from his shoulder onto the pile. The girl flailed her arms for a moment with dead eyes before she slowly stopped moving. Frey saw this scene from start to finish. It wasn't just the beastkin girl. Occasionally, the knights would take slaves to use or torture to relieve their desires or boredom. That was the reason why the corpses of the slaves were treated in such a way. It was a scene of collective madness. Had they all lost their minds because they were stuck in this place for a long time? Or was this a place where only the ugly and evil people gathered? Frey completely understood Ricky's attitude. How could he not be angry when he saw humans behaving in this way? As someone who liked and had faith in humans, this sight made Frey feel disgraced, as though his privates had been exposed in public. SSS. His emotions were soon restrained. The calmness and tranquility that came with his 8 stars rank did not let him get swept up by his emotions. Frey descended from the wall and landed with a light sound. With just the robe and mask, Frey's identity was effectively hidden. The mask had the effect of concealing his divine power, but when Frey actively used it, this concealment stopped. One of the guarding knights tilted his head as Frey appeared in front of him. That's a funny mask. He spoke with a drowsy expression on his face. Even though Frey had appeared before him so openly, he did not consider him as an intruder. After all, they didn't believe that there was anyone brave enough to infiltrate this place, and so openly at that. He probably thought it was one of his colleagues playing a prank. Crackle. Blue lightning sparked in Frey's hand. At first, he just intended to get rid of the person in charge of this place, but he no longer thought that way. All of the people working here were rotten garbage. He was ashamed to even consider calling them human, but above all, it was their outfit that made Frey the most angry. What the hell are you wearing? What? Plate armor, silver sword, and cape. Do you really think of yourself as a knight? The knight's expression changed to one of anger. What the hell are you talking about? No, who the hell are you? I've never heard your voice before. In the next instant, shock became plastered across his face. No way, intrude. Crackle. Deep blue lightning pierced the man's body before he even got the chance to scream, causing him to fall to his knees, his body burnt black. However, the lightning was bright and noticeable. What was that? Intruder. There's an intruder. Only then did the other knights charge towards Frey as a group. Frey stood in the middle of the clearing with his hands at his sides, waiting for the knights to get closer. Knights. No, these weren't knights. Frey recalled his idiotic friend who worked himself to the bone in order to become the best knight in the world, the Sword King Lucid. What would he have done if he had been here and seen what these evil trash had done while boasting the name knight? Of course, Frey knew the answer. What he was about to do was nothing special. He was simply going to do what Lucid would have done if he'd been there. That was all. Another one died. I'm sorry. The Marquis face turned red. Then he threw the glass of wine that he had been drinking at the subordinate who brought the report, causing the sparkling glass to shatter. The subordinate didn't get hurt since he was wearing a helmet, but as a knight, he still felt humiliated to be treated in such a way. However, the knight simply deepened his bow with a servile smile on his face, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Dalaman's bloated body was quite large. Although he was an outstanding knight who had crossed the threshold of the master class in the past, his body, which had been soaked in the pleasure of retirement, had become large like a pig's. Haven't I told you to handle the elves with care? Do you know how much even a single one of them is worth? I'm sorry. Useless. Dalaman gritted his teeth in frustration. The value of elves was so high that they were easily one of the 10 most expensive types of slaves to purchase around the world. With beautiful appearances, long-lasting youth, and even high spiritual talent, it would have been strange if their value wasn't high. Of course, there were also some drawbacks. They were quite difficult to maintain. They were used to living in the forest, and they even drew energy from nature, so if that energy wasn't replenished regularly, they would die quickly. They were also quite tricky to tame, as they were a proud race who looked down on everyone else. Of course, there were many kinky nobles who loved that particular trait. There was a reason why elven slaves bought by nobles didn't last more than 5 years at best. Of course, this was a good thing for Dalaman. When a slave died, their master would simply come to him to buy another one. But now, out of the 10 elven slaves that he had taken a lot of effort to capture, 3 had already died, 2 of which were female, which made the loss all the more painful. I need to calm down. Dalaman looked toward the attendant standing beside him before saying, "Prepare some alcohol and meat." The attendant shivered after hearing those words. That was because they knew what kind of meat Dalaman was referring to, the ingredients. "Didn't you just hear that fool's report?" Sorry, I'll do as master has ordered." Dalaman swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Elven meat was the delicacy among delicacies, but it wasn't just elves. Dalaman also enjoyed eating the flesh of dwarves, beastkin, and even humans. He was under the impression that he was quite the gourmet foodie. Just as Dalaman rose from his seat with a bottle of alcohol, Marquis, the knight who he had thrown the wine glass at, came back. Anger once again erupted on Dalaman's face. "If you came to tell me another slave died." There's an intruder." "What? An intruder?" At that moment, Dalaman wondered if he'd heard wrong. This was natural. It had been more than 20 years since he had invested in the slave trade, and in that time, not once had there been any intruders. He always made sure to handle the rats who might have known too much after completing each deal. But Dalaman simply shook his hand in annoyance. Just deal with it quickly. It was clear that the guards he'd hired didn't know how to deal with intruders, so they had come to bother him with such things. They really were useless. Dalaman clicked his tongue. They had been cheap, but it wasn't like he couldn't afford to spend more now. Should I just hire better guards? He felt that it would have been better to spend some more money. As he thought this, Dalaman turned to see that the knight who had reported to him still hadn't left. Instead, he was sweating and stuttering incoherently. What is it? Now he was truly angry. Dalaman began wondering as to how he could punish the knight to make up for the annoyance. All the knights have been annihilated. What? Dalaman's expression stiffened. This happened just as the wall crumbled with a loud explosion. A man wearing a robe and a mask appeared from the dust cloud created by the explosion. The mask was a crying face, but it didn't feel like it was mourning at all. Instead, the clown-like mask gave a very ridiculous feeling. If it weren't for the current situation, it was quite possible that Dalaman would have burst into laughter. However, he couldn't laugh right now, not even a little. The man walked forward at a slow, steady pace without saying a word. Who are you?" Dalaman's face was red as he asked this question. "You're Marquis Dalaman. I asked who you were." Frey didn't feel like he had to answer. It was then. The attendant beside the Marquis leapt toward Frey at a tremendous speed, his teeth lengthening visibly. Beastkin. The instantaneous speed wasn't something that could be ignored, but Frey didn't so much as twitch. He didn't need to. Crackle. Arug. An electric current shot through the body of the attendant who had been rushing toward Frey. Lightning barrier. This was an ability that Lux, the apostle of Indra that Frey had fought in the past, had used. Frey's barrier was not as conspicuous as Lux. At first glance, it was almost impossible to even tell it was there. However, the barrier was much stronger than Lux. The attendant fell to the ground, their entire body burned black. They had died immediately. Dalaman's expression became stiff to the point where it looked like he was wearing a mask on his face. Only then had he truly come to understand his situation. "Do you think you'll be able to get away with this?" "Guys like you always say the same things," Frey muttered in a calm tone. Dalaman then swung his hand at the knight who had come to report to him. "What are you waiting for? Go kill him, Huck." The knight shivered and drew his sword. However, in the same instant, a bolt of lightning shot out from Frey and pierced his body. He died without being able to make a sound, just like the other knights. Now Dalaman was the only one left. What do you want?" Dalaman's eyes rolled frantically in his head. He couldn't tell what kind of power this person was using, but he was certain he could be killed in an instant. Still, they had kept him alive. There must have been a reason. He was almost certain that it was his identity. After all, he was a marquis of the great Noble kingdom. He probably doesn't have the confidence to kill me. When he thought this, Dalaman's face regained a little color. Frey nodded. Right, there's something I want. Tell me what it is. As long as you spare my life. Zap! Ah! Dalaman screamed. Frey wanted him to suffer. Unlike with the others, Frey reduced the power of the current so that it wouldn't kill him instantly. Dalaman's screams resounded for a long time before they eventually became hoarse. He didn't last as long as Frey thought he would. After some time, Dalaman's eyes closed, and Frey realized he was dying. He didn't have a habit of torturing people. After all, he couldn't derive any pleasure from hearing people scream. Frey realized he had vented his anger, but it didn't really make him feel better. Click. Frey left the castle and looked at the large clearing. It's done. Ricky appeared beside him. He was looking at the slaves trapped in the cages. What are you going to do about them? Are you just going to leave them in the middle of the Noble kingdom? Frey looked at the slaves. He couldn't even see a sliver of hope on their faces. Dalaman and his subordinates were all dead, but the slaves couldn't even pretend to be happy. They had already lost their will to live. Frey left the responsibility to Ricky. He didn't believe Ricky made him save them without considering the aftermath. I could take them somewhere safe with warp. However, that would completely defeat the purpose of using his divine power to mask his mana's aura. Ricky jumped down to the clearing. Then he approached them and drew his sword. Chuck. His swordsmanship was incredibly precise. However, the slaves didn't appear happy that their restraints had been broken. They simply looked at Ricky with dead eyes. You are free now. What is freedom? It was a Beaselkin man who asked this in a hoarse voice. He looked at the pile of corpses and said, My younger brother is there. He lived like a puppet for the humans and still died. And it's not just my brother. Out of my 20 relatives, only 5 are left. Chuck. Tears of blood fell from his eyes. So please tell me, what is freedom? At least it is not death. Ricky's tone was the same as usual. I know you've lost a lot. And that you have scars that will take the rest of your lives to heal. Don't try to console us. The Beastkin man opened his eyes and shouted. He knew Ricky was extraordinary. He knew that he could kill him with just a finger. But still, he didn't restrain his anger. From the start, this was not something he wanted. It's not consolation. We are tired. You said death is not freedom. But for us, it would be a long rest. The man collapsed, and the other slaves lowered their heads at the same time. It was like they were all agreeing with the man's words. Ricky looked around at them before saying, If you want to die, you can. I will do it for you. There would be no pain. In fact, you wouldn't even be able to tell it happened. Ricky slowly drew his sword, the blade shining in the moonlight. But are you satisfied with just that? What are you talking about? I've seen many like you. Those who wish to end their lives to escape from despair. Those who stopped moving forward. Those who gave up. Gave up. You're saying we've given up. Isn't that exactly what you did? Ricky tilted his head slightly. I understand. I don't want to admit it, but in the end, it's your choice. It is something that must be respected, and it's not something that a third party can comment on. But you should also consider it from another angle. Another angle. You are fortunate. Me and that man happened to be here by chance, learn what was happening to you, and have the power to kill all the people here, including the Marquis. So you were freed. But what about those who aren't? Emotion slowly began to show in Ricky's voice. There are some who are in much worse situations than you but are still unwilling to give up. So you want us to live on with gratitude for our good fortune? No. After a moment of silence, Ricky asserted, I want you all to save them. There are still many like you on this mountain. There are dozens of camps around this place, all filled with slaves. The Beastkin man's body trembled. It wasn't just him. As though they'd been struck by lightning, all the slaves perked up at Ricky's words. His voice was quiet, but there was something in it that seemed to stir the spirits of everyone listening. To be honest, it would be much easier for you all to just die here. So if you're not confident, speak up. I'll send you on your way without pain, just like I said, but if you were moved even a little by what I said, puck. Ricky stabbed his sword into the ground. Then this time, you all will be their good fortune. Frey watched the Beastkin man and the other slaves as they left, unable to forget the look in their eyes. There was anger, determination, and a liveliness that hadn't been there before, and it was clear who gave them that new energy. Ricky. He was the one who gave them the will to live. They won't last very long. It was no wonder a marquis of the Noble kingdom had been able to engage in the slave trade for such a long time. Just as Ricky had said, it was very likely that the royal family and the nobles of this kingdom were all corrupt, and the place that these slaves had been released into was the heart of the Noble kingdom. Even if they engaged in guerrilla warfare in the mountains between the cities, it wouldn't be long before they were overpowered, and it would take at least a month's travel for them to get to the nearest border. Therefore, the probability that they would be able to escape this country was less than 1%. Frey was sure that Ricky knew that. I know, and you let them go anyway. That's irresponsible. It's up to them now. I've done my part. Ricky spoke as emotionlessly as always. What is he thinking? He was very straightforward. Still, there was one thing he could be certain about Ricky after staying with him the last few months. Ricky was completely different from the other demigods. He'd especially felt it during Ricky's conversation with the Beastkin man. There are still more camps around here. This was what Frey had been told before he attacked this place. Frey looked up the night sky and muttered, "There's still some time until sunrise. No, that's all for today. Marquis Dalaman is already dead and the rest are just garbage. Won't the fact that Dalaman died spread soon? They'll be expecting us, that's right. At least they won't be as defenseless as this group was. They'll definitely be more prepared. Right, the battle that just took place could not be called a battle, it was a massacre." Ricky had told him to use divine power as much as possible, but it was useless if it was for battles like that. I still think it's too big for the middle of the kingdom. Luinoble won't be able to move openly. Since they opened an illegal place of business in the first place, they won't be able to send a subjugation team. Marquis Dalaman was officially supposed to be staying at his own estate during his retirement. Ricky pointed to Luffy. At best, they would only be able to request reinforcements from nearby cities, so they wouldn't be much of a threat to you. Right, they were playing with mud in the first place, so even if Frey made a mess, they would have a hard time dealing with it. Frey thought that this place was perfect for getting rid of the traces of his mana while also practicing his divine power. Then we'll stay in this castle for the rest of the month. Frey turned and looked at the castle. It was in a bad shape. This was natural since he'd used his divine power to his heart's content. If he had known he would end up living in it, he would have practiced a bit more restraint. A month passed by quickly. Frey destroyed the camps around him in a systematic manner. They prepared as much as they could, but the difference in power was too stark. In addition, as more slaves were liberated, their strength increased gradually and they also became a threat. Eventually, the slavers, who could not handle the pressure, abandoned their camps and ran away. It was just as Ricky had said. Luinoble did not send any official reinforcements. By their last day on the mountains, Frey was certain that all the remnants of Marquis Dalaman had been destroyed. The Beastkin man bowed his head. It seemed like after a month of fighting together, the freed slaves considered Frey to be their benefactor. "Where will you go?" "We're thinking about going to the Hispania Mountains in the south." It was definitely the closest place they could go to. And as the monster paradise, if they escaped to that place, the Luinoble kingdom would not be able to pursue them. "That's not an easy place to live. It would still be better than this one. We will definitely repay the grace you have given us." "Wait," Frey stopped him. "What's your name?" "Bekend." After saying that, Bekend turned around and left without looking back. As he watched the former slaves leave, Frey spoke. "Will the meeting start soon?" "That's right." Ricky's expression was quite relaxed as he said this. It wouldn't be a problem even if they left now. Frey's mana aura had already disappeared completely, and there was no longer anyone for them to deal with. Frey, who was a bit puzzled, soon nodded. "Then let's head to the meeting." Ricky looked at Frey with a weird expression for a moment before realizing, "It seems I forgot to tell you." "What?" "It's here." "Here, the place where the meeting will be held." Put on your mask, Frey." He didn't even have to ask why. As soon as Ricky said those words, the sky suddenly split. The circle members, including Shirl, continued following the sword demigod. They almost lost track of them a few times, but somehow they were able to catch up. Though catch up might not have been completely accurate. To be precise, they'd only managed to catch up because they had stopped on a mountain near Luffy and didn't move from there. Still, they didn't dare get too close even though they had stopped on a mountain, because there was still a chance that it was a trap to catch them. Due to this, they camped out a distance away from the mountain and monitored it from afar. The pursuers were deeply puzzled by their subsequent actions. For some reason, they were attacking camps located on the mountain. "What are they doing?" "I think this is one of their old outposts." Only Jerome Berner's expression was strange. This place is where they conduct the slave trade. He knew the affairs of the country better than the others because he himself was a citizen of Luinoble. Although there were no bodies left in the places destroyed by the demigod, they were able to ascertain what was being done in those places because of the cages and other tools. He also knew that the country had been going down a very unsightly path recently. However, the exact location of this place had never been revealed. "I would never have thought that they were doing this right next to Luffy." Jerome's face was stained with shame. Fortunately, his companions didn't have the time to care about the corruption in the Luinoble kingdom. This was because the demigod's actions were too strange. What the hell are they planning? And just as they were getting a headache trying to figure out what was happening, Shepard's jaw dropped. The same thing happened to the others. The sky, which had been normal just a moment ago, was now split open. This sight made it hard for even Shepard, who was a 7-star wizard, to maintain his composure. Cheryl was the only one who managed to keep her cool. She simply bit her lip with her sharp fangs, showing that the experience that came with age wasn't for naught. "We're in trouble." "Why do you say that, Rounder Cheryl?" Being able to see this phenomenon means that we are already within the boundaries of that demigod's domain. "That means..." "Right?" Cheryl's expression was severe. "We cannot leave until the demigod's meeting is over." Frey suddenly felt a wave of heat, but it was strange because it didn't actually make him feel hot. The heat came from the sky. A huge being completely made of fire in the shape of a man appeared among the clouds. His figure was burning fiercely as though he would burn the whole world. I told you about him before, didn't I? He is one of the beings you call Apocalypse. From now on, be careful with your words and actions. In fact, it would be better if you didn't say anything at all. Frey nodded. As Ricky said, it was better to keep his mouth shut than speak and reveal a clue. Ricky shot him a glance before looking toward the sky. Agni, who was even larger than the mountain, slowly began shrinking until he was the size of a normal human. If he was like a transcendent being made of fire before, now, he was like a normal human man with flaming red hair. Frey had subjugated and exterminated many demigods in his time, but it was the first time he'd seen such a sight. He can change his size this much. He thought about it for a moment but soon realized that it wasn't that strange, because dragons also had the ability to change their shape and size. Maybe Ricky can as well. Was Ricky the same? Frey was curious, but he couldn't ask in this situation. This was because Agni had already approached them. To his right was a figure wearing a robe and mask just like Frey. It seems you were the first this time. Right, but it's a bit unexpected. I wouldn't have expected you to already clean this place up. Cleaning. It seemed that he was talking about Dalaman and his men who had been staying on the mountain. Ricky answered bluntly. I did it because I was already nearby. I see. Anyway, good job. Then Agni turned his eyes to Frey. Is this your apostle? Right, indeed. Agni nodded before walking to the side. He should be able to withstand seeing Lord face to face. You got a pretty good one. I see you finally made an apostle. Right, I struggled a bit to get this one. At that moment, the figure who was standing behind Agni turned to glance at Frey. The moment their eyes met in the air, they both felt the other person's shock. They then looked away at the same time and pretended to be calm. Why are they here? He couldn't even begin to imagine the reason. But he was certain that he knew the person behind that mask. Frey hurriedly fixed his expression. Fortunately, Agni didn't seem to notice Frey's shock. He just walked past him and into the castle. Frey wanted to tell Ricky about it, but now wasn't the time. Suddenly, a huge gale blew and Frey's expression stiffened. He felt 3 overwhelming presences at the same time, and at that moment he found it hard to even breathe. The space seemed to twist, and before long, 3 figures stepped out. A young woman with blonde hair, a skeleton, and a wrinkled old man with a hunched back. Laren, Nazdog, and Ananta. Frey realized that he had some history with all 3 of them. Laren was the puppeteer who was pulling the strings of the Blake family from behind the curtains. She was the reason Frey could use both divine power and mana in the same body. Nazdog tried to bait the traitor by using Oiden, and he appeared as an illusion in front of Frey before Oiden died. He had felt the pressure of his aura at the time, but it was nothing compared to meeting him in person. And Ananta was one of the demigods he'd fought against when he was Lucas. At that time, Lucas, Schweizer, Iris, Cassigen, and Lucid could not defeat this monstrous old man. On the contrary, Cassigen had been inflicted with his poison and was bedridden for a month in a near-death state. Of course, they had succeeded in doing some damage to Ananta, but defeat was defeat. It was even more shocking since at that time, Lucas and his party had only just started building up their confidence to fight the demigods. Compared to back then, Ananta didn't look much different except for the fact that his clothes were different. I don't think we're too late. Kukuku, I can't believe Agni beat us. How surprising. Ananta smiled and spoke in his phlegmatic voice as he looked at the castle. He could feel Agni's power within it. Ricky looked at them with folded arms. The 3 of you came together. Yeah, what for? I heard some interesting information from Lord, so I came to see if it was true. Interesting information. I'll tell you when the meeting starts. I'm sure you'll like it. Laren smiled as she said this, but Ricky couldn't help but feel anxious. Nazdog, who hadn't said a word since they arrived, looked down from the mountain as he said, There are intruders. What just that? There are intruders trying to enter the barrier. No, they're already in that strange. Nazdog's blazing eyes turned to Ricky. I don't believe that you, who are the most sensitive among us, did not sense them. What's going on, Ricky? There have been a lot of things I've had to worry about, so my senses have been dulled lately. After a moment of silence, Nazdog nodded. If it's coming from you, then it must be true. Then I shall go take care of the rats. Will you be okay? Won't you get penalized? Laren said it, didn't she? We heard something really interesting from Lord. At that moment, Frey couldn't help but feel that the skinless skeleton in front of him was smiling. Everything has been confirmed. It will be very fun and exciting. Then Nazdog disappeared. Frey followed his presence. Fortunately, he was able to clearly see outside of the castle, and he immediately became confused. Because there were hundreds of knights in black armor standing in a clearing, Ricky muttered. They came here with warp. He said it as though he was explaining to Frey. I didn't think they'd send the Black Dragon Knights. It seems they valued the Marquis business more than I expected. Ricky, Webnovel is your territory. How could they set up here without your knowledge? It was Laren who answered Ananta's words. This territory, it's been hundreds of years since he left. The path this country took is quite the spectacle. Did you know, Ricky, the reason Lord wanted to meet in Webnovel? No. He thought it needed cleaning. Laren pointed toward the Black Dragon Knights. This is the beginning. Nazdog was standing in the sky, looking down at them. The Black Dragon Knights noticed his presence, and they began to busily prepare, but nothing could save them anymore. They couldn't damage Nazdog, who was in the air with their swordsmanship. Nazdog, with a relaxed motion, stretched out a finger, and a clump of black energy began gathering at the tip. Shuck. The black energy then separated to form hundreds of small black spikes. Frey realized the number of spikes matched the number of Black Dragon Knights exactly. The spikes then accurately pierced through their helmets like paper. Then the knights who stood there for a few moments after their deaths collapsed in unison. That was it. In an instant, all of the Black Dragon Knights had been annihilated. This is death. After muttering contentedly, Nazdog's body flashed and reappeared beside Ricky. Ricky had an incomprehensible expression on his face. Even if you could withstand the penalty, isn't it too much to kill hundreds of people? Hoo-hoo, we won't have to worry about that anymore. What? Rejoice, Ricky. We have finally found the possibility of evading God's punishment. Frey's expression twisted behind his mask. Ricky's surprise was no less than his. It was then, come inside. Frey's entire body froze. It was a voice he would never be able to forget. It was a voice that sounded as sacred as hearing God's call in a cathedral, but the owner of this voice was anything but sacred. Frey turned to look inside the smashed wall of the castle. Beside Agni, a being was silently revealing its presence. The reason it was called a being was because there was no other way to express it. It had the overall shape of a man. However, its head was as smooth as an egg because it lacked any features at all. It didn't even have hair. There was not a stitch of clothing on its body, revealing its strong masculine figure, and above all, white light was constantly being emitted from its body. It looked exactly as it had 4,000 years ago. Come inside, my dear family. Lord beckoned gently. At those words, the demigods, including Ricky, began entering the castle. Frey was reluctant to face Lord. However, some apostles were already waiting in the castle, so he had no choice but to follow Ricky. It's a little chilly. Lord mumbled quietly to himself before shaking his hand. Then the broken wall was restored as if time itself had been reversed. It was a process that could not be explained with the laws of nature. However, the demigods present seemed to be used to such things as they showed no reaction. There was a new apostle in the castle who was also wearing a mask. When did they get here? Except for Agni, the other apocalypses had not brought their apostles. Was that person Lord's apostle? Just like himself and Agni's apostle, this person wore a large robe, which not only hid their appearance but even information about their sex and age. As Frey thought this, Ricky turned to Lord and said, "It's been a while. Ricky, my oldest brother, have you been well?" "I have, that's good." Lord laughed happily. Ricky kept looking at Lord for a while before opening his mouth once again. "May I ask what it is you've been doing all this while? It was very important. Of course, you'll find out right now." Laren. Lord gestured to Laren, who smiled and took something from her pocket. It was a metal ingot, aluminium. "This is the first time I've heard of this. That's to be expected. After all, it's a metal we discovered and named personally." Ricky felt a bit anxious. It seemed the other demigods knew about this metal already. Only Ricky and Agni were making expressions to show that they hadn't heard of it before. Laren touched the metal before saying, "At first glance, it's a simple metal without any special properties. It's not that strong, and it does not conduct divine power very well." But then a shocking sight unfolded. Laren ripped off a small piece of metal with her finger and put it in her mouth. Crunch, crunch. The piece was about the size of a knuckle, and even if it wasn't hard per se, it was still a metal. Even a drake, which was known for its strong jaws and sharp teeth, would be left with a bloody mouth if it tried the same thing. Nevertheless, Laren moved her jaws as though she was just munching a cookie before swallowing it. Huck. Then at that moment, Ricky felt the divine power in Laren's body disappear. "What do you think? Doesn't it feel like my divine power has disappeared?" "It does, but it's still the same." Whoosh. A small whirlwind formed above Laren's hand. It was clear that her divine power was just as powerful as before. Nevertheless, it couldn't be felt at all. Ricky's expression stiffened. "Did you conceal it? Do you think I'd deceive you? You're still too behind the times." Laren was smug. Ricky looked at her strangely. "How? The power of aluminium. It's an alloy I created, but I originally made it to conceal our divine power. I was tired of those circle bastards following me around, but it ended up being more effective than I predicted." Laren didn't hold back her laughter. "Just by eating a bit of metal, you could kill as many mortals as you want for a certain period without having to worry about punishment. In other words, we can deceive God's laws. Well, it only lasts a few minutes at best, and the more you use divine power, the shorter the duration, but it's better than nothing, right? If this was true, then this was catastrophic news for all races on the continent who opposed the demigods." Behind the mask, Frey's face was harder than stone. Only then did he understand why Nazdog had been able to annihilate the Black Dragon Knights without worry. Can the metal be produced indefinitely? Ricky casually pointed out a very important point. Frey paid close attention to what Laren said next. If this metal could be mass-produced, then it wouldn't take more than a few years for the entire continent to completely fall into the demigods' hands. It would be great if I could, but the production process is so complicated that it's no joke. The ingredients are also difficult to acquire, so for now we need to use it sparingly. After saying that, Laren threw the aluminium in her hand to Ricky, cut it into small pieces and eat it. I'm also considering making it into a liquid, but I'll have to wait to do research or our supply might run out. Ricky put away the ingot silently. Nazdog narrowed his eyes. You don't look very happy, Ricky. This is an opportunity to destroy the insects that have been troubling us for so long. Aren't you excited? I'm not interested. You've always said that. No, not always. Nazdog swayed slightly. Did you know, ever since you destroyed Icalium 4,000 years ago, you've been acting very strangely. Icalium was Lucid's birthplace. Was Ricky the one who destroyed it? The Sword King Lucid met his end together with his country. Hruhurl's words once again resounded in Frey's mind. Then didn't that mean that Ricky, the one who destroyed Icalium, was also the one who killed Lucid? 4,000 years have already passed, Nazdog. That's enough time for things to change. Stop saying disgusting things. Change is something only imperfect beings experience. It doesn't apply to beings like us, who are perfect from birth. I don't think we are perfect. At those words, a terrifying aura suddenly billowed out. Nazdog had released his full power. Clear suspicion was visible in his gaze. Frey felt a little frustrated by Ricky's attitude. He didn't understand why he was using words and actions that could cause conflict with Nazdog when it was better to lay low. Kukuku, come to think of it, it was Ananta who began speaking with a grim smile. His smile made his heavily wrinkled face look even worse as he said, Hydra's dead. Huh, really? Laren tilted her head since it was the first time she was hearing this news. It was the same for the others. Agni spoke bluntly. Why are you only saying this now? I only just found out. Ananta locked gazes with Ricky. They're suspicious. Ricky was convinced at that moment. Even if the others didn't think the same, these two suspected him. However, he wasn't too surprised by this. After all, he had done too many suspicious things. It was clear that they weren't yet certain, but the current atmosphere was already bad. There was a chance that their suspicion might spread to Agni and Laren. It was then. Nazdog and Ananta. At Lord's quiet words, Nazdog and Ananta shivered before turning to look at him. Suddenly, a mouth appeared on Lord's previously featureless face. As if something that had been buried in a snowfield finally revealed itself, Lord smiled, revealing white teeth. What are you doing to your brother? I'm sorry. I was too hasty. The two proud demigods immediately apologized. Lord's mouth disappeared again. This time he turned to Ricky. Please understand, Ricky. This is proof of how unusual our current situation is. I know. Ricky responded bluntly, and Nazdog felt angered inwardly by that fact. It's so different. It was different. Apocalypse. That was the term the circle used to describe the 5 demigods gathered here, but Nazdog was the only one who knew that unlike them, Ricky was not pressured at all by Lord. He could guess why. Lord was the first to separate from the enormous body of energy known as the laws of the world, and the next demigod to emerge with self-consciousness was Ricky. For this reason, there was a relationship between Lord and Ricky that they could not even wish to interfere with. In fact, there were several instances where Lord was soft to Ricky when he would normally be brutal to others. The demigods here all controlled large cities or even small countries from the shadows, and even if they didn't have total control, it was certain that they had some amount of influence. But this country, Luinoble, was supposed to be completely dominated by Ricky, but Ricky didn't do it. Instead, he built a hut in the woods and started living like a hermit. It was like blatantly throwing away his responsibility, but Lord did not reprimand him at all. Nazdog couldn't understand that. Ricky opened his mouth with a calm expression. Let's get down to business. Didn't you call this meeting to find the traitor? Right, but not all the demigods have arrived yet, so we'll wait a bit longer. Why don't we share a little secret? A secret. Let's reveal our apostles to each other. Lord, are you serious? It wasn't unreasonable for Laren to ask this question with such a strange tone. She didn't doubt Ricky like Ananta and Nazdog did. She wasn't raising her hand to say one of the people here was the traitor. Nevertheless, there was still a possibility. If there really was a traitor among the people gathered here, then revealing the identity of their apostles was very risky. You might be reluctant. I completely understand. It's okay, no need to worry about it. As he said this, Lord's voice was very quiet. He told them not to worry, and he also hadn't given them a reason, but Laren's expression softened at his words. The same was true for the others. Only Ricky's expression remained the same. Since I'm the one who brought it up, I'll show you mine first. Just as Lord laughed and said this, he was interrupted. Wait, what is it, Agni? Lord, I don't think you should reveal your apostle. Lord paused for a moment before saying, you are the core of the demigods. If there really is a traitor here, then your apostle would be the one they care about the most. How accurate. This thought flashed through Ricky's mind, but he didn't show it. Somehow, Lord managed to show an awkward expression. Then I'd be the only one who wouldn't reveal my apostle, wouldn't I? I'm the one who brought it up, but it has become such a funny situation. Lord's head dropped down for a moment before he said, "If you all agree with Agni's opinion, then I won't reveal mine." Ricky almost sighed. It was clear that he had predicted this situation since he was the one who brought it up in the first place. "I agree. I concur. I am in agreement." Agreed. The other four all nodded. Then, as if planned beforehand, they all turned to look at Ricky. "I don't care, but..." Ricky turned to look at Lord. "If you don't reveal your apostle, then I won't either." "Stop talking nonsense. Ricky, are you out of your mind?" Anger was evident on the other demigods' faces. This was a natural reaction. After all, what Ricky had just said had clearly crossed the line. Even Agni and Laren, who had simply been observing the situation from the side, stared at Ricky with fierce expressions. However, it was Nazdog who was most angry. He looked at Ricky as if he wanted to tear him apart. "If Lord doesn't reveal his, you won't reveal yours. Don't be ridiculous. Are you now considering yourself equal to Lord?" All demigods were inherently equal, but by calling Lord Lord, the demigods were paying homage to the being who was the very first demigod. "Stop spouting nonsense. He's the only one who can handle the work and responsibility that comes with being Lord. On his own, he can do things that even all of us combined would fail to do. You're not wrong, but there are things I can do that Lord can't." The terrifying aura of death rose from Nazdog's body. This time, Ricky also put his hand on the hilt of his sword. With just these actions, the atmosphere in the room became as taut as a bowstring waiting to be released. Once again, it was Lord who broke the tense silence. Enough, but this time Nazdog didn't intend to back down. The flames in his eye sockets burned fiercely with rage. "Do not stop me anymore, Lord. It is clear that Ricky is suspicious. I'm not the only one who thinks that." "Kukuku, that's right," Ananta nodded. From the moment he had learned of Hydra's death, he had begun to have doubts about Ricky. He was the only one who could get rid of such a resilient person without a trace. Laren and Agni were clearly hesitating, but it was obvious that their suspicion had grown stronger. "Nazdog, your suspicion is valid. However, it would be best to pay attention to your words and actions until everything is confirmed." Nazdog grit his teeth. However, since he wanted to gain the authority that came with Lord's recognition, he could not continue to be disobedient. The deathly aura disappeared as if it had been washed away, and Ricky also let go of his hilt. The thing that truly makes me angry is the fact that Ricky is not even trying to alleviate our doubts. His attitude makes it seem like it doesn't matter if we are suspicious of him. It's impossible for me to not feel upset by this. Lord fell silent for a moment. He felt that Nazdog had a point. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "I understand. You understand." When Laren asked with a confused expression on her face, Lord spoke in a flat tone. "After this meeting ends, I will personally check if Ricky is the traitor or not." Silence fell at those words. This was because they knew Lord was not one to lie. Lord turned to look at Ricky before saying, "Of course, you will cooperate, won't you?" Wooparade. "Sure, good." Lord then stood to his feet. "Now then, will you show me your apostles?" "That will." At Lord's words, the other demigods showed uncomfortable expressions. They all glanced at Ricky. If Ricky was truly the traitor, it would be very risky for them to reveal their apostles to him. When he saw this, Lord waved his hand. "There's no need to worry. I've put a barrier around this place. People can enter, but it is impossible for anyone to leave." This explained why the Black Dragon Knights had been able to enter this place. Frey turned to Lord. "I will not release the barrier until we have confirmed the identity of the traitor. Even if it takes a week, a month, or a year. I see, it can't be helped." The demigods all nodded since it was understandable. "Then I'll go first." It was Agni who stepped forward. In the first place, he seemed to have very little hesitation when it came to revealing his apostle. Looking at him, Frey couldn't help but feel that he was quite similar to Ivan. He seemed to be the type who could burn with passion from his very soul if he found something interesting. Conversely, he also seemed to be the type that wouldn't care what happened if it was something uninteresting to him. And to Agni, this meeting seemed to be the latter. He turned to the apostle standing behind him and said, "Take off your mask." The apostle stepped forward slowly, removing the mask from their face. The face revealed was that of a woman Frey had never seen before. She was very beautiful, with full lips, a small nose, and burning eyes. The hair that could be seen from under her hood showed a color that was reminiscent of boiling lava. However, Frey felt a connection to this woman. Babump. Red at Wooparades. His heartbeat felt exceptionally loud at that moment. He knew that she was probably feeling the same. Phoenix. Her appearance had changed, but she was definitely the phoenix he had left in Torkunta's body. Frey was certain. The reason he felt this was simple. He had absorbed half of Torkunta's heart. A slight exaggeration would be to say that Frey felt like she was his other half. It wasn't too surprising that she'd gained a human form. In a near-death state, the phoenix had absorbed Torkunta's body and half of his heart. The enormous amount of energy she had absorbed would have made it easy to construct her body. In fact, there would still be a lot of energy left after the reconstruction, and there was a chance that the great change in the phoenix's appearance might have been influenced by her will. But he never imagined that she'd become Agni's apostle. Was she forced to become Agni's apostle, or was it of her own volition? Couldn't tell, but Frey sincerely hoped it wasn't the latter. Laren narrowed her eyes before saying, "The outer shell looks human, but within I'm not sure. What exactly is she? A phoenix. I found her when I was passing over the Hispania Mountains. She's a dozen times stronger than a normal phoenix. A phoenix, those are really rare nowadays, yet you managed to find one, but it seems to be mixed with something. It doesn't appear to be a half-breed. It is certainly a unique entity. How interesting." Laren's eyes sparkled. If it wasn't for Lord's next words, it was quite possible that she would have said something ridiculous like wanting to dissect it. Next, at Lord's words, Ananta beckoned. The apostle standing behind him took off his mask. It was a man with a very common appearance. Brown hair and eyes with a blank expression on his face. Nazdog didn't look pleased as he said, "Ananta, we're in front of Lord. Right, Genta, take it off." The man named Genta pulled on his face without a word. The skin on his face ripped easily and revealed his real face beneath. The man's face gave off a very sharp feeling, especially because of the large wound that went across his nose. Is he an assassin? The mask made of human flesh caused Frey to have an idea about the man's identity. The man had a very formidable aura, and Frey was sure that he was a very skilled assassin. If this kind of assassin decided to hide, he would be difficult to find even if one had thousands of troops searching. Ananta must have taken that into account when making his decision. Even 4,000 years later, he was a tricky and wicked old man. Next, it was Nazdog's turn. When he beckoned his apostle to remove their mask, the person that was revealed turned out to be a demon. A demon? Isn't that a demon? Laren couldn't help but ask in surprise. How did you make a demon into your apostle? No, more importantly, isn't this demon's true body? Moreover, it wasn't a weak lower demon. For it to be of any use, it would have to be a superior demon at the least. How did you manage to do that? I had help. Help. Frey thought of Iris. She had researched for a long time for a way to allow a demon to project its full power to the continent. At that time, she hadn't made any progress, but 4,000 years had passed, so it was possible that she'd made a breakthrough. It was also suspicious that Oiden knew Usura's summoning circle. Nazdog has some connection to Iris. Frey thought that this speculation was pretty credible. Next. When Laren beckoned, the apostle behind her also took off their mask. The person behind the mask was a woman with a very cold, expressionless face. She looked to be about 30 years of age, but Frey knew she was older than that. Ricky had said there was a high chance that Asaka Blake was Laren's apostle, and Frey agreed with him. He felt that even if it wasn't him, it would still be a member of the Blake family. The eldest son, Miscale, or even Heinz, the second son, but it wasn't any of them. Laren's apostle was none other than the lady of the Blake family, Rieta Blake. When Lord spoke out with satisfaction, the apostles placed their masks back on their faces. Frey realized that everyone's eyes were on him. They must have been curious, because he was the only apostle who hadn't revealed their appearance. Come to think of it, Lord's apostle was not among the people gathered here. It seems he did not intend to reveal his apostle from the beginning, or maybe he could summon them at any time. Nevertheless, Frey had learned the identities of all the Apocalypse's apostles. However, none of them were easy opponents. One was a demon who was able to use its full strength, one was the lady of the Blake family, and one was a formidable assassin whose identity could be changed at any moment, and the other one was someone he'd promised to reunite with in the future. Nevertheless, it was too soon for him to think about them. Frey recalled Lord's words. I will not release the barrier until we have confirmed the identity of the traitor, even if it takes a week, a month, or a year. A barrier created by Lord himself. Warp would definitely not work, and there was a chance that not even Ricky's space-time movement would work. He intended to use this opportunity to flush out the traitor. He had even let the Apocalypses reveal the identities of their apostles. Even if Lord had another reason for doing so, one thing was made clear by this. And that was the fact that Lord was confident he could find the traitor. He would do it somehow, regardless of the method. This situation has become rather amusing, although he thought that this situation wasn't funny at all. The disconnected space, Lord's unexpected move, and Ricky's incomprehensible actions. Frey had begun to seriously wonder whether he'd be able to leave this place alive. Lord said they would have to wait a little longer for the other demigods to gather. Then he ordered the apostles to leave because he wanted to discuss something with the Apocalypses. There was no way they could disobey him, so the 5 apostles headed down to the basement of the castle. Frey was the one who acted as the guide, which was natural since Frey and Ricky were the ones who got there first. The basement was quite large, but since it had been used to house slaves, it was quite dreary and filthy. Frey and Ricky didn't bother cleaning it up, since they only stayed in the upper floors. However, none of the apostles seemed to be bothered by it. Even Lesha, the lady of the Blake family, grabbed an old wooden chair and planted her buttocks on it without hesitation. The rest were the same. They each found a corner to sit quietly in. Do you have anything to eat? It was the demon who asked this question in a deep voice. Frey glanced at him for a moment before answering. I have bread. What about to drink? Beer, that's good. Frey then went upstairs to the food storehouse and brought back 4 servings of bread and beer to give to everyone. No need. Lesha was the only one who didn't accept it. Frey also didn't eat anything. He wasn't hungry and he didn't want to take the mask off his face. After the short meal, Genta approached Frey, who was sitting in a corner. Take off your mask. It was clearly an order. Frey wasn't surprised. Rather, he expected something like this to happen. They were bound to be dissatisfied at Frey, who didn't reveal his face like everyone else. What if I don't? Of course, he didn't have to respond, but Frey chose to provoke him. Do you intend to take it off by force? I don't see why not. Quit it. It wasn't Frey who said that. It was the demon who was tearing into the bread viciously. He had red skin and pupilless eyes, and it seemed he had no intention of hiding behind a mask. Genta and the Phoenix had both eaten their bread while trying to keep their faces as covered as possible. Quit it. Aren't you curious about this guy's identity? Of course I'm curious, but that's not something we have to worry about. You can't do much about your curiosity, especially when the demigods are nearby. Genta didn't say anything further. He simply turned around, walked back to his corner and sat down. Frey sighed inwardly before turning to the demon. Sensing his gaze, the demon also turned to look at Frey. Besides that, there was also another gaze that was locked onto Frey, the Phoenix. She was also looking at him. Frey turned his head and met her gaze, but everyone remained quiet. It's so frustrating not being able to use telepathy. He wondered how exactly she'd become Agni's apostle and what exactly was on her mind at that moment. One good thing was that he did not sense any suspicion or hostility in her gaze. Otherwise, she would have already revealed his identity. Frey had sincerely hoped to have a happy reunion with her. However, this was quite a contrast to the reunion he had envisioned. For now, he decided not to think about that. That's all I have to say for now. When Lord said that, the other demigods nodded. The rest of you may leave. Ricky, I'd like to talk to you for a moment. Understood, there's something coming. This thought floated in Ricky's head as the other demigods slowly left the room. As Ananta passed by, he shot Ricky a mocking look. He was certain that Lord would now pay close attention to Ricky. Before long, only Lord and Ricky remained in the hall. Lord shook his hand slightly. Woo-woon. The room was suddenly covered by layers of barriers. Ricky's expression hardened as he felt the power of the barriers. He was certain that he wouldn't be able to escape it unless he used his full power. There's no need to feel nervous, Ricky. Lord spoke softly. Ricky then realized that he had subconsciously put his hand on the hilt of his sword. I just didn't want anyone to hear our conversation. You know that Nazdog and Ananta currently don't have any positive feelings towards you. Laren doesn't seem to be suspicious, but she's definitely curious. There was certainly a chance that they would have tried to eavesdrop on this conversation. But now that Lord had erected multiple layers of barriers, they wouldn't be able to. What do you want to talk about? Ricky, my oldest brother, I still remember the joy I felt when I saw you for the first time. It was an unexpected statement, but Lord's voice was so filled with nostalgia that he didn't question him. Lord pondered for a moment. He couldn't even remember how long ago it had been. In the old days, humans and the other mortal creatures hadn't even learned to use proper tools yet. Dragons had simply been large monsters, and the continent's terrain had been completely different. That was when Lord had broken off, a small, broken fragment that had detached from the will of the world. It had taken hundreds of years for him to gain sentience. At that time, it didn't take long for Lord to realize that he was stronger than every other being alive, that he was superior to every other race. He felt that even if all of these beings worked together to fight against him, he would still be able to win without difficulty. But that fact didn't impress Lord. What did it matter? He didn't even know why he had such absolute power. He had the power to rule the world, but he had no purpose. He didn't even know why he existed in the first place. So as time went by, he slowly became consumed by a deep sense of loneliness. Then another piece fell from the will of the world. You wouldn't understand the sheer joy I felt to finally find another person in this world who was like me. He was finally not alone. That fact alone suddenly gave Lord the will to live. No purpose. Then he'd just have to make one. He had the power to do whatever he wanted after all. That wasn't all. After Ricky's appearance, more demigods began appearing one after another. They, like him, were confused at first. They experienced the same loneliness and confusion that he'd felt. That was when Lord realized what his purpose was. He was to be their leader. The leader who would guide these people who did not know how to control their transcendent powers. The reason why he had gained consciousness before the others was because there would always be a pioneer who had to suffer for his kind. Since then, Lord had been leading the demigods superbly. Why are you telling me this? Ricky, I want to treat all of my kind fairly, and I'm trying to do that. But I feel that there is some truth to Nazdog's complaint. As he said, I'm too soft towards you. I've let you get away with things that the other demigods wouldn't even dare to do. Not meeting your quota, not managing your territory, ignoring my requests. As he fell silent, eyes appeared on Lord's face. He turned these eyes to look at Ricky, killing our kind. Ricky didn't look surprised. Instead, he'd expected this. He had suspected that Lord knew he was the traitor, but when Lord asked them to reveal their apostles to the others, he had been certain, so he went a step further. Frey might not have understood why he'd acted in such a way, but he needed to create a situation that would prevent Lord from being soft once again. He didn't know where he had slipped up or when Lord had found out, but Ricky knew he wouldn't know every little detail. With his insight, Lord would have been able to notice even the most minute details. Lord's voice sounded once again. Killing our people is unforgivable, Ricky. I know, I want to ask. Why did you betray us? You weren't like this before. You understood me better than anyone else and agreed with my goal. That's obvious, Lord. Ricky looked at Lord with a firm gaze. It's because I realized at the time that we were in the wrong. So you're saying you're in the right now. That's right. Lord sighed emotionally. His piercing eyes disappeared once again. Lord's features only changed when there was a significant change to his emotions. It seemed he had regained his composure. Perhaps this is all my fault. What, 4,000 years ago? I've never seen you as angry as after I killed that night. He couldn't deny it. That was because that had been the first time that a negative thought towards Lord had appeared in his mind. That was the beginning of everything. That negative view towards Lord changed his way of thinking and started making him question the existence of the demigods. And he began to feel repulsed by what they were doing. Are our actions really correct? Then let's pretend this never happened. What? That was completely unexpected. Ricky looked at him in suspicion. However, it was impossible to read Lord's intentions when he was in a featureless state. The only way to catch a glimpse of his emotions was through his voice, but even that had fallen to a monotone. I'm going to forgive you, Ricky, because this is as much my fault as it is yours. You would forgive me for killing our kind. That's right. Ricky had not expected such an outcome, but he knew that Lord wasn't trying to deceive him. The words he was saying now were truly sincere. Lord was willing to forgive him even though he had killed so many of their people. Will the other demigods accept something like that? That's right. Therefore, it's unfortunate, but we'll have to trick them. Trick, because I promised to find the traitor unconditionally. The others might not say anything, but Nazdog and Ananta will not be convinced. Certainly, Lord smiled, or rather, it felt like he was smiling. I've picked a suitable candidate from the demigods that are coming to this meeting. There will be no suspicion, and everything will go smoothly. You will have nothing to worry about. Those words made Ricky speechless. He stared at Lord in disbelief. You're going to falsely accuse an innocent demigod and kill them. It is unfortunate, but it can't be helped, because you are more important than they are. Ricky's pulse froze at that moment. I see. He wasn't the only one who had changed over the years. If it had been the Lord of the past, he would not have made such a suggestion. No matter how much he cared for Ricky, he would never falsely accuse and execute an innocent member of his own race. Of course, it will also take some acting on your part. It's nothing much, just kill your apostle with your own hands. What? Then you will fall into hibernation, maybe for 100 years. That's not a very long time for us, so just take it as a long nap. In the meantime, I will protect you, and when you wake up, I assure you, there would be nothing left for you to worry about. Right. If you were to fall into hibernation, it would clear Ananta and Nazdog's suspicion. It was clear that Lord had thought of everything to ensure the plan would go smoothly. Maybe even the demigod who would be framed would be convinced. The demigod who will take the blame for you will be It'll take a few more days for him to get here. Kill your apostle right after he arrives. I will handle the rest. Lord got up from his seat. That's all I wanted to say, Ricky. Keep in mind, if you choose to accept this, we can start over. Just like how the ground will harden after the rain, we can build a stronger relationship with more trust than before. He then tapped Ricky on the shoulder and left the room. By that time, the barriers had already disappeared. Can they really change? Lord the demigods. Since he had changed, there was nothing preventing the others from changing as well. Then would he still need to kill them? Couldn't he work together with Lord to change the demigods from within? If that was possible, then it would be much more logical than trying to fight against the demigods on his own. Even after thinking for a long time, the answer didn't come easily. Ricky stood as though he was nailed to that spot. While they were waiting for the other demigods, Frey paid close attention to the Apocalypse's apostles. He wanted to be able to track them down and kill them if possible, only if he would be able to leave this place, that is. Lesha, who had the most prominent status, was pushed as far back in his mind as possible. The same went for the Phoenix. This left only Genta, Ananta's apostle, and the red-skinned demon. First was the demon. He had even boldly revealed his name to them. I'm Kaltud. Kaltud's attitude had broken all the stereotypes of demons. He was serious, had good discernment, and was able to have proper conversations. In addition, he had even taken it upon himself to clean up the foul-smelling basement. But that was it. Frey was unable to get any other clues about him. In the first place, there was no one for him to really talk to, so there were no conversations to eavesdrop on. the apostles didn't talk to each other. In addition, he was clearly wary of Frey, so even if he were to have a conversation, he would certainly make sure Frey couldn't hear. Next was Genta. However, he hadn't learned more from him than he had from Kaltud. He simply sat in his corner, cleaning his dagger or mixing some strange chemicals, and whenever their eyes met, he would glare at Frey. I'm glad I learned his face and real name. The only things he knew were Genta's name and face. In particular, the scar across his face was a rare characteristic that would certainly make it easier to hunt him down later, but that was all Frey had. Personally, Frey wanted to find a way to talk to the Phoenix, but it wasn't easy. Frey simply spent his time meditating. Even then, he didn't let down his guard in case any of the apostles made a sudden movement, and so time passed rather boringly. But a few days later, when Ricky opened the door and stepped into the room, he was quite happy. However, his happy expression didn't last long. Although Ricky was expressionless as usual, Frey couldn't help but feel that something had changed. Come on, it was clear who he was talking to. Frey immediately got up and followed him. The other apostles were a bit dissatisfied, but they didn't dare say anything against the demigod's actions. When Frey got up to follow him, Ricky continued heading down. Lower, was there another room below this one? As if in response to Frey's question, a dead end appeared before them. Ricky raised his hand lightly and cut the wall. Shick. The wall split apart and a large space was revealed. Frey's expression became a bit strange. He hadn't known there was this hidden space here. He would have learned of its existence if he had searched more thoroughly, but he hadn't found it necessary. Behind this wall was a large amount of gold and silver. This was all the wealth that Marquis Dalaman had obtained with his blood, sweat, and tears. Of course, it couldn't gain Frey and Ricky's attention. Ricky only stopped after he reached the deepest part of the room. Do you know what Lord's power is? No, it's space. He has control over space. This was the first time Frey was hearing about this, but when he heard it, many pieces fell into place. Even the absolute field, which only 9-star wizards could unleash, had no effect when used against Lord. He had also been able to separate his soul and trap it in the abyss. If Lord truly had the power to control space, then it would explain the power he had displayed. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? No. I'm saying even if you become a 9-star wizard, you would still be far from being able to defeat Lord. Frey wanted to refute Ricky's words, but he couldn't. He knew that Ricky was telling the truth. The thought that he couldn't defeat Lord simply by reaching 9 stars remained in his mind since his return. And at that moment, Ricky was just confirming his worst fear. That's why I'm targeting the apostles. Right, but you've seen it too, haven't you? Illuminatum. With that metal, the demigods would be able to exercise their power without being punished. This means they no longer need to rely on the apostles. That was true. When Laren first explained about the metal, Frey's heart felt heavy. The short duration wasn't a large hindrance either. It was obvious to him that if they exerted their full force, it would only take the demigods a few minutes to completely destroy a city. This doesn't mean they will just get rid of the apostles right away, because it's not possible to create aluminium indefinitely. However, it's an undeniable fact that the value of the apostles has fallen. So, you want to give up. Ricky fell silent. Frey had no idea what he was thinking at that moment. SSRNG. Then Ricky drew his sword. Frey started to gather his mana, but Ricky's sword was faster. Shuck, kuh. Another being appeared in the dark room with them. When Frey saw the ugly, wrinkled face, he couldn't help but doubt his eyes for a moment. Ananta, one of the 5 apocalypses, had a large wound across his chest. Rai Kai. Ananta burst out angrily. Ricky spat out coldly. Did you enjoy eavesdropping like a rat? As I expected, you are the one Hydra. Right, I killed Hydra. Chuck. Ricky's sword moved once again, and Ananta's body was cleanly cut in half. Frey looked at Ricky in shock. What are you? It was the same sudden way in which he killed Hydra, but the location, situation, and opponent were all incomparable to last time. This was the castle where Lord and the other apocalypses, who were already suspicious of Ricky, were staying. Besides, this was Ananta, the poison apocalypse, not some small fry demigod. Ricky pointed at Ananta's body. This is just a clone he sent to watch me. His real body will notice this before long, so you have to hurry. After saying this, Ricky closed his eyes. Then he drew his sword and took a deep breath. SSS. KRRR, tremendously powerful divine power began emitting from Ricky's body, causing Frey, who was standing in front of him, to shudder and feel small. This the same as Lord. It wasn't just the vault, the castle, no, the entire mountain began shaking violently. Chuck, Frey didn't see Ricky swing his sword. He only saw him slowly return it to its sheath. Ricky looked extremely exhausted and sweat slowly dripped down his face. However, there was a look of satisfaction on his face. As I expected, it wasn't easy to cut Lord's barrier. The void in front of him had been cut open. Go in there and wait, and I'll be there soon. What, don't you believe me? It was true that he still hadn't fully come to trust Ricky, but Frey became certain at that moment. I don't think you'll make it, haha. When he heard Frey's blunt words, Ricky let out a rare laugh. Rare. No, Frey was certain that he had never heard Ricky laugh before. Ricky gestured with a smile. It's fine, so go ahead. Frey nodded and dived into the crack in space. Immediately afterwards, the crack sealed up once again. Ricky took a deep breath, then stood there as if waiting for someone. Then 4 figures entered the vault, the apocalypses. Have you finally decided to reveal your true colors? Kukuku. Nazdog and Ananta both looked like they'd expected this to happen. On the other hand, Laren and Agni looked like they were having trouble coming to terms with it. I really didn't expect you to be the traitor. Ricky, what were you thinking? What was he thinking? They wouldn't understand even if he told them. If it was possible to convince them through conversation, then he would have done that far sooner. But it was impossible. They were demigods. Their utmost confidence in themselves and their strength were things that had formed over a countless number of years and could not be easily changed. You even cut Lord's barrier to let your apostle escape, and you're standing in our way to give them more time. That's right. For a mortal, you really are crazy. Is this the change you were talking about, Ricky? Ricky didn't respond. In fact, saving Frey was only a secondary objective. Lord's deal for him to kill his own apostle and go into hibernation for 100 years. Ricky couldn't accept it. As Lord had said when he woke up from hibernation, he would no longer have anything to worry about. Now that they had discovered Illuminium, 100 years was more than enough time for the demigods to take complete control of the continent. For Ricky, living such a life was no better than dying. Ricky looked around before saying, "Where is Lord?" "HMPH, do you want to beg Lord? You want him to let you off?" Nazdog snorted. "That's too bad. Lord didn't come here. He didn't even tell us to spare you. It's a shame for us to kill our kind with our own hands, but you've gone too far. You're mistaken. What? I'll tell you something interesting. The circle was the one to put us in the same category, calling us apocalypses. Kukuku. It was a pretty accurate analysis by them. I don't know how they managed to measure our strength." Ananta let out a low laugh. However, Ricky shook his head. "I don't know why Lord didn't come. However, that has greatly increased my chances of getting out of here." Laren couldn't help but ask a question when she heard his ridiculous words. "Ricky, are you saying you can take on the 4 of us on your own? I know your strength, Ricky. You might be stronger than us, but the difference can't be that large." Ricky shook his head at Agni's words. "It'll be different from that time, for one reason." Ricky drew his sword while looking at the other demigods. "You and I were no longer on the same level." The place that Frey was sent to was a dark, empty cave. No, it wasn't empty. He spotted a lone grave on the far end of the cave. Frey walked towards it as though he was possessed. A simple sword was stuck in the grave. This sword. "Diukid sword, King Lucid's sword, then this grave." "There you are," then he heard a voice. Frey shivered and turned around. "Is it you, the foreign entity that caused my oldest sibling to be confused, Lord?" He stood at the entrance to the cave, and his words were filled with anger. Not on the same level. Nazdog subconsciously shuddered when he heard those words. He had no choice but to shut his mouth. Ricky drew his sword. Then something strange happened. Fear gripped Nazdog's very soul as he gazed at this simple, unadorned sword. He was astonished by this fact. Am I afraid? Me? It was impossible. Because of his control of the power of death, fear was something he was very familiar with more than any other demigod. Although he didn't actually have any memories of feeling it, he knew better than anyone how to control and induce fear. Lord was the only one who could make him feel that way, or so he'd believed. Until Ricky drew his sword, that is. Ricky drew his sword in a slow, smooth motion. Nazdog didn't move. No, he couldn't move. The experience he had gained over the years warned him that moving at that moment would be extremely dangerous. It would be no different from suicide. First, he should observe. They all knew Ricky's power of the sword. From the moment a sword entered his hand, even if it was an old, rusty sword with a blunt edge, it would become a sword that was capable of cutting anything. That was all they knew about Ricky's power. But was that truly all? Not on the same level. These words were said very confidently. Ricky looked down at his sword. A sword without conviction is just a piece of metal. He could hear the heavy voice of a man in his ear as clearly as 4,000 years ago. He wanted to ask himself, is there still no conviction in me? Am I just swinging a piece of metal? He was curious. If that man saw his sword now, what would he think? Everything started from one question. Are you really satisfied? I don't know. He still didn't know yet. Have you ever risked your life while wielding a sword? Hadn't, because he was too strong. Ricky only knew one being who was stronger than him, and he never had a reason to fight him. But if he were to face 4 opponents at the same time, he would have to stake his life. When that time comes, maybe you'll feel something. Right, Ricky mumbled softly and swung his sword. His sword seemed to disappear, becoming a flash of white light. The one standing nearest to Ricky was Agni, but Ricky wasn't aiming at him. Agni's body was made of inextinguishable flames. In terms of regeneration, he was the best among all the demigods. He could still cut him with his sword and even deal a severe blow, but the damage would be insignificant compared to the others. Because of this, Ricky chose to target Nazdog instead. He couldn't avoid it. Nazdog knew this. As he had the power of death, Nazdog's defensive techniques were mediocre at best, and he knew that he would be unable to block Ricky's attack with just that. In that case, cool. The power of death erupted from his right hand. It would be a terrible joke for someone who knew they had weak defense to just watch on and wait for death to take them away. The gold and silver in the room turned purple and melted quickly. Clang, the power of death was released as energy. This caused its speed to match that of Ricky's sword. Can you destroy it, Ricky? Nazdog asked this question inwardly. Ricky's answer was yes. Crack, Kuok. Nazdog's right shoulder was completely destroyed as he released a scream at the tremendous pain he hadn't felt in centuries. How did he stop my death energy? Just before reaching him, his death energy had disappeared without a trace. Ricky revealed a dagger in his left hand. Nazdog hadn't realized it because it was in his blind spot. Even such a small blade could block my power. The size doesn't matter. It just needs to be in the shape of a sword. I can't accept. Fury shined from Nazdog's eyes. He looked around. This place was small, too small. He couldn't even stretch properly. So what would he do? It was obvious. He would just have to make it bigger. Kugugu. Nazdog's body began to grow. Laren spoke hurriedly. Nazdog, if you release your power here. Shut up, what did you say? Nazdog's words caused Laren's expression to stiffen. This was because the demigods rarely ever use such harsh terms toward each other. This was proof that Nazdog was no longer thinking clearly. Laren decided to let it go for now. Then she turned to the relatively calm Agni and said, I'll protect the apostles. Agni, you and Ananta help Nazdog. Help. Agni made an uncomfortable expression. What were they? They were demigods, beings who had overpowered the dragons and were praised as the strongest. They were unmatched on the continent. As such, they were all incredibly proud. Of course, he had never fought against his own kind. However, he didn't have a choice at this moment. Understood. After receiving Agni's nod, Laren disappeared from her spot. Ricky saw this, understanding that she had gone to move the apostles to a safe place. He continued to pressure Nazdog with his swordsmanship. Come to think of it, he hadn't even used his divine form. There was a high chance that he would use it in this fight. This is a difficult situation. Agni analyzed the situation calmly. He was the master of flames, but that didn't mean he had a fiery personality. Instead, he was the second most logical among all the apocalypses after Ricky. That was why he was able to quickly grasp their current situation and the problems they faced. The most unexpected thing for him was the fact that Ricky really was much stronger than the other apocalypses. When it came to divine power, he was certain that Ricky was the strongest one after Lord. However, he couldn't say if he was strong enough to suppress the 4 demigods gathered here. Agni, Laren, Nazdog, and Anta. These beings were among the strongest demigods in existence. Nevertheless, there was no sign that they could conclude this situation easily. Nazdog spread his death energy, covering Ananta and himself. Even if Laren wasn't there, they should have been able to suppress Iki and force him to kneel down. Cuck, Nazdog's left arm was injured next. Ricky used his sword to completely dominate the fight even when the blade was only the size of a fingernail compared to Nazdog's huge body. This isn't good. Nazdog's death energy might have had the ability to cause death itself to his opponent, but he was similarly able to give the dead life. The undead that he raised were dozens of times stronger than normal undead. This was natural since even the undead summoned by Oiden, who was simply used as bait, were extremely strong. Yet Nazdog still hadn't summoned any undead. The reason was simple. It was meaningless. Even if he summoned hundreds or even thousands of small fries, they would be unable to stall Ricky, even for a moment. No, they're not even small fry. Even the weakest among Nazdog's undead could massacre groups of A-class monsters. However, even these undead would not be able to withstand even a single slash from Ricky's sword. But why can Ricky show such strength in that form? For demigods, it was common for them to exert more power the larger they became. However, Ricky was still maintaining his human form. No way. Was this his strongest state? If so, then there was a chance for them to win this fight. Crackle. A ball of flame flew from Agni's hand. It looked like a normal fireball at first glance, but the heat it stored was terrifying. Ricky glanced at him before pausing his attack for a moment to swing his sword at Agni's flames. I knew it. What do you know, Agni? Ananta, who was standing beside him, asked. Agni narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ricky. Isn't it weird? Ricky is able to overpower us even in his human form. If he were to enter his divine form, this fight would definitely be much easier, so why doesn't he do it? Is it because he's not in a hurry? Number Lord will be back soon, so Ricky has to end this fight before that. He doesn't have the time to relax. Then. Agni's gaze was locked onto Ricky. His serious expression, skillful swordsmanship, and his body filled with divine power comparable to a divine form. That is Ricky's strongest state. What? You'd understand if you remembered that he has the power of the sword. For Ricky, entering his divine form wouldn't mean becoming strong. Instead, it would be a hindrance. Ananta nodded. When they entered their divine form, they would become larger. For the apocalypses, while their divine forms weren't as large as Agni's, who had the largest, they were still much larger than ordinary demigods. And for Ricky, who used swords, that was a disadvantage. Maybe for the past few thousands of years, Ricky trained himself to be able to unleash his full strength in that form. Kyukuku right, but that still doesn't mean we have any clear countermeasures. As you said, he can still use his full power in that state. There's one. He stays in that state, then his durability should not surpass that of an ordinary mortal's by much. Of course, Nazdog also knew this. Nevertheless, Ricky was moving too quickly and he was unable to do any damage. Agni was also not confident he could keep up with his speed either, but he had a solution. Roar! A pillar of fire rose up from Agni's body and shot into the sky, causing Ananta to have to back away to not get burnt. In his divine form, Agni looked down at Ananta and said, "You should enter your divine form as well." Why? Because I'm planning on raising the temperature of this place. The heat rapidly rose, and Ananta's usual smile disappeared from his face. To what extent, beyond the tolerance of the human body? He's angry, Frey was certain. Lord was practically exuding anger, far more than 4,000 years ago when he had locked him in the abyss. This showed just how much he cared for Ricky. It was also evidence that Ricky's betrayal was more painful to him than any demigod's death. "I won't kill you easily. That wouldn't assuage my anger at all. You did something you shouldn't have done. I'll make you pay for that." Kung. He felt the space around him get sealed. Frey sighed. He couldn't beat Lord even if he awakened his full power at that moment. He wouldn't even be able to put up a fight, just as Frey was about to gather his mana. Wait. A passage appeared in the frozen space and someone stepped out of it. It was a woman he'd never seen before. The woman had a very sensual body and bright purple hair, but Frey couldn't help but feel like she reminded him of someone. Lord turned to her. "Iris, what are you doing here?" "Oh, it gets better." Iris, the moment he heard this name, Frey was glad he was wearing a mask. Her appearance had changed a lot. Iris always had a neat appearance with black hair and black eyes. Her full lips had always been curved into a sensual smile, and he still remembered the shy smiles she sometimes gave him. But all of that had changed. The purple hair, revealing clothes, and the wicked aura. Still, he could tell. The woman in front of him was definitely Iris Fistfounder. One of his closest friends with whom he fought against the demigods 4,000 years ago. He didn't know why she suddenly appeared here, and he also didn't know her relationship with Lord. This wasn't like the old days. Back then, Frey believed he knew Iris well enough to guess what she was thinking. But now he had no idea what Iris was thinking or what her purpose was. One cruel fact coldly awakened his disillusioned mind just as he started questioning what had happened. Iris was the one who killed Schweizer. Why? Frey clenched his fist tightly. Why did you kill Schweizer, Iris? If it weren't for that, he would have been happier than anyone to see her. He would have laughed heartily upon learning that she was still alive. It would have completely washed away the sadness and loneliness he'd felt since his return. He was sad. He was very sad. Iris, who had once been one of his most precious friends, had become someone he could never forgive. "I find your entering of my space without permission incredibly unpleasant. Lord, don't kill that man." Frey turned to Iris with a shocked expression. He never would have expected her to defend him. As if she didn't notice his gaze, Iris continued looking at Lord. Lord didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head towards Iris and slowly lifted his finger. "It's dangerous." It was just a simple gesture of raising one's finger, but when Lord was the one doing it, this gesture rose to a different level. At that moment, Frey wondered if he should warn Iris. Then Iris spoke. "This is my request." What? Lord asked in a confused voice. Eyes filled with confusion appeared on Lord's face. "What did you just say?" "I said, please, Lord, let him go. This is my request." Lord was silent for a while, and it seemed he was still wondering if he had heard her words correctly or not. "That's ridiculous. Are you really going to use that opportunity here? Are you not going to do it for me?" "No." Lord lowered his finger before speaking in a blunt tone. "That promise, I'll keep it." Then he continued in a calm tone. "That's it, Iris. You can no longer ask me for anything." "Yes, I don't understand. You've been patient for so long." "No, I don't care. He will eventually die by my hands anyway." Lord spoke of his death as though it was set in stone, then he disappeared in the same manner that he appeared. Frey and Iris were the only ones remaining in the cave. No words were said for a while. There were tens of thousands of thoughts floating through his mind, but none of them came out of his mouth. Frey still didn't trust her. He couldn't tell what she was thinking, but she had just saved his life. However, this only made him more confused. What exactly was Iris' goal? The mask. Iris finally spoke. "Can you take off the mask?" It was a very sad voice. It was desperate and fragile, as though it might break at any moment. Frey almost nodded subconsciously. No, but he didn't. Instead, he shook his head and spoke in a blunt tone. It was possible that Iris was only acting like this to make him feel that way. He was relieved when his voice didn't falter like he thought it would. "Why? Because I don't trust you." At that moment, Iris looked like her world had ended. She slowly lowered her head to the ground. "Don't make that face." It would be a lie to say that Frey's will wasn't shaken after seeing her expression. Even now, he couldn't fully believe that she had killed Schweizer. However, Hruhurl had shown him the memory of the earth directly. With that undeniable evidence, there was nothing Frey could say to deny that. Iris looked up again. The weak expression had disappeared, replaced with the blank expression she had when she'd first arrived. "Pardon me, I'll take my leave now." The void split in front of Iris. It was the same power as Lord. As Ricky had called it, the power of space that meant. Iris was Lord's apostle. Frey asked her before she stepped into the crack in space, "Why did you save me?" Iris responded without looking back, "Because I wanted to." It's hot in the scorching heat that was beginning to burn the air. Ricky continued wielding his sword, unable to even wipe his sweat. However, it was clear to anyone that his sharpness was beginning to dull. The long battle was beginning to wear on his concentration. Besides, there were too many things that he had to pay attention to. Agni's fiery hell, Ananta, Nazdog, and even Laren's return. Their onslaught, which would not tolerate any carelessness, gradually wore away at his concentration. "As time goes on, my situation will become more disadvantageous." They had noticed his weaknesses. This was why they had settled for guerrilla warfare within the field of fire rather than a direct confrontation. In fact, their plan was perfect. "I suppose it's time to show my cards." As he had this thought, Ricky held his sword upright. Then he looked at Nazdog and took a deep breath. SSSS. What he intended to use now was not his own power. Instead, it was the swordsmanship that had been created by the only human he had ever considered a true opponent. Ricky had stolen this swordsmanship and polished it over the years. Dreadmeat. Lucid swordsmanship, whose name and movements had been changed drastically since the formation of the Luinoble kingdom, was about to be wielded in Ricky's hands. With my current strength, there weren't many moves in Dreadmeat. Additionally, it was a very risky technique. If one made a wrong move, they might be the one to die instead of their opponent. But that didn't matter. Ricky felt no anxiety. Instead, he felt a pleasant tension begin to build within his body. Badump. His heart began pounding violently. He forgot everything, even breathing, which had become painful at that point. Is this it? Was this the battle that Lucid told him about, where he had to risk his life? A smile formed on Ricky's lips. Stretched his sword towards the sky. Sky break. Laren looked at the sword that Ricky was extending with wide eyes. For a moment, even the flames surrounding Ricky seemed to freeze in place. Ananta, who had been waiting for Ricky to reveal an opening, suddenly stiffened. Agni and Nazdog did the same. They all looked up to the sky, and literally watched as the sky began to split. Crack. A sword beam cut through the sky soundlessly. That is all for Dreadmeat. From now on, this was the power of the demigod Ricky. Rain began pouring down from the cut in the sky. Nazdog's face became stony. It was a rain of swords. Heavy rain made from a sword strike so powerful it threatened all of their lives. Raikai, Nazdog raised his hand to the sky as he shouted out his name. Crack, crack. However, Nazdog's bones, which boasted strength similar to mithril, were being cut apart as easily as worn stones. Nazdog was struck by the horrific pain that coursed through his arm. The same happened to the other demigods. Even Agni, who was known for his superb resistance to physical attacks, could not escape the threat of the sword rain. The worst of them all was Ananta. Even Laren was able to make use of wind pressure to deflect some of the swords. Now, Ricky realized that this was his best opportunity. His head was dizzy because he used Skybreak and blood dripped from his nose. That wasn't just a temporary symptom. The longer he delayed, the more dizzy he would become, so he forced his body to move. Ricky kicked off from the ground. His body soared into the air, and he appeared before Nazdog in an instant. Just as Nazdog's flaming eyes turned to Ricky. Shuck. Ricky's blade slashed horizontally, and Nazdog was beheaded cleanly. Nazdog, Agni cried out urgently. Naturally, Ricky targeted him next. He moved through the air and appeared beside Agni instantaneously. Agni, the demigod with a body of flame. He could hurt him with his sword, but it wouldn't have much of an effect. He couldn't just deal a single fatal blow like with Nazdog. Therefore, it became a game of speed. Papapat. Less than the time it took to take a breath, Ricky swung his sword hundreds of times. Kehuk, Agni's entire body shattered. At the same time, Ananta appeared behind Ricky. Puh, he spat, and his purple saliva flew towards Ricky at a tremendous speed. Ricky didn't look back. He used the dagger in his left hand to block the saliva before immediately throwing it into Ananta's heart. Cuck, Ananta's heart would corrode faster than the dagger. Next was Laren. Ricky lifted his sword and charged toward her. Stop! Ricky's body froze in the air. His expression hardened. Stop it, Ricky. Lord spoke in a cold voice. Ricky turned his eyes to look at Lord, who just appeared. He looked calm. Ricky couldn't remember the last time he'd looked so cold. You made a foolish choice in the end. Lord, don't call me that, you traitor who turned his back on the demigods. As he said this, Lord looked around. Nazdog was missing a head. Agni was in thousands of pieces, and Ananta had a dagger stuck in his chest. I've decided to not consider you a demigod anymore. You've caused our kind so much pain. It's unforgivable. Lord came closer to Ricky and spoke in his ear. It was your choice that led to this. I'm sorry, Ricky. Lo, Lord, Laren stuttered. She was looking at the scene in front of her with a trembling face. There were not many things that could agitate a demigod who had lived for thousands of years. This was because the experience that they accumulated over the years allowed them to handle almost any situation. But at that moment, Laren couldn't help it. This was because Ricky, the demigod who Lord cared for most, was now laying on the floor in an incredibly miserable state. His right arm was severely burned, his left arm was inflicted with deadly poison, his right leg was filled with death energy, and his left leg had been torn apart by fierce winds. It was clear who thought of this method of punishment. Lord lowered his finger. "Can you feel the pain of your kind, Ricky?" Ricky, like a doll, showed absolutely no reaction to Lord's torture. Being a demigod didn't mean that they didn't feel pain, nor did it mean it was quickly alleviated. Instead, demigods were actually more susceptible to pain because it was something they rarely felt. Nevertheless, Ricky didn't even frown. "Kill me." Instead, he spoke in a calm voice. Lord looked at him for a moment before turning around without a word. "I'm leaving. Laren, take care of Ananta, Agni, and Nazdog. Take care. They suffered fatal injuries and need to be treated urgently. I'm going to travel around the continent for the time being and prepare the necessary items. So take care of them until I return. Wait, what about Ricky?" Lord glanced at Ricky before walking away without another word. Laren watched him leave with a dazed expression. "What in the world am I supposed to do?" Her gaze then landed on Ricky. He had been fatally injured. Not even a demigod would be able to survive with such injuries. Even if she left him as he was, she was certain he would die. After all, there was no one who knew the anatomy of a demigod better than her. Nothing could save him now. Ricky's death was a foregone conclusion. Laren raised her hand and a violent gale wrapped around it. In his current weakened state, even this much was enough to easily finish Ricky off. His body would be shredded, but Laren couldn't do it. Huck, the gale disappeared. "You should regret until the moment you die, Ricky. I don't know how you could be so stupid. The only reason I won't kill you now is because I don't want to see the miserable end of someone I once considered a brother." Ricky didn't respond. Laren bit her lip. "Go somewhere else, somewhere my eyes wouldn't reach, and die there." With those words, Laren disappeared. Following Lord's instructions, she had probably gone to help the ones Ricky had injured. Ricky slowly got to his feet. Then he slowly staggered away, his shattered sword held tightly in his hand. Frey was alone in the cave once again, a sudden sense of helplessness striking him clearly. "If it wasn't for Iris' help, I would have died here." The fact that his opponent had been the strongest among the demigods wasn't a good enough excuse. After all, he came back in the first place to kill that very being, but as he remembered his pathetic state not so long ago. Frey bit his lip so hard it bled. Damn it, he was weak, too weak. If anyone else heard that, they would have given him a scornful look. He had reached 8 stars, signed a contract with Usura, the ruler of the slaughter hell, and now he could even control divine power, yet he called himself weak. However, in a way, this was inevitable, because his opponents were demigods, transcendental beings that mortals could not do anything against. But could he really convince himself with such an excuse? Wasn't it his determination to fight them that helped him return in the first place? "I'm sorry for showing you such a shameful sight, Lucid." He had displayed such an unsightly scene in front of his friend's grave. He glanced at the sword that had been stuck into the grave. Even though 4,000 years had passed, Diukid's edge had not dulled at all. "Tell me, Lucid, what exactly did you do to Ricky? What caused that man to betray his kind?" The answer came from behind him. "He gave me an admonition." Frey turned around. However, he was immediately lost for words. Ricky was standing there in a miserable state. Frey had never seen someone who could still move after sustaining such injuries. There were places that were burned, places that were purple from poison, places that seemed to have been sliced apart by some kind of blade, and places where the skin had completely discolored and died. He was so badly injured that it was incredible that he was even able to stand. "Your injuries." "It's fine." As he said that, Ricky began walking forward with slow footsteps. Discolored blood dripped down with every step. Thump, he collapsed after a few steps. However, even when he collapsed heavily onto the ground, a pained expression didn't appear on his face. In fact, it was almost as if his face and body belonged to 2 separate entities. He only frowned slightly as he said, "I'm sorry, but can you give me a hand?" Frey never thought there would be a day when he'd hear such a request from a demigod. After a brief silence, Frey approached Ricky and supported him. Ricky seemed to want to lean against Lucid's tombstone, so Frey did just that. Ricky took a deep breath before saying, "It seems Lord was here. Right, it's my fault. Hoo-hoo. I thought I had an opportunity, but it turns out he came here. He wasn't supposed to know about this place." Ricky laughed self-deprecatingly before coughing up a mouthful of blood. He didn't even bother wiping the blood from his chin as he asked, "How did you survive?" "Well, that's not very important right now." Then Frey's expression stiffened. Ricky's left arm, which had been filled with deadly poison, fell to the floor. Ricky only glanced at his left arm before saying, "I bought you a year." A year, right. Ananta, Agni and Nazdog have been severely injured, especially Nazdog. That one is fatal. It'll take at least a year for them to heal. Until then, they won't be able to make any moves. What about Lord? He will help them together with Laren. If he leaves them as they are, they might die. Are you saying you beat the other four on your own? Ricky didn't deny it. He looked exhausted. It was a very strange sight. His body was filled with horrible wounds, yet Ricky didn't even groan once. He's beyond saving. Frey, who had killed several demigods, could immediately tell that Ricky had received many fatal injuries. Ricky, the sword apocalypse, was dying. Under normal circumstances, this was something that he would have welcomed with open arms, but Frey couldn't be happy at this moment. Instead, his heart felt heavy. Why did you betray the demigods? He asked the question he'd held inside from the first day they met. Ricky turned his head to look at Frey. Looking closely, his left eye was already half closed. 4,000 years ago, I fought a man. Frey knew who that man was. Sword King Lucid. Right, he was an amazing man. His physical abilities were great, but his willpower was absolutely outstanding. He had a strong, unshakable conviction that couldn't be swayed by anything. Ricky calmly recalled his battle with Lucid. The memories flowed through his mind as if it had been just yesterday. Among them, it was Lucid's words that had left a particularly strong impression on him. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say that those words had changed everything about him. A sword without conviction is just a piece of metal. Frey trembled slightly. That was because, at that moment, he saw Lucid's face overlap with Ricky's as he recited those words. At first, I thought it was just nonsense. Conviction is conviction, and violence is violence. I always believed the strong didn't need a purpose, but the more I learned his swordsmanship, the more I understood his thoughts. It was a mysterious experience that could never be repeated. At that time, Ricky hadn't gone all out. This was because he wanted to steal Lucid's sword techniques. For him to completely control the power of the sword, there was a need for him to witness and master many different types of swordsmanship. And Lucid's Dreadmeat was the most perfect swordsmanship he'd ever encountered. But it wasn't just that. Lucid's will was firm. It never wavered. It seemed he would be able to stand firm even if his sword was destroyed and his heart was pierced. At that moment, Ricky had understood that it was Lucid's faith in his sword. But when he looked down at his sword, he felt nothing. What I held in my hand was just a piece of metal. I realized then just how ridiculous I was. When it came to pure sword ability, without the power of sword that I was born with, I couldn't even scratch at Lucid's toes. He wanted to learn more. He felt that this mysterious hunger that filled him would be sated if he kept fighting against this man. However, his wish didn't come true. Lord killed Lucid. It had happened in an instant. Lord had appeared from a space crack and immediately killed Lucid. His match had been interrupted. Ricky had never felt so angry. I attacked Lord at that time, but he tried to gently soothe me. He even apologized. He said, "That was your prey, I'm sorry." Prey? What did he mean by prey? It wasn't like that. Lucid wasn't his prey. Ricky had only realized at that time what kind of being Lord was. Ricky looked at Frey with only one eye still open. He had something to tell him. For himself, for Frey, for every species on the continent, and even for the demigods. Listen, Frey, in Lord's world there are only demigods. If there was a flaw in Lord, who appeared to be an absolute existence, then it was this. For Lord, the demigods were everything. That was his only weakness. But Ricky wasn't comfortable talking about it, because he felt that it was just as much his fault as Lord's. He had agreed with that ideal. He had believed it was right. He had thought that the continent was meant to belong to the demigods. But it wasn't. How could that be the case when there were countless beings living on the vast continent? How could all of it belong to the demigods, whose number hadn't even reached 100? We weren't meant to exist in the first place. Fragments of energy that had broken off from the laws of the world, who had gained sentience and could exert its power. It was something that was never supposed to happen. Ricky had pondered that fact for a long time. Then what should he do? If everything continued to progress at the same rate, then it was only a matter of time till the demigods were truly the only absolute existence on the continent who would rule over it until the end of time. Their only rival, the dragons, were almost extinct. The other transcendental beings from other worlds who were comparable to the demigods could not exert their full power on the continent and weren't even interested. Then there was only one option left. He would have to end it with his own hands. But Ricky had failed. PSSS. Your leg. Ricky's toes turned to ash and scattered into the air. Frey was shocked, but Ricky was as calm as ever. He spoke in his normal, blunt tone. Go to the Blake family. They should have some clues about the aluminium. If the demigods manage to mass-produce it, it'll all be over. You have to stop them somehow. Understood. Frey could only nod. Hesitation bloomed on his face. He didn't know how to react to Ricky dying before him. Should he console him? Should he make a promise? Neither one made sense. Not only was there nothing he could do, Ricky wouldn't want him to do anything either. In the frozen lands in the north, there is a demigod named Elia. Elia, she's a weirdo who doesn't care about the demigods or the circle. Even Lord has given up trying to get her to do anything. If there is any demigod who would help you, it would be her. His voice was gradually fading. For Snow, tell her I'm sorry and that she has nothing to worry about. Even if I die, it won't affect her. Ricky's vision was becoming increasingly blurry. He knew he was at his limit. Death for demigods was different for other beings. It meant the collapse of their consciousnesses and an end to their eternal lives. He wasn't afraid of it, but he couldn't help but think it was a bit regrettable. Lucid, if you saw me now, and if we fought. What would he say? He could only wonder. It was regrettable that he would never hear the answer, but it wasn't something he could help. It was great swordsmanship. Ricky looked at Frey, and Frey continued speaking without avoiding his gaze. If you had fought right now, that is what Lucid would say. You, who are you? Frey was silent for a moment. However, he didn't take too long to answer. Lucas Troman. Complex emotions were visible in Ricky's eye. He looked at Frey for a long time before finally closing his eyes. I see you, hoo-hoo. I'm relieved. Then he gave a satisfied smile that stretched across his face. In time, his entire body became ashes. The demigod with the power of the sword apocalypse, Ricky, had died. Frey couldn't move from the spot for a while. As he looked at Ricky's ashes, a whirlwind of emotion seemed to run amok within him. At the same time, he came to realize something. Frey realized that he had just lost an unparalleled helper who would have had an enormous impact in his fight against the demigods, if I had trusted Ricky a bit more or if they had moved more carefully. Such regrets began to fill his head. However, all these assumptions were meaningless now. Ricky was already dead. Now Frey could only think of ways to best make use of the year Ricky had earned him at the cost of his life. Before that, Frey used his mana to dig a hole beside Lucid's grave. Then he carefully buried Ricky's ashes in it with his own hands without using mana. At that time, something bumped against Frey's hand. When he checked to see what it was, Frey found a marble the size of a fist buried under the ashes. The glittering silvery bead reminded him of Ricky's hair. It must be his demigod crystal. Frey wondered what he would do with the crystal. After all, this was a demigod's crystal, not an apostle's. It would only be possible for him to make use of it after it had been processed into an elixir, but it was not something he was capable of doing on his own. In fact, he was certain that Adelia couldn't either. Then Hector's face flashed across his mind. Wouldn't that dragon-turned-man, who was extremely talented in alchemy, be able to process this crystal? But there was a problem. Is it really okay to go to Hector? It was possible that his identity would have been exposed, but Hector didn't know that he was Ricky's apostle. Besides, he was supposed to collect Anastasia's body from him in the future. When he remembered Hector's eyes, Frey was sure that he was working on the production of the golem, even at that moment. Even if it was risky, it was still worth it to visit Hector. As he had that thought, Frey put the crystal away. Chuck. Frey then stabbed Ricky's broken sword, which was little more than a hilt, into his grave. Frey looked at the two graves that laid beside each other, Lucid and Ricky, a human and a demigod. It was strange for the graves of such opposing beings to be placed beside each other. Frey shook his head and focused his mind. There was a lot of work to be done, and he didn't have the time to dwell in sentimentality. He remembered Ricky's words, Blake family, otherwise known as the site of Laren's experiment. There should be clues about aluminium there. Frey had been planning on visiting the Blake family in time, but now he felt like he had to make his move sooner rather than later. Aluminium, the metal that removed the demigods' inhibitors. If they managed to find a way to produce this metal in bulk, the Circle know, it would be a disaster for all life on the continent. I have to stop them. He only had a year. In that time, the four apocalypses and Lord would be unable to move properly, so it was his best chance. Of course, it was still risky. Out of the four apocalypses, Laren was the only one left unhurt. However, Frey did not intend to miss this opportunity. The next thing that came to mind was the mysterious demigod, Elia. Ricky had described her as a weirdo who did not care about the Circle nor the demigods. He had also added that she was mostly likely the only other demigod who would cooperate with Frey like he had. A demigod's cooperation is necessary. If he wanted to kill demigods who had been forced into hibernation because he killed their apostles, then he would need a demigod's help. The only problem was that he didn't know how strong the demigod Elia was. He had no idea just what she was capable of. More importantly, he wasn't even certain if she would cooperate with him like Ricky had. Even so, Frey trusted Ricky's words. If it was impossible from the start, then he would not have mentioned it in the first place. Of course, it won't be easy. Nevertheless, he had to hurry. Lord could try to kill him at any moment. After all, he held a grudge against him. The anger he directed at Frey now was many times greater than the anger he had towards Lucas 4,000 years ago. He felt that Frey was the reason Ricky betrayed him. Frey was certain that Lord knew just how ridiculous that was, but he still wouldn't change his mind, because he needs something to direct his anger at. It was the betrayal of Ricky, the sibling he cared the most for. No matter how clear it was, he would never believe that he was the one at fault. In this way, Frey's existence became the perfect justification. Besides, Frey knew the identities of all the Apocalypse's apostles, so that was even more reason to kill him. Depending on how he used this information, he could put a lot of pressure on the demigods. Phoenix, he couldn't help but think about her. It was still something he had a hard time coming to terms with. The Phoenix, who he had promised to reunite with, had become Agni's apostle. This meant that at least for Agni, he would not be able to deal with him through his apostle. Then what could he do to kill Agni, a powerful demigod otherwise known as an apocalypse? It was a difficult problem. He didn't know about the other apostles, but he'd have to at least keep the Phoenix's identity to himself. Otherwise, the Circle might try to kill her after learning of her identity. Good. First, he would head to the Blake family. After thinking this, Frey stood to his feet before he suddenly thought of Iris. Why did you save me? It was obvious that Iris had saved his life. If she had not arrived and stopped Lord, he would have been tortured and killed right there. At first, he'd felt resentful and ashamed for what she'd done, but looking back, more questions popped into his mind. Did Iris really betray them? And if not, then why did she kill Schweizer and start a feud between Cassigen and Lucas, that stone-headed bastard? He was the only one on the entire continent who didn't realize she was blatantly flirting with him. Schweizer's voice drifted in his head once again. Surely. No way, Frey shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, nothing could change the fact that she was the one who killed Schweizer. Frey stopped thinking about her and walked out of the cave. He came out of the cave and looked around before realizing how close he was to Dalemon's castle. In fact, he could clearly see the smashed castle not far away. Shuck. Frey warped to the castle. After all, he no longer had a reason to hide his mana. He hadn't used his mana in a month, but it still moved in a smoother manner than his divine power. At this point, he felt like he could smoothly use a close-range warp even if he was half asleep. After arriving at the castle, Frey couldn't help but fall silent for a while. The castle and its surroundings had been completely destroyed. The fact that the terrain itself had been irreversibly changed showed the ferocity of the fight that had happened. By himself, he was able to defeat the other 4 apocalypses. Frey had not witnessed Ricky's full power personally, but he was able to get a rough idea from the traces that had been left on the battlefield. It was amazing. No, even such a word was not enough. Ricky was truly incredibly powerful, even among the demigods. It was then. Frey felt something nearby. He turned around without bothering to hide his presence. When those who were carefully approaching from a distance saw Frey standing in the air, their expressions hardened. Standing there were people from the Circle. Among them were many people that Frey were familiar with. No, most of them were. Shepherd Jun, one of the few archmages and tower masters in the Cascow Empire. Dujanjar from the Fistfounder Armlets, whom he'd had a dispute with in the past. Jerome Werner from the Lucid Swords that he saw not so long ago, and Heinz Blake, the second son of the Blake family and his older brother. There was only one person in the group that he hadn't seen before. It was a woman with the appearance of a blonde girl with red eyes. Frey realized that she was Cheryl Roland, Circle Rounder of the Fistfounder Armlets. The word girl was suitable for her appearance, but she was in fact a terrifying vampire who was actually several hundred years old. Shepherd, who was at the front, couldn't help but mutter in a confused voice. I couldn't feel anything. It wasn't his fault. Frey's control over his energy was in itself outstanding, and it was further enhanced by the mask. At that moment, even though Frey was clearly standing in front of them, they could barely feel his presence. What the hell is going on? Shepherd stared at Frey with a stiff expression. They had seen the demigods fight unfold from a distance. At first, they were shocked. Why had they suddenly started fighting? However, the answer quickly made itself known. Internal strife. They had personally seen the infighting with their own eyes, something that had never happened in the past thousands of years. They had borne witness to an indescribable fight, and while they were still shaking from the sheer power the demigods had displayed, the fight had ended. Once they confirmed that the demigods had left, they finally approached the scene of the fight. Shepherd knew that the masked man in front of them was the Sword Apocalypse's apostle, and the Sword Apocalypse had been the one who was fighting against the other demigods. Therefore, it was too early to regard this man as an enemy. What are you waiting for, Honor Shepherd? This man is an apostle. Jerome spoke bluntly and drew his sword. He glanced at those around him and said, all of us are executives in our circles. Now that the demigods are gone, we can subdue him for questioning. It's not that simple, Honor Jerome. Shepherd sighed heavily before looking up at Frey. Kine Rixton right, they were aware of his fake identity. Frey realized that they were the ones who had been monitoring him and Ricky and Pilat. He'd believed that they had managed to lose them, but it seemed they were even able to follow them here. He nodded his head, answering positively. You know we're from the Circle, don't you? I do. Shepherd spoke in a solemn tone. We saw the Sword Apocalypse's fight with the other apocalypses. We believe that it was infighting. Should we consider you an enemy? Frey admired Shepherd's social skills and flexibility. He felt that this man was truly deserving of the title Archmage. It wouldn't be strange if a fight broke out immediately simply because of his identity as an apostle. Shepherd, however, calmly analyzed the situation and was able to determine that infighting had occurred for some reason, and he sought a way to avoid fighting. Frey realized then that the outcome of this situation could change greatly depending on his response. Except for Jerome, he could see that none of the others had any intention of fighting him at that moment. It was then Frey's eyes turned to Heinz. Then he unleashed his divine power. Cool. Cuck, all of those present could feel it. Frey calmly observed the circle members who were rapidly distancing themselves from him. HMPH, Jerome snorted coldly and kicked off from the ground. His body soon appeared beside Frey. His speed was quite admirable, but to Frey, who had trained with Ricky for the past few months and had gotten used to his movements, Jerome was even slower than a slug. Besides, Crackle Cuck, he had no reason to make a move anyway. The lightning barrier. At Jerome's level, he couldn't hope to break through the barrier. That lightning divine power, how? Confusion was clear on Shepard's face. The apostle who had the power of lightning had already died. He had been killed by Frey, Camille, Liamson, and Mikkel. When an apostle died, the demigod would fall into hibernation. The circle wasn't able to get all the information, but they were certain that apostles using the same power wouldn't appear for a while. It's not the same. Shepard's confusion deepened, but in the next moment everyone present was shocked to the core. Woo-woong, WH, what's going on? The expressions of Shepard and Dujanjar showed astonishment beyond comparison. Everyone had suddenly been deprived of their control over mana. Shirl and Heinz's eyebrows furrowed. Mana room projection. In other words, he had taken control over this space. An 8-star wizard. Impossible. It was natural for Shepard to be shocked. Everyone knew that mana and divine power could not coexist. It could even be called a law of nature that was irreversible. But the man in front of them was clearly using both. More importantly, weren't the powers he was using the lightning energy that Luke's had used before and the mana of an 8-star wizard, which was rare, even in the circle. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like a fool. Just who the hell was this man? On the other hand, Heinz's expression became serious for another reason. Frey was paying attention to him secretly while pretending to look around, so he easily noticed this change. I want to talk to you. Frey sent Heinz a telepathic message. Heinz did not say anything and instead nodded subtly. After all, the only ones who were able to use divine power and mana together were those with the blood of the Blake family. Heinz also knew that Frey had obtained the crystal from Luke's. Heinz is likely to have already guessed my identity. This was the judgment Frey reached. There were a few things he wanted to ask Heinz. Heinz was the only person that Frey had immediate access to who also had a good grasp of the situation within the Blake family. His help was essential to gain clues about Illuminatum. Frey finished thinking about that as he looked around. It wouldn't be hard to overpower Dujanjar, Shepard, and Jerome. This was a remark that most people would doubt if they heard it. After all, he was talking about 2 archmages who had reached 7 stars and a masterclass knight. Nevertheless, in front of Frey, who had reached 8 stars, taking care of them was no more than child's play. Jerome's ability was nothing he needed to worry about as he couldn't even pierce the lightning barrier. He didn't have a good grasp of the strength of Heinz, the youngest force honor of the Stro necklaces, but Frey knew he wouldn't fight with his full strength. For that reason, there was only one person that Frey would need to be wary of, Shirl Roland, circle rounder of the Fistfounder armlets and the contractor of Lilith. Because of her nature as a contractor, she didn't need to use mana, which meant that Frey could not suppress her power, even if he controlled the surrounding space. Shirl also knew this, which was why her expression was currently tense. She realized that her life would be in danger the moment the others were overpowered. Frey had no intention of killing her, but there was no way for Shirl to know that. So in this situation, she would naturally unleash her full strength. Crackle. Lightning wriggled around Frey's body. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time he was using both divine power and mana at the same time. During his mock battles with Ricky, he only ever used his divine power, and after that, he stopped using his mana. Sick. Shirl quickly drew a magic circle, and Frey immediately realized that it was Lilith's summoning circle. It was fast. It was already too late for him to stop her. Upon realizing this, Frey changed plans. Instead, he also drew a summoning circle. Woo-woong. 2 summoning circles turned the ground red at almost the same time as 2 rulers of the demon world appeared together. Dujanjar, who was watching this scene from afar, couldn't help but lower his jaw in shock. Is it not enough that he can use magic and divine power at the same time? He can even summon demons. However, when he saw the demon that the man summoned, his eyes widened to almost an impossible extent. He couldn't help but cry out, "The ruler of the slaughter hell Usura." This didn't make sense. It had been a very long time since Usura had been summoned to the continent. This was because even the Fistfounder armlets, who had the most knowledge about demons on the entire continent, still hadn't figured out Usura's summoning circle. How the hell did that man have it? Dujanjar could only swallow his question. Lilith looked around and quickly grasped the situation. She looked at Shirl, then at Frey and Usura before letting out a laugh. Hoo-hoo. So that man is your contractor. It's been 100 years, hasn't it, Usura? Who do you think you're talking to like that? You dirty whore, Usra spoke roughly before looking at Frey. It seemed he was waiting for instructions. I'll leave Lilith to you. Gladly. Usra smiled fiercely and turned his eyes back to Lilith. Oh ho ho ho. Shall we play again after such a long time? Although Lilith laughed as she said that, Cheryl recognized that the situation wasn't that relaxed. Among all the archdukes, Lilith's combat ability was by far the lowest. In the first place, succubi were not a race that were proficient at fighting. It was fine for her to easily handle 3 or 4 top-grade demons, but against demons of the same level, it was an entirely different story. But this guy's qualifications as a contractor aren't very high. Cheryl could notice something like that with just a glance. His talent wasn't the worst, but his body was certainly not one that should have allowed him to summon an archduke. The differences between their contractors had managed to balance the combat powers of Lilith and Usra. The two of them began their battle in the distance, further damaging the already destroyed terrain. Whenever Usra's arms fell, the ground would explode, causing everyone's ears to ring. Cheryl looked toward Jerome and commanded, "Honor Jerome, protect the other 3. Understood. Jerome bit his lip as he realized that he was nothing more than a hindrance in the present situation. However, he realized it wasn't the time to wallow in despair because of his own uselessness. He had to evacuate with the others before the aftermath of the fight spread to them. He quickly left together with Heinz, Dujanjar, and Shepard. Cheryl then turned to look at Frey once again. He hadn't made any movements even as Jerome and the others moved to a safe place. You seem quite relaxed. Are you certain that you can catch them even if you let them leave now? What is your goal? What happened here? I'm sorry, but black magic doesn't work against me. When Frey said those words bluntly, Cheryl felt a slight stinging pain in her face. This was because she had just tried to secretly use psychic persuasion to induce a conversation. Of course, it had absolutely no effect. His mental power is incredibly strong. These were the words that Lilith had said while making an embarrassed expression. At that time, she hadn't understood how a human could be able to make an archduke of the demon world make such an expression, but now she understood completely. In terms of mental power, he was truly comparable to a demigod or a dragon who had vanished from the continent. It was not an exaggeration. Well, in the first place, if even Lilith had not been able to pierce the man's defenses, there was nothing she could have done. After that, there was only one option left: head-to-head confrontation. Cheryl's eyes turned golden. Check. Then large bat-like wings sprouted from her back. That wasn't all. Her shadow began to stretch, thickening as a group of bats suddenly poured out of it. Frey fired a lightning bolt into the cloud of bats that were frantically flapping their wings. Crackle. The swarm of bats instantly turned into ashes, but another group of bats quickly took their place. She wants to obscure my vision. It wouldn't have taken much time to deal with, but Frey decided to play with her a bit. Indra's lightning. To make use of this power, a bit of preparation was required. Frey looked up at the sky. Shadows began growing in the sky as dark clouds began rolling in. Kaboom! A bolt of lightning brightened the surroundings as it shot from his hand and instantly destroyed the swarm of bats. This allowed Frey to see what Cheryl was up to. Summoning demons. It was likely to be a top-grade demon as well. This wasn't surprising. After all, as a contractor, the most familiar and effective method of combat that she knew was to summon demons. But when Frey saw her summon another demon after summoning Lilith, he couldn't help but admire her talent as a contractor. Grrr. The growl of a beast came from his left. Then, a giant black dog appeared from among the group of bats. Of course, this dog was almost twice as big as even the largest horse. Kung. The giant dog then spat a ball of black lava at him. Crackle. The grazed past the lightning barrier, and slightly to Frey's surprise, it managed to damage it a little. If he hadn't moved at that time, he might have been injured. Is this a hellhound? The lava that the dog spat was quite dangerous. Since it was able to damage his lightning barrier, which was much stronger than Luke's, it was clear that the spit was comparable to a 7-star spell. Besides, it wasn't just 1, 3. She had summoned quite a few demons by then. Frey was slowly beginning to get annoyed by the swarm of bats. Looking at the sky again, he noticed that it was already covered in dark clouds. It was no longer hard for Frey to control his divine power. He raised his right hand and shot a lightning bolt into the sky. Kaboom! The dark clouds trembled violently as they became filled with Indra's lightning power. Seeing this, Cheryl, who was hiding among the bats, stiffened her expression. It's dangerous. The moment she decided to move, flash, her vision was filled with white light. It was a thunderbolt. Kaboom! Immediately afterward, a large thunderbolt struck the ground, the sound of an explosion only following it. Frey realized that the swarm of bats had been vaporized instantly. This was the maximum amount of divine power that Frey could output at one time. The power of the lightning was comparable to an 8-star spell. This was proven by the fact that the top-grade demons that Cheryl had summoned were staggering, their skin badly burned. Their wounds were fatal, but Frey couldn't help but admire the fact that they were maintaining their presence even if they were dying. Cheryl was nowhere to be seen. He determined that she was probably hiding in the shadows. Frey didn't know a lot about vampires, but he at least knew the power she used. SSK. Cheryl then appeared from the shadows, as he'd expected. Her body appeared slightly tanned, but it was clear that she had avoided the brunt of the attack. A look of frustration was on her face. He's much stronger than I thought. I can't defeat him. Cheryl clicked her tongue resentfully and prepared to use another trick. That's enough. What? I have no intention of killing you. At Frey's words, Cheryl made an expression of disbelief. Then why did you unleash your divine power? When they first met, Shepard had tried to communicate with Frey. And it was none other than Frey who rejected the conversation and instead unleashed his powers. He didn't have an excuse. To be honest, Frey just wanted to test the powers of the Force Honors and above all, Circle Rounder Cheryl. I was curious. I wanted to know how powerful you all were. Why? Because I wanted to see if you were capable of confronting the demigods. Cheryl's expression became strange. Do you intend to fight against the demigods? That's right. You don't believe me. I'm not a fool who would just believe everything I'm told. Well, Frey agreed with that. Then he looked at the wings on Cheryl's back before muttering. I heard that there is no race as sensitive to power as vampires. Cheryl stared at Frey without responding. She had no idea where he was going with those words. As long as you submit to someone, you have no choice but to obey their orders, and they don't need to be from the same race as you. What are you trying to say? He had nothing more to say. He had just said that to see what Cheryl's reaction would be, and it seemed that Frey's knowledge wasn't wrong. Vampires could be made to yield. The process didn't matter. You just had to make them submit somehow. They just had to accept that the being before them was superior to them. Cheryl Rowland, the number 2 in her circle. If he could make her submit, then everything would be much simpler. After thinking this, Frey gathered his mana. Shuck, Lord's body appeared from a crack in space. The frozen lands. It was a place where it was hard to see anything because of the ever-present blizzards. Even ice trolls, which were known for their excellent thermal insulation, would not be able to last more than 10 minutes in this unforgiving place, but this was no problem for Lord. He walked forward at a calm pace, as if his surroundings were at room temperature, and not long after, he stopped walking. Because he found a woman standing in the corner of his eye. Her white hair fluttered beautifully in the blizzard. Lord called her name. Elia. Lord. The woman turned her head to look at him. Then she spoke with an eerie glint in her eyes. I thought I talked to you about trespassing in my territory. I came here to tell you something. I don't want to know. Get out of here. No, you need to know. You still haven't broken that habit of doing whatever you want. Right. It wouldn't be bad to loosen my bones after so long, especially if my opponent is you. A deadly chill began arising from her body. Lord spoke briefly. Ricky is dead. What, to be precise, I killed him. What the hell, Ricky, you? Why? Because he betrayed us. He killed several of our kind, so I punished him. Elia stared at Lord with her mouth wide open, unable to process what she was hearing. I want you to take his place, Elia, if it's you. Get out. Lord looked at Elia's face as she said those words. Her expression was unreadable. I'll come back another time. I'll expect another answer when I return. With those words, Lord disappeared in a space crack. Elia stood for a long time in that same position, seemingly frozen in place. In order to completely subdue the vampire Cheryl, he would first have to show her his full strength. It was clear that if he used tricks or shortcuts to beat her, she would not accept defeat. He would have to use brute force to pound the truth into her skull. The fact that I'm stronger than you. Frey's gaze deepened. He didn't think it would be difficult. Of course, he knew that Cheryl was a formidable opponent. After all, she was the second in command of the Fistfounder Armlets, one of the 3 great circles. There was no one who dared to look down on her. What a joke. Fury blazed in Cheryl's eyes as she realized the man in front of her had indirectly said that he would make her submit to him. She hadn't felt this humiliated in a very long time. She was a several-century-old, pure-blooded vampire, one of the few on the entire continent. Even Circle Master Alton didn't dare to look down on her. Cheryl could admit that the man in front of her was strong. The fact that he'd reached 8 stars was proof enough. Even so, she didn't believe he was strong enough to disregard her like that. Crunch. Cheryl bit her wrist, then swung her hand, causing her blood to splatter and soak the bodies of her summoned demons. Gurgle. This caused the demons near death to recover in an instant. Frey realized that it was one of the recovery techniques used by contractors. After looking at the bodies of the other 2 recovered demons, Frey was finally able to identify them. A nightmare and a starving ghost. Both were top-grade demons as well. Frey waited silently until Cheryl had completed her preparations with his hands at his side. SSS. Black fog began emanating from the nightmare's body. Frey frowned. Blinding me again. This method had already become a little boring. As he had this thought, Frey felt movement on his left and right. He stretched out his hand and created walls of ice. Thud. The hellhound and starving ghost collided headfirst with the ice walls. Although the walls had been created with chantless magic, they were still hard enough to stop their charge completely. Then he felt a chill at the back of his head. Check. Frey lowered his head slightly to avoid the incoming attack, and Cheryl's well-groomed finger brushed against his hair. When he simply glanced at her, she snorted before fading into the nightmare's fog once again. A group of bats appeared from the place she disappeared, their vicious fangs clearly visible. They were probably vampire bats, so it would be annoying to get bitten by them. I'm going to have to cut them down one by one. After making this judgment, Frey touched the ground. Burning ground. F-whoosh. Flames from Frey's hand instantly spread across the ground. In no time at all, his surroundings were set ablaze, with dozens of flaming pillars shooting up into the sky. Not only the annoying swarm of bats, but even the black fog created by the nightmare could not withstand the heat of burning ground and disappeared. Cuck, Shirl, who was hiding in the fog, was once again revealed. This isn't the power of a 7-star spell. She forcefully swallowed her words and spread her wings. Now that such terrifying fire had engulfed the ground, she could no longer hide in the shadows. The starving ghost immediately climbed onto the nightmare's back and fled to the sky, and the hellhound remained on the ground. As a being born from lava, it was able to withstand flames of this level. Unfortunately, it wasn't just flames. Frost scream. Dozens of ice fragments were embedded in the hellhound's body. The hellhound, which was easily able to withstand the 7-star burning ground, was completely helpless against the 6-star frost scream. The cold aura of the ice quickly began covering its body. It didn't take very long for the hellhound's body to be completely frozen. Frey shook his hand lightly. Crack. A gale from his body then shattered the hellhound's body. A top-grade demon, one that had the potential to defeat almost any circle executive under the right conditions. Shirl bit her lip nervously. The power of his spells is so strange. Strange? No, it was more than just strange. Who the hell was this man? Just a burning ground and a frost scream. The power of the 2 spells this man used far surpassed her expectations. They had the same names, but she wondered if they were really the same spells. Get it together. Shirl shook her head. There was no time for her to think about things like that. Frey then turned his eyes to the nightmare and starving ghost. Roar. The starving ghost expressed its frustration. This cannibal demon, who was always hungry, grew stronger and more violent the angrier it became. It angrily pulled on the nightmare's reins. The nightmare also responded to the starving ghost's anger and rushed forward while spewing black fog from its mouth. Overwhelming victory. As he recalled his plan, Frey had a thought. First, he would have to break Shirl's fighting spirit. Chuck. A spear of ice began forming in front of Frey. Shirl's eyes widened. It can't be an ice spear. The mana fluctuations from this spear did not feel like a threat. She quickly pondered what she should do. Avoid it, prevent it, or face it head-on. And during that momentary pause, Frey completed his spell. The spear was extremely large and sharp. Despite appearing in the middle of the burning ground, its coldness did not seem to be diminished at all. Shuck, the spear shot forward, and Shirl realized that it was too late to do any of her 3 thoughts. She couldn't avoid it, prevent it, or confront it. She snapped her finger, and the charging nightmare changed its course. No, it was almost as though it had been dragged by an invisible force. Puck, the ice spear pierced the bodies of the nightmare and the starving ghost at the same time. Even when 2 top-grade demons were used as shields, the ice spear did not stop. However, it slowed down a little. Shirl was no longer shocked. Even the starving ghost and the nightmare had been recalled, but to an extent she had expected this to happen. Ever since the hellhound died, she felt like this man's power was brushing against her skin. Shirl wondered what to do now. Even 3 top-grade demons were useless, and her vampire abilities were of no use either. Even if she used some kind of trick, it would only be useful to stall for time. In addition, she had already used too much mental power. This was because her power was also being drawn out due to Lilith's battle with Usura. Should I summon Lucifer? No, summoning another Archduke was a burden that her body would not be able to handle. Moreover, unlike Lilith, she had no control over Lucifer. The moment he found an opening, he would devour her soul. Shirl sighed. Frey kept looking at her. It seemed he had no intention of making the first move. His attitude seemed to say, if you're going to struggle further, then go ahead. This made her angry, but she was also convinced. You want to make me submit, right? That's right, I'll admit it. You are qualified to say that. Frey couldn't help but make a strange expression at Shirl's words. I'll stop fighting. It's my loss. She had admitted defeat, but it didn't seem like she had lowered her guard at all. Although she said it was her loss, Shirl's expression did not seem to show that. You are strong. Stronger than anyone I've ever fought. Other than the demigods, of course. Divine power, magic power, and the ability to summon demons, and none of them were at a low level. In particular, his magical prowess was unbelievable. He was at least as strong as Alton, the circle master of the Fistfounder armlets. So will you submit? No. Instead, I have a proposal. A proposal. I also want you to submit to me. It was the last thing Shirl could think of. In any case, Frey didn't seem to have any intention of killing her, so while it was unsightly, she had no choice but to make use of that fact to make a deal. Frey tilted his head slightly. Psychic domination doesn't work on me. Haven't you learned that already? I know, I meant something else. I am a part of the vampire royal family. Vampires also had specific rankings or social standing. In particular, vampires with the blood of the royal family could suppress other vampires with their blood alone. He thought she was a formidable woman, but he had still assumed that she was a high-ranking noble at best. Frey had never expected that Cheryl would actually be royalty. I see. Do you want to try to make me your blood relative? Right. Her fangs sparkled a little. Frey shook his hand and the burning ground spell disappeared. Standing on the charred ground, he nodded to her. I accept. Really. Of course. Her gamble had succeeded, but now she was feeling a bit worried since Frey had accepted it so easily. Cheryl couldn't feel pleased because his attitude made her feel like she'd made a mistake. It's just baseless anxiety. She didn't have any other choice anyway. Before that, should we recall them? If we leave them like that, then we'll have to make a new map of the area by the time they're done. As she said this, Cheryl turned to look at Lilith and Usura. She could see that a nearby mountain had already been leveled by them. Frey agreed with her. That's enough, Usura. I haven't been able to tear this damn bitch's crotch yet. Today won't be your only opportunity. I'll give you another chance sooner or later, so just wait. I guess it can't be helped. Usura responded with dissatisfaction clear on his face. Likewise, Cheryl also recalled Lilith. Then she slowly landed on the ground and started walking towards Frey. When she finally reached Frey, he rolled up his sleeve and held his hand out to her. You don't have to bite my neck, do you? It doesn't matter. It was true that biting the neck was more effective, but at Cheryl's level, such a thing didn't matter. Cheryl bit his wrist. It didn't hurt much, but it felt a little like a shock. Cuck. Cheryl's eyes began to glow red. This was proof that she was using her mental power to the max. After all, her opponent was a wizard, an 8-star archmage. Moreover, his mental power was much stronger than other wizards of the same level. She believed this was probably the reason Frey stuck his wrist out so easily. His confidence was understandable, but Cheryl had her own reason for her confidence. Huck. Frey suddenly felt his vision go black. He blinked his eyes. Once, twice. When he blinked a third time, he found that he was standing alone in a dark space. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw Cheryl standing there. Surprisingly, she was naked. Her golden hair barely covering her. But Cheryl, who was standing there naked, felt little to no humiliation, and Frey, who was looking at her, didn't seem fazed. Instead, Frey was thinking about something else. When he first saw this dark space, an unpleasant memory came to his mind. This is a mental world that I created. There is absolutely nothing in this space. Even you, an archmage with great attainments, will soon go crazy in this empty place. In addition, this place does not follow the same time as reality. Frey's mental power was strong. Cheryl knew that, so the first thing she intended to do was wear away at his mental power. If you stay here for a year, no matter how resilient you are, you're mine. You're wrong, Frey interrupted Cheryl. What? It's not that there's nothing here. Frey looked down at his body. He clenched his fist. The sensation of his nails digging into his palm could be clearly felt. His senses, his body. There was even another person with him. A cold smile blossomed on his lips. Compared to the hell-like abyss, this place was practically heaven. Pot. Frey's mana spread out and began dominating this space. Cheryl anxiously took a step back when she saw this. What are you doing? Frey appeared before her in a flash, and at that moment Cheryl showed fear for the first time. It was an emotion that she'd only shown to beings who far surpassed her ability or understanding. But that was a good thing for Frey. After all, there was no better emotion for forcing someone into submission than fear. Frey put his hand on Cheryl's head. Cheryl shivered. This couldn't be considered a gentle act like petting. In the end, Cheryl's decision had been the worst she could make. I'll show you some of my memories, his 4,000 years of solitude. With those words, Frey took control of Cheryl's mind. Turned the tables, D. Lola. Cheryl let out a silent scream and her eyes turned white. Frey showed her the memories of the early days of his time locked in the abyss. The memories of when he was the most desperate, lonely, and distressed. I think it should be a few hundred years. Of course, that was just Frey's assumption, as it was impossible for him to accurately measure time in the abyss. During that time, he had been unable to escape, and he was also unable to tell when his torment would end. He was certain that if he lost consciousness, his soul would disperse in this empty space. In a way, this was a punishment much worse than death. This was the end of Lucas Troman that Lord truly wanted, but Frey didn't give up. He didn't stop thinking. How much time had passed since he entered this place? He began to see the flaws in the abyss. Frey found that he was able to send his consciousness out of the abyss, and he was able to make contact with people who had the suitable aptitude to peek outside. It was only for a short time, but he was delighted since it had given him hope of discovering a way to escape this world. Of course, he had still been a ways away from escaping the abyss at that time. I don't need to show her everything. In the first place, if he made her experience all 4,000 years of his imprisonment, Cheryl's brain would explode. It was enough to give her small fragments that contained the negative emotions that he had experienced. A few minutes later, Huck. Cheryl's imaginary world was lifted like a veil. Frey looked around, realizing they had returned to reality. Yo, you know ways. Cheryl looked at Frey with a shocked expression. Frey could tell from the look on her face. It seemed that a few of Luca's memories had been mixed into the memories he had shown her. She stuttered with her eyes wide open. Great, great mage luck. Stop, Frey forced Cheryl to close her mouth. The first being to learn of his existence other than transcendent beings like Hruhurl and Usura turned out to be a vampire he'd met that very day. It felt a bit strange, but that was all. Cheryl couldn't go around spreading this fact unless he allowed it. Instead, she might have given in so easily because she became aware of my identity. I have something I'd like to ask. Anything? Cheryl went down on one knee, bowing politely. Some might have felt that her attitude had changed too quickly, but for Cheryl, such a reaction was natural. In fact, she believed that even this level of politeness was insufficient in front of such a man. Tell me why you followed us and what you know, without omitting a single detail. Understood. Cheryl began to explain. She told him that the Circle had been monitoring Ricky for a while and that she learned of the information about the demigod meeting from Heinz. After hearing this, Frey's expression became a bit strange. This was because while he thought that their tracking and individual abilities weren't bad, the information they actually had wasn't much. Frey nodded and said, "After sunset, bring Heinz Blake here. Make sure no one else follows him." Heinz Blake, why? Questions filled Cheryl's head, but she did not ask them. She didn't believe that she deserved to know even though she already had a bit of an idea. Understood. Keep your knowledge of me to yourself. Yes, sir. Cheryl couldn't help but speak up urgently when she realized that Frey intended to leave after saying those words. Can I ask you one thing? What is it? Are you really back? Frey met Cheryl's desperate gaze. Then he nodded slowly. Ah, Cheryl smiled. Then she lowered her head and quickly headed towards Heinz and the others. If before she fit the image of a several-hundred-year royal vampire now, she had a smile like that of a young girl. The members of the Circle all admired the heroes engraved in the pages of history, and among them, the heroes of the Age of Light were revered as almost divine beings. Cheryl Rowland, Circle Round of the Fistfounder armlets, was no exception. Frey watched Cheryl's back as she left. She might find it strange that he was able to come back to life since she didn't see the end of his memories, but Frey would be able to come up with a good excuse using his years of experience. There was nothing to worry about. Finally turning his head away, he used warp. This time, he traveled a long distance instead of a short jump. Shuck, SSB. He took a deep breath. It hadn't been very long since he'd last visited this place, but Frey still enjoyed the refreshing air. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Was it because this was where Schweizer's dungeon was located? Frey looked down from the top of Drake Mountain located in the Hispania Mountains. It was still unchanged. Well, that was natural for a mountain range inhabited by nothing but monsters. Frey sat on a large rock nearby, as though he was waiting for something. About 30 minutes passed before a beautiful red-haired woman appeared. The person he was waiting for had arrived, but Frey was dumbfounded. He realized he didn't know how to address her. HMPH, there was a snort. It wasn't from Frey. It was the woman. "I didn't expect you to come crawling back here again." She spoke in a voice filled with hatred. What's going on? He didn't know a lot about the Phoenix, but he could feel that something was strange about the woman in front of him. Was it supposed to be like this? When they met at the demigods meeting, she had been much calmer. Something was different. The woman shook her head and spoke with disgust. Right, did you enjoy digesting my heart? Frey's expression became strange. Heart. Torkunta, you noticed it quickly, human. The woman, who he presumed to be Torkunta, laughed viciously when he realized it. How? You should have died. You're right, I did die, but you guys were sloppy. Frey's expression hardened. Unlike Frey, who only absorbed half his heart, the Phoenix was likely to have absorbed Torkunta's entire body. Were there fragments of his consciousness left that the Phoenix absorbed, which let him take over the Phoenix's body instead? That would mean the woman in front of him was not the Phoenix. If so, then there's no reason not to kill him. Just as Frey was about to unleash his mana, Torkunta began speaking while frowning. What are you talking about? This is the guy who killed me. How else am I supposed to act in front of him? Wait, don't yell I understand. I was wrong, I'm sorry, so please. Torkunta, who had grabbed his head in agony while shooting a resentful glare at Frey, let out a sigh. Goddammit, I can't believe the mighty Drake King has fallen to such a state. What's going on? Torkunta gave him a deep look. What's going on? I've become so miserable that I can't even cry even if I had the tears. What? When that bitch absorbed my body, she absorbed some of my consciousness as well. I fought for control of this body, but I lost. Originally, even the Phoenix would have been unable to defeat the 1,000-year-old Drake, but Torkunta's consciousness was weak at that time. Eventually, the Phoenix won, and Torkunta was defeated. The woman sighed, indeed. It was truly in a miserable state, but Frey didn't feel sorry for it. Then why are you in control of the body now? Because of you, me? Right, that bitch is now connected to that man called Agni, so if she meets you, she might get caught. This was something that Frey had heard from Ricky before. The demigods could view the thoughts and memories of their apostles without any restriction, so she let you be the front. It's just a simple trick, but we heard that he's not in very good shape right now, so it shouldn't be a problem. Frey didn't know how to feel about Torkunta. The appearance was that of a beautiful woman, but inside was a 1,000-year-old male drake. Was it even possible for there to be a bigger difference between the entity on the inside and its appearance? How did you become Agni's apostle? Torquanta sighed. I'm dead, that bit. Wait, what is it? It's uncomfortable to hear that bitch and that bitch. Can't you call her something else? She's a bitch without a name, so there's nothing else I can use. Just Raug. Then Torquanta paused for a moment before turning to Frey with an unwilling look on their face. Please pick one. What? A name. She wants you to give her a name. Frey thought for a while. Nix. Where did you get that from? I don't know. HMPH. Torquanta, who had been agonizing for a while, snorted grumpily. Aha, I know. You picked Nix because she's a phoenix, right? Haha, that's so tacky. Every single word was said with a sharp attitude. He didn't think Nix felt the same, but it was clear that Torquanta didn't like Frey very much, which was natural considering the fact that Frey was the one who killed him. Then I'll continue the story. Her story went like this. After Torquanta died, an unidentifiable amount of time passed before Nix was resurrected, and although her appearance had changed greatly, she had also become more powerful, which was a bonus. As Frey had told her after she came back, Nix proceeded to subdue the surrounding monsters one by one and expand her territory in order to become the ruler of the mountain range. And during that time, Agni appeared. It didn't make any sense. Torquanta gritted his teeth. At that time, he'd been overcome by fear that was completely incomparable to when he fought Frey. Just at first glance, he was able to realize they were on completely different levels. Nix had the determination to fight even at the cost of her life. I'd felt it in the past, but she's really a fearless bitch. However, I was able to coax her into accepting Agni's offer. That's unexpected. I didn't think you could persuade someone. It's not something I'm used to, but if Nix dies, so. Frey felt that Torquanta had changed slightly. He felt that his manner of speaking had become much softer and smoother compared to before, but we couldn't even refuse to be turned into his apostle. You were only able to survive because you accepted. It was completely unavoidable. Right, it couldn't be helped, but it still made them uncomfortable. Torquanta looked at Frey before saying, but what the hell is up with you? What do you mean? We saw that silver-haired demigod who you were with fighting. With just his sword, he completely overwhelmed those other demigods. We didn't get to see the end, but... He's dead. What? That man, Ricky, he's dead. Torquanta fell silent. I can't tell you who I am, but I can tell you my purpose. I'm going to kill all of the demigods. You want to kill those monsters, right? It would be really difficult, I know. Surprisingly, Torquanta didn't laugh at him. Because he expected Torquanta to shout at him that it was impossible, this attitude took Frey by surprise. After thinking for a moment, Torquanta spoke. All right, we'll help. How? Nix was connected to Agni. Even if Torquanta was able to help them hide what was happening to some extent, it would still be hard for Nix to openly lend a hand. Don't we just have to kill Agni? That's easy to say. Ricky had proven that killing a demigod didn't affect the apostle, so if they killed Agni as Torquanta said, they would be able to take advantage of that. However, their opponent was one of the apocalypses. Even if he was weakened, he would not be an easy opponent. Most importantly, I don't even know where he is. I know. Torquanta let out a laugh. I said I know where Agni is. Where is he? The desert. Frey furrowed his eyebrows. Silkid, probably near there. We'd have to find out more once we get there. Watching Torquanta nod his head, Frey fell into thought. This was because Silkid was the place where the magic warrior King Cassigen met his end, and where Ivan was currently trying to find Cassigen's relics. Don't tell me I'm going to encounter Ivan. Frey then shook his head as though he was erasing an ominous thought. It'll take him about a year to heal, which means if we fight, we need to do it within that time. Sounds good. We are bound to that monster, so we won't be able to fight him. But we can still help you fight. I believe we can find his location since we're his apostle. That would be enough. He had no reason to refuse. It seemed like a much smarter idea to attack the apocalypses while they were heavily injured rather than giving them time to recover. The only issue was the fact that he didn't know where they were. But Torquanta had now come to him with Agni's location. After he finished forming a plan in his head, Frey warned Torquanta, don't let the circle find out you're an apostle. Otherwise, the situation might become troublesome. HMPH, I at least have that level of discernment. I'd love to say that, but someone has already seen my face. What? Who? That guy named Genta. Do you remember him? Frey frowned. There was no way he'd forget. He's the assassin who's Ananta's apostle. What happened? When the silver-haired demigod caused the commotion, my mask came off. He saw me. It wasn't good news, but Frey didn't think it was a big deal. Just because he'd seen her face didn't mean Genta would attack Nix for no reason. After all, the only reason they covered their faces in the first place was to hide their identities from the traitor, who had already been revealed. But he could still try to find out who Nix is. Of course, that wasn't a big cause for concern either. Nix had never left the Hispania Mountains since she was born other than to attend the demigod meeting with Agni, and even then they had not left many traces. If you can, try not to leave the mountain range. I wouldn't have done so even if you didn't tell me. Then I'll take my leave now. I have somewhere to go. Whatever. Torquanta flung his hand like he didn't care before suddenly frowning. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he turned to Frey and said, "Be careful." "It's from Nyx." Frey looked at Torkanta before he spoke to Nyx, who he knew was looking at him. "You too." Frey returned to Dalaman's castle. In fact, it was embarrassing to even refer to it by that name anymore. The castle had been completely destroyed, with only a few walls remaining. The sun had already set, allowing Frey to realize that he had been talking to Torkanta for far longer than he expected. Heinz was already there. He was standing on a broken wall and seemed to be looking at something in the distance. "Are you Frey?" He turned his head and looked back. As expected, he had already guessed who Frey was. To be precise, it was Frey who basically revealed his own identity to him. Frey nodded and took off his mask. "Right," Heinz muttered under his breath. Judging from his reaction, he had still been skeptical up to the point when Frey took off his mask. To be able to use divine power, you must have consumed Luke's crystal. Without a word, Frey climbed the stairs and stood beside him. This allowed him to see what Heinz had been staring at. It was the area that had been ruined by the demigods. "The current situation in Webnovel is pretty serious." "What do you mean?" "We also saw the Black Dragon Knights get annihilated, and Honor Jerome has already informed the leadership of Webnovel. Not so long ago." Heinz let out a cold laugh. "It was completely by accident. Isn't it funny? They had no intention of confronting the demigods. They knew they were here, they wouldn't have even dared to send the Black Dragon Knights." Frey knew that the Webnovel kingdom was rot to the core. However, the servility they displayed, even when the kingdom's proudest knight regiment was destroyed, made him sick. "I digress. Frey, I heard about your movements. You disappeared after contacting Binyang from the Troman Rings." He glanced at Frey's mask before continuing. "It hasn't been that long since I last saw you, but it feels like a lot happened." "What the hell?" "Heinz Blake." Frey intentionally cut him off. Heinz closed his mouth and threw a calm look to his side. "I learned about the true nature of the Blake family, that it's a huge experimental site for the demigods to study the harmony between divine power and mana." "That's right." Heinz wasn't particularly surprised. This was because from the moment he saw Frey using both divine power and mana, he assumed that he might know of what was going on at least to some extent. "Which side are you on, the circle or the demigods?" "Neither. I'm just struggling to take care of my own life." "Can you also use divine power, to some extent?" "And Miscale and Asaka." "That's right. Miscale is about as good as I am, but you can't ignore our father's strength." Heinz spoke as though he had no intention of hiding anything from him. Frey wondered if he should trust this man beside him. "I'm going to the Blake family." "Why?" "There's something I need to find out." "What's that?" "I have no intention of telling you." Frey ended it there. He did not hold any hostility towards Heinz, but information about aluminium needed to be handled with care. "It's possible that I will exterminate the Blake family." Frey spoke of the worst-case scenario, but if someone were to hear him, he would be seen as crazy. His words were extremely arrogant. Was he really talking about exterminating the Blake family, one of the 5 great families of the Cascow Empire? However, Heinz knew he wasn't bragging and actually had the power to carry out such a task. The man beside him was an 8-star archmage, could summon a demon archduke, and could also use lightning divine power. Every one of these was already immensely powerful, and there was still the possibility that he had some cards hidden. "You want me to help you enter the family more naturally. I don't want to raise any suspicion." Leda Blake. As Laren's apostle, she was the one he had to be the most careful of in the Blake family. Isaka was only an archmage, and Miscale was a 5-star wizard at best. Even if the two of them were able to use divine power, Frey didn't think they were that threatening. However, Laren's apostle, Leda, was different. She was not an opponent he dared to underestimate. "You can do whatever you like, but if you have a request, I'll try to fulfill it to the best of my ability, if possible." Frey swallowed the end of his sentence and instead turned to Heinz, but what he heard was surprising. "In that case, I'd like to ask you some questions when we're finished." "Questions? Right, but you don't have to answer them. If you have any questions, you can ask them now." "No, I still want to observe some more." It was quite the strange request. It didn't matter if he answered or not, but he still wanted to observe a bit more first. Frey was curious, but he didn't think Heinz would tell him if he asked. "It doesn't matter if I answer." Frey nodded. "Sure, then shall we leave right away?" "What about the other circle members? They have already withdrawn." Rounder Shurl led them away. "I see. It was a shame." He wanted to ask Shurl a few questions, but it didn't matter that much. He would just wait until the next circle meeting. The two immediately set out for Lufe. If he wanted to, he could simply warp them over to Pilat as he'd remembered the coordinates. However, as it was a long warp, it would be impossible to completely erase the traces. Since he was going to the Blake family to get clues about the aluminium, he wanted to stay as discreet as possible. It was better to experience some hardship than get caught in vain. This was the reason they chose to use the warp stone to get to Pilat. The warp to Pilat was scheduled for 4 days later, so the two decided to wait in a nearby hotel. Although they were brothers, they each had their own room, and not once did they go into the other's room. Even when they occasionally encountered each other in the restaurant in the hotel, they didn't say a word to each other. Though it seemed quite dreary, Frey didn't have a problem with it, and Heinz didn't seem to either. And so, 4 days passed quickly. They were finally able to warp to Pilat. Shortly after the warp ended, the two headed over to the Blake family residence without hesitation. Standing before the magnificent mansion, Frey couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. This place. The residence of the Blake family had a strong aura of dignity surrounding it, and it could be considered on par with the Jun family residence. In fact, the overall size, including that of the garden, seemed to be much larger than that of the Jun families. "Ah, young Master Heinz, are you returning home now?" The guards recognized Heinz and all began bowing respectfully. It was clear that the respect and joy they had on their faces were genuine. Frey felt like he was finally getting a glimpse of Heinz's human side. "Right, I just got back. Who's home? All the members are in at the moment, I see." Heinz's expression changed slightly. The fact all the members were in the house at the moment meant that the head of the family, Isaka Blake, was also there. It would have been a lot easier without him. Then the guard's gaze turned to Frey. "Ah, by the way, the one behind you." Then Heinz spoke with a stern expression on his face. "Did the Blake family's guards forget my younger brother's face? Who, if it's his younger brother, no way." Young Master Frey. Embarrassment sprang up on the guards' faces. Rumors about Frey were also prevalent among the members of the Blake family. The child of a wizard family who was treated like an abandoned child because of his lackluster talent in magic, and who had been practically chased into the Westroad Academy. Few nobles knew of Frey's feats afterwards, such as fighting the pirates and the Lick, or becoming close friends with Perrin Jun so naturally. There weren't many members who knew of these rumors. Heinz ignored their reaction while saying, "Where is my father?" "I in the garden." "Good, Frey, let's go." Yes, because there were many people around, Frey bowed his head politely to show his respect. "Yo, young Master Heinz, please wait. What is it? We currently have a guest in the manor. The Lord said that no one is to disturb him because he is entertaining them." "A guest? Who is it?" Heinz's expression was filled with displeasure. No matter who it was, Heinz was still the second son of the Blake family. Of course, there was no such thing as Heinz and Isaka having a close relationship, but externally, there was no better justification for his actions, as he was a son who had been away from home for a while. He couldn't think of a guest powerful enough to negate this justification. But as soon as Heinz heard the guard's next words, the displeasure disappeared in an instant. "It's the third Imperial Princess." They passed the front gate and headed inside. Heinz seemed a bit shaken by the guard's words. Does the third Imperial Princess come to the mansion often? There was no one around, so Frey didn't bother speaking politely. Heinz responded after thinking for a moment. "She has been visiting frequently for the past few years. She mainly talked to Mother whenever she came." With Leda Blake, suspicion flashed across Frey's face. If it was related to her, who was an apostle, then it might also be related to the demigods, the third princess. Frey tried to recall his memories of her. He remembered that her name was Fior. She was beautiful and very smart, and he'd heard that she was greatly favored by the emperor even though she was a woman. It was highly likely that her reputation was genuine and not made up by the imperial family as she had appeared in the cabinet, where only the highly ranked and intelligent figures in the empire could participate several times. She was 25 years old this year and had missed the best time to get married. Maybe she herself refused a marriage, or she had the emperor's backing. What do they talk about? I don't know, or without having to think too deeply about it, the visits might just be a politically motivated performance. Were her visits just to show that the third princess and the Blake family had a close relationship? I'd prefer it if that were the reason. He didn't care about the politics in this country, but Frey's instincts were warning him that that might not be the case. He was aware that the demigods had a much bigger influence on the major countries than he'd expected. As Fior was a member of the imperial family, it might be better for him to be more suspicious rather than relaxed. While Frey was focused on his thoughts, they arrived at the garden and found a group of people walking there. Isaka, Miskael, and Leda. All of the members of the Blake family were gathered, and it wasn't just them. A woman who was probably Fior was standing in the center of the group, seeming to exude noble elegance. Then Miskael, who was at the front of the group, spotted Heinz and his face brightened. "Heinz, oh my." At Miskael's words, Leda and Isaka turned to look at Heinz, who bowed his head politely to Fior as he approached them. "Heinz Blake, second son of the Blake family, greets your majesty." "It's been a while, Heinz." It seemed Fior and Heinz were well acquainted as she greeted him with a bright smile. "Your majesty seems to become more and more beautiful every time we meet." Frey glanced at Heinz. He found the sight of this blunt man speaking in such a flattering way quite strange. Heinz only looked at his family after greeting the princess. "Father, I've returned." "Good, we'll talk later. For now, entertaining Her Majesty is the priority." "Yes." However, Isaka's gaze turned to Frey, who was standing behind him, a complex light seeming to shine in his eyes. He forcibly contained the questions that sprung up within him at the moment and suppressed the deep sense of incongruity he felt. "Frey, It's been a long time, father. I'm curious as to what you've experienced during this time, but I'll ask about it later. Understood. Then, Fjord looked at Frey and said, We haven't met before, have we? My name is Fjord Diet Casco. I am Frey Blake. It is an honor to meet your Royal Highness, who is praised as the sapphire of the imperial family. Oh my. As Frey bowed politely, the expressions of Miscale and Asaka became strange. This wasn't because he'd made a mistake. Rather, it was the opposite. Frey's greeting had been perfect. His manners had been impeccable, and there was no sign of nervousness, even when faced with the princess. It was even more surprising because these two, who were used to his usually timid appearance, were inwardly anxious that he would make a mistake in front of the princess. I'd love to share the honor of hosting your highness, but I don't think it would be so polite to do it with such a dusty appearance. Hoo-hoo, I don't mind, but I'll respect Heinz's will. Heinz then nodded at Asaka. We'll see you at dinner. Yes, let's go, Frey. Frey also nodded at Fjord and Asaka before following Heinz. After they disappeared, Fjord spoke out with a slight smile. I only just found out that Duke Asaka has 3 sons. Frey is a student at the academy, so he's rarely at home. By academy, the West Road Academy. Fjord looked a little surprised. That's a very prestigious academy. That's right, if it hadn't been for his backing, Frey would not have been able to get into the academy with his skills. But it was the best choice. After all, even if he was an abandoned child, if he went to an academy worse than that one, it would tarnish the Blake family's reputation. He's not as good as Heinz and Miscale. It didn't seem that way. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Nothing. After mumbling to herself, Fjord shook her head. Heinz closed the door. Then he turned to Frey and said, There's a high probability that father, mother, and Miscale will question you this evening. I know. He could tell from the brief encounter just now. They didn't have any good feelings towards him. But with Fjord beside them, they couldn't ask the questions they were thinking. So how are you going to act moving forward? First, I'll have to act like the Frey Blake they remember. He had to move as stealthily as possible in order to find clues about the aluminium. If he revealed himself for no reason and drew their suspicion, his actions might be restricted. When I've found what I'm looking for, I can take action. Then it might be the time to kill Leda. Frey was determined to kill her since she was Laren's apostle. Compared to that, the fact that she was Frey's mother was not that important. It would be better for you to show a different side. Why? They already know of some of your deeds. Like defeating the pirates and being recognized by Perrin Jun, if you acted that way despite that, they might become suspicious. Miscale might be too stupid to notice, but Asaka would definitely be suspicious. Heinz was certain of this. You're right, although he agreed so easily, the task would still be pretty difficult. He would have to play a slightly more mature Frey instead of a loser Frey, but it makes sense. It would be annoying, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had no choice but to do what Heinz had suggested. He had come to the Blake family with a strong resolution anyway. After all, if everything worked out as he planned, he would be able to force Laren into hibernation while also finding the information he needed. Then I'll take my leave. Heinz left the room. Frey looked around, only just realizing that they had been standing in Frey's old room. It wasn't shabby, on the contrary. It was as large as a room in an expensive inn. However, there was a large amount of dust sitting on every surface as though it had not been cleaned in a long time. Frey took off his robe and opened the closet. Fortunately, the clothes in the closet were relatively neat. Frey took out some house clothes and put them on. Although it had been a long time since he had been home, he didn't feel impressed. Instead, he was currently feeling a headache because of all of the things he had to think about. Frey sat on the bed with his back straight, intending to meditate to pass the time. A little after the sun went down, the door to the room was opened without warning. Frey opened his eyes. Standing there was a man who appeared to be the butler. His name came to Frey's mind easily, Fabian. He was in his late 30s and was one of the people who had looked down on Frey when he was younger. Even at that moment, his attitude was extremely rude. He opened the door without knocking, then he stood there looking at him as if he hadn't done anything wrong. He even furrowed his eyebrows while looking at him. I remember this situation, but it's still shocking to see it again. When he saw that Frey had yet to say anything, he finally spoke. The Lord is calling for you. He crossed the line. Thinking this, Frey got up from his seat and stared at Fabian for a moment before saying, Don't forget to knock next time. Fabian was taken aback and asked with a confused expression. He was surprised by Frey's sudden words. The timid young master who would get embarrassed just from being looked at too strongly was now talking to him in such an informal tone. With an indifferent expression, Frey spoke again. I will forgive you this time, but there won't be a second time. Ah yes, Fabian nodded in a confused manner with his head tilted to the side. What was that? Did he just get reprimanded? Where is my father? In the dining room on the first floor. Frey immediately headed to the dining room. There he found the entire Blake family sitting around a long table. Asaka, Lesha, Miscale, and Heinz. Their eyes turned to look at him at the same time. Amazing. It's been a while since I last saw you, but now it seems that you have become quite proud. When Miscale spoke out with a very sharp tone, Frey simply bowed his head and held back a sigh. Sorry, HMPH, do you think that's enough? You are the reason we've been wait. That's enough, Miss Gale. Isaka interrupted him before turning to Frey. Sit, we will talk after we eat. Yes, Frey took his seat. Unfortunately, it was beside Leda. Frey picked up a spoon while shooting a glance at her. Leda turned her head to him with a mysterious expression on her face while taking a sip of tea. Do you have something to say? Frey pretended to flinch and shook his head. And no. Leda turned her head without questioning him further. Not long afterwards, the food came out, and for a moment, only the sound of the cutlery could be heard. They won't say anything while having dinner. It was one of the tacit rules of the Blake family. Frey cut the steak before him and began eating. The meal soon ended. The quality of the food was incredibly high, so it was the most satisfying meal that Frey had in a long time. He felt a bit drowsy after having a few sips of wine with his meal, but Frey cleared it away with his mana before turning to Isaka. The important part was coming. Frey, where have you been? Frey put on a determined expression while saying, I wanted to travel the world. Ha ha ha. A laugh filled with ridicule. Needless to say, it came from Heinz. So you didn't go back to the Westroad Academy, huh? You know you've been expelled, don't you? Yes, you didn't enter the academy with your own ability in the first place. Do you understand what I'm saying? It took a lot of money and effort to get you into that school. My deepest apologies. Frey lowered his head and Miss Gale snorted. You don't have to listen to any more of this, father. Then he turned to look at Frey. You want to travel the world? That's a good excuse. It seems to me that he had a miserable time at the academy and ran away because he couldn't take it. Truly the trash of the Blake family. Isaka didn't try to stop Miss Gale. Leda continued drinking her tea and Heinz acted like he wasn't interested in what was going on. It seemed that they were waiting to see his reaction. I didn't run away. Really? Then did you get anything from your travels, Miss Gale Blake? It was like he was looking for any reason to continue the argument. Frey felt a bit dirty as it was like being bitten by a child over and over, but the situation itself wasn't bad. He couldn't openly confront Isaka because he was the head of the family, and he needed to be careful around Leda. Heinz could be considered an ally. This meant that Miss Gale was the easiest target among those in the dining room. I did. Ho, tell me what you got, at least. Frey locked gazes with Heinz. I don't think I'd lose to you, brother. Phew-ha-ha, Miss Gale burst out laughing. Isaka smiled slightly and Leda covered her mouth with her hand. Only Heinz maintained his calm indifference. Miss Gale looked at Frey with tears in his eyes from laughing too hard. I guess you have some pride now. At least it's better than the old days when you were more timid than a mouse. Miss Gale's gaze became cold. Distinguish courage and foolhardiness, stupid. I know how to make the distinction. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became frozen. Iska wasn't smiling anymore. Instead, displeasure and disgust were clearly visible in his gaze. It was the same way one would look at a bug if it landed on them. What was wrong with this weakling who used to tremble with a single glare? Because we are in front of father, I'll let this go once. You don't need to let it go. Are you really out of your mind? When Frey openly challenged him, Miss Gale expressed his anger in a threatening way. But Frey didn't stand down at all. Instead, he completely ignored Miss Gale's posturing and took a sip of tea. Miss Gale's face burned red as he left the room. If it wasn't for Leda and Isaka being in the room, he might have already flipped the table in anger. Frey got up and followed him. It seems that child has changed a bit. Leda giggled softly as she said, maybe we'll see an unexpected result. No, Frey could never beat Miss Gale. Isaka got up from his seat and followed Frey and Miss Gale with a stiff expression. Leda then turned to look at Heinz. Heinz, aren't you going to go watch? I'm not interested. To be exact, it was obvious to him what the outcome would be. At Miss Gale's level, he would be unable to win even if Frey decided to lay down and sleep during the fight. No, it would still be their loss even if the entire Blake family tried to fight him. The Blake family was a wizard family, but no matter how many wizards they had, they would all be powerless in front of an 8-star wizard. I'm not sure about the apostle. Heinz also knew that there was an apostle among the members of the Blake family. Personally, he believed that it was the family head, Isaka. I see. Leda gave a mysterious smile. Heinz shot a glance at his mother and a thought flashed in his mind. He had a faint feeling that this woman in front of him, Leda, his mother, could also be the apostle. The training ground in the mansion. Having come this far, Miss Gale now sported a suspicious expression. He couldn't help but shoot an incredulous glare at Frey. Did he really lose his mind? This was his younger brother. No, he didn't even consider him to be his brother. Unlike Heinz, who was second to none when it came to talent, Frey was pathetic in every way. He was trash who could not even use 1-star spells. This was why they didn't share the secrets of the family with him and instead sent him away to the distant academy. Yet such a guy was now standing in front of him with a calm expression. This fact made his mood worsen. It wouldn't be enough for him to just win. He had to make Frey realize the difference between them, so that he would never look at him in such a way again. Cast the first spell. When Frey tilted his head, Miss Gale let out a laugh. I'm saying I'm giving the first move to the younger brother I haven't seen in a long time. Frey wondered what his next move should be. When he glanced to the right, he found Asaka standing there without any expression on his face. And after a while, Leda walked over after receiving a parasol from an attendant. It wasn't hard for him to beat Miscale. Certainly, he was a top-notch wizard, but he was only human. For Frey, who had been traveling together with the demigod traitor Ricky, and had even encountered their leader, Lord Miscale, was as dangerous as a newborn baby. An overwhelming victory, a difficult victory, or an unfortunate defeat. Those were his three options. First, he'd need to get an idea of Miscale's ability. After thinking this, Frey finally cast a spell after a very long time. Magic Missile. Chut. The disdain on Miscale's face was evident. It seemed like he was thinking about what to do for a long time, but in the end, he only used the one-star spell Magic Missile. Check. He hurriedly scrambled to the right. In the same instant, the magic missile rapidly narrowed the distance and brushed past his side. What was that speed? Miscale's embarrassment was palpable. He felt a stinging pain in his side as the spell had grazed him. Tot. Frey kicked off from the ground and rapidly approached Miscale. Isaka's eyes shined slightly when he saw Frey's movements. Cuck, ice arrow. Miscale hurriedly cast a spell. An arrow made of ice shot towards Frey. Its accuracy, speed, and power were intimidating, at least for someone other than Frey. Frey didn't slow down at all, and instead he twisted his body to avoid the ice arrow. What? It was a move that almost surpassed human ability. The shock was even greater for Miscale, who only saw Frey as a wizard. Seeing this, Isaka clicked his tongue softly. He learned magic martial arts. That was the only explanation. Frey avoided 3 arrows and destroyed 2 more with his fists, but his advance didn't slow down at all. In an instant, Frey arrived in front of Miscale. Their eyes met. Spirit Fire, F-whoosh, flames engulfed Miscale's body. This 5-star spell, Spirit Fire, was the strongest spell he had in his repertoire. The flames fluttered around Miscale as though they would burn anything that tried to approach him. But Frey ignored the Spirit Fire and grabbed Miscale by the collar. Shock covered Miscale's face. Frey's hand was burned by the flame, but the thing that shocked Miscale the most was Frey's expression. Although his hand was being burnt, Frey's face didn't even twitch. P.S. Psycho. Frey raised his hand without saying anything and lifted Miscale's body into the air. Dozens of spells passed through Miscale's mind, but his mouth didn't move at all. This was proof that he lacked practical experience. His ability to cope with unexpected situations was also poor. Spirit Fire, a 5-star spell, was burning his hand, but he was able to ignore that and continue fighting. What the hell were his nerves made of? Crack, cuck. Miscale's body was slammed to the ground, and he coughed as the wind was knocked out of him. Isaka clicked his tongue. It's over. The most important thing for wizards was the ability to remain calm regardless of the situation. Failure to do this would result in hesitation while casting, and even if the spell did manage to get cast, it would only be about half as powerful as normal. Miscale was obviously shaken. No, he probably couldn't even think properly at that moment. Even now, as he lay on the ground, he probably didn't realize what happened. On the other hand, Frey's strategy was perfect. With the skill he displayed, Frey didn't need to say the name to cast Magic Missile, yet he'd done so anyway, in a loud voice that Miscale was able to hear. This was obviously deliberately done to make him lower his guard. Miscale's carelessness had reached the peak when he saw Frey, who had been thinking for such a long time, cast a 1-star spell, but the magic missile had been fast and threatening. At that point, Miscale's composure was slightly shaken. Then Frey quickly narrowed the distance, which was an unthinkable move for a wizard. Miscale used Ice Arrow to fend him off, but it didn't work. His carelessness had vanished, but in its place was confusion. At that point, the match had been decided. Frey looked down at Miscale. He had no grudge against this man, and the match had already ended. However, Frey Blake's debt still remained. Cuck. Frey clenched his fist. Then he put it right in front of the face of Miscale, who was groaning in pain. He felt a slight resistance before his nose bones were crushed. Blood quickly covered Miscale's face. Little master, someone cried out from the side. It was Alexandro, the steward he'd met before. He came running over with a white face. I'll take him to get treated. With those words, he quickly ran back into the mansion with Miscale on his back. If it was dealt with quickly, they might be able to fix his crushed nose. Then Isaka walked up to Frey as he wiped the blood from his fist. The burns from the Spirit Fire stung a bit, but it was still bearable. You learned magic martial arts. I thought it would be difficult to win with magic, so I tried something else. It was excellent. Isaka spoke with pure admiration. Frey was certain that he hadn't garnered any suspicion. Using martial arts was indeed the wisest decision. If he had only used magic to defeat Miscale, they would have wondered how he got so strong so quickly, but since he also made use of martial arts, they would not question him. The duel had highlighted Frey's exceptional wit and quick judgment, while also emphasizing Miscale's sloppiness and inexperience, so Isaka wouldn't think that Frey's skill was too high. In conclusion, he had managed to attain an overwhelming victory without revealing any of his true strength. But magic martial arts also requires mana. Has your mana sensitivity increased from before? It's improved a lot since then. He had changed. Isaka was sure of it. Was it an awakening? He couldn't help but think of the Frey of the past, who would always be extremely timid in front of him. It was a great display of skill, magic warrior. There's also that path. He had a surprisingly calm reaction. Frey, who was puzzled, couldn't help but ask, "Is it really okay for me to learn martial arts? It doesn't matter. You're the third son anyway. Plus, we're not a wizard family. We're a magic family." Frey's expression became a bit strange when he heard that. These were words that Frey had longed to hear in the past. It was a remark made by a father who finally recognized his child, but it didn't affect Frey in any way. He was more curious about Isaka's calmness. This was because he showed no reaction even when the family's eldest son and heir, Miscale, had to be carried away with a destroyed nose. Is he really a 7-star wizard? It was then. Leda, who had walked over while they were talking, gave Frey a beautiful smile. "I'm proud of you, Frey." Even Frey was made speechless at that moment. If a stranger had been looking at this scene, they would think that she was a mother who cared deeply for her child. But that was impossible. The cold Isaka in front of him, the smiling Leda Miscale, who had been carried away before, and even Heinz, who was not there, had all made Frey's childhood a nightmare. Heinz might have been forced by circumstances, but that didn't change the fact that he was one of the culprits who forced Frey Blake to make the extreme decision of taking his own life. This was why Frey felt extremely disgusted watching Leda approach him with a motherly smile on her face. "Frey, do you remember Princess Fior that you met in the afternoon?" Leda spoke in a quiet voice. "Of course I remember. Why do you think the princess, who is favored by the emperor, came to our family?" "I don't know. She came to pick a husband." Originally I was thinking of choosing Miscale or Heinz, because they're both of age to start their own families. That was completely unexpected. He didn't even know why she was bringing up such a topic with him. Well, the Blake family's prestige certainly wasn't much lower than that of the imperial family, but now that I think about it, you would also be a perfect match for the princess. Frey fell silent at Leda's words. An arranged marriage. He never would have expected such a thing. Even when he saw the engagement between Perrin and Sonia, he didn't think that he would have to go through something like that, much less with a party like the third princess. Leta laughed as she saw Frey's expression. Although the third princess certainly isn't young, she is still the best prospective bride as she lacks nothing, being it appearance, pedigree, or intellect. She is the perfect partner, I know that. But it's so sudden. Well, I have no intention of revealing it to the public immediately. First, we'd need to raise your reputation, which has been swimming at the bottom for such a long time, so as to not make Fior embarrassed to have you as a partner. Fortunately, the princess doesn't seem to have a bad opinion of you. It might just be a small appreciation right now, but it will certainly develop into a good relationship if you keep meeting over time. Although it was incredibly surprising, he didn't have any reason to accept. Just as Frey opened his mouth to reject the offer. "Don't be hasty. If you do this, you could proudly become a true member of the Blake family." "What would that change?" Leda let out a low laugh. "We'll share the secrets of our family." "I need time to think. Is 3 days enough?" "That's enough. All right, get some rest." At Isaka's words, Frey bowed once and returned to his room. Coincidentally, it was the butler, Fabian, who led the way. When he met Frey's eyes, he subconsciously lowered his head as he said, I will guide you." When he returned to the room, Fabian spoke with a stiff expression, unlike earlier. "Do you need anything else?" The room. Frey slowly walked over to the window sill and rubbed his finger through the dust that had accumulated there. "Don't you think it's a bit dirty?" I'm sorry, I'll immed." "No, I'll bear it for today, so take care of it tomorrow. I'll make sure to clean it while you are having your meal." Frey then pointed at the closet. "Add some more clothes there." "Yes, right, and I'm thinking about going to bed right away today. I'm a little sensitive while I sleep, so I will station a guard. I hope you sleep well." He catches on quickly. Fabian immediately left the room when Frey dismissed him with the shake of his hand. The attitude he displayed was very different to what he had shown before, but this was natural. That man had been able to knock down the heir of the Blake family, Miscale Blake, in a one-on-one duel. Moreover, Isaka and Leda, who had always ignored him before, were showing signs of acknowledging Frey as their son. Only a few servants, including Fabian, had witnessed the fight, but it was certain that everyone in the mansion would learn of it by the next day. Naturally, Frey's reputation in the mansion would also rise significantly. Frey Blake, the loser who had been ignored by everyone, was no longer present. In his place was Frey Blake, the third son of the Blake family. Fabian was certain. By the next day, there would be no one else who dared to ignore him. Frey was laying on his bed. Unlike what he told Fabian, he actually had no intention of sleeping. Instead, he had a much more important task than fighting Miscale and gaining recognition. Frey closed his eyes and muttered in a low voice, "Darkoming, Shik." The intermediate dark spirit Darkoming appeared. It looked at Frey with a drowsy look in its eyes. I want you to alert me as soon as someone with a hostile aura approaches. Can you do that? Darkoming nodded. It could do that much. Naturally, this spirit, which looked very much like a house cat, was not very good at fighting. Frey's greatest trump card was that he could summon Usura, the ruler of the slaughter hell. If he protected him, then no one in the mansion would be able to hurt him. I could make the summoning circle and call him, but he couldn't just ask a proud ruler of the demon world to be his bodyguard. Darkoming was enough. Ghost. Shik. Frey's spirit body came out of his real body. This was that 8-star spell, Ghost. He was now in a state where he could ignore all the laws of physics and almost all physical attacks. Naturally, he was still able to cast some spells. Most importantly, those who were at a lower level than him wouldn't be able to see him at all. It was the perfect spell to search the mansion. Frey floated through the wall and began searching the house. He didn't believe that anyone would be able to see through his spell. No human, at least. Laren. He couldn't forget her existence. Ricky had heavily injured 3 demigods in their fight. Agni, Ananta, and Nazdog. Laren and Lord are still okay. Laren might be in the Blake family residence. He wasn't sure, but Frey still made sure that he was fully prepared for the possibility. He slowly and patiently expanded the scope of his search. He wasn't anxious, not even a little. For Frey, patience was one of the virtues he was most confident in. And sooner than he expected, he was able to find the characters he was looking for. Do you mean that? Of course I was. Isaka and Leda Blake, the 2 people in charge of the Blake family, were having a serious conversation in their room. Fortunately, neither of them seemed to notice Frey's presence. He continued listening to their conversation from a short distance away. Is it because Miss Scale is like that? I won't say it doesn't have some sway in the decision. Alexandro took him to the best physician we have and got the diagnosis. His nasal bones were completely crushed, and it'll take at least 2 weeks to heal. Leda shrugged. We can't send him to the Imperial family with a crushed nose, can we? Right, but we still have Heinz. It can't be Heinz. Don't you already know? That child's talent, his role. Isaka was silent for a moment before finally speaking in his characteristic, cold tone. Now I understand. You intend to use Frey as a disposable card. Hoo-hoo. Frey came back at the perfect time, with some improvement as well. Frey furrowed his eyebrows. With the help of the light from the lone candle in the room, he was able to make out a gentle smile on Leda's face. You were originally going to use Miss Gale, weren't you? If worst came to worst, that was the plan, yes. As you know, Fior, the 3rd princess, is no pushover. Even in the whole empire, the people smarter than her can be counted on one hand. She sighed. It's a pity that such a talent couldn't be on our side. She's not a member of the circle. Yes, Laren has the entire imperial family in the palm of her hand, so if any risk factors pop up, they'd immediately be ousted. Nevertheless, she did not completely obey the orders she got from their side. Whenever they requested help, she would come up with a plausible excuse and devise ways to extricate herself. Isaka sighed. On the surface, Princess Fior is maintaining her neutrality. That's right. Leda nodded, and yet she proved her worth to Laren. She's a very cunning girl. She's walking on a tightrope with her own life as collateral. I can't believe she's made it so far. If she was born a boy or had talent in the fields of magic, martial arts, or swordsmanship, her situation would have been many times more difficult than it currently was. It was the same for her status. She was fortunate to have been born into such an ambiguous position like the 3rd princess. Moreover, the 3rd princess is backed by the 11th Tower Master, and it's still troublesome for Laren to deal with him at the moment. The 11th Tower Master. It was a title he'd heard from Hector not so long ago. He was one of the 3 best alchemists on the entire continent. Isn't he also the secret protector of the Empire? At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, even if he was the Empire's guardian, he wouldn't be able to do much against the demigods. But now Leda had brought up the 11th Tower Master again. It seems he has the ability to deter the demigods a little. Frey became curious about his identity. If he had the chance, he would have liked to meet him somehow. No, it wasn't an option. He had to meet him. If he wasn't on the demigod's side, then Frey had to meet him. Can't we cooperate with others from the imperial family? The 3rd prince or 5th prince, even the 1st princess. Their ambition makes them much easier to deal with, and their influence in the imperial family is just as high as Fior's. It's impossible. Only Fior can give us what we want. Isaka sighed and muttered, Illuminatum, SHH. Leda put her finger to her lips and slowly looked around. Don't you know that Laren told you to maintain strict secrecy about that term? I know, but it's strange. Isn't it an alloy that Laren made herself? Why do we need to rely on the princess? Because we need her skills to get a hold of a large quantity of, hearken, the most essential metal for creating illuminatum. She doesn't know why we need it, and if we urge her or show her that we need it desperately, she would grow suspicious. I can't keep doing this tiring thing forever. So you want to make her a member of the Blake family, ostensibly. Leda smiled and nodded. Just bringing her out of the imperial family is enough to greatly restrict her movements. At least she wouldn't be able to act as freely as she is now. If her status as third princess disappeared, Fior would no longer be so hard to deal with. Moreover, if they brought her into the Blake family, then they might be able to coax her over to their side over time. Up until now, Fior has been against marriage. But she's already 25 years old, so she is being forced to make a decision. True, there's still one more thing I'd like to ask. What is it? Where is Laren now? Frey held his breath and looked at Leda's lips. However, Leda simply let out a smile and said, "That's none of your business." At that moment, there was a subtle flash of emotion on Asaka's face. Leda didn't notice, but from his position, Frey was able to see it clearly. Ms. Asaka, Frey shook his head after making some guesses. It didn't matter to him anyway. That was all he heard that was worth listening to. From then, the conversation turned to the family situation, the magic tower and the circle. There was no useful information, but Frey still stayed around just in case. An hour passed and the candle went out. Only then did Frey return to his room. It was already dawn, but he didn't feel tired at all. He simply sat on his bed and organized his thoughts. So, Leda had been ordered by Laren to mass-produce aluminium, but to do that, they needed large quantities of metal called harkin, which they needed the help of the third princess, Fior, to acquire. Currently, the princess didn't know that harkin was so useful to the demigods, and it was possible that they might encounter problems if she were to find out, such as an interruption of the supply. That was why they planned to bring Fior into the Blake family and then forcefully isolate her, gradually weakening her influence. Leda's plan seemed plausible at first glance, but Frey was more curious as to how Fior would face this plan. After all, he didn't think that the third princess, labeled the Sapphire of the Imperial family, would fall so easily. Maybe she has a plan too. Frey finished organizing his thoughts. The Blake family, aluminium, and the 11th Tower Master. Princess Fior was related to all three of these things, so Frey decided to start there. The question is, how would we meet? Even if they were to meet, it would be in the Blake family or the Imperial family, neither of which was suitable. They wouldn't be able to talk about anything sensitive, as it was more likely they would be separated before they could. If possible, it would be better for the two of them to talk in a quiet, deserted place alone. Frey currently had no way to contact her. However, he was unexpectedly given the opportunity the very next day as Fior came to the Blake family without warning. "If you have contacted us beforehand, we would have prepared to receive you. It's fine, I didn't come for any serious business." Fior smiled gently as she took a sip of tea. "Dak, by the way, where's Miss Gale?" Leda answered with a calm expression. "He has returned to the tower for a while. I heard that there's a meeting for the floor masters. If he knew you were coming, he definitely would have postponed his departure." "Ah, now that you mention it, I just remembered Miss Gale is a floor master." Fior, who was smiling, suddenly furrowed her brows slightly. "Huh, but that's strange. What is? Miss Gale is a member of the 9th Magic Tower, isn't he? I thought the floor master meeting was held 4 days ago." The atmosphere cooled down a little. Leda's fingertips paused a bit as she reached to pick up her cup, but her expression didn't change. Maybe there was an unexpected situation which forced them to call for another floor master meeting. "I see. The 9th Magic Tower is to the east, isn't it? I'll stop by later to find out what kind of trouble has arisen. I don't think it would be something the princess would need to worry about." As she said that, Fior let out a soft laugh. Leda smiled. Both of them were smiling, but Frey couldn't see the subtle trace of emotion on Leda's face. "She's pushing her." Princess Fior was pressing Leda. And there was no way for Leda, who had been making excuses without thinking about it too deeply, to fool her, someone who had memorized the schedules for all 10 magic towers without the correct details. The atmosphere had been completely upturned by Fior. Then with a relaxed expression, she turned towards Frey. "Yesterday, you left so quickly that we did not get the chance to have a proper conversation. So I'll introduce myself again. I am Fior Dyack Cascow, 3rd Princess of the Cascow Empire. I am Frey Blake, 3rd son of the Blake family. It is an honor to meet you again." Fior slowly rose up from her seat. "Frey, would it be okay for me to request a tour of the mansion?" She was formally asking him to escort her. As it was impolite to reject a lady's request, Frey nodded. "It would be my honor." Asaka, Fior, and Heinz also began rising from their seats, but Fior shook her head gently. "I would like to talk to Frey alone. Will you be okay?" "Of course." There was some suspicion in Leda's eyes. She and her husband were already thinking about making Frey her husband, but when she saw Fior being so interested in him, she felt suspicious instead. Maybe these two already knew each other or had some kind of secret conversation that she didn't know about. "I heard you were a student at the West Road Academy. I dropped out of school." To be precise, he had been expelled from the school. "Then do you know Perrin?" Perrin, was Fior an acquaintance of Perrin? "If not, he's one of my few friends." "Wow," Fior gave a wide smile. "I used to play with Perrin when we were younger. I haven't been able to meet him these past few years since I've been so busy, but we still exchange letters on occasion." "I see. I'd like you to tell me about Perrin. Is that okay?" Frey rose from his seat and offered the approaching Fior his arm. Leda had no choice but to watch this without saying anything. She had already made a mistake by mentioning the floor master meeting. Fior didn't say anything else about it now, but if she kept pushing, there was a high chance that she would bring it up once more. They went to the garden. She had formally requested a tour of the mansion, but it was obvious she just wanted a chance for the two of them to be alone. Perrin has always been interested in magical science since we were children. He especially liked the great mage, Lucas Troman. He's become a fanatic, ahaha. It looked like they were just having a pleasant conversation, but that wasn't entirely the case. Fior would occasionally look around, and Frey noticed that she wasn't just admiring the scenery. There are people tailing us. Instead, she was looking at the people that Leda had sent to follow them. They weren't hiding. Instead, they disguised themselves as servants, and they were scattered everywhere. This made it annoying because they couldn't question them. At first glance, they were only servants who were preoccupied with the management of the mansion, so they couldn't make them leave. The servants didn't get too close, but they still pressured Frey and Fior. This was Leda's intention. They weren't enough to be obvious, but they were enough to be annoying. It was then. Fior tripped over something and stumbled, and Frey hurriedly caught her. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine." Fior smiled shyly as she stood up straight once again. There was some disturbance for a while, but that was all. Afterwards, they continued their friendly conversation. The two of them circled the garden about 2 times before returning to the mansion as the sun began to set. Fior greeted Isaka and left the mansion. And when Frey returned to his room, he took a note out of his pocket. The note that Fior had placed there after her, fall, 2 a.m., Millikid in 3b. The reason she chose that time was in consideration of Frey. After all, it would be very suspicious if he decided to go out right after being alone with the princess. Of course, he still had to move stealthily when he left just after midnight, but it wouldn't be that difficult. A map of the Millikid Inn, which was located not far from the Blake family residence, was also included on the. There would also be no trace left because it was only a short distance warp. The only problem is if someone comes to my room. It was possible that Isaka or Leda would suddenly visit him during the night. If they found out that he was away, he would definitely be interrogated upon his return. Frey didn't want them to even have the slightest bit of suspicion, not yet at least. He wanted them to act as they would normally so he could make use of their lack of caution. After all, it was only because their guards were lowered that Frey was able to eavesdrop on Leda and Isaka's conversation the night before. If they knew Frey was an 8-star wizard, then even if they were in a secure area, they would never discuss sensitive topics like Fior or aluminium. After thinking for a moment, Frey went to find Heinz. "I'm going to be away just after midnight. Are you going to meet the princess?" "Right." When Frey nodded, Heinz pondered for a moment before saying, "Go and come back quickly. If you get caught, I will cover for you." Frey didn't completely trust Heinz, but they shared a secret. Moreover, Heinz wasn't the type to lie needlessly, so he didn't have anything to worry about. Frey waited in his room and then left the mansion at 1 a.m. Just in case something happened, he changed his appearance with an illusion once again. His appearance had once again become that of Kine Rixton. Shuck. Frey's figure suddenly appeared in the air above a street before gently floating to a back alley. He was immediately hit by a foul smell. Some of the streets of Pillet might not have been very clean, but the back alleys were much worse. Frey brushed some dust from his robe and walked into the street. 1 a.m. This was usually the time when people would be asleep, but Pillet's nightlife seemed to have only just begun. Mercenaries gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and slammed their pints of beer against each other loudly. It wasn't hard for him to cross the lively street. Frey looked around a bit before heading to the Millikid Inn. From the outside, it was a larger and more luxurious inn than he'd initially expected. It was not a place where mercenaries who lived from paycheck to paycheck would be able to enjoy. Creak, welcome. When he opened the door and entered, the clerk bowed and greeted him. His attitude was calm and reserved. "We provide meals and lodging. Which would you like to have?" "Lodging. Are you alone?" "My party has already booked a room, 3B. "I see." The clerk paused for a moment before nodding and saying, "Here's the key." Frey took the key and headed to the 3rd floor. Then he turned the doorknob to the room with the nameplate B. There was no need for him to use the key as the door was already open. The room was spacious and quiet. Fior was sitting calmly on a chair. When she heard the door, she turned her head and gave a gentle smile. "You're early." Even though he was using the face of Kine Rixton, she didn't show any surprise. She couldn't have seen through the illusion because she hadn't learned magic. Frey sat in front of her without responding. Fior raised an eyebrow when she saw the attitude that was completely different from the one she had seen earlier. "I've heard of your prestige." "Prestige?" The Troman ring's new circle round her. Frey was still unresponsive. "Oh my, you're not surprised." "Why would I be surprised? I know your hidden identity." She was testing his reaction. Frey shook his head. He didn't want to deal with such a troublesome process. "Let's skip the nonsense, Princess Fior. If you didn't know that in the first place, you wouldn't have had a reason to contact me. The most important factor when maintaining neutrality was to have good sources of information. You needed to have a good understanding of the situation on both sides so you could take care of yourself. Fior had a good understanding of some of the inner workings of the demigods as well as the circle. And Frey had learned from Heinz that he had become somewhat famous in the circle. He was called the young archmage who had revived the Troman rings. Fior would only have tried to contact him after learning that fact. Well, you're right. After being silent for a moment, Fior shrugged. In any case, I wanted to meet you. The young talent who brilliantly revived the fallen Troman rings. Well, these days it looks a bit precarious. When Fior suddenly brought up the Troman rings, she especially emphasized the last part. It seemed she intended to break Frey's composure by mentioning the circle he was a part of. But Frey's expressionless face didn't even twitch, and he clicked his tongue inwardly. She still had yet to bring up the main point. Instead, it seemed that she wanted to understand Frey's disposition and, if possible, take the initiative and direct the conversation. This was one of the bad habits of people who had been rolling in the muddy pit known as politics for too long. The conversation won't progress until this little reconnaissance skirmish has ended. The look in Frey's eyes changed a little. If she wanted to have a battle, then so be it. Is that so? Haven't you been in contact with them? I've been busy. Fior was momentarily perplexed by Frey's indifference. She was confident that when it came to psychological warfare, she would not lose to anyone. No one could disagree when she was easily handling Leda, who could be said to be quite proficient at politics. But the man in front of her was different. I can't tell. She couldn't tell what he was thinking because he remained expressionless, regardless of how much she poked and prodded. Even when she mentioned his hidden identity or the situation of his circle, he remained indifferent. Or was he just pretending to be calm? He's only around 20. He never stepped foot in the political arena. No, her plan had been wrong from the start. Fior understood that now. The man in front of her was a 7-star archmage. Honestly, when she had heard it before, she had only half believed it. After all, Frey Blake was only a little over the age of adulthood. No genius ever recorded in the history of the continent had ever been able to become an archmage at that age. But if it was true, if Frey Blake really was 7 stars, then he would have had the ability to maintain his composure regardless of the situation. If so, she had to choose another tactic. Just as Fior was about to open her mouth after a brief calculation. By the way, Frey finally spoke. As his voice sounded out, Fior almost jumped out of her seat. The timing was so exquisite that it made her speechless of a moment. He was aiming for that. Impossible. There was no way. It had to be a coincidence. Thinking this, Fior gave him a smile. What is it? I also wanted to meet the princess alone. You're doing it now, aren't you? Is that so? Frey's gaze met Fior's. Then the one hiding in the ceiling is an enemy. Qo. Mana raged around him. Even she, someone who couldn't use magic, was able to tell the sheer power of the mana he was releasing. It was not a joke. He was serious. Fior spoke up hurriedly. Wow, wait, what is it? He's my bodyguard, Shuck. The mana disappeared. Frey then muttered in a careless tone. I see. I hope you'd tell me earlier next time. I almost killed him. It was intentionally direct, an intentional threat. This man knew. He must have noticed from the moment he entered the room that there was someone hiding in the ceiling and that the person hiding was most likely her subordinate. Nevertheless, he purposely unleashed his mana before adding that he almost killed them. The reason was obvious. He had taken the initiative. That was an act. Fior was dumbfounded. In her eyes, Frey was no longer a young man who had just entered his 20s. Instead, he was like an old noble who had been rolling around in the political arena for decades. Now then, Frey adjusted himself slightly and looked at Fior. I think we can have a proper conversation now. Someone dropped down from the ceiling. It was a woman whose face was hidden behind a mask. She was wearing a tight-fitting nocturnal suit, which made it easy to tell her gender. Her mask only covered half her face and left her forehead exposed, her rich black hair tied back in one braid. Overall, she gave off a very cold impression. You're her bodyguard. Yes, that's right. A fake smile would never work on this man, so she didn't bother to waste her time doing so. Fior's expression changed as she thought of how to proceed with this conversation. I hate to admit it. She had to admit it. This battle had ended in her defeat. Her complete and utter defeat. Using an assassin as a bodyguard. How eccentric. Veronica isn't an assassin. Fior quickly denied it. It would not be good for her if he used that fact to pressure her. Frey nodded as he said, my apologies. She's wearing a voice-modulating mask, a black leopard skin bodysuit, and has 9 daggers, so I was mistaken. Fior pressed her temples. It was a habit that she developed when she felt mentally burdened. She couldn't even feel admiration anymore. Finally, she nodded, trying to minimize her losses. You're right, Veronica is an assassin. Even if she admitted it, she knew she wouldn't get much of a reaction. At that point, Fior felt like she might get more of a reaction from a wall of bricks. She was tired. She never would have expected that she could feel this tired after only engaging in psychological warfare with this person for a few minutes. Frey was right. The woman next to her, Veronica, was an assassin. In fact, she was one of the most skilled assassins on the entire continent. Veronica's expression was cold. She was staring at Frey with an incredibly cold gaze. Her pride had been severely wounded by this man. Why don't you repeat what you said earlier? Her eyes were practically burning. Fior felt her reaction was unusual and quickly tried to stop her, but Frey's response was even faster. What I said earlier. I said I could kill you. A wizard killing an assassin. That sort of nonsense only comes out of the lips of wizards who think too highly of themselves. Then she drew a dagger and glared at Frey, but Frey simply shook his head at her. Are you really threatening a top-class archmage? You don't have the strength. Put your dagger away. Pit, clang. Fior's eyes opened wide. A small skirmish broke out, but her eyes couldn't keep up with it. She looked at Veronica's face. Veronica had her head down with a somber expression on her face. The dagger in her hand had also disappeared. Frey, on the other hand, remained expressionless, and a dagger floated in front of his eyelid. Chang, I will let this go this time because of your master. Don't babble. Veronica, enough. Fior spoke out in a cold voice, and when she saw her fierce gaze, Veronica flinched and lowered her head. I'm sorry. I will forgive you this time. But if something like this happens again, there will be consequences. I will keep that in mind. Veronica took a few steps back, and Fior sighed inwardly before looking at Frey once more. Please forgive my rudeness. The sincerity in her voice was palpable. The implications behind this were clear. It meant that the princess no longer intended to treat this man like the Blake family's third son, but like a top-class archmage. Frey shook his hand. It's fine. By the way, are you planning to let her stay? My status as the third princess makes it difficult to have private meetings without at least one guard. If she wanted to keep her status as princess, there were certain concessions she had to make. There was no way that the things discussed here would be leaked anyway. Moreover, Veronica's skills weren't a threat to him. Frey nodded. The tedious battle of wits had truly come to an end, and now the truly important topics could be discussed. Then I will speak without hesitation. How much do you know about Leda's plan? Even when he said the Duchess' name, Frey's expression did not change even the slightest bit. It didn't seem like he was talking about the mother who gave birth to him. My preparations were insufficient. Fior bit her lips. She should have carried out more investigations on Frey. However, there was not much information on him, as he was treated as a man abandoned by his family and had only been in the academy for a short period of time. After he came into contact with the Circle, his movements had been even more mysterious. Fior decided to change her strategy. She had already lost the initiative, so she had to at least prove her worth. She couldn't let the other person think she was incompetent. That was something she absolutely couldn't let happen. She wants to bring me into the Blake family to isolate me from the imperial family, and Fior hesitated as she wondered if she should continue. It couldn't be helped, because the information she was about to say was still unverified, but that alone wasn't enough. She could see it in Frey's eyes. He was not urging her, he was just observing her quietly. But Fior was able to tell what his true intentions were. He's testing my value. She could tell that much. How long had it been since people started looking at her in that way? It wasn't just a blessing to be born into the imperial family. If you let down your guard a little or if you showed a flaw, you would be devoured without hesitation. After that, it was obvious. You would have to live the rest of your life like a puppet for your siblings, a truly miserable life. In order to not experience such a life, Fior learned how to live. She made use of every resource available. Just to survive, the Circle and the demigods were also tools used by Fior. They always tested and questioned her value, and Fior knew. The moment she didn't live up to their expectations, she would lose her voice and her influence. After all, there were many members of the imperial family for them to make use of. She didn't want to end up like that, so Fior desperately thought about what to do, and eventually she found a way to survive. She had succeeded in showing her value to both sides. I even proved my worth to a demigod. The man in front of her wasn't much different from them, so Fior strengthened her resolve and opened her mouth. They need something from me. Frey quietly expressed his admiration. The look in his eyes changed for the first time. A flicker of interest could be seen. Why do you think that? She couldn't miss this opportunity. Fior licked her lips and continued her explanation. The Blake family usually purchases magical materials, rare metals, and magic tools from me, but in recent years their purchases have tripled. Triple. That was not a simple figure. After all the items that Fior had just mentioned were quite expensive. Even if the family bought double, it would cost a jaw-dropping amount, not to mention triple. Such an amount would certainly be burdensome, even for the Blake family. On the surface, they said they were using it for the study of magical science, but I didn't fully believe that. Why? Because items like black iron ingots and herbs unnecessary for magical science were included. Black iron ingots can be used in alchemy. And the more herbs a family has in stock, the better, especially for large families. He was arguing, but he wasn't attacking her. Rather, it seemed like he wanted to see how she would respond. He even looked a little pleased at that moment. This was the first time that Frey had revealed any emotion to her. At that moment, Fior couldn't help but see the image of her teacher projected onto his figure. No way. Of all the wizards she knew, her teacher was the most amazing. She could admit that the man in front of her was really amazing, but there was absolutely no way that he could be compared to her teacher. Fior calmed herself and said, the amount was too much. No matter what they were making, they wouldn't be able to make use of close to a ton of black iron in such a short time. Even the herbs came up to hundreds of kilograms. The amount they bought is well above the standard, even if we include all the members of the Blake family and their servants. And they didn't need to buy it from the Imperial family in the first place. Those items aren't extremely hard to obtain, and the Blake family certainly has its own suppliers. Hiding the tension she felt inside, Fior released the last piece of information. Troll's blood, 10-year-old wild ginseng, harkin, emeralds, and bloodstones. Some of them are surely decoys, but I'm certain that there is something among these that the Duchess wants to obtain. Frey narrowed his eyes. She had kept close records of her transactions with the Blake family, which had allowed her to get a rough estimate of the family's size. She then analyzed this information without exaggerating any details before reaching her conclusion. At least in the field of mental calculation and reasoning, Fior could be considered among the best on the continent. If even one aspect had been lacking, she would not have been able to produce the same results she had thus far. Frey nodded. Excellent. Among the 5 materials your Majesty mentioned, the item Leta is aiming for is listed. Fior responded while blushing subconsciously. At that moment, she was filled with a sense of accomplishment and pride from successfully answering his question. Rather, Veronica, who was standing beside her, watched this scene with wide eyes. Who the hell is this guy? It was always Fior, the third princess, who embarrassed those old men who believed they were experienced and strong in politics. At least Veronica had never seen her lose a battle of wits. No, to be exact, she couldn't even imagine such a thing happening. Yet this man before her was treating Fior like a child and praised her like he was her superior. But the thing that truly shocked her was Fior's response to it. Why was she acting proud and happy like she had been praised by her teacher? It had been almost 10 years since Veronica had stood beside Fior, and she had never seen her in such a state before. Which of the 5 materials does the Duchess want? Before I answer that, can I ask one question, Your Majesty? Yes, please ask. Are you going to continue being neutral? At that moment, Fior's expression hardened, and her blushing face regained its cool. That's none of your business. I know my rudeness, but dare I ask, Your Highness, how long do you think you can remain neutral? What do you mean? The demigods will soon take over the continent. Fior's eyes widened when she heard that ridiculous statement. Veronica's reaction was not very different, but Frey didn't say these words without reason. I am telling you in advance, this isn't a guess nor a delusion. In a year at the earliest and 2 years at the latest, they will begin acting in earnest to take control of the continent. But why now? They have been silent for thousands of years. It has been a long time, enough that we might have forgotten their nature. But don't be fooled. They could do it at any time and they want to. Even if he said this, she wouldn't believe his words easily. This was what Fior's expression told him, but it didn't matter. Nothing he could say would be able to convince her. Frey spoke without hesitation, and before that happens, Your Majesty will die. Silence descended on the room for a moment, then Veronica spoke out in outrage. I don't know what you. She knows, as a guard, it was clear that she was very loyal to her charge. In the face of such words, it was natural for her to express her anger when she heard someone talk about her master's death so openly. But Fior, on the other hand, remained calm as though they were not talking about her life. Can I ask why? To answer your previous question, the material that Leda needs is harkin, and the only one in the Imperial family who could supply it to them is you. Ah, that's right. I'm the only one in the Imperial family who knows how to obtain harkin, but that it's not a very useful metal. Fior tilted her head slightly and closed her eyes, seemingly trying to organize her thoughts. They want to restrict me in order to find out the origin of harkin or its location. Is that what you're trying to say? Yes, and if their schedule hadn't changed, it might have happened already. If Ricky hadn't injured the apocalypses to the point where Lord and Laren had to run around to treat them, it almost certainly would have happened already. After all, if they were able to mass-produce aluminium, they would be able to act without restraint. If it was Laren, she would be able to wipe out Cosymphony on her own. Leda judged you to be a true neutral, but I think differently. Your Highness' life is in jeopardy. If you take even one step in the wrong direction, you would fall off a cliff where you couldn't even see the ground. Fior bit her lip because he wasn't completely wrong. It was true that she was forced to gamble with her life dozens of times before, and if she had made even one mistake, then she wouldn't be sitting there at that moment. She spoke in a slightly disheartened tone. Then are you recommending I join the circle? No, they can't protect you. Then. Not the circle, join me instead. Frey looked into Fior's shaking eyes. I will be your shield. Even if Frey said that, it was impossible for her to believe him so easily. He was publicly known to be at the 7-star level. Not to mention the demigods, he wasn't even comparable to most circles. From the thorough nature of the princess, it was natural for her to be suspicious of his words at first. This wasn't a problem, though, as that was Frey's intention from the start. After all, the effect would be much greater if she had doubts beforehand. However, the princess' reaction was completely unexpected. Ah. Why was she looking at Frey with wide eyes while her face was as red as a beet? Seeing this, Veronica, who was beside her, poked her in the side with her finger. Your Majesty. I see. Give me a second. Fior tried to calm herself down while fanning her face with a hand. Veronica sighed and muttered in a low voice. Your Majesty, it's better to not show that you're an old maid one. Shut up. After a moment, Fior looked at Frey with a calm expression as though nothing had happened. You're right. I'm in a much more precarious situation than I seem to be in. Leda seemed to believe that Fior would be safe as long as she was within the Imperial family, but she was wrong. The Imperial family was not a safe place for Fior. On the contrary, in a way, there could be no place more dangerous for her. It wasn't just because of the Circle and the demigods. There were invisible rank skirmishes, feuds between factions, and constant checks. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd slept soundly. She had survived on such a battlefield, and to some extent, she had even established herself to some extent. This was something Fior was proud of, but even the demigods wouldn't kill me easily. The 11th Tower Master. Is it because of him? You know about him too. Fior smiled bitterly as she said those words, but she wasn't completely surprised. There weren't many people who knew of the 11th Tower Master, but the number was still quite large. The secret guardian of the Imperial family, a wizard that even the demigods wouldn't touch easily. That was the person who stood behind her. By relying on that fact, Fior was able to overcome numerous threats in the Imperial family. Of course, it was her ability that had caught the 11th Tower Master's attention. Frey was curious about him. I would like to meet him sometime. Well, can I? Fior shook her head. That's not something I can decide. The biggest reason is that I don't know where my master is. Even the princess doesn't. Right, this was unexpected. Frey had thought he would be able to meet the 11th Tower Master using Fior as a proxy. By the way, Master, I don't think the princess has learned magical science. He's the greatest wizard I know, but my master's knowledge isn't necessarily limited to magical science. I've learned a lot from my master. I don't believe I could ever repay his grace to me, even if I worked for the rest of my life. Anyway, it was then. Fior frowned for a moment before taking a small marble out of her pocket. Frey's eyes shined slightly when he saw it. Magic tool. Fior then spoke with a slightly confused expression on her face. My master is contacting me. He rarely ever does so first. Should I leave for a while? No, you don't have to. I think perhaps my master would like to speak to Frey. Fior then tapped on the marble with her index finger before muttering in a low voice. Connect. Woo-woon. Then a small light was projected from the marble before forming into the blurry shape of a man. The figure was wearing a robe, but his appearance couldn't be clearly seen as the image was very dark. It's a pleasure to meet you, Frey Blake. The voice was strange. It was impossible to even guess the gender of the one speaking, let alone the age. The hood of the robe was not deep enough to provide full coverage, so it should be the magic tool that obscured their appearance. This meant the person had no intention of revealing his identity, which was quite common. Even Frey himself was currently using the image of Kine Rixton, the 11th Tower Master. Correct. I heard your conversation. Did he eavesdrop on his conversation with Fior by using the marble? This didn't make Frey feel good. Did Fior know about this? Frey shot a glance at her, a brief glimmer flashing in his eyes. Fior seemed to be as surprised as he was. Did she not know that the marble could eavesdrop on her? It was clear that the 11th Tower Master hadn't fully explained the functions of the marble to Fior. There might have been a hidden reason, but right now he felt a bit upset. Then the 11th Tower Master continued. The demigods' domination over the continent will start in a few years. I don't think that's too far from the truth. It's very likely. Frey spoke casually. It was a stark contrast from Fior's polite use of honorifics, but the 11th Tower Master wasn't a title that existed officially in the first place. Frey also didn't see a reason to be polite in the first place. The 11th Floor Master didn't seem to mind his manner of speech. The Luinoble Kingdom's Black Dragon Knight Regiment was destroyed overnight. Frey wondered how he had learned that information. Of course, Frey knew because he had been right next to Nazdog as he annihilated the group of knights. The Black Dragon Knights were strong enough to take down a small fortress in a day, yet after they received some kind of mission from the royal family, they simply disappeared as though they had evaporated. As far as I know, the only beings capable of such a thing on the entire continent are the demigods. It was the demigod with the power of death. It wasn't something he needed to hide. The 11th Tower Master nodded, so it was Nazdog. I also thought it would be one of the apocalypses. The 3 apocalypses that the Circle had identified were the demigods of the sword, poison, and death. It seemed the 11th Tower Master also knew about Nazdog. No one knows why the demigods have remained in the shadows for so long, but I'm certain about one thing. The reason they didn't take control of the continent before was not because they lacked confidence. It was an accurate judgment. After all, it was safe to assume that there were few beings on the entire continent who could threaten the demigods after the dragons disappeared. Even so, there was one reason why they remained hidden, because they were afraid of the punishment. But the aluminium that Laren had created had given them the chance to deceive the laws of the world. Even if there was a time limit, that was not a big issue, and this meant that they no longer had to stay silent. Killing the Black Dragon Knights was one of the most striking massacres carried out by the demigods in decades. It wasn't through their apostle or subordinate, it was a massacre carried out with their own hands. What about the attack on Nazdog before? Thousands of people died at that time. The 11th Tower Master shook his head. They found out where Nazdog was staying, and the circle was the one to make the first move. To paraphrase it, it was a foolish act to touch the nose of a sleeping lion. Frey's eyes shined when he heard those words. You know a lot about the circle, information that outsiders would not be able to know. The 11th Tower Master paused for a moment before letting out a sigh and saying, I let down my guard. You're right, I was originally a member of the circle. Fior was the most surprised by that. This was her first time hearing this information. Frey thought for a moment before saying, were you a member of the Stro necklaces? Why do you say that? That marble was probably made by you. He pointed towards the marble Fior was holding. It looks like it was just made with alchemy, but it is a precise magic tool that couldn't be made without the highest degree of magical knowledge. It's not something that could have been made by someone who didn't belong to the Stro school, who have deep knowledge about the great sage and are masters of alchemy. That wasn't all. He couldn't be sure because of the blurriness of the image, but Frey was almost certain that the robe the 11th Tower Master was wearing was also a magic tool. The 11th Tower Master nodded his head, not intending to deny Frey's observation. I was once the circle master of the Stro necklaces. Frey couldn't help but be surprised by this information. He had believed that the 11th Tower Master had at least been an executive, but he had never imagined that he would actually be a previous leader of one of the three great circles. Why did you leave the circle if you were the circle master? I didn't leave. I was kicked out. What do you mean? Frey Blake, I can see it in your eyes that you are seriously thinking about defeating the demigods. It's a look that reminds me of Osul. You knew Osul Argento. Binyang Argento's foster father and the man who had sat on the seat as head of the Troman Rings when it was one of the most prominent forces in the circle. The 11th Tower Master nodded. Osul was one of my closest friends. We promised to revive the circle and one day fully escape the demigods' clutches. His voice was bitter. His death was the thing that truly highlighted just how rotten the circle was. If he had listened to me and left the circle sooner, he might not have met such a gruesome end. When he heard that, Frey suddenly recalled Ivan's words. The Troman Rings, I heard, they suffered considerable damage during the battle with the Death Apocalypse. There were even rumors that the three great circles had a hand to play in that. I'm not sure, but that is what I heard. At that time, Frey had felt that Master Osul's death was quite suspicious. However, looking at the 11th Tower Master's reaction, it seemed that there really was more to his death than it seemed. When I was kicked out of the circle, I wanted to take Binyang with me, but it didn't work out. But unexpectedly, I have a new chance. I'm going to make a formal offer. Would you like to take the Troman Rings out of the circle? With your level of insight, I'm certain you know that the circle is rotten to the core. If you stay there, you will never be able to accomplish your goals, and joining you would be different, of course. The 11th Tower Master said those words with conviction. It has already been 50 years since I was kicked out of the circle, and during that time, I struggled to create a group that truly inherited the will of the heroes of the past, and just recently, I managed to achieve that. His voice, which had been calm up until that point, became filled with passion and vigor. I have a strong alliance, Frey. It won't become like the circle. No, our alliance might already be more powerful. With us, defeating the demigods might not be just a dream. The 11th Tower Master's proposal was perfect. Moreover, his behavior was something Frey could understand. He thought that it was amazing that someone would still have the fire of fighting spirit burning within, even after being kicked out of the circle. Besides, the 11th Tower Master was at least an 8-star wizard. If not, he would not have been able to hold the position of Circle Master of one of the three great circles, and he would not have been able to keep the demigods at bay. The group he belonged to might very well be stronger than the circle, so there was no need to go further. This group would be able to move alone without Frey's guidance, and they would be able to steadily move toward the destruction of the demigods, Frey's long-cherished desire. On the other hand, the circle was different. It needed to be fixed. If it was left the way it was, then it would only take a brief offensive from the demigods to completely destroy. Since the circle was the biggest thorn in the demigods' sides, the first thing they would do when they got enough aluminium would be to destroy them. He couldn't do it. Although it was a fact that the circle was rotten, Frey couldn't help but feel that it was a waste of power and potential to leave it as it was. I appreciate the offer, but I intend to fix the circle from the inside. The 11th Tower Master was shocked by those words, but then he gave a bitter laugh. Ho, reform the circle from within. You really are like Osul. That's not as easy as it sounds. In the past, the Troman Rings was as powerful as the three great circles, but it took less than 10 years for them to collapse. Then he gave a slight smile. My proposal still stands. I will always welcome someone with your talent. I just hope you don't meet the same end as Osel. That won't happen. I hope not. Then we will meet again someday. Let's have a serious conversation when that time comes. He then turned his head and spoke to Fior. Fior, spare no effort in helping him. Although we are currently walking two different paths, our destinations are still the same. Ah yes, Master, Shuck. After Fior nodded, the 11th Tower Master's image became hazy and began to disappear. It was clear that he was disconnecting the call. Frey opened his mouth just before he disappeared. Can you tell me your name? I am Cairo Wilsaman. With those words, the 11th Tower Master's figure disappeared completely. Nevertheless, Frey kept staring at the spot where he had been standing. Cairo Wilsaman. That was the surname that Schweizer had before he changed his name to Stroh. After Cairo left, silence fell upon the room for a moment as Fior and Frey both took time to organize their thoughts. I managed to bring in the third princess. Their brief conversation showed him how deeply she admired her teacher. So now that Cairo had given her the task of helping Frey, she would certainly do so to the best of her ability. Of course, it would have been best if he had been able to get the third princess completely on his side, but Frey knew it was unrealistic to believe he could sway the princess in just one meeting. Just with her promise to help him, he had already achieved his goal. After he finished organizing his thoughts, Frey said to Fior, "There are 3 favors I'd like to ask of your majesty. Please go ahead. First off, please hold off on your engagement to me." Fior's cheeks reddened considerably and she coughed a few times to calm herself. Without making further mention of this, Frey continued speaking, "But don't directly cancel it. You want me to walk on a tightrope. That's fine. I'm confident in doing at least that much. After all, she was a woman who had established herself in the imperial family by walking on a tightrope. There was nothing to worry about. What else? You need to delay the sale of Harkin for a while. It would be best if you could give a suitable excuse so Leda doesn't become suspicious." Fior furrowed her brows slightly. Delaying sales wasn't the hard part. After all, she was the one who held the full sales rights for Harkin, so the deal with the Blake family could be ended with a simple stamp. But it was obvious that Leda would become suspicious if the deal was to just end suddenly. Fior knew how perceptive she was. Last time, she succeeded in taking the initiative due to her sudden visit, but that didn't mean Leda was a pushover. She had to delay the sale of Harkin as much as possible while preventing that woman from noticing. It wasn't as easy as it sounded. Well, for anyone other than Fior, at least. She smiled confidently. "All right, what's your last request, that?" It would take some time to explain. Frey slowly began telling Fior his third request, and her expression steadily became harder and harder. "It's not difficult if the plates are made as Frey said. That's good." Fior was dumbfounded for a moment. She looked at Frey like there was something she wanted to say, but Frey deliberately avoided her gaze and looked out the window. The sun was beginning to rise. This was proof that they had been talking for much longer than expected. Frey got up from his seat. "Then I'll take my leave." "Ah yes, have a safe trip." Fior, who also didn't realize the time, spoke up. Frey politely bowed his head before leaving the room. Veronica, who had been silently observing them from the side, finally spoke. "That third request, are you really going to fulfill it? If the plate just needs to be made as he said, I'll do it. It's not difficult. Your Highness should know well just how ridiculous this request is." Veronica was right, she knew it well. "But he doesn't appear to be someone who would do something for no reason." Fior sighed. That was the problem. She felt that Frey's words would really become a reality. Frey returned to the mansion. He had stayed out all night, but he didn't feel very tired. He took off his robe and removed the illusion magic. Then he meditated for a while until the sun came up. When Frey opened his eyes once more, all signs of tiredness had disappeared completely. There was some time until breakfast, so Frey got up and went to Heinz's room. It looked like he had just woken up, but he still gave Frey a curious look. "It seems you had a really good time with the princess." "I didn't come here to talk about that." Frey shook his head as he spoke. Heinz nodded. "Since you came at a time like this, there must be something you want. Tell me." Frey said what he wanted and Heinz agreed, and when it was time for breakfast, all the members of the Blake family except Miss Gale were gathered. After the light meal, Frey spoke out. "I will accept Mother's decision." "Oh my." Leda was slightly surprised by his words. Frey glanced at Isaka. Isaka's expression had become a bit stiff. Frey had purposely responded to Leda's suggestion in such an open manner because he wanted to see Isaka's reaction. He wanted to know how he felt about this. And looking at his stiff expression, Frey was able to make a guess as to how he was feeling. "Good thinking. You are now a proud member of the Blake family. It is an honor." Then Heinz. "Yes, teach Frey about the secrets of the Blake family. And Frey, when you've learned everything, come down to the basement." Understood. Frey then followed Heinz back to his room. Tack. The door closed quietly. There wasn't much for the two of them to talk about, which was understandable since Frey knew just as much as Heinz did. After a moment of silence, Heinz finally spoke. "I did what you asked. That was fast. Should be here by the day after tomorrow." Although that's under the assumption that she would even listen to your request. She doesn't have much of a choice. I don't know why you're so confident. That person is one of the top executives in the circle. Plus, Cheryl Rowland is known for her pride. That's right. Frey's request to Hines was to ask the Fistfounder Armlet Circle Rounder, Cheryl Rowland, to come to the Blake family mansion. Soon, the mansion would become a battlefield. And he knew what would happen on that battlefield. With Cheryl's assistance, they would easily be able to deal with almost any situation. But Hines didn't believe that Cheryl would listen to Frey's request. It was natural that he'd think so, as he didn't know that Cheryl had already submitted to Frey. Stay here for an hour, then go down to the basement. What you see there might be a bit too much to handle, but I think you can keep yourself together. Hines's expression, which had been blank from the start, suddenly became serious. And he felt conflicted. This was proven by the fact that he was no longer able to control his emotions, but in the end, he couldn't say what he wanted to. Hines bowed his head and sighed. No, it's nothing. About an hour passed before Frey left Hines's room and headed to the basement. Leda was waiting for him at the entrance. Are you finished talking? Yes, she gave him a mysterious smile. All right, I wonder how you feel now that you know the truth of the world. Honestly, it hasn't sunken in yet. Proper acting had never been more important. Leda nodded as she saw Frey's conflicted expression. That's natural. It'll be confusing at first, but don't worry. I will slowly tell you your role. His role. Leda turned around with those words, exposing her back to him. But Frey didn't dare lower his guard. An Apocalypse's apostle. Until now, the only Apocalypse's apostle that he had seen the true power of was Snow, Ricky's apostle. Odin didn't count because he was only half an apostle. Snow's combat power was simply amazing. This was something Frey had noticed during their fight with the Bone Dragon. She had shown an almost overwhelming amount of power during the fight with the Bone Dragon without even using the power of the sword. Snow hasn't been Ricky's apostle for a long time. As time went on, the divine power an apostle could utilize steadily grew stronger. And since he didn't know how long it had been since Leda had become an apostle, letting his guard down was tantamount to suicide. Tack, tack. They walked down the stairs leading to the basement. The fact that the Blake family had a basement was something he had learned while searching the mansion with Ghost. However, he hadn't gone too close. This was because the security magic that had been deployed around this place was many times stronger than anywhere else on the property. If Frey had approached it carelessly, he would have triggered the numerous alarm spells which would have alerted the entire house. Tuck, they reached the bottom of the stairs. A heavy iron door stood in their way. Latra placed her hand on it, and after a moment, it began opening with a heavy sound. K-r-r-r-r-r-r. A moment later, the iron door was fully opened, and Frey's expression became stiff at the sight that unfolded before his eyes. Rorgkuk. It was a prison, a huge prison. The rotten smell of blood and decomposing corpses filled his nose as soon as the door opened. There were many kinds of people and monsters of all ages and sexes imprisoned behind the bars. All types of living things seemed to have been locked up in this place. Above all, none of them were in good condition. All of them had serious injuries on various parts of their bodies, and those who appeared to be mostly intact were drooling heavily and had dull eyes as if they had lost their minds. Leda, who saw his reaction, turned to Frey with a small smile. What's wrong? I'm just a little surprised. Get rid of your sympathy. They're just test subjects. Yes. Frey nodded as he recalled information he'd heard when investigating the Blake family in the past. Well, now that I think about it, Hans did say that he saw several carriages enter the Blake family at dawn, and he said he heard the cries of humans from within them. It was only at that moment that he realized what was in those carriages. There wasn't even a hint of compassion in Leda's eyes as she looked at the test subjects. There was only a cold gleam similar to a farmer looking at livestock. Leda turned to Frey once more. Are you disappointed? I wonder what you think about this scene. He thought it was disgusting and cruel. Frey wanted nothing more than to kill this woman in front of him who was so happily doing the demigod's bidding, but he didn't show it. He couldn't show it. Now was the time to crouch. Frey controlled his emotions so that they wouldn't show and bowed his head to her slightly. I don't think anything. I'm happy you can say that. Leda smiled brightly and stroked his hair. It was an obvious gesture of a mother praising her son. Disgusting. He had thought it before, but this time it was different. This thought had come from the residual feelings left over from Frey. The introverted and mistreated loser, Frey Blake, felt disgust towards his mother. Let's go deeper. Yes, Frey followed Leda. He knew the basement was large, but in the end he had still underestimated the sheer size of it. After leaving the prison, they came to a room that appeared to be a laboratory. It was larger than the prison, and quite a few people could be seen wandering around. These people, many of whom were mixing ingredients in glass bottles, appeared to be wizards. They didn't pay much attention to Leda's arrival, and they only seemed focused on the result of their various experiments. Who are they? These are the wizards and alchemists who belong to the Blake family, but they look a bit strange. Well, of course, after all, we took away their ability to think. They're better than golems, but they are still a type of puppet. Although this decreased our efficiency, isn't this the safest option? You have to keep in mind, when running a place like this, it would be too troublesome if they had a sense of self. I'll keep it in mind. Soon, they left the laboratory and were approaching the end of the basement. And Frey's expression became progressively stiffer. At first, he thought that the divine power he was sensing was because of their experiments, but it wasn't. The divine power he felt became stronger and stronger the further they went, and it reached to the point where it was not an amount that could be released by anything other than a demigod. There was a demigod in the basement, and there was only one demigod who would be in the Blake family mansion. Laren. She was at the end of this path. Frey looked at Lada's expression as they walked. She had a slight smile on her face and seemed to bounce slightly with each step. She doesn't know who I am. Laren was in the basement, but it didn't seem like Leda was taking him there as a trap or to kill him. At least he could say that it was okay. It's not that it's not dangerous. Within Frey was divine power that once belonged to Indra. That wasn't all. The mask he obtained from Hector and the marble he took from Ricky's ashes were also in his bag. If Laren noticed any of these things, he would get caught, and she would try to kill him. But there was no way he could justify turning back at this point. Frey clicked his tongue inwardly. The only way for him to overcome his present crisis was to adapt to the situation. When they arrived at the final door in the dungeon, Leda stopped walking. She then turned to Frey and spoke in a serious voice. Inside this room is our master, by master. Laren, the demigod with the power of wind. The Emperor no. Think of her as a being even higher than the Emperor and pay special attention to what you say and do. Understood. Good. Leta nodded and opened the door. All the rooms they had walked through so far had been dirty and gloomy, but this place was different. It was clean and well lit. It was also quite wide. The room wasn't luxurious, but it had all the furnishings one would expect to find. It felt like someone's bedroom rather than a room in the basement. A gray-haired woman stood in the center of the room. You arrived early. I hope we didn't disturb you, true master of the continent. Leta knelt down. Frey also knelt down, following suit. He felt offended by the title true master of the continent, but he didn't show it. Laren simply nodded her head. Her youthful appearance was a stark contrast from those of the other apocalypses. Frey paid attention to her gray hair. Gray hair that was unique to the Blake family. That wasn't all. Some of Laren's features had some similarities to himself. Perhaps, it was highly likely that the genes of the Blake family had been taken from her body. After all, the simplest way to obtain samples of divine power was to take them from her own body. Nothing happened, right? Leda was being extremely polite, and there was no sign of her previous haughtiness. Even when the lady of one of the 5 greatest families in the Empire bowed to her, Laren's expression didn't change. That's great. Then I'll listen to your report. How much Harkin have you collected? We've already accumulated half of the target amount. That's too slow. I don't think we'll meet the deadline. I'm sorry. Plans are in progress to bring down the 3rd princess. Please wait a while longer. The 3rd princess. She's such a nuisance. If it wasn't for the 11th Tower Master and Paragon. Paragon? Frey tilted his head slightly at the new word. Perhaps that was the group that the 11th Tower Master, Cairo, was a part of. In any case, the recovery of my brothers is going better than expected. It was then, Laren stopped talking and turned her head to look at Frey. Who is this? This isn't Heinz or Miscale. Ah, really, you humans all look alike. Leda, who is this guy? This is my 3rd son. 3rd son? You had 3 children, that's right. She'd never heard of this before. The Blake family had never bothered to make a report about Frey, who had been branded as a failure. Laren's sharp gaze turned to Frey, and he bowed his head and said, True master of the continent, I am Frey Blake, the 3rd son of the Blake family. Laren didn't respond. She walked up to Frey and inspected him closely. Frey bowed his head even more. The tip of his chin was shaking slightly. Originally, he intended to act pressured by Laren's aura, but when she did release her aura, he realized that it was much more bearable than he expected. As soon as he had that thought, he subconsciously raised his head slightly. It was bearable. Frey had fought many demigods before. Therefore, it was possible for him to gauge the power of demigods by the density of the divine power they subconsciously released. But now, Laren didn't seem that strong. All the demigods classified as apocalypses that he'd met so far, Nazdog, Agni, and Anta. The aura they exuded showed their strength as transcendent beings. Ricky, who was much more powerful than them, didn't count. However, even when compared to the other 3 apocalypses, the divine power Laren was now exuding was not powerful. No, to be precise, she seemed to be much weaker than she had been during the meeting. Why? Laren grabbed Frey's arm. Shock appeared on both of their faces at the same time. Laren's jaw dropped. You. She noticed, she felt Indra's divine power flowing within him. His head became cold as though someone had poured cold water over it. His eyes and chin, which had just been shaking due to the pressure, became completely still and his confused mind calmed. At his current stage, it was easier for Frey to stabilize his body and mind than flipping his palm over. Think, what was the best course of action he could take at that moment? He had to do something to break out of his current situation. Frey's eyes turned to Leda. If he killed her apostle, he's a good material. Laren fixed her expression as she said those words, but Frey's expression became stiff as he heard that. What did she just say? I believe he will be helpful in bringing down the third princess. Leda, who didn't seem to realize the tense situation that had just occurred between them, spoke gently. Is that so? He's certainly more useful than Miscale. Well then, leave first. Frey was confused. Laren shrugged. I have something to discuss with Leda, so leave. Ah yes, she was letting him go, despite knowing that he had Indra's divine power in his body. Why? Was she playing with him because she could catch him later? That's not it, but I don't know why. He didn't think that was the reason, but he couldn't find a better one. Firstly, he needed to get out of his current situation, Leda and Laren. It would take a long time for him to organize his thoughts while staying on guard against them. Frey bowed his head, and then, without hesitation, he turned and left the room. Shortly after he disappeared, the smile on Laren's face disappeared. She quickly turned and spoke to Leda. I want to ask you one question, Leda. Please ask. Her voice trembled slightly. Leda could feel the anger hidden in her voice, and as Laren approached her, the pressure she released increased. That guy named Frey. Has he accepted divine power yet? He hasn't accepted it yet. We only explained the secret of the family to him today. You stupid bitch. Laren's anger was palpable as she strode over and lifted Leda off the ground by her delicate neck. Cuck. I told you I don't care if you make 10 small mistakes, but don't you dare make even one crucial mistake, you fool. That's right, cuck. The blood was gradually draining from Leda's face. Tell me, Leda, are you an idiot? Did I really take an idiot as my apostle? I'm not. Crunch, Laren grit her teeth and threw Leda to the floor. Then she looked at her with a cold gaze. If you hadn't been my apostle, I would have already chopped you into small pieces and fed you to a dog. Huck. Shut up. Leda couldn't imagine why her master was suddenly so angry. This was the first time she'd seen Laren, who was always smiling and cheerful, this angry. Laren bit her nails. This wasn't a situation that could be fixed with anger alone. She had to think of a way to escape her current situation. After returning to his room, Frey immediately drew Usura's summoning circle. This was so he could summon him at a moment's notice. Then, he immediately began to pay close attention to his surroundings. No one had followed him, and there was no one revealing any hostile intentions towards him. Frey frowned. Why did she let me go? Laren had definitely noticed the divine power hidden within his body. He had no doubt about that. Nevertheless, she didn't attack him but instead sent Frey back upstairs. Her reaction didn't make any sense. There was no trace of hostility at all. She hadn't even sent someone to follow him. Is it because she can kill me at any time? No, that wasn't it. That wasn't the feeling he had gotten from her reaction. But could there be any other reason? Frey replayed his memory of the scene. Laren was surprised to find Indra's divine power in my body. That was understandable. But then she panicked. Why did she panic? With Laren's power, she should have been able to overpower him easily. It would be even easier for her to kill him. Even if he had reached 8 stars, it was still impossible for him to win in a head-to-head clash with an apocalypse. Did she see my stage? Had Laren realized that he was also an 8-star wizard? No, that wasn't possible either. Even if he didn't know much about divine power, he knew that it was impossible for Laren to have sensed the mana he was concealing. That was not it either, Frey kept thinking. Questions popped up one after another. All of his previous assumptions were wrong. This meant that he had taken the wrong step from the start. Frey closed his eyes. Since he couldn't reach a conclusion, he needed to change his approach. He diverted all his energy to thinking. A drop of sweat rolled down Frey's face. If he had the brain of a normal person, this sort of repetitive thinking would have already burnt it out by now. Since his previous assumptions were incorrect, he relentlessly calculated and narrowed down the possibilities. After an unknown period of time, there was only one thought left in Frey's mind. What if it wasn't that she didn't want to take action, but that she couldn't take action? Avatar. He opened his eyes. It was an avatar, not Laren's true body, a being who only had a small portion of the main body's power. It was strong enough to wipe out tens of strong fighters, but it was not strong enough to defeat the current him. In general, there were only 2 reasons why a demigod would use an avatar, when it was trying to hide its power and when it could not move its main body. Frey believed it was the latter. It would make the most sense if the Laren he had met was just an avatar, not her main body, and it would also mean that her main body was unable to move at that moment. After all, she was either weakened or had limited strength. He couldn't be sure, but Frey believed it had something to do with the other apocalypses who were fatally injured. She wasn't confident. She wasn't confident that she could perfectly deal with Frey in her current state. That was why she sent him back. She was trying to buy time by pretending she didn't notice. That last part was particularly important. Laren wanted to buy time. He didn't know why, but that fact was obvious. If so, it meant Frey had to move faster. I have to completely revise my plan. Frey left his room. Before long, the entire Blake family would be overturned, probably by his own hands. Before that, there was a man whose position he had to confirm. The Livendak Mountains, located near the Silkid Desert, it was one of the most rugged alpine regions on the continent. Even monsters, known to be able to survive even the harshest of conditions, were nowhere to be seen, as this place consisted mostly of barren rocky mountains where vertical cliffs of dizzying heights were endless. It was a barren land where not even weeds grew. Atop the mesa one on Mount Roxio, there were transcendent beings. Kuo, not one but four. A skeleton, a ball of flame, and a scorpion. The one thing they shared in common was their enormous size that seemed to surpass imagination, and standing in the center of these huge beings was one whose body was devoid of any common features. White light constantly flowed from this featureless figure and illuminated the surroundings. Lord, and the three demigods who had been severely injured by Ricky. The white light that was exuded from Lord's body was slowly being absorbed by the other three. He was sharing his divine power, an ability that only Lord had among all the demigods. Ricky, the power of the sword. In this world, there was nothing that couldn't be cut by a sword wielded by him. This was clear by the fact that he had even been able to cut the barrier Lord had created. If it wasn't for Lord's help, these three would have already died painful deaths. It was then Laren appeared beside Lord. She solemnly watched this scene of divine power being transferred. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have had to use my avatar. There was only a small amount of divine power left in her body at that moment because Lord had extracted most of it and infused it into the bodies of the other three. If Laren had been at full power, then it would have been a simple task to capture Frey, who she'd found in the family, and extract information. But it couldn't be helped. After all, she couldn't just ignore her siblings who were on the verge of death. Lord. Laren, what's the matter? When she heard his words, Laren couldn't help but sigh. There's a problem. Those words aren't pleasant to hear, especially in the current situation. Tell me. An enemy appeared in my lab, an enemy, a man with Indra's lightning energy. No other details are known, but he is currently a threat. Indra's lightning. Indra was one of their kind who had died already. In fact, Ricky had killed him while he was hibernating due to his apostle's death. Lord's eyes appeared. He is connected to Ricky. That's right. Don't kill him. Capture him. That would be best, but it's not as easy as it sounds. Laren's grumbling was natural. The opponent's strength was unknown, and she was currently in the weakest state she'd been in centuries. It was impossible to make a move hastily. If I were to leave this place, this was truly an absurd situation that she'd never experienced, even in her thousands of years of life. She couldn't make a move. Lord was also aware of Laren's current crisis. He spoke calmly. I will send some of the others. Laren's eyes lit up. How many will you send? There are 3 of our kind near the Cascow Empire. I will send them. 3 demigods. That way, even if the man with Indra's lightning could overpower a single demigod, he would still be captured. That's more than enough. How long will it take them to get there? None of them know how to use space-time movement, so it will take about 3 days. 3 days? Laren's expression darkened once again. This was because even 3 days felt like an eternity for her at that point. After all, this wasn't a situation that she could stall by running away. The Blake family residence was the place where the research on aluminium was steadily progressing. If it was destroyed now, it would cause a huge disruption to the mass production of the aluminium when they were currently only a few steps away from continental domination. In addition, her own apostle, Leda, was there. Is he aware that Leda is my apostle? She wasn't sure, but the chances were very high. When Laren had grabbed Frey's arm in the basement and he realized that she had sensed the lightning in his body, the first place he looked was towards Leda. She was certain that if she made a move at that moment, he would have immediately killed Leda. Did he find out from Ricky's apostle? She thought about the masked man who had been standing behind Ricky during the meeting not long ago. No, now that she thought about it, Lord himself had gone to kill that man. After he returned, Lord hadn't said anything, but Laren didn't believe that a single apostle would be able to escape from Lord. Moreover, demigods' powers could not be replicated. Except for Lord, there were no demigods who could use 2 powers. The same was true for apostles. That said, it was possible that Frey had learned of Leda's identity through his own independent investigation. It was also possible that he was taking a gamble by aiming at Leda. Then is he the one Ricky left just in case something happened, so he gave him Indra's crystal. Laren clicked her tongue. Indra's main body was dead. This meant that the lightning power in that man's body was no longer borrowed power, but it had instead become his own power. With time and opportunity, it was possible for his power to go beyond the limits of apostles. And because he was a member of the Blake family, he also had the ability to use mana. This is difficult. Laren never thought that a creature born from her own actions could make her feel such a way. It wouldn't be easy to endure the next 3 days. Frey headed towards Heinz's room, and as soon as he knocked on the door, he heard a heavy voice from within. "Come in." He opened the door and headed in. Heinz was sitting at his desk, leisurely flipping through the pages of a book. He didn't appear surprised to see Frey. "I came because I have something to say." "I see." Heinz closed his book and pointed toward a chair in front of him. Frey sat without any hesitation and looked at Heinz. Looking at him like this, Frey immediately noticed the many similarities between him and Heinz. If they walked down the street together, everyone would immediately know that they were brothers. Frey shook his head. He didn't come here for that. There was also no need for him to be indirect. He didn't have time for that. Instead, Frey immediately said the main reason why he'd come to Heinz. "From today, I will be devising a strategy to kill Leda." Heinz's mouth became a thin line. "Why?" "Because she's Laren's apostle." Frey looked Heinz straight in the face as if he didn't want to miss even the slightest reaction. There was no immediate response. Heinz paused heavily for a moment before sighing. "I see. Did you expect it?" "Naturally. My mother had always been one of the suspects. Even so, I always thought father would be the apostle, but how did you find out?" "That's not important." Frey crossed his hands. "I came here to find out what your goal is." "My goal? What exactly do you want?" Frey's question was quite natural. Even now, he had yet to learn Heinz's goal. At the moment, it seemed that he assisted the Circle by being a spy in the demigods' camp, but he had once advised Frey to not put too much trust in the Circle. If he really was on the Circle's side, Heinz would have never said those words. Heinz also knew just how big the ripple that would spread through the Circle would be if they learned that he could control divine power. If that fact was revealed, he would have to be wary of violent backlash at any moment. So was he a spy for the demigods instead? Frey believed that that was also unlikely. After all, Heinz had no reason to cooperate with him if he was a spy for the demigods. Regardless of what his intentions were, as a spy, he would never bring Frey to the Blake family when Laren was in such a weakened condition. Instead, he would have found any excuse to prevent it. Frey could tell from Laren's reaction that it was never in their plan for Heinz to bring him back to the Blake family. If I had come to the house alone, he wouldn't have been able to meet Laren so easily. Instead, he probably would have been suspected by Asaka and Leda. It was only because Frey had returned with Heinz that he had been able to win their trust and subsequently be exposed to such vital information. "Then I would also like to ask a question." Heinz then spoke in a heavy voice. "Where is the real Frey?" Frey's expression didn't change. After all, he'd expected that something like this would happen someday. This was because he and Frey were too different. Their personalities, values, habits, and the steps he'd taken to reach this point. If Frey had had any number of friends, or if he had many people who knew him, then he would have been suspected much sooner. But few people knew the previous Frey. Most of them had never even spoken to him. Instead, all they knew about him had been from what they'd heard. This was why Frey's sudden change had never aroused any doubt. However, family would always be different. "At first, I thought it was just a great awakening that caused you to change so much. After all, anyone would change given the circumstances. But this isn't something that could be explained away with mere change." "Answer me, please." Heinz's voice gradually began shaking. The same was true for his eyes. His appearance was similar to a stone statue that was beginning to crack. "What happened to my younger brother? He's dead." Frey gave a simple answer. "What?" "What do you mean what? What are you trying to say now?" Frey got up from his seat, approached Heinz and lifted him up by his collar. Quack. Heinz's body was limp. It seemed that his reaction to the news was genuine, but there was no sympathy in Frey's gaze. Instead, his eyes seemed to burn brightly. "Frey Blake is dead, exhausted and distressed by the poor treatment he received from you and your family. In the end, he could find no salvation, and while struggling in pain and solitude, he killed himself." Heinz's mouth opened wide. Frey frowned slightly. This wasn't it. He didn't intend to blame Heinz for what he'd done. What he really wanted to say was, "What right do you have to mourn Frey's death?" Shepard had said that Heinz was different. He didn't know if that was true, but in truth, it was none of his business. No matter what his intentions were or how he'd felt while doing what he'd done, it wouldn't change the fact that Frey Blake had died. If it was really Frey who was standing there at that moment, maybe he would have forgiven Heinz. If you thought about his personality, the probability of that was actually really high, but he wasn't Frey. Instead, he was just someone who was using Frey's body. That was why he didn't believe he had the right to listen to Heinz's explanation, nor the right to forgive him. For him, there was only one thing that mattered, and that was the fact that Heinz Blake was one of the causes of Frey Blake's death. This was the qualification which granted him the right to vent his anger at Heinz, who had helped drive that child to death. When Frey let go of him, Heinz lost his balance and fell to the floor. Frey shook his head, annoyed. He hadn't gone there to talk about this. Instead, after confirming Heinz's true intentions, he had intended to persuade him and get his help in killing Leta. However, when he saw the pathetic look on Heinz's face, Frey felt emotional. His mind and body were both disturbed, and the thing that upset him the most was the fact that he felt sympathy for Heinz. Of course, these weren't his own feelings. "Don't do that, Frey Blake," Frey spoke to himself. He could feel Frey shouting within him. Something must have happened to his brother. He wanted to hear his explanation. He wanted to forgive him. What a soft-hearted guy. Frey sighed as he looked down at Heinz's shivering figure. You're right, Heinz staggered up from the floor. His head was lowered and there was a strange expression on his face. If Frey is dead, as you say, then I really don't have the right to mourn his death. Hoo-hoo. He laughed blankly as if he had lost a piece of his soul. I just wanted to get Frey out of this hell. Hell, right, shuck. Heinz took off his shirt. Upon seeing this, Frey's eyebrows furrowed. Terrible scars covered Heinz's well-trained body. Cuts, tears, and stitches could be found on almost every inch of his skin. A body which can contain and utilize both divine power and mana at the same time is in itself a rare sample. For the Blake family, I've always been just another test subject. Nothing more, nothing less. After staying silent for a while, Heinz continued. It was the same for Miss Gale. He was also different before the experiments began. I wouldn't say he was a good person, but he certainly could have become one with the right education. But the intensity of the experiments became stronger and stronger with each passing day, and Miss Gale, who wasn't strong-willed, had no choice but to go in such a crooked direction, just so he wouldn't break as the chosen ones. We all had to go through these ordeals. When Frey was born, his smile was like that of an angel. I hoped that such a beautiful smile would never go away. I didn't want my precious brother to suffer in this cursed family, so I purposely blocked his mana veins. Frey frowned. He clearly remembered the feeling of discomfort he'd felt when he first inhabited Frey's body. He was certain that a third party had blocked the mana flow, and now Heinz was admitting he was the cause. I thought it would be better for him if he wasn't in the Blake family. If he could go somewhere else, like the academy where he could stay with his peers, I believed they would get along. The Westroad Academy was just another hell for Frey Blake. When Frey said these words calmly, Heinz bowed his head once again. I didn't hear about any bullying in the school. Of course, he wouldn't know. All the students in the Westroad Academy were nobles. Almost from the moment they could talk, they were taught the basics of politics. Therefore, they were able to carry out their bullying in secret, without alarming the professors. And because of Frey's timid nature, there was no way he'd tell someone about it. That was why Heinz had never heard about his brother's treatment in the academy. But given that child's personality, I suppose something like that was natural. He was in a hurry and he hadn't thought it through. But such excuses were meaningless now. Heinz bit his lip, and it was us who made him so weak. There's no excuse for it. So what will you do now? I don't know. Heinz sighed. I really don't know. To be honest, I didn't expect Frey's death to have such a big impact on me. What's done is done. Don't think about it too much. Heinz's expression became strange at that moment. If someone else had said those words to him, he definitely would have gotten angry, but Frey's voice seemed to be filled with experience, like the voice of someone who had overcome a situation even greater than the one he was going through. First of all, help me. Help you? There are still remnants of Frey inside of me. Originally, I didn't care about your story, and I didn't intend to listen. I only did so because Frey wanted to. Frey, he wants to believe that there was a reason for what you'd done. Those words made Heinz's expression clear up a little. Can you tell me more? That depends on your choice. That reminded Heinz of what Frey had just told him. In other words, he was forcing him. So you're asking me to cooperate with a mysterious being that took over the dead body of my little brother. It doesn't sound good when you put it that way, but yes. I want to ask something first. Why did you join the circle? When he heard that, a vicious light seemed to shine within Heinz's eyes, to erase the demigods from the face of the continent. They had left irrevocable scars on his body, and because of them he was constantly suffering from pain and anguish. Why him? Why did he have to suffer like that? Anger and resentment blossomed within his heart, and as time passed they only grew stronger, and then he'd realized. The demigods were the reason for everything. Frey could clearly see the rage in Heinz's eyes, and for him, that was more convincing than any oath or promise. This was proof that he could trust Heinz. Apocalypses. They are considered the strongest among the demigods. We now have the opportunity to slay one of them. By killing my mother, do you still consider them your parents? Frey's words caused Heinz to pause. No positive or negative thoughts came to mind immediately. However, he was certain that he had no attachment to them as his family members. But that didn't mean he was willing to kill them just because of that. After all, weren't they the ones who gave birth to him and raised him? I'm not sure. That's understandable. That was a natural response that anyone with a moral compass would give. This meant he couldn't ask for Heinz's help to kill Leda. Then I'd like to ask you for something else. What is it? There is a metal called aluminium. Aluminium, right, its features. Frey gave him a rough overview of the characteristics of aluminium, and after hearing everything, Heinz nodded and asked. It's stored somewhere in the mansion. There's a high probability that it's stored in the basement. Heinz shook his head. There are many basements other than the one below the mansion. There are. Besides this one, there are numerous labs scattered throughout Pilat. I know a few of them, but I don't know all of them. Frey pondered for a while before saying. Then focus on finding these hidden laboratories as quickly as possible. It would be better if we could find clues about the aluminium. Understood then, what about you? First, I'll watch how the situation develops. If possible, I'd like to wait until Cheryl gets here before making a move. Frey thought for a moment before adding, and I think we need to call in for more reinforcements. 2 days was not a short time, especially in an urgent situation like this one. Nevertheless, there was a reason why Frey had remained silent for 2 days. One was that he was in the heart of the enemy's territory. No matter how powerful he was, Frey couldn't completely ignore the strength of the Blake family. The fighting strength of the Blake family wasn't a threat if Leda was excluded, but there was one variable that remained unknown. I don't know how strong Isaka's divine power is. Even Heinz didn't know. Isaka, the 7-star archmage, was of no threat to Frey, but Isaka, who wielded divine power, was a different story. He was someone Frey had to be mindful of. The other reason, and in fact the decisive reason, was that Leda had disappeared ever since she had taken Frey to the basement. Frey had scoured the entire mansion, but he was unable to find any traces of her. At least, it was clear to him that she was no longer in the mansion. She evacuated her immediately after talking to me. Leda was her weakness. At the same time, it was ironic because Leda was the main fighting force, but Laren had still chosen to evacuate her rather than use her as a deterrent force against him. Heinz didn't return to the mansion either. At Frey's request, he began searching the entirety of Pilat. Isaka simply moved his spoon with a robotic expression on his face, and even after the meals, there were no conversations between the two of them. After dinner, Frey returned to his room, and in the dark room lit only by the moonlight streaming in from the window, he found a blonde-haired girl. Cheryl. "Did you call for me, Master? Master." Frey tilted his head slightly at the unfamiliar title, but decided not to say anything about it. "I called you because I need your help. Please give me your orders. Your wish is my command." It was said calmly, but her word filled him with confidence. After all, Cheryl Rowland was second in command of the Fistfounder armlets and also the contractor of Lilith, one of the 5 demon archdukes. She also had her abilities as a vampire and hundreds of years of experience, so she was sure to be a great help to him. "I want you to track down Leda." "Do you mean the lady of the Blake family, Leda Blake?" "Right, understood." Cheryl nodded without asking any more questions. It seemed she was also preparing to go look for her immediately. Seeing this, Frey warned her so that she would take the proper precautions. "She's an apostle." Cheryl's expression changed to one of shock. "An apocalypse is apostle at that, so you have to be careful." "Don't worry, I'm used to being discreet." Cheryl smiled and disappeared into the shadows. His basic preparations had all been completed. Heinz and Cheryl were both trusted allies, and the reinforcements. He or they would only arrive before dawn. Then, the time to lay low had finally come to an end. Frey left his room and walked down the dimly lit corridor. Alexandro, who was patrolling the halls, spotted him, and when he saw Frey, he flinched slightly and bowed his head politely. He then tried to pass by Frey quickly without greeting him. Frey knew that the servants in the mansion were usually busy dealing with various things, and Alexandro was no different from them, but this time was different. He blocked Alexandro's path. Seeing this, Alexandro displayed a frightened expression and quickly lowered his head even further. Frey shook his hand, his powerful mana erupting. Alexander quickly raised his head, realizing that his body was now floating in the air. What is? Alexandro squirmed and writhed in the air. Frey then made dozens of flame arrows, all of which were pointing at him. Whoosh. Age Huck. Alexandro's face became pale when he saw the many arrows aimed at him. He turned to Frey with fearful eyes. "Yo, young Master Frey, this. I will only ask you once, butler. Where is Leta?" A look of horror overtook Alexandro's expression. Frey was the 3rd son of the Blake family, but in truth he was like the son who had been abandoned by the family. However, after his return, all of his actions had been shocking. He had defeated the eldest son, Miscale, in a duel and won the recognition of his parents, and even the 3rd princess of the empire, who visited the family on occasion, seemed to admire him. In this short time, Frey's status in the family, which had been below even that of the servants, had shot up at an astounding rate. Since then, Alexandro had made sure to pay particular attention to his behavior in front of Frey, but he couldn't help but think right then. Wasn't this too much? Even if he might have wronged Frey before, he was still a butler who had served the Blake family for decades, but threatening his life like this, in the Blake family mansion, no less. If he was in a calm state, then his anger would have soared at that moment, but he wasn't even able to think. If you would like to expose your guts to the world, you don't need to answer that. The moment he saw Frey's eyes, his hair turned white. Frey's eyes were so cold that for a moment he could not even feel the heat from the flame arrows. Alexandro realized immediately, if he didn't give the right answer, he would die there. Miss Leda said she was going to the capital. The capital? What for? I don't know. I'm telling you, please believe me. Alexander had a desperate expression on his face as he said those words. Frey looked at him closely. Then, thump, huck. Alexander's body fell to the floor. He was sweating profusely, and his body was shaking, but Frey simply ignored him and left the mansion. Then he flew into the air. He flew up to a height where he'd be able to see every detail of the property with a glance. Then he looked down. The information that Leda was going to the capital was almost certainly false. She had probably spread the false information, hoping he would chase after her. However, it was true that she wasn't in the family home at that moment. Frey believed that she was monitoring the situation from nearby. Shirl is tracking her. His role was to affect Leda's composure as much as he could, and in order to do that, he would need to take some drastic measures. He needed to do something large enough for Leda, who was monitoring the mansion from afar, to notice. Hyper Bolt, Chichichik, Hyper Bolt, a 6-star spell. A powerful sphere of energy shot from Frey's hand to the annex to the west of the main building. Boom! In an instant, the 5-story building was smashed to pieces. There were no people there, as the annex had just been a decoy to hide the underground lab, so Frey didn't hesitate. Next, he aimed at the eastern annex. Just as the energy sphere formed in Frey's hands once again, the figure of a person soared into the sky from the main building of the mansion. This figure, which exuded a fierce aura, rushed up towards Frey before stopping. "You bastard, what are you doing?" It was Isaka Blake. He was glaring at Frey with a grim expression on his face. "I'm rebuilding the Blake family." "Nonsense. Can destroying a building be called rebuilding?" "Of course." Boom. Once again, a hyperbolt was fired. The eastern annex was destroyed and smoke began rising. Looking at this sight, Frey spoke simply. "Before we start over, we should clean up first." "Rebuild the family?" Mana surged within Isaka's body. He was the head of the Blake family, as well as a tower master and a well-known 7-star archmage. "I guess you learned some tricks and now you can no longer see things clearly. Who do you think is standing in front of you right now? Then I will ask you the same. Who do you think I am?" Frey's quick response made Isaka pause for a moment. What nonsense. What a load of crap." Isaka was just about to say that, but he was unable to. Isaka's body suddenly shook and his eyes widened considerably. My mana, it wasn't responding to him. Isaka began falling from hundreds of meters in the air. While his body could not be compared to that of a warrior, he was still stronger than ordinary people. Yet if he was to fall from such a height, his entire body would be crushed like a tomato, and he would die instantly. He couldn't use magic, so he had no choice but to rely on another source of power. Isaka hurriedly unleashed his divine power. Check. A platform made of ice formed below him, preventing him from falling to his untimely demise. After firmly standing on this platform, Isaka turned back to Frey. "You just controlled the surrounding mana. That's not possible for someone below 8 stars." Although Isaka himself was the one saying those words, the expression on his face showed that he didn't believe it. But Frey simply gave him a cold smile. "You know it well. Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible with your mana sensitivity and talent." Isaka was the one who knew the most about the condition of Frey's body. For Frey, not to mention 8 stars, it was almost impossible for him to even reach 5 stars. However, the destructive power of the Hyperbolt, the ability to control all mana within a certain range, and most importantly, the deep, abyssal gaze that seemed to look at his very soul were constantly suggesting that ridiculous possibility to Isaka. Answer me, Frey. What kind of trick did you just do?" "Trick. Do you think it's possible to take control of mana with a trick? That. You said it yourself. It's not possible for someone below 8 stars. I don't believe you could have reached that stage at your age." Isaka's confusion was natural. This wasn't 6 stars or 7 stars. This was 8 stars, a level that transcended normal archmages. Even on the entire continent, the number of wizards who had reached that level could be counted on one hand. 8 stars. Frey is 8 stars. He couldn't believe it. No, he wouldn't believe it. Isaka had reached 7 stars 10 years before, and even up to that point, he was still on the same level. But that didn't mean that he'd progressed a lot within that time. To put it bluntly, there was barely any difference in his skill between then and now. His proficiency and accuracy when using his power might have improved a bit, but the increase was insignificant. This didn't mean that Isaka had neglected his study and training of magic. He still meditated for more than 3 hours per day, and he read every magic book on the continent that he could lay his hands on. He also didn't forget to regularly meet and have exchanges with wizards on his level either. Nevertheless, he still saw no hope of advancing. He didn't even find a single clue as to how to advance to the next stage. The 8-star stage wasn't something that could be reached just with some talent and effort. Therefore, Isaka, who had been regarded as a genius since childhood, remained unconvinced. But now his third son, the one who he had thrown out because he lacked talent, had returned after a few years as an 8-star wizard. Isaka felt like he was having a nightmare at that moment. The power of ice. "I thought you'd have wind because of Laren's personality, but I guess not." Isaka felt like those words were mocking him for abandoning magical science and relying on divine power. Shut up. He felt inferior at that moment, but Isaka would never admit that he felt such a way because of his own son, especially when it was Frey. A shard of ice formed in his hand before shooting towards Frey. Clang, Frey could have avoided it, but he let it hit his barrier. This was so he could judge how strong Asaka was. As the shard of ice struck the barrier fiercely, Frey narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. 7 stars. This much wasn't threatening at all, but he was unsure if it was Asaka's full strength. Besides, Asaka wasn't the only enemy he had to face, Ruar. Something shot out of the ruins of the annex, and upon closer inspection, Frey realized that it was a grotesque monster that seemed to be a mix between a bug and a human, but its body was much larger than Frey's, demigod's creature. This was a special creature that was born purely from experimentation rather than physical transformation. It was many times stronger than normal creatures. Kayak, the monster roared loudly and spat out some kind of fluid. Frey didn't know what it was, but he knew it was dangerous, so he erected an ice barrier, frost wall. Suddenly, the ice barrier in front of Frey disappeared. Though confused, Frey quickly used Blink, but his reaction was a bit slow and some of the fluid managed to touch his shoulder. Crackle. Immediately after, his robe began dissolving. Frey quickly took off the salamander. It had only been a slight touch, but before long, the entire salamander's robe was dissolved. Magic tools created by Schweizer aren't so simple. If that fluid touched his body, he would have to immediately cut off whichever part it touched. No, but the most important thing was to figure out why his frost wall had disappeared so suddenly. Hoo-hoo. Asaka let out a laugh. Then he gave Frey a mocking smile, as if he had won something. Even if you're an 8-star wizard, you won't be able to use ice in front of me. Frey immediately fired back a response, but inwardly he couldn't help but feel that the situation was becoming a bit tricky. Fire and ice magic were his specialties. This was because he had consumed the frozen river and Torkunta's heart, which caused the power he could display to far surpass that of wizards on the same level. But now one of them had been sealed. Can he cancel it even if I use 8-star spells? He wasn't sure. Nevertheless, Frey was certain that Asaka wouldn't be able to simply get rid of it like he had the frost wall. He wanted to try. However, the creatures constantly pouring out from the ruins were a bit troublesome. Even for him, he still needed time to cast 8-star spells. Frey clicked his tongue and decided to use one of his favorite spells, Flame Ball. He could create many in a short time, and they were all considerably powerful. Moreover, because it was a 5-star spell, he didn't need to shout a chant to cast it. F-whoosh. Dozens of fireballs appeared behind Frey before shooting down towards the creatures below. Boom, boom, boom. A long series of explosions sounded out. At first glance, it appeared as though his attack had been successful, but Frey clicked his tongue instead. A skilled wizard could tell the extent of his attacks by the size, sound, and smell of the resulting explosions. Frey was the same. Even though he'd used a 5-star spell, it didn't have much effect. It was much more serious than he thought. This meant that these creatures' magic resistance was much higher than Frey expected. However, since Laren was the one who created them, it made sense that their magic resistance was so high. After all, didn't the undead that Oiden, a half-apostle, made show tremendous power? Frey glanced at his bracelet, the great sage's staff. If he used it, his magic power would increase several-fold, but Frey still had no intention of taking it out. Leda is probably watching from afar. Because of that, Frey didn't want to show his hand. This was also the reason he hadn't summoned Usra yet. However, there was still a power that Leda knew about at his disposal, Indra's lightning. Frey's body suddenly became covered in lightning. Crackle, Keeg, the creatures cried out sharply. This reaction was quite surprising, considering the fact that these guys hadn't even flinched after being hit by his flame balls. Has my power increased? Frey felt that his divine power was now twice as strong as when he'd fought Shirl. Does it get stronger the more I use it? It hadn't been very long since Frey had gotten the divine power, but it was already equivalent to 7 stars. However, even if the power of his lightning had increased, the creature's reactions had been too pronounced. They have no resistance to divine power. The creatures that were created by the demigods had no resistance to divine power. At first glance, this might have seemed like an ironic situation, but in truth, it was quite understandable. After all, the enemies these creatures were created to fight were those who used mana. It was safe to say that they would never be able to fight against the demigods themselves, and in the event that some of them might become rebellious, a resistance to divine power would cause them quite a lot of trouble. Of course, the most important factor was that there were very few situations that would cause these creatures to have to fight enemies that used divine power. That said, it was quite clear what kind of power Frey had to use. Crackle. A pale bolt of lightning began dancing over Frey's hand, and a thunderstorm seemed to be brewing in his eyes. That night turned out to be the night of the full moon. For vampires, the full moon was the time when their blood seemed to boil. Of course, Cheryl Rowland, who had the blood of vampire sovereignty in her veins, was able to maintain her composure and not get swept away by her instincts. It's a good night, but that didn't mean that the excitement would disappear completely. Her lips pulled back into a bright smile, revealing her sharp fangs. No, she couldn't get excited. After all, she had been given a mission by none other than the great Mage himself. Mistakes or failure would not be tolerated. It was nighttime. More importantly, it was a full moon. All the conditions were in place to maximize her vampiric powers. Cheryl slipped into a dark alleyway in the town. After looking around for a while, she found several large sewer rats. Find Leda Blake. Squeak. These sewer rats then wiggled their noses before turning their little bodies around and disappearing into the darkness. The abilities that a high-ranking vampire had were truly unbelievable. No matter how weak rats were, to communicate with such a large number of them was simply unthinkable for normal vampires. Pilat was a very large city. Because of this, even though she was getting the sewer rats to help her, it still took her some time to find her target. It was then. She felt a surge of dense divine power. Cheryl frowned. Is it a trap? She couldn't help but think so. The Blake family had been under the control of the demigods for decades, perhaps even longer than that, yet they had still managed to hide it perfectly. Had it not been for Heinz's information, she would not have noticed it at all. Cheryl felt that this showed the thoroughness of the apostle Leda. However, such a careful woman was now acting in a very open manner. It was too suspicious. Squeak. The sewer rats' bodies went stiff. They were beasts with low intelligence, so they wouldn't be of much help anymore. Cheryl sighed. I have no choice but to move directly. Her body then melted into the shadows. It would be a bit risky, but it was still manageable. The full moon in the sky and the darkness in the city were perfect for her. Even if the demigods themselves were to arrive, they would not be able to discover her easily. It was still possible for her to escape if the situation became too dicey. Leda's hiding spot appeared to be deep underground. Cheryl moved quickly in the shadows. SSSS. It didn't take long for her to reach her destination. It was a basement that was connected to the sewers. In this place, the scent of blood, drugs, and decaying bodies were overwhelming. It was disgusting. Cheryl slowly looked around the basement, frowning. The floor was moist with blood, and there was a decaying body lying in a corner. From what she could tell, it hadn't been long since the person died. Cheryl continued to go deeper. There she found a large magic circle, painted entirely with blood. At the same time, she saw a bunch of bodies piled up upon an altar. Cheryl's expression hardened. This human sacrifice. Was it evil black magic, a curse, or necromancy? It was clear that she was trying to enhance the efficiency of the ritual by using living humans as a sacrifice. Because it was so unethical, this practice had been banned by the Wizard Association as well as the Cascow Empire, also known as the Magical Empire. Leta stood in front of the altar. Hurry, hurry. She was staring at the magic circle with an impatient expression on her face. Cheryl assessed the situation as she watched on. The ritual is almost over. That was why there were no longer any living beings on the altar. What sort of magic did she want to cast at the expense of so many human lives? Woo-woon. Suddenly, light erupted from the magic circle. Cheryl retreated deeper into the darkness in order to remain hidden. The intensity of the light increased momentarily before a man walked out of it. It was a young-looking man with a solemn expression. Mr. Apep. Leda almost screamed with joy. I'm glad you made it. The man Apep looked down at the altar with an expressionless face. I was curious as to how you would warp a transcendent being like me. Indeed. Did you use human sacrifice to maximize the efficiency of the warp? That's right. It had only been a few hours. In those short few hours, hundreds of humans had been sacrificed. Nevertheless, there wasn't even an ounce of guilt on Leda's face. It seemed the only thing she could think about was the fact that she was now safe. The other two were relatively close, so they should arrive by dawn. I see. The man named Apep muttered in a low voice. Frey is probably creating a mess right now. Mr. Apep, please deal. There's no need to hurry, but... Apep turned to look at the shadows. To be precise, he turned to look at Cheryl, who was hidden in the shadows. Let's start by getting rid of the rats first. How many times did I come to this place? Heinz looked around the messy laboratory as he had this thought before shaking his head. In any case, he knew that it wasn't less than 20 times, and counting it wouldn't change anything anyway. Heinz had believed he had an idea of the true scale of the Blake family, but now he realized it was only an illusion. I didn't expect it to be this much. The scale and influence of the Blake family had far surpassed even his most absurd assumptions. Moreover, he had expected that they'd be so deeply embedded and widespread throughout the city. Luckily, it hadn't been too difficult to find the various research labs. This was because, though they were all in different places, they were all connected in some way. They were researching the same things and frequently exchanged information, so they knew each other quite well. This meant that just by knowing a few, he was able to figure out the locations of the rest. And this place was the lab that Heinz had just besieged. From the information he'd gathered, Heinz had learned that this laboratory was one of the 3 largest in the city of Pilat. In particular, it was the site where the research of aluminium was progressing particularly quickly. Heinz looked down at the documents lying on a desk before picking them up. These documents detailed the complete production process of aluminium. So complicated. The first thing he noticed was that the process was completely different from the usual way of making alloys. To manufacture this metal, one needed not only an extensive knowledge of metals, but also the capabilities of a leading alchemist together, with knowledge of magical science not below the level of a magic tower's floor master. It takes a long time to make, but this was only because they weren't yet familiar with the process. As time passed and the researchers got used to it, the speed of production would almost certainly increase. Suddenly, Heinz's expression hardened as he was looking through the documents. This was because he had turned to the page that detailed the materials required to produce aluminum. Did they really use something like this as an ingredient? He couldn't believe it. Was his family truly rotten to such an extent? Crunch. Heinz roughly crumpled the documents in his fist. There was a limit to the number of creatures that could continuously pour out of the ruined annex. Frey was certain that their numbers were dwindling as he'd already burned hundreds of creatures to ash. After killing so many, he could see the end was near. Isaka attacked him with ice whenever he had the chance, but it had little to no effect. He wasn't an apostle. Although he could use divine power, it was still weaker than Oiden, who was just a half apostle of Nazdog. If Frey had to compare him, he'd say that Isaka was similar to Luke's. Huck huck. Isaka panted. The constant use of divine power had exhausted him. His complexion was pale, and a film of cold sweat covered his entire body. Impossible, even your divine power is stronger, what the hell? At that moment, lightning flashed once again, burning the last of the creatures Laren had created. Frey clenched his fist. Crackle. Pale lightning danced around him. Although he had been fighting for so long, he still had divine power to spare. It seemed that not only had his divine power become stronger, his capacity had increased as well. The growth rate of his divine power was so abnormally fast that even Frey himself couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Frey shook his head. It was undeniable that divine power was strong and attractive, but for someone like Frey, who had lived his entire life as a pure wizard, it was still possible to resist its allure. He turned to look at Isaka, who was panting and staring at him. He said he could seal ice magic. Frey wondered if he would be able to seal an 8-star ice spell. I'd love to find out. 8-star spells were so powerful that even Frey would have to pay a certain price to use one, and since he wanted to remain in the best condition to fight later, Frey decided to be patient for now. Then he saw a man approaching from the ground. It was Heinz. Frey adjusted the space so that Heinz could use mana to come up to him, and he asked him as he drew near, "What did you find out about the aluminum?" "I found it. I think this is everything." As he said this, Heinz handed a bag to Frey. This bag contained most of the aluminum the Blake family had managed to produce, as well as the research information. Frey put away the bag. Then he observed Heinz's expression, which was not in its usual blank state. "What happened? I learned the ingredients needed to create aluminum." "Frey, did you know them?" Heinz spoke in an angry voice. Frey shook his head. "I only know about Harkin. I don't know anything else." "I see." Heinz took a deep breath before continuing. "I want to ask one thing. Why was the Blake family trying to make aluminum? What power does this metal have?" Frey glanced at Isaka. Although he had not lost his fighting spirit, Isaka had exhausted almost all of his divine power, and even his mana had been sealed. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to hurt him even if Frey went to sleep in front of him right at that moment. "I'll explain it briefly." Then, as he said, Frey briefly explained about the penalty the demigods had to face. That they were under the threat of extinction by the laws of the world if they violated its rules, and that aluminum was the only way for them to escape said punishment. There was no need to hide it. Instead, it was the demigods' only known weakness, so it was better if it was known by more people. After hearing what Frey had to say, the anger on Heinz's face became even more pronounced. So in the end, aluminum is just a tool for the demigods to act as they please on the continent. That's right. But what made you so angry? The human heart is among the list of ingredients. What? It was the first time Frey had heard of it, so he couldn't help but ask in a confused voice. It said that in order to make 1 kg1 required about 100 human hearts. And crunch, Heinz grit his teeth. "I found more than a few tens of kilograms of aluminum in the lab." Heinz's ferocious gaze then turned to Isaka. Isaka could never have imagined a day when Heinz would look at him in such a way. "Answer me, father. Just how many humans have you sacrificed so far?" K. Cuckoo right. "So you betrayed the family too, Heinz." Isaka laughed as he realized this fact from Heinz's cooperative attitude and the conversation the two of them had before. Then he stopped and stared at Heinz with a contemptuous gaze. "I never could have imagined that you'd turn your back and hit the parents who raised you instead of repaying our kindness. And it wasn't even Miscale. You've truly disappointed me, Heinz. Stop saying nonsense and answer my question." "Hoo-hoo, didn't you just say it? It takes about 100 hearts to get 1 kg. Isaka gave a twisted smile. "To make dozens of kilograms, it would have taken as many hearts." Heinz trembled. "Where did you find that many people?" "It wasn't difficult. Our family has warp stones. All that was left was to find slave traders, but that was also simple if we used contacts who dealt in the dark." "You mean you bought slaves from other countries?" "For the most part, yes. Of course, there were also enemies that the Empire captured. Also in the slums of Pilat, there are many parents selling their children for a single silver coin. Because they're even lower than commoners, it was easy to do it quiet. This scum, Heinz couldn't take it any longer. He rushed toward Asaka in an instant with a roar and lifted him up by his collar. You said we only had to make necessary sacrifices. This was a necessary sacrifice. Bullshit, I never asked for such luxury. At that moment, Frey grabbed Heinz's shoulder. That's enough. Heinz wanted to say more, but in the end, he bit his lip and stepped back. As he did so, he muttered, "What had I been thinking all this time? This was evil from the start. I couldn't see the darkness of the family because of the mask of my parents." Isaka coughed a few times before giving a dirty smile to Frey. "It must have been you who tricked Heinz. I have so many regrets. Instead of kicking you out, I should have killed you. In the first place, you were someone who never should have been born. This was something that parents should never say to their children. Even if it was someone with formidable mental power, if you were to hear those words from your parents' mouth, you would certainly be shocked." Frey's mental power was something that couldn't be shaken, and even if it wasn't, he had never considered this man to be his father in the first place. Whereas Leda, do you think I'd tell you that? No, but I know a few ways to make you talk. I don't really like torture, but it's effective for situations like this. Ha ha ha, I am a 7-star wizard. Do you intend to torture an archmage? That's exactly what I intend to do. After saying that, Frey stretched out his hand towards Asaka. Shuck. Suddenly, something shot up towards Frey at a tremendous speed from the ground. Frey was just about to dodge, but when he saw what it was, he could no longer do so. Thud, cuck, there was a heavy impact, then Frey looked down at the figure in his arms, which turned out to be a girl. It was Cheryl, gasping for breath and covered in blood. She was so severely injured that it wouldn't be strange if she lost her life in that same instant. She looked up at Frey with difficulty. "So sorry I was caught." "You were caught by Leda, and no, he's..." Frey didn't listen to the rest of Cheryl's words. Instead, he looked down at the ground with a stiff expression. To be precise, he was looking at the man who'd thrown Cheryl at him. Rounder Cheryl, what the hell? "Heinz, please take care of Cheryl. Also, keep an eye on Asaka for me. What about you?" Frey didn't respond. Instead, he gestured towards the ground with his chin. The moment he saw the man with the gloomy expression, Heinz's face became as stiff as stone. Demigod, right, this should be what Leda was waiting for. Just as Frey was about to go down to the ground, Cheryl grabbed him by the arm. Huck master, don't speak. Focus on healing your injuries. There is something you need to know." This little pain wasn't a problem. Although she'd come back with her life seemingly hanging by a thread, there was still some information she had to deliver. "Tell me, that demigod's power is darkness." "Darkness? That's right, that's all I managed to see. I don't know what happened." By the time she'd realized what was happening, her body had already become a mangled mess. However, she could still remember the very darkness that she was hiding in suddenly attacking her. Cheryl spat out a mouthful of blood before delivering something that was even more important, and he said that 2 more demigods would arrive before dawn. No matter how calm Frey was, his heart couldn't help but shake slightly when he heard those words. Not 1, but 2 more. So didn't that mean that together with the guy below, there would soon be 3 demigods in this place? I have to resolve this quickly. The demigod who was staring at him from below was a very formidable existence. Frey felt uneasy within, but he didn't show it. After all, he couldn't let Heinz and Cheryl become anxious. Instead, he nodded calmly. "I understand." "You just rest up, please be careful." Frey nodded and began to formulate a plan as he slowly descended. His odds of losing were much higher than his odds of winning. Even if this man below him was the weakest demigod, he was still someone that an 8-star wizard couldn't hope to defeat on their own. If it was an ordinary 8-star wizard, that is. Frey took a deep breath, just for a time like this. Frey had learned everything that could help him, even if it was just a little. Warrior King's fists, spirit arts, contracts, even divine power. He didn't know how helpful they would be, but he intended to make use of everything he'd learned since becoming Frey. Light emanated from his bracelet. "Today I will defeat a demigod, by himself." Frey landed on the ground while gripping the great sage's staff tightly. Leda watched Frey slowly descend from the sky. His indifferent face and fluctuating mana intimidated her greatly. She felt confused. What's going on? Frey Blake. Her 3rd child, who she didn't want to admit was hers. Her first son, Miscale, had been as expected, and her second son, Heinz, was even better than expected. Therefore, Leda had high hopes for her 3rd son, Frey. Maybe he'd have a talent that was even better than Heinz, and if not Heinz, at least a talent equal to that of her first son, Miscale. But from the start, Frey, a child born from a wizard family, had a lower mana sensitivity than children born to commoners. This fact had become an intolerable disgrace for Leda. Frey was suspected to be an illegitimate child, which naturally led people to mock her behind her back. Naturally, there wasn't anyone foolish enough to do so to her face, but the fact that such rumors were in circulation in the first place humiliated her greatly, so she stopped caring for him. when Miscale vented his anger at him, when Asaka didn't treat him like a person, not to mention a child, and even when their servants mistreated him. To call him an eyesore would be an understatement. Even the sight of Frey wandering around the mansion annoyed her, which is why she agreed to send him to the academy. After that, she intended to stick him in some unassuming magic tower and leave him there so he would not cause any trouble for their family. Then Frey suddenly became stronger and returned. When he'd easily overpowered Miscale and displayed a different side to himself, Leda had finally accepted him as her child. But now she began to doubt, was this child really hers? Tot. As Frey landed on the ground, his eyes turned towards Leda. In fact, he had only just noticed her presence. This was because he'd been completely focused on the demigod. When their eyes met, Leda spoke in a cold tone, ignoring the unknown fear that had crept into her heart. You did it quite splendidly. I can't believe you managed to turn Heinz traitor. What exactly did you tell him? Both Leda and Asaka appeared to trust Heinz greatly. Frey shook his head. Heinz was never on your side from the beginning. Nonsense. You can keep thinking that. HMPH. Leda snorted coldly. Then the man beside her spoke. Is this the guy? The one Laren considered an enemy? That's right, Mr. Apep. Disappointment filled Apep's gaze. Just a wizard. The wizards were the ones who had opposed the demigods the most over the years. He didn't know why, but he guessed that it had something to do with the incompatibility between mana and divine power. Yet strangely, magic warriors didn't seem to be that opposed. Nevertheless, their conflict had been going on for thousands of years. Naturally, he was very familiar with the way wizards fought. In fact, he didn't consider it threatening at all. In the first place, Apep wasn't the type who was very interested in fighting. However, he couldn't help but feel disappointed after hurrying to Laren's assistance only to find a single wizard. It seems Laren was weakened by a lot. As one of the strongest demigods in existence, she had actually felt threatened by a single human. This was something that Apep never thought possible. Well, it didn't matter anyway. He'd just kill this guy and be done with it. Just as Apep stopped thinking about that and prepared to use his power, Leda spoke. I'll assist you. Don't interfere. But... Do you need me to say it again? Leda hurriedly lowered her head when she saw Apep's annoyed expression. I understand. Frey's eyes shined slightly. A demigod, who could basically be called a lump of pride, would never accept help to kill a single human. Instead, there was even a high possibility that a demigod would reject help even at a critical moment. Of course, this wasn't always certain, but Apep had already drawn the line. No one could interfere. So naturally, an 11 match had been established by the demigod. Frey couldn't help but feel fortunate. After all, Leda was not as easy to handle as Asaka was. Fighting them together would be too much for him. The power of darkness. As with all demigods, one could never imagine what kind of fighting style they would display after hearing their simple power. In particular, Apep's power was quite abstract, similar to Nazdog's power of death. In Frey experience, these kinds of powers had many applications, but knowing that didn't give him any real advantage. It was accurate to say that every demigod was a completely independent individual. This was because their appearance, size, habits, abilities, and fighting styles were completely different from the others. In the past, he and his teammates had fought against a demigod and won, but when they used the same tactic in the next fight, they were almost annihilated. Wizards, on the other hand, were different. Even if the spells they used might be slightly different, it was impossible for them to escape the classic wizard combat method. This was simply because that was proven to be the most efficient and powerful method. That's why it's important. The other abilities he'd learned as Frey would show their usefulness in cases like this. In fights between warriors or knights, the weaker one was usually the one to move first. This was because they couldn't withstand their opponent's pressure and were forced to make the first move. But for wizard fights, it was different. For them, it was the speed of their chanting and casting that were the most important. So Frey was the first to show his hand. He stomped his right foot down heavily. Crack! Instantly, an all made of ice shot out of the ground towards Apep. Apep's eyebrows furrowed when he saw that. Motion magic. It was a technique that used movement to unleash spells, rather than casting or chanting words. Frey's usual manifestation by swinging his arms was also a form of motion magic. Theoretically, this was a technique that could be used by 6-star wizards and higher, but it was rarely used because of its inefficiency. However, Frey's motion magic was different, be it in terms of power or speed, better than I expected. Apep smiled coldly and raised his right hand, darkness hanging from the tip of his fingers like a curtain. At the same time, the places that had been previously dark seemed to have become a bit brighter. Frey was momentarily speechless. It might have sounded strange from a wizard, but what Apep had just done was truly magical. Crack! The ice all shattered without leaving even a scratch on the dark curtain hanging from Apep's hand. What is it? The darkness hanging from Apep's hand looked like a black streak of paint hanging in the air. Pot. This time he slowly lifted his left hand. The darkness then broke apart like drops of water and moved forward. That's dangerous. Frey's instincts sounded an alarm in his head. Although he had the lightning barrier surrounding him, he was certain that it wouldn't be able to block those dark droplets. Instead, Frey used one of the spells stored in the Great Sage's staff. Solid barrier, papapat. The black water-like droplets clung to the whitish barrier, crackle, and in an instant the barrier became covered with cracks. At first, Frey thought the barrier caused physical damage, but that wasn't the case. The black drops were actually corroding the barrier, and the cracks were formed from those corroded parts. If he did not do something, the barrier would be destroyed in no time. Lava blast. Boom, boom, boom. Lava blast shot from Frey's fingers and shot towards Apep with vicious momentum, but Apep didn't move. Instead, he once again lifted his right arm, SSSSK, and once again a curtain of darkness hung from his fingers and blocked the lava blast. It was perfect. He couldn't even scratch Apep's body, not to mention inflict actual wounds. Frey's expression hardened. He can block 7-star spells easily. They were the same spells that had done damage to the demigod Hydra, even though she had been weakened at that time. Crackle. In the meantime, his barrier was still being destroyed. First, he needed to increase the distance. Frey used Blink to move backwards, and Apep didn't pursue him. He just slowly lifted his left hand once again, and it was the black droplets that followed Frey. Swoosh. The droplets moved at a surprisingly fast speed. Moreover, they were so dark that he was unable to see them clearly, and there was a large number of them. Frey couldn't avoid them unless he blocked them with a barrier or kept using teleportation. He would probably need to have physical ability similar to Ivan or Snow in order to avoid them. In other words, it was impossible for him. Frey used Blink continuously. His mana wasn't a problem. Even at this rate, he could continue doing it for another 3 days and nights. However, it didn't make sense to just avoid it constantly. When dawn came, 2 more demigods would arrive. Haha, Frey stopped with a laugh. He actually had a time limit in a fight with a demigod, but I have no choice. First of all, he needed to figure out just how much defense that dark curtain had. Since even the 7-star spell, Lava Blast, was unable to do anything to it, he would have to resort to 8-star spells, the power of darkness. Those black water-like droplets and curtain reminded Frey of black magic. He didn't think that simply because of the dark power within them. Instead, it was the strange attack and defense that almost matched it perfectly. So Frey decided to try a simple solution. It's not mainstream, but he would use white magic, woo-woon. White light began fluttering around Frey's body. The spell hadn't been released. He was simply chanting, but signs already began appearing. Apep's expression changed for the first time. He stretched his hands out and controlled the black droplets. Frey didn't stop casting, and instead he knocked his staff against the ground. Thud, the ground shook, and a huge earth wall was erected. It wasn't very sturdy, but it was thick. Apep frowned upon realizing that. Did he already notice the nature of my droplets? His droplets could eat through any obstacle, but the rate of corrosion was fixed. This meant that the powerful barrier he just created and the simple wall of earth would both be corroded at the same rate. In other words, this meant that this simple but thick wall of dirt would hold out much better than the thin barrier. The black droplets pierced through the wall at a snail pace, and by the time Apep diverted some droplets to circle around the wall, Frey's chanting had ended. Holy breath, woo-woo. White particles poured from Frey's mouth. Well, they were too big to be called particles. The white particles appeared to be moving slowly, but they appeared before Apep in an instant. The holy breath made contact with the dark curtain. Boom, there was an enormous explosion, and all the nearby buildings collapsed, unable to withstand its shockwave. Frey was inwardly shocked. He had never expected an explosion to occur. Was the explosion caused by the collision between the holy breath and the dark curtain? It was an unexpected effect, but its power was terrifying. He was certain it had to have caused some damage. The dust cloud eventually lifted, and Apep's figure was once again revealed. There was now a hole in his stomach about the size of a fist. Any ordinary person would have certainly been killed by such an injury. No, even if it was a demigod, an injury like this was not easy to deal with. However, Frey's expression wasn't happy. This was because there had been no change to Apep's expression at all. He didn't seem to be worried or agitated at all. That wasn't all. No viscera or blood could be seen from his wound. The only thing there was darkness. Apep rubbed his abdomen and said, "It's been hundreds of years since I was last injured to this extent. Indeed, you are quite skilled." It was then. The surrounding darkness flowed like a mist, and it was sucked into Apep's abdomen. KRRK, KRRK. There was a strange, grotesque sound, and his injury began regenerating at an astonishing rate. It was an unbelievable sight. Even trolls couldn't regenerate so quickly. In fact, such a feat was impossible unless it was an artificial life form created through magic engineering or a golem that had a simple structure. What did you just do? It's not difficult, especially on such a dark night. Frey narrowed his eyes. At first glance, this was a power that transcended common sense, but he had managed to spot a few flaws. Recalling that fact, he observed Apep's surroundings. The darkness around you has faded. It was the same when you created the dark droplets and the curtain. "Oh, you're quite sharp." Apep spoke with sincere appreciation. He had also easily admitted that Frey's speculations were correct. He spoke in a carefree tone. "You're right, I can't use my power recklessly. The more I use it, the more I consume the darkness around me. Of course, I consume divine power as well." Are you wondering why I'm telling you this? That's simple. It doesn't matter if I tell you or not. In other words, it was because of his arrogance. Frey forcefully suppressed his disgust and stared at Apep. "The night is particularly dark today. At that moment, the clouds covered the moon, making it much darker. My power grows stronger the darker it gets. In truth, when the sun is up, I can't even use half of my strength, but my companions will arrive by dawn." Upon grasping the situation, Frey's expression hardened. It is often said that it is darkest before sunrise, but there's no way you will survive when the darkness gives way to light. Apep seemed to enjoy his expression while saying, "Come, wizard, what are you going to do?" In fact, Apep had no intention of waiting till dawn. The man before him was 8 stars at best. While that may have seemed quite powerful to humans, from a demigod's perspective, he was just a bit more troublesome than a normal human. Apep was confident he could deal with this man even if they were to fight in the middle of the day. He's a bit stronger than normal 8 stars, but that didn't matter. A large bug was still a bug in the end. Apep looked at Frey's face. The reason he'd explained the situation in such detail was because he wanted to savor the look of despair that would bloom on his face. But while Frey's expression was stiff, he didn't look the least bit afraid. "Definitely 8 stars. Apep smiled. He was all but certain now. The higher a wizard's level rose, the stronger his mental power became. At 8 stars, he would have already reached the stage of calmness and tranquility, and most things wouldn't affect the wizard. This was good. It wouldn't be fun to play with a toy that broke so easily. Frey realized that Apep wasn't going all out. So far, the only powers he had revealed were the black droplets in the curtain, and while these were tricky to deal with, they certainly weren't all Apep was capable of. Frey took a deep breath. Although he had been shocked by Apep's words, he didn't think his situation was hopeless. Demigods weren't invincible. While they were classified as transcendent beings, that was not an absolute fact. They were absurdly strong beings, but they were still beatable. Before fighting a demigod, there was one thing that had to be kept in mind. Of course, the power that Apep had displayed so far wasn't his true power. Someone who was unaware might despair at that fact, but for Frey, it was an opportunity. The fastest and easiest way to deal with a demigod was to fiercely attack during the time when it was looking down on you. Frey looked up at the sky. Did he say that it was darkest before sunrise? Now that the moon had disappeared behind the clouds, the night sky had become dark as if one was looking into an abyss. Dawn was only a few hours away. Frey had no time to relax. PFF. His figure disappeared. Soon after, countless black droplets filled the spot he had been standing. He had avoided them in an instant using blink. First of all, he chose to run again. He then observed Apep from a distance. At first glance, Apep's power appeared to be perfect, but Frey had found a flaw. At that moment, Apep was lifting his left hand, and with his direction, the black droplets were rushing towards Frey. Not so long ago, he had lifted his right hand to block the holy breath. Does he need to use his left hand to attack and his right hand to defend? It was subtle, but it meant that he needed to move before using his power. Then what would happen if Frey prevented him from lifting his right hand to use the dark curtain? Would that also prevent him from using his power? But he'd already seen how amazing Apep's regeneration was. Even when the holy breath had broken past the curtain and created a large hole in his body, which would have been fatal or near fatal for any other being, Apep had repaired the wound with his ridiculous regenerative ability. Breaking through the curtain was already a monumentally difficult task, but even if he did, the damage could still be fixed in an instant. Apep was clearly a demigod who focused on defense more than attack. And in a race against time like this, he was more annoying to deal with than someone who was aggressive. Originally, the best strategy would have been to fight this demigod during the day. It would have been much simpler to deal with Apep while not being surrounded by darkness. He was almost certain that the power of the droplets, curtain, and regeneration would be greatly reduced during the day, but 2 more demigods would be arriving at dawn. It was quite literally a dilemma. Hopefully, my reinforcements come. Frey clicked his tongue softly while recalling the reinforcements he'd requested 2 days ago. He had persuaded them as much as he could, but whether or not they truly came was entirely up to them. He would have tried harder to persuade them if he'd known 3 demigods were coming. SSK. At that moment, a droplet brushed past Frey's cheek, corroding the skin and causing blood to drip. They're getting faster. Were they accelerating over time, or was Apep slowly revealing more of his power? Either way, it wasn't good news for Frey. He roughly wiped the blood on his cheek. Heinz looked at Asaka. His eyes were closed and he was unconscious. Heinz had also frozen part of his body so that he couldn't move even if he was awake. It hadn't been hard to overpower Asaka. He had already exhausted his mental power during the fight with Frey, and it seemed he was unable to use either magic or divine power. Heinz, on the other hand, was in near peak condition, not counting the fatigue that came from staying awake all night. He looked down. He couldn't see very well because the moonlight was obscured by the clouds, but he was able to see Frey and Apep fighting fiercely. Amazing. Heinz was truly impressed. While he knew that Apep wasn't doing his best, it was still amazing that Frey was able to have a one-on-one confrontation with a demigod. Who the hell was he? Heinz couldn't help but feel his suspicions grow. No, it's not the time to think about that. His attention was once again drawn to the fight. As time passed, he couldn't help but feel that Frey was getting pushed back. If that was the case, it wouldn't be long before they would all be in grave danger, just as Heinz was about to join the fight. Who? Cheryl sighed. She then wiped blood from her lips before saying to Heinz, "I'm done, Heinz, are you okay? Even if I'm not okay, I can't continue lying down on the sidelines." Heinz, who agreed with Cheryl, turned to look at her. When she had been thrown up to them, her entire body had been covered in blood, but now, it seemed her most severe wounds were mostly healed. This would have been impossible if she wasn't a vampire. Cheryl looked down as well before biting her lips as she assessed Frey's situation. "He won't last much longer." "Yeah, Heinz, I'm sorry, but can I drink his blood?" Cheryl pointed to Asaka as she said this. "You want to drink his blood? Right, it'll help me recover faster, then I can go help my master." Master. Heinz almost tilted his head when he heard the unexpected term. Why was Cheryl, the circle rounder of the Fistfounder armlets, calling Frey her master? Her master should be Alton. Perhaps this had something to do with Frey's real identity. Even a centuries-old vampire had accepted this man as her master. Heinz felt an even greater sense of unfamiliarity towards his brother. Of course, now wasn't the time to ask. Is there a point? There is. If everything goes according to plan, it wouldn't be a dream to defeat this demigod. Heinz tilted his head at those words. If there is a way, why are you only using it now? Because it would be impossible without Master's help. It was strange, but Cheryl was not the type of woman to speak loosely. Heinz nodded. All right. As soon as Heinz gave his permission, Cheryl approached the unconscious Asaka. Then she opened her mouth and bit into his neck. After looking at her for a moment, Heinz turned away. This wasn't because he had any psychological rejection or guilt over feeding his father to a vampire. Instead, it was because an enemy had appeared. Heinz observed the woman looking at him in the air. "Heinz, don't listen to Frey's nonsense." Leta gave a gentle smile. However, despite her soothing words, Heinz's expression remained as cold as ice. "Nonsense, so you're saying Frey lied?" "I am." No, Heinz grit his teeth. "I wasn't shaken by Frey's words. I just refused to believe the truth that was laid out before me. So you're going to rebel against me. Don't be mistaken. I was never obedient to you, Mother. Even you have disappointed me. You were the one who disappointed me first." Leta sighed. "You are important to my plan, so I won't kill you." Cheryl wiped the corner of her mouth. Then she looked towards Asaka, who had dried up like a mummy. She'd taken more blood than she expected, but it didn't matter. At least his life wasn't in danger. In any case, her physical condition had recovered to a certain extent. Cheryl was extremely glad she was a vampire. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to recover so quickly. Flap. Cheryl spread her wings before flying towards Frey. Frey was struggling to deal with the black droplets, and he was surprised by Cheryl's appearance. "Cheryl, did you already recover?" "Yes, I'm not in perfect condition, but I can fight." "That's good to hear, but..." Frey looked at Apep in frustration. To put it bluntly, nothing would change, even with the addition of Cheryl. "Master, there's a way. It's not impossible to deal with Apep if we do it properly." "What way?" "We have to warp Apep." "Warp, yes." Cheryl nodded confidently, but it was hard for even Frey to understand her words. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. "Even if it's a long-distance warp, all it would do is buy us time. Plus, I'm not sure he would give me the time to do it." I might have said it incorrectly. To be precise, it's not warp, but a dimensional shift. What? Cheryl's words were sounding more and more obscure. Frey set up an earth barrier to block the droplets before saying to Cheryl, "Explain. Send Apep to the demon world." "To the demon world?" "Yes. Then we can ask the archdukes to deal with him." Sounded like a bunch of nonsense. Had it been anyone other than Cheryl who was telling him this, Frey would have immediately disregarded it as mad ramblings. But this blonde girl in front of him was the circle rounder for the Fistfounder armlets as well as the contractor of Lilith. She definitely had more knowledge than him when it came to black magic and demon contracts. Is it possible? It is in theory. Only beings with transcendental mental power and physiques can travel across dimensions. Demigods meet all the requirements, that was true. Nevertheless, Frey couldn't trust Cheryl's words so easily. As if she'd noticed Frey's suspicious look, Cheryl hastily continued. "There are 2 reasons why it was never implemented before. Tell me." "Yes, sir. The first is the combat power of my contracted demon. Lilith is not considered strong among the archdukes. Regardless of if she is able to use her full power in the demon world or not, there is no guarantee that she can defeat a demigod. So I intend to borrow the power of Asura, who Master is contracted to. So you want to send him to the slaughter hell. That's right. If it's Asura who's called the Fighting Demon King, it shouldn't be too difficult. Naturally, although Lilith and Usra were both archdukes, Usra would always come out on top in a direct battle. In the first place, one was a fighting demon, and the other was a dream demon. Even if they were on the same level, it was natural for them to have different combat abilities as their specialties were different. The other reason is that dimensional movement requires huge amounts of mana. He understood. It was quite clear now. The warp spell required far more mana than any other spell of the same grade, so he couldn't imagine just how much mana was required to travel between dimensions. Generally, contractors didn't use mana. This was the reason Frey had been so shocked when Oiden summoned Usra the first time. The offensive ability of the droplets became fiercer, and Frey seriously pondered the situation while dodging them. The mana that he would use to cast the dimensional movement was equivalent to 2 to 3 8-star spells. He had to decide, would he cast the dimensional movement, or would he save the mana to cast 8-star spells? Both are gambles. However, if he could really send Apep to the demon world, Usra would definitely kill him. On the other hand, even if he managed to hit him with 1 or 2 8-star spells, Frey wasn't sure he could kill him. Frey felt his choice shifting towards the dimensional movement. Fine, he made his decision. He then turned to Shurl and opened his mouth. Let's do it. First, we need to know the specific location of the slaughter hell. Do you mean we have to ask Usra? Yes, there is a summoning circle already prepared in my room. It can be activated at any time, so go do that. It shouldn't be a problem for you. What about you? I'll hold his attention. Understood, Shurl nodded with a firm expression. Frey hesitated for a moment before adding, actually, I planned on defeating that demigod. This caused a little playfulness to appear on Shurl's face as she said, defeat a demigod alone? Hoo-hoo, that's hard to believe. Is that something that happened often in the past? It is, but it had been after he'd reached 9 stars. Frey sighed. At his current level, it would be difficult to defeat Apep at night. He could try fighting some more and maybe think of another method, but right now, the only thing he could think of was to stall until sunrise, if it weren't for the time limit. If there weren't 2 more demigods coming as reinforcements, Frey would have had more than enough time to take care of Apep, and he had the confidence to easily defeat him when he was in a weakened state, but it was hard to do so during the night. Those are just excuses. Unfortunately, his pathetic excuses wouldn't make a difference. In the end, the thought of defeating a demigod alone had stemmed from his arrogance. Frey shook his head and said, please leave it to me. Shurl nodded firmly, trying hard to not reveal the joy she felt inside as she turned around. I'm fighting alongside the legendary hero right now. She felt strange. To be precise, a feeling of excitement that she hadn't felt for a very long time blossomed within her. Shurl was excited. She was excited because she was now on the same battlefield with the great hero who had bravely fought against the demigods 4,000 years ago. Even Shurl herself was surprised by that fact. She thought she'd gotten rid of such immature emotions centuries ago. Like a girl in love, she tried to calm her pounding heart while thinking, this isn't weird. She admired Iris Fistfounder greatly, but she admired Lucas Troman no less. No, who wouldn't admire Lucas Troman? 4,000 years had passed since his death, but there was yet to be another person who was given the title Great Mage. Not even one. A name that could be used to represent all wizards. That was what Lucas Troman was. And now, that legendary Great Mage had returned, and she was even fighting against a demigod with him. This was something she believed could only happen in novels. I started feeling doubt about our fight against the demigods some time ago. Probably all the Circle members had struggled with similar thoughts. Was it really possible for them to expel those transcendent beings from the continent? It was nigh impossible. This was something she'd felt for a long time, and that feeling had only become stronger after the failed battle against Nazdog a few years ago. Demigods were insanely powerful, but now, if its master. If she followed him, she believed they could achieve it, that seemingly unrealistic goal of defeating the demigods. She turned to the mansion. Fortunately, unlike the rest of the property, the main building of the mansion remained intact. Shurl headed to Frey's room. There was no sign of the summoning circle. Naturally, Frey must have hidden it. Shurl swept the floor. SHH. Then, Usra's bloody summoning circle, which had been concealed, was revealed. It really is ready to be used at any time. All that was left was to actually do so. Shurl immediately activated the summoning circle. Kugugu. Usra appeared in the room. He was so large that the ceiling collapsed, and even the furniture in the room was smashed. What are you? Usra's expression became hard. He looked down at Shurl before speaking coldly. Lilith's vampire contractor. Where is Frey? At that moment, Usra's aura slammed down upon Shurl, almost causing her to kneel subconsciously. He's completely different from Lilith. Usra, Lord of the Slaughter Hell, a vicious tyrant with 6 powerful arms. She'd heard that he was the most vicious of all the demon archdukes. Lilith had a wicked and twisted side, but she didn't give off such an overwhelmingly intimidating aura. Of course, that could be because Lilith had somewhat of an affinity to Shurl. Cheryl struggled to maintain her composure. It was unwise to allow yourself to be suppressed by a demon. I summoned you at the request of your contractor. Do you think I'd believe that bullshit? It's true. Then bring Frey. I will talk to him myself. He's currently not in a position to talk to you. Not in a position. Don't play with me, girl. I will decide that myself. Usura's expression became murderous. He hated Lilith. In fact, his feelings for her had long surpassed simple hate, so naturally he would not have any good feelings for her contractor, Cheryl. Cheryl felt a deep sense of foreboding that Usura's 6 weapons would strike her down if her words weren't satisfactory, so she hurriedly pointed outside the mansion. Look outside, then you'll understand what I'm saying. Usura turned his gaze outside, where he saw Frey dodging Apep's droplets. That guy is fighting another demigod. It hasn't even been that long since, in a sense. He's a pretty amazing guy. Master is currently in a fierce battle with the demigod. The reason I could summon you was because he prepared in advance. HMP8. Usura snorted slightly before speaking in a slightly softer tone. If you say so, why did you summon me? Was it to help in the fight? That would be great, but first, I need you to tell me the Slaughter Hell's location. Why do you want the Slaughter Hell's location? That. Cheryl briefly described her plan to Usura. After hearing it, Usura seemed a bit displeased. So you want to send the demigod to the demon world and leave it to me? Is that a no? Cheryl became nervous. If Usura refused to help, then their plan wouldn't be able to progress. After being silent for a while, Usura spoke. I will help you this once. In the end, he wanted to fight a demigod at least once. After all, he had been treated badly by them numerous times. Cheryl did not conceal her joy. Then Usura asked the question he was curious about. But is it possible? Dimensional travel consumes an enormous amount of energy. It wasn't the same as sending an avatar like he had done to come to the continent. The plan was to transmit the demigod's true body. But then, after thinking about it, Usura nodded. Never mind. It's possible with Frey's mana. He knew just how dense and abundant his contractor's mana was. If it was that guy, he would be able to activate the dimensional movement without difficulty. To travel between dimensions, one would need to have a transcendent-level body and mind. But since it's a demigod, that wouldn't be a problem either. Interesting. It certainly is a different approach. He'd always wanted to fight against a demigod, but he'd never thought about forcing one into a fight in such a way. A fierce smile spread across Usura's face. Fine, vampire. But you don't know much about coordinates in the demon world, do you? So how would I tell you the location of the Slaughter Hell? The Black Dream Hell is Lilith's territory. If you tell me the approximate location relative to there, then we'd be able to calculate the coordinates. When he heard Lilith's name, Usura's expression became uncomfortable, but in the end, he sighed and said, The Black Dream Hell is to the southern end. My territory is in the opposite direction from that bitch's. What? Cheryl's mouth opened wide. Is there a problem? It's much farther than I expected. It would require much more computational power than I thought. No matter if he was Lucas Troman or an 8-star archmage, it would still be an enormous burden for him to carry out so many calculations. Besides that, I doubt the demigod would get caught in the dimensional movement. That was also something Cheryl had thought about. A magic circle was required to cast the dimensional movement. A huge amount of mana will be released. Besides, it will take a while to cast. Unless the demigod was a fool, he would surely move away from it. That meant they would need to find a way to keep him from moving, at least for 5 seconds. It was a short amount of time, but when the target was a demigod, the difficulty rose significantly. Cheryl realized at that moment. She had been excited by the atmosphere and proposed a strategy that turned out to be filled with loopholes. The probability of success had already dropped below half. She felt bad for making a fuss out of nothing, but she couldn't just give up. She had already told Frey about it, and he had even thanked her for her help. So Cheryl had to live up to his expectations, even if it cost her her life. I will start drawing the magic circle for the dimensional movement, so can you please explain the situation to Master? Sure. Usura nodded and went to Frey. Frey's body was soaked in sweat. He still had a lot of mana left, but it required a high degree of concentration to avoid the droplets. He glanced at Usura and said, Usura, you're here. I am. What about Cheryl? The vampire is drawing the magic circle for the dimensional movement, but there are 2 problems. What are they? One is to lure the demigod to the place where the circle will be. The other is that you would need to restrain the demigod for about 5 seconds while the dimensional movement is being activated. And according to the vampire, the location of the Slaughter Hell is too far away, so it would require extensive calculations, no matter how much you. No, I can do it, Frey spoke, interrupting Usura. Then after thinking for a moment, he added, there must be a better way. Usura, can you connect Cheryl to me? This is really unpleasant. I'm not an errand boy. I can't leave. Even while they were talking, Frey was continuously dodging droplets. Who, you are the first contractor to make me do such a chore. Usura shook his head and contacted Cheryl. What is it? Please explain the technique for the dimensional movement to me. Frey spoke in a clear voice. I will draw the magic circle myself. I'm getting tired of this. Apep had this thought while looking at Frey. At first, he'd found it pretty interesting. He was pretty agile for a wizard, and the timing, application, and power of his spells were much better than other wizards. Most importantly, there were almost no 8-star wizards among the humans for Apep to play with, but after a few hours, he had grown bored. Frey had only used that 8-star spell once. Apep wasn't sure if it was because his mana was running out or if he was just waiting for the right timing, but he had already grown tired. Therefore, Apep decided to end this boring battle. That strange time-consuming movement is annoying. Apep slowly lifted both hands. The darkness around him strangely shook. This was no longer a simple attack like the droplets. Instead, the darkness around him began to take shape, becoming sharp thorns. To someone who had grown used to the slow but unusual movement of the black droplets, these sharp thorns would pierce through him easily. Apep was sure of it. He wouldn't even know how he died. Apep's smile widened considerably. Pat, a huge beam of light erupted from the ground, causing Apep to pause momentarily. This wasn't an attack. Instead, it was the manifestation caused when a large amount of mana was being used. Are these his death throes? He didn't know what kind of spell it was, but the range was enormous. The light seemed to cover almost all of the Blake family's territory. I can't avoid it. HMPH good. Perhaps this spell was his last-ditch attempt. There was no reason for him to meet it head-on. Apep wrapped himself in the darkness he was just about to use to attack. It was a complete defense. Literally. The defense he was using now was many times stronger than what he'd used against the Holy Breath. No matter how amazing the spell was, there was no way it could kill him. Regardless of what it is, when this spell ends, you'll die. It was then. Woo-woo, suddenly Apep felt like heaven and earth were being overturned. That wasn't all. He felt like he was floating, then sinking, then bouncing around. It made him incredibly dizzy. He felt like vomiting. Apep's head was spinning to the point where he could no longer tell up from down. Wow, what is happening? The cocoon of darkness was so thick that he could not see what was happening on the outside. However, Apep did not understand what was happening. Was there something that could cause such dizziness even to demigods? His vigilance increased to the max. When the tossing finally subsided, Apep slowly removed the cocoon, and the scene that unfolded before him was something that Apep had never seen in his thousands of years of life. A terrible scream pierced his ears. The pitch-black ground, purple sky, and disgusting stench that caused Apep to unconsciously cover his nose. I was dubious at first, but it really succeeded. Then he saw a throne as large as a mountain on which sat an equally large being. It was a creature with 2 heads and 6 arms, and as he spoke, a red haze seemed to flow from his body. Welcome, demigod, to the slaughter hell. BRRR. Apep shivered without realizing it. Then he was stunned by that fact. I feel intimidated. It was the first time he'd felt this way towards someone who wasn't of his kind. Humiliation gripped him as he grit his teeth. Who are you? I am Usura, lord of this place. This place, didn't I tell you? This is the slaughter hell. Usura let out a laugh before becoming serious. By the way, he inspected Apep closely, his disappointment clear on his 2 faces. Looking at you here in the demon world, demigods don't seem that impressive. I'm not sure I could even enjoy you properly. Were you insulting me? Did it sound like that? Even after hearing Apep's angry tone, Usura remained indifferent. He simply looked down at him from his large throne. Apep grit his teeth at the fact that someone was looking down at him. Don't look down at me. I could barely hear you from up here. Apep's face turned red. He knew where the slaughter hell was, the demon world, the place where the demons lived. It was one of the 6 hells in this place. He also knew that this place was very chaotic. Apep wasn't sure why he came here, but he couldn't tolerate this scumbag pretending to be above him. Shut up. You're just a demon who's locked up in this world and acts like a slave to the humans. Do you know who I? You're stupid, don't you understand yet? Who are you to tell me to shut up? Usura laughed. This is my world, my territory, my castle. So what? My strength hasn't changed. It will be the same as on the continent. Mine isn't. What? I said my strength isn't the same as in that place. Kugugu. Usura lifted one of his 6 arms, and the sword held in its hand was lifted as well. It was a sword larger than a mountain. Do you know what that means? Apep stared at the sword with a blank look on his face. Here, you are less than a bug. Shurl looked at Frey in shock. In truth, anyone would have the same expression if they understood what he had just done. Amazing. Frey had just covered the entire Blake property with the magic circle for dimensional movement. It was unbelievable. The size of his magic circle was hundreds of times larger than the one she'd been creating. Naturally, this meant that the mana required to activate it was tens of times higher, and that the entire magic circle would have had to be redesigned. And after realizing that, it became even harder for her to guess just how much mana Frey had. But there was something that was even more amazing. The dimensional movement magic circle is covering the entire property, but it's only targeting Apep. It wasn't possible for Frey to accomplish such a feat if he only had an enormous amount of mana but no knowledge. Magic computational power. Cheryl was certain that the calculations Frey had done to create that magic circle would not have been possible, even if dozens of 7-star wizards worked together. In fact, it was more likely that they would melt their brains if they attempted it. Yet he'd done it alone. Chuck. Frey suddenly started bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth at the same time. As Cheryl rushed over to assist him, Frey simply waved his hand, signifying he was fine. This didn't mean he was in good shape. In fact, he was so dizzy that he couldn't even stand properly. I used a stupid method. He had been too hurried in using his mana, which even he didn't know the limit of. Frey wanted to rest, but he couldn't. The fight wasn't over yet. He looked up to the sky. Heinz and Leda were exchanging moves, and when he narrowed his eyes, he was able to get a rough understanding of the situation. Leda used divine power of wind, and a strong gale rampaged around her. Surprisingly, Heinz had the same power as her. That might be the reason why he was in an iffy situation right now. The difference in power is too great. Heinz could be said to have a backwards compatibility with Leda. Since they used the same power, it was hard for him to outwit her. If it had not been for the fact that he was occasionally mixing spells into his attacks, he would have already been overpowered long ago. No. Perhaps the reason he could last that long was because Leda was also paying attention to the situation while fighting against him. Frey then looked at the sky, dumbfounded. The sky was steadily brightening. They didn't have much time left. Cheryl, you have to help Heinz kill Leda before the other demigods get here. Is it possible? Her strength isn't simple. I know, but you have to do it anyway. It was suicide to try to fight 2 demigods in his current state, but that didn't mean they had to retreat right away. They would have to at least kill Leda to make it worth all the trouble. Most importantly, just because they wanted to retreat didn't mean that Leda would let them go. Frey took a deep breath. My mana is low and my mental power is almost completely exhausted. His head was still swinging a bit because of the extensive calculations he had just done. It was hard for him to use his physical strength if his mental power was exhausted. Nevertheless, he had to continue. Frey flew up into the night sky, and Cheryl followed suit. Leda stopped attacking. Instead, she stared at Frey, who had come to stop beside Heinz. Why was this man standing here? Where is Mr. Apep? I killed him. Don't be ridiculous. Check for yourself. Leda turned her gaze to the ground. However, the demigod with the power of darkness was nowhere to be seen. Her expression hardened. What on earth did you do? I fought him and I won. And now it's your turn. That's funny. Swoosh. The winds around Leda began blowing fiercely. If they relaxed for even a moment, their entire bodies would be sucked into the whirlwind and torn to pieces. Heinz created a wall of wind in front of them while saying, "My mother is much stronger than I expected." Right, she is. Leda was much stronger than any apostle Frey had encountered so far. Of course, she was still nothing when compared to the demigods. If Frey had been in his peak condition, it would have been no problem for him to deal with her alone, but for the worn-out Frey, she might be an even more difficult opponent than Apep. I can use one more 8-star spell. Do you think that would be enough to end it? I don't know, but do we have a choice but to try it? True, Heinz nodded. The chanting will take a minute. With the current amount of mana he had left, Frey could not use chantless magic. The stronger the spell, the more accurate and meticulous the chanting had to be to cast it. To cast it without the chant would require many times the regular amount of mana needed to cast the spell. Nodding at Frey's words, Cheryl said, "Heinz and I will buy you time." Frey immediately closed his eyes and began chanting, while Heinz and Cheryl faced off against Leda. The fierce winds were becoming stronger and stronger. I'm curious as to what kind of relationship Rounder Cheryl has with Frey. I think this is a bad time to ask such a question, Honor Heinz. It seems like a long story. Cheryl chuckled at those words. Well, don't be impatient. If we survive, you'll find out sooner or later. After all, we're in the same boat. Do you intend to leave the Fistfounder armlets if he wants me to? Heinz fell silent. This was because Cheryl was one of the oldest members of the Fistfounder armlets. Even if she preferred to wander the continent instead of doing any work in the circle, that fact didn't change. He found it hard to believe she would leave the circle immediately at a single request from Frey. Who was Frey exactly? The gale intensified. Just as Leda's fingers were about to move, her eyes met Cheryl's. Throb, cuck, then she suddenly frowned as she felt a sharp pain in her head. Psychic domination, you have a very troublesome power, vampire. HMPH. Cheryl snorted briefly, but she wasn't relaxed either. The minds of apostles were already deeply connected to their demigods. Therefore, it was impossible to take control of them. It was possible to break their concentrations, but she couldn't go in for the kill. It's fine, her goal wasn't to kill Leda, it was simply to buy time. Quack, quack, quack. Cheryl created shields from her bats, and Heinz tried to offset the power of Leda's attack with his own wind power. Leda turned to look at Frey, who was standing behind them. It seems like Frey is preparing to do something, so you guys are trying to buy time for him. She smiled coldly. I can't let that happen. Pot. Leda's figure suddenly disappeared. Heinz and Cheryl hurriedly tried to follow her movement, but they couldn't find her anywhere. Cuck. Then they heard Frey grunt from behind them. Before they knew it, Leda had appeared behind Frey with her fingers stretching forward. Pipipit. Frey hurriedly leaned to the side. He was capable of triple casting, so he could use Blink, but at that moment he was focused completely on casting the spell, so he couldn't. In addition, he was already using flight magic. Despite his dodging, something invisible still brushed past his chin. Shuck, was that extremely compressed air. It was highly destructive. In addition, it was obscenely sharp. Because of its blade-like shape, if the attack had connected, not only would it have easily pierced his body, his flesh would have been severely mutilated as if he had been stabbed by a blade with a jagged edge. If even one attack lands, it would be near fatal. Leda's attack had been simple but also tricky. Moreover, she had moved at a speed that surpassed their imaginations. Not just Heinz and Shurl, even Frey had lost track of her for a moment. Master, Shurl hurriedly went to his side. Heinz looked around. We don't know where her attacks will come from next, so it would be better to protect you from the side than from a distance. I agree. Meanwhile, Leda had disappeared once again. Heinz then muttered in a low voice. She isn't moving at a speed that exceeds our perception. Instead, she's hiding in the wind. Hiding in the wind. Shurl couldn't help but frown at the almost unbelievable statement. Anyway, all that is important is that she isn't moving at an imperceptible speed. Right. While it's still tricky to deal with, at least we know what we're dealing with. At that moment, Heinz clenched his fist. Who? Without warning, a blizzard erupted from his body. Shurl couldn't help but shiver at the sudden cold. A spell. No, she couldn't feel any mana. There had also been no signs of chanting or casting. Above all, the power that was currently erupting from Heinz's body was not mana. It was divine power. The raging blizzard spread out in an instant, exposing Leda's position. She had been hiding nearby, and when the snow surrounded her, the empty space revealed where she was lurking. Suck. Leda reappeared. She was glaring fiercely while being bombarded by the snow and heavy winds. Then, with an angry voice, she said, Heinz, are you really going to use the power of ice here? Didn't you give me this power so that I'd use it? You dare. Heinz Blake. He was an incredible sample created after countless experiments. He was the only one who had been able to use two powers. Her owner, Laren, was greatly pleased by this discovery. If she continued to study Heinz, she might be able to recreate such results in not only creatures but even in the apostles. For this reason, Leda adored Heinz very much more than her eldest son, Miskael, or even her husband, Isaka. And now this Heinz, whom she so dearly loved, was baring his fangs at her. Now that it had come to this, Leda no longer intended to hold back. Just as Leda was about to unleash her full power, she suddenly felt a chill in her chest. This wasn't from Heinz's blizzard. It was a different type of cold. But what exactly was this chill? Leda suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood before looking down at her chest. Blood gradually spread on her clothes. She lifted her head heavily and stared at Frey. Smoke was slowly rising from his fingertip. What is this spell? Frey wiped the blood from his lips before saying, I haven't named it yet. You created it, he didn't answer. It wasn't grand enough that he would say he created it, but Leda couldn't hide her astonishment as she interpreted his silence differently. Impo es Sybil. It was a bit shabby for her last words, especially when considering that they were the last words of the Blake family. Leda's body collapsed backward, falling to the ground. Frey breathed a sigh of relief. They were lucky. The spell he'd used was just a modification of the magic arrow spell, so to speak. The power and speed were hundreds of times greater than a magic arrow, but the concept was the same. What was different was that unlike normal magic arrows, its appearance didn't stand out. Is it over? He nodded at Shurl's words, causing her to sigh in relief. Heinz was looking at his mother's cooling body with a bitter expression on his face. However, this wasn't the time for sentimentalism. He hurriedly spoke to Frey and Shurl, who had returned to her senses. This isn't the time for this. We have to leave this place quickly. The demigods will know. Frey shook his head while looking off into the distance. I'm sorry, I took too long. A light could be seen coming from the east. Shurl's expression hardened. Dawn had come. Cool. Suddenly, a pressure descended upon them. They couldn't even lift a finger. A man and a woman were standing in the sky. Their appearances were different but also similar in that they both had exceptionally cold expressions. They didn't need to guess their identities. The demigods that Leda had called as reinforcements had finally arrived at the Blake family residence. The man then spoke in a cold voice. I don't see Apep. I don't think these bugs could have done anything to him. HMPH, we can just find out by asking them. It wouldn't be difficult to find out what happened here. The demigods slowly descended to the ground. Frey fiddled with the great sage's staff in his hand. If he used the warp spell that was stored there, he would be able to escape without any problem. But he'd need some time. It would take less time than it took to blink, but his opponents were demigods. If he moved hastily, they might attack immediately. I need to think. What should he do? Should he pretend to have a conversation? Should he pretend to be ignorant? Should he force a pause by mentioning Apep? All those options were gambles. In the meantime, the demigods had walked closer to them, just as Frey grit his teeth and decided to open his mouth. Crackle. The space behind them split without any warning. Shurl looked back in confusion. This was a sign that a warp spell was being used. Juck. A group of people walked out from the rift in space. Cheryl gulped subconsciously. They were all beings of different shapes and sizes, but the one at the front was particularly gruesome. It was a lick who exuded a bloody red aura. However, Cheryl had never seen one who had such powerful, eerie energy. Her body had become so filled with fear that it completely erased the image of liches that she'd had before. There were more. Despair filled Heinz's face. They were completely surrounded. There was absolutely no way they could escape now. But the demigods looked at the group of people with strange expressions. Who are you, Paragon? The lick slowly opened its mouth and spoke. When he heard those words, Frey realized that the gamble he'd taken 3 days ago had paid off. We came here at Cairo's request, Frey Blake. Frey's request for reinforcements had been accepted by none other than Cairo Wilsaman, the 11th Tower Master. Paragon, what is that? Was there a circle by that name? This was the first time the demigods had ever heard of Paragon. Believing them to just be another circle, they narrowed their eyes and stared at this new group while releasing an intangible pressure. The lick ignored them and spoke to Frey. Are those two the only enemies? That's right. The lick looked at Frey for a moment. It seemed he was quite interested in him. Ho, indeed. Cairo was right. What do you mean, it's nothing? The lick responded in a strangely indifferent tone before turning his head away. Frey frowned inwardly. This guy, he had gone beyond the limit of liches. Even Frey felt a little intimidated by his aura. It was impossible to compare him to the lick he'd met on the boat or the undead Oiden had summoned. In fact, he felt more like Nazdog, who had the power of death, but he wasn't a demigod. In other words, this lick was a being who had surpassed the limit of his species enough to exude an aura similar to a demigod. It's going to be a long fight. You guys can head over to Cairo first. Do you not need my help? Then the lick turned to glance at Frey again. If you had been in perfect condition, I would have agreed, but now you would only be a burden. Frey agreed with the lick. If he were to stay beside him in his current state, he would only be a hindrance. The lick turned to look at the two demigods before continuing. Don't worry, it won't be hard to kill these two. These words definitely reached the demigods above as they froze for a moment. A heavy silence fell. It was the male demigod on the left who broke this silence. Ignorant fool. Frey felt a huge buildup of energy in the demigod's hands, so he tried to gather his strength. He called upon the little scraps of mana he had left. It would be impossible for that little bit of mana to defend against the demigod's attack, but his body instinctively began to circulate mana anyway as he quickly tried to think of a way to overcome this situation. But soon he realized that he didn't have to. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, thousands of hands tore through the ground. These hands, which were made of bones without a single bit of flesh, grabbed the demigods. Useless struggle. After trying to break free of the restraints, the demigods' expressions became hard. At that moment, they realized they couldn't move at all. The demigods' expressions changed. You were careless. They recalled the words Lord had once told them with a solemn tone. Lord had said that sometimes such people would appear among the worm-like mortals. He told them to not be careless, to not look down on them, because mortals who were able to threaten them would occasionally appear. Is this guy. Crack, thousands of bones wrapped around the demigods' bodies without leaving any spaces. The demigods roared and struggled to break free, but it wouldn't be that easy. Frey turned his head to look at the lick. His expression was full of surprise, astonishment, disbelief, and anticipation, things that had rarely appeared on his face. Even after receiving his gaze, the lick's eyes remained locked on the demigods with a murderous glint. Are you a 9-star wizard? He didn't receive an answer. Shuck, Frey allowed himself to be sucked into the spatial movement casted by one of the Paragon members. The reason why he called it spatial movement and not warp was because he could not figure out what trick they'd used. The one who had cast the spatial movement was an orc shaman with deep wrinkles on her green skin. Still, he hadn't been able to tell her exact age, perhaps around middle-aged. She wore a necklace made of bones and spoke a human language in a somber tone. When they followed the orc shaman, darkness surrounded them, and darkness that Cheryl could not see through could not be natural. Master, is this Paragon's hideout? Perhaps. Do you know about Paragon? Heinz was curious because this was the first time he'd heard this name. Cheryl shook her head. I only know their name and goal. I came into contact with them about 10 years ago. They asked if I would leave the circle and join them. There was no need for him to ask what her response was. If she'd agreed, then she wouldn't still be in the circle. They said the circle was rotten and that they were the ones who truly followed the cause. I refused because they still hid a lot of things. The orc shaman listened to Cheryl's words without making any comments. After walking down a brief hallway, they arrived at a wooden door. Go in. The orc shaman spoke in a cold voice, but then she shook her head when Frey, Heinz, and Cheryl all moved forward. Only Frey Blake can enter. Displeasure was clear on Cheryl's face. Heinz, on the other hand, was expressionless as always. Frey glanced at them before going in alone. Dak, in the room was a mysterious person in a robe. Frey could tell who it was from a glance. It was 3rd Princess Fior's teacher, the Imperial family's hidden protector and Schweizer's descendant. the 11th Tower Master, Cairo Wilsaman, welcome to Paragon. As he said this, Cairo gestured in front of him, and Frey sat on the chair that was placed there. Then he bowed his head. That's okay. To be honest, it was an opportunity for us as well. Chances to kill demigods are rare. Was he so sure that the lick could kill the demigods? Frey looked at him with a strange expression for a moment before saying, "If I'll be completely honest, I didn't expect you to send reinforcements." He heard the robe flutter slightly. He wasn't entirely sure, but Frey believed Cairo had a perplexed expression. "Why, I thought you were a person who wouldn't make a move unless you were completely sure about it. I thought you wouldn't believe me so easily." Hoo-hoo, Cairo chuckled. "You know me well. I wouldn't think this was our second meeting." Then he removed his hood. The moment he saw the exposed face of a middle-aged man, Frey subconsciously sucked in a breath of air. White hair and golden eyes. Although the specific characteristics were different, he definitely looked like Schweizer. "You're right. I don't make any moves unless I'm certain. Well, call it an occupational habit. Anyone who leads an organization more covert than the Circle for decades would be the same." He let out a laugh. "But I sent reinforcements because I was convinced. After listening to your words, I investigated it for myself and learned the truth about the situation." "The truth? Exactly. We were able to figure out the location of the other 3 apocalypses as well as Lord. They are now on Mount Roxio in the Livendak Mountains. The situation doesn't look too good. Lord is instilling his divine power into the other demigods. He was so focused he didn't even notice us even though we were so close. This was definitely something that wouldn't have been possible before." Cairo shrugged. "As you said, Lord was in a position where he could not move easily. The 3 apocalypses have also been confirmed to be in near-fatal conditions." That was right. In order to convince Cairo, Frey told him that the other 3 apocalypses, as well as Lord, were unable to move at the moment. But he didn't tell him how he knew that because he would definitely have to mention Ricky in order to do so. And Frey didn't trust this organization called Paragon enough to tell them something like that. Naturally, this caused Frey's information to have many flaws. He was aware of that, but he didn't think that mattered at that moment. This was because Frey hadn't known that Leda had called for reinforcement from 3 demigods. In other words, there was a lack of urgency. He thought it would be the same regardless of if they came or not. The request for reinforcements was simply for insurance, and he thought that even if they didn't come, he would be able to overcome the situation together with Shurl and Heinz. "If I didn't make that request, it would have been over. They would have died at the hands of the 2 demigods." Frey sighed. "But can they really defeat those demigods? Of course, didn't Diablo go? Diablo, the Archlick, I'm sure you noticed. He's a 9-star wizard, that was true. But when Frey heard Cairo confirm it, he couldn't help but feel shocked. There were 9-star wizards other than him, and they were even fighting against the demigods." Frey felt his heart pound. "Archlick, he is the Archlick of the Frozen Lands. How do you know that?" Cairo couldn't help but ask this with a perplexed tone. There should be less than 10 people on the entire continent who knew about Diablo. After a moment, Frey said, "I heard it from Hector. Hector, I didn't realize he knew. You are a very mysterious person." Cairo was truly surprised. Then, as if he had been convinced about something, he nodded firmly. "If that's the case, do you know what he is and what he's like?" "I do, I see." Frey hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are there any other 9-star wizards in Paragon besides Diablo?" "Hoo-hoo. You're trying to know too much. I'm sorry, but that's not information I can give to an outsider." Frey thought he had asked at a good time, but it seemed it was still too early. After all, Cairo wasn't an easy opponent. Frey concealed his regret and said, "Even if he's 9 stars, it would be difficult for him to kill 2 demigods. If Diablo was alone, that would certainly be the case, but those people with him are the elite forces of Paragon. They will win." Cairo was certain. Paragon's current strength was equal to or even higher than that of the Circle. Frey had been a bit dubious at first, but he also realized that it might have been the truth. Then Cairo's voice became serious as he said, "Frey, I will offer you once more. Join Paragon. You are the talent we need. Why are you fixated on an 8-star wizard? I'm certain that you will reach 9 stars in time." As he said this, Cairo's expression was firm. Of course, Frey thought the same. He didn't know how long it would take, but he was certain he would reach 9 stars in the near future. "Before I hear your answer, this may sound strange, but there is a question I'd like to ask. Do you think a 9-star wizard can defeat the Lord of the Demigods?" "No." It was a question that should have required some thinking, but Frey answered without hesitation. This took Cairo by surprise. He blinked before laughing dumbfoundedly. "Ho-ho, I didn't expect that answer. Is it surprising? Of course it is. Isn't 9 stars considered a mythical level for those who walk the path of magic?" He wasn't wrong. Officially, there were no wizards on the continent who had reached 9 stars. That was the reason why most wizards regarded a 9-star wizard as the most powerful existence in the world. "You seem to know a lot about the 9-star level. How strange, to know so much about a level that has never been achieved. In any case, it will make this conversation easier. As you said, it is impossible to kill Lord even if you're a 9-star wizard. This is because Lord's abilities are the perfect counter for a 9-star wizard's abilities. Absolute Field. This ability that 9-star wizards gained, which allowed them to gain complete control over a portion of space around them, had absolutely no effect on Lord. When Frey was thrown into the abyss, he despaired over this fact. Lord at least had the power of space, and it was unclear how many other powers he had besides that. But Frey was surprised that Paragon knew so much about Lord's abilities. Paragon has been researching ways to get rid of Lord and the demigods more than anyone else on the continent, so he quickly realized that no matter how many 9-star wizards worked together, they still wouldn't be able to kill Lord. That was right, Frey agreed with Cairo. No matter how many 9-star wizards teamed up to face Lord, they would never win. The most they would be able to do is draw out the battle. We thought a lot about it. Lord's control over the demigods is absolute. He is their head, so if we manage to kill him, the rest of the demigods will become disorganized. But even if we know that, we are still far away from killing Lord, so 10 years ago we came to a conclusion. We have to remove the shackles of mortality first. Cairo looked at Frey and spoke with a firm tone. Frey, we're thinking about creating a 10-star wizard. 10 stars. The weight of those words made Frey silent for a moment before he finally asked, "You realize the weight of what you just said, don't you? I know it well. That means you are also 9 stars. This made Cairo's expression become strange, and he seemed to be wondering how he should react to Frey's words. Why do you say that? Because you are certain that 9-star wizards can't defeat Lord. These words caused Cairo's expression to become even stranger. Just that. What about Diablo? Don't you think I could have gotten the information from him? I don't. Frey let out a low laugh as he continued. You are a wizard through and through. What's that supposed to mean? The more genuine a wizard is, the more they will doubt any information they don't confirm for themselves. Cairo felt like he had been struck by a hammer. Frey couldn't help but find his expression a bit amusing. Another reason is the fact that you would never talk about the 10-star level without personally experiencing 9 stars. For the average person, even 9 stars would be an unimaginable height. This was the truth. For most wizards, 9 stars was already a mythical level, not to mention 10 stars. Cairo sighed and raised his arms. It seems I was careless. It's been a while since I was on the losing end in a conversation. Is that a compliment? Of course it is. Hoo-hoo. Now I want you even more. Cairo nodded and continued. You guessed correctly. I'm a 9-star wizard like Diablo. Well, to be precise, I'm only half of a 9-star wizard. It would be embarrassing to compare me to Diablo. Frey wasn't surprised. The possibility that the 11th Tower Master could be a 9-star wizard had appeared in his mind from the moment he learned he could keep the demigods in check. He found the half part to be strange, but now wasn't the time to ask. Have you ever fought Lord? Hoo-hoo. It would be embarrassing to call it a fight. I barely managed to find an opening and escape. Although he said that just being able to escape from Lord was in itself a great achievement. Frey observed Cairo, who was smiling bitterly, before asking, have you found any clues about 10 stars? Of course we have. Why else would I bring it up to you now? What was it? The 10-star level really exists. Cairo's face became filled with excitement. However, Frey couldn't help but fall silent for a moment when he heard this unexpected answer. Is that it? That's right. You have to be joking. Of course not. Don't you understand? Just knowing that the 10-star level really exists is already a great discovery. Cairo's excitement was almost palpable at that point. After hearing that, Frey felt that he could understand a little. Generally, wizards believed 9 stars to be the end. End here meaning the end of the path. It was considered the limit of wizards, as well as the limit of all mortals. However, even after reaching 9 stars, it wouldn't be possible to kill Lord. In other words, it was impossible to kill Lord even after reaching what many believed to be the mortal limit. This fact must have caused Cairo and the other high-level wizards to feel despair, as if the heavens were falling. Then, in the midst of that despair, they realized it wasn't the end. The 10-star level really existed. By the way, how did you learn that the 10-star level was real? We found a record. A record. Whose? Of course, it was a record left by the great mage Lucas Troman. Frey's expression became very strange when he heard that. Did I ever leave any records about 10 stars? He hadn't. No, definitely not. Frey had only begun thinking about 10 stars after being trapped in the abyss. Before that, he'd just focused on thoroughly digesting the powers of 9 stars. Naturally, after finding that, we began full-scale research of 10 stars, but to be honest, we haven't had much success. I will be honest with you. After thinking about it for a moment, Cairo finally spoke up with a firm expression. Currently, the only 9-star wizards in Paragon are Diablo, and we still heavily debate and research the 10-star level whenever we get the chance, but recently we haven't made much progress. We have reached a wall. That's why we need the opinions of other 9-star wizards more than anything else. Then he sighed and shook his head. But even across the entire continent, it is truly difficult to find 9-star wizards, and even if there are any, it is unclear whether any would help us. Then you appeared. Cairo spoke with confidence. It was truly an attractive proposal that would move any wizard's heart. It was especially meaningful because Paragon, the organization that was making the offer, already had 2 9-star wizards, including Cairo. However, Frey didn't respond immediately. Cairo looked downtrodden. Do you still not intend to change your mind? You're more stubborn than you look, hoo-hoo. No, a man like you would never change his mind easily. It was my mistake. Cairo shook his head as he smiled deprecatingly. Please forget what I said before. I suppose it's still too early to bring it up. Frey bowed his head. He was glad Cairo was a good person. In fact, he felt a considerable amount of pressure. This was because Cairo had sent the Paragon members, including Diablo, to save him. The demigods didn't know about Paragon. This proved that the organization had been working quite secretively up until that point. Nevertheless, Cairo had shown no hesitation in revealing them in an effort to save Frey. It could even be said that he had suffered a big loss in order to do so. Frey owed a huge debt to Cairo and even to Paragon. I will definitely repay this debt soon. Hoo-hoo. It's quite a lot to repay. The amount doesn't matter. The two smiled at each other. Frey was suddenly struck with the illusion that he was joking with Schweizer at that moment. Before this thought became stronger, he changed the topic. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. The third princess told me that the Troman rings are currently in a bad situation. Do you know anything about it? Well. Cairo's expression became heavy again. It continues from our conversation last time. The rotten side of the circle. Exactly, at this point I'll say for sure. I don't know exactly how many sources of corruption there are in the circle, but I can tell you the most important ones. One is the current circle master of the Stro necklaces, Rizil Wilsaman. Wilsaman, Cairo's voice became bitter. My younger brother. Cairo had said he'd been kicked out from his seat as the circle master of the Stro necklaces, and his younger brother was currently the head. It was clear that there was some complicated backstory, but Frey didn't pry any deeper. The other is Jekid, circle master of the Lucid Swords. The Lucid Swords. Frey couldn't help but sigh. He realized that the present-day knights had fallen far short of his expectations. Luinoble, also known as the country of knights, was currently the most corrupt human country, and now it seemed its circle was the same. It was something he was glad the dead Lucid wouldn't have to witness. What about the Fistfounder armlets? It's fine there. The current leader, Alton, has no interest in wealth, fame, politics, or hidden struggles. I see. Now to your question. It's probably the Stro necklaces who are pressuring the Troman rings right now. Disgust spread across Cairo's face. They don't want the Troman rings to regain their former power, and they wouldn't mind using dirty tactics to do so, just like when they killed Osul. With Rizil's personality, it's definitely something he would do. It seems they are currently using relic battles to keep the Troman rings in check, but sooner or later they will resort to more forceful methods. What methods? There's a high probability that they would use the same tactic they used against Osul. They will force them to fight against demigods, then sacrifice them. That's usually how they deal with those who don't conform. Frey frowned. It should be fine as long as Binyang doesn't give in. Binyang will give in. Why? Because Rizil will bring up Osul. Cairo sighed as though he was ashamed. He would encourage her to take part in the battle, saying it's her chance to avenge her father. And if you know that child's personality, you should know exactly what her answer would be. Frey nodded. Binyang had a timid personality, but there was no one she respected more than her adopted father, Osul. If she was given the chance to honor him, she would accept it without hesitation. When do you think he'll act? Maybe as soon as they learn the location of another demigod. That meant that he didn't know the exact timing. Frey clicked his tongue. Despicable, didn't I tell you? The circle is rot. Frey was worried. Although they had already absorbed all the small and medium circles in the alliance near them, it was still too soon for the Troman rings to go against the 3 great circles. They needed more time. I have to warn them. The Stro necklaces and Lucid swords. He had to warn them to be wary of those 2 circles. Afterwards, Frey talked with Cairo for a while longer. It wasn't about anything particularly important, he just felt a slight connection to Cairo. It wasn't because he was Schweizer's descendant. Cairo himself was also an interesting person. By the way, that third proposal you made to Fior was quite interesting. Did you expect that to happen? If I knew that would happen, I would have prepared more thoroughly. Hoo-hoo. Anyway, the board will be made as you specified. You can take a look for yourself. Speaking of that proposal, I'd like to make a few modifications. What do you mean, that? Cairo nodded after listening to Frey's amendments. It's not difficult. I'll pass it on to Fior. I'm in your debt. You will become one of us someday, so this much is fine. Cairo seemed convinced that Frey would join Paragon, and even Frey could not deny the possibility. After all, he would need Cairo and Diablo's help to reach 10 stars. Ah, there's one thing that I want to discuss with you. What is it? I want to rescue Hector. Cairo subconsciously frowned at those words. Hector. He was one of the dragons who had lost his body during the war against the demigods. In the past, he had reigned as one of the supreme beings on the continent, but now he had fallen to a miserable state where he could only do chores for others. Why? After thinking for a moment, Frey revealed the great sage's staff to Cairo. His bracelet gave off a bright light before transforming into the staff, causing Cairo's jaw to drop. That staff it couldn't be. It's the great sage's staff. How do you? I got it from Schweizer's dungeon. This wasn't all. I also found a golem's core, a core that contains 1 million ME, or a million. Karo was shocked. His knowledge of alchemy and golem creation was among the best on the continent. This was why he knew just how far beyond imagination a golem core with 1 million ME truly was. I need a body capable of withstanding the core, so I asked Hector. He said it would take 6 months, but... Frey looked Cairo in the eyes. If you two also help, then I'm sure it would be much shorter. Yes, of course. Cairo was excited. Schweizer Stroh, the lifetime masterpiece of the great sage who was unrivaled in golem creation. A golem core that contained 1 million ME, to be able to help make the body. It was an honor that Cairo would never be able to encounter again. His hands trembled just thinking about it. In addition, it wouldn't be too hard to save Hector right now since Lord was preoccupied with the other demigods' treatment. In other words, this was their greatest chance to save Hector. Cairo nodded without hesitation. We'll do it. Do you know where Hector is? Of course. Great. We'll leave as soon as Diablo returns. Will he agree to help? Of course he will. He also has great alchemy skills. For something like this, he would agree without hesitation. Cairo spoke with an excited expression on his face. Though he didn't show it, Frey was relieved. The idea of saving Hector had been in his mind ever since he met him, but he didn't dare to do so under Lord's watchful gaze. But now, Lord was preoccupied with treating the apocalypses. Of course, that didn't mean it would be easy to heal Hector. It was impossible for them to know just what dangers might have been lurking there. But Cairo had promised him his and Diablo's help. They were definitely two of the strongest wizards on the continent. Frey was certain, as long as there were no apocalypse-class demigods around Hector, they would definitely save him. After they ended their conversation, they allowed Shirl and Heinz to enter the room. The orc shaman, whose name he later found out was Alaka, also came in with them. Cairo looked at Shirl with a smile. Shirl Roland, it's been a long time. Cairo Wilson, didn't you die? It was no surprise that Shirl knew Cairo, who was once a circle master. It had been half a century since Cairo had been kicked from the circle, but for Shirl, who was a vampire, it wasn't a very long time. On the other hand, Heinz, who had only recently joined the circle, was seeing Cairo for the first time. I didn't have a life, I see. So Paragon is an organization created and led by you. It's true that I created it, but it's a bit incorrect to say I lead it. All the members of Paragon are basically equal. I suppose you could say that I get a little more respect than the others. Frey was actually surprised to learn that. He'd always had the impression that Cairo was the leader of Paragon. Basically equal. In other words, Paragon was probably much smaller than Frey had expected. It wasn't a principle that could work for an organization like the Circle with a large number of members. So what do you say? What? Have you given it any more thought about joining Paragon? Our offer still stands. A talented person like you is always welcome here. Shirl responded in a plain tone. If Master joins. Unfortunately, because of Alton's personality, I doubt he would join us. I'm not talking about Alton. Cairo was shocked when he realized that Shirl was looking at Frey. Are you the master she's talking about? Frey didn't answer, but Cairo understood that it was a silent agreement. Ho-ho, you did something that even Alton couldn't do. You subdued the Vampire Queen. Vampire Queen. Frey had known she had a noble identity among vampires, but he hadn't known that she was actually the queen. Shirl lowered her eyes and shook her head. That's a title I abandoned over 100 years ago. Frey didn't pursue it any further. He was a bit interested, but he didn't feel the need to ask. It didn't matter to him if she was a queen or a grand duke. There was something even more important. Shirl, you have to contact the Fistfounder Armlet's Circle Master for me. You mean Alton? Shirl narrowed her eyes slightly. Will that be a problem? He's a guy who wouldn't care even if the world crumbles around him. His head is filled with nothing but black magic, demons, and contracts. This meant that even if Shirl was the one to contact him, it wouldn't be easy. After thinking for a while, Frey finally said, "Tell him I'll give him Usura's summoning circle." Are you serious? In fact, such an offer wasn't really attractive for another party. This was because it wasn't guaranteed that one would be able to sign a contract simply by using the summoning circle. Whether or not the person would be accepted as a contractor would be purely up to Usura, but Shirl was certain that Alton would accept the bait. Yes, understood, excuse me. A small bat emerged from Shirl's shadow and flew over to Frey before diving into his body. This was a simple contact method, and knowing that, Frey didn't try to stop it. After I've finished talking to Alton, I'll contact you through the familiar I just gave you. I'm counting on you. Please leave it to me. Shirl bowed her head. Then Frey turned his gaze to Heinz. Heinz, there is something I'd like you to do. What is it? Become the head of the Blake family. What's that supposed to mean? Even the usually expressionless Heinz couldn't help but make a confused expression when he heard those words. This was Frey's third request to Fior. He'd believed that Leita and Asaka, who were the heads of the family, would both die in this incident. Of course, everything didn't go exactly according to plan. Leda was dead, but he wasn't sure what happened to Asaka. However, it was true that there was currently no one to lead the Blake family. Even if Asaka was alive, there was no way he would return to the family in this situation. Originally, I intended to take over the position, but now I think you are much more qualified than I am. He believed it was a waste to destroy the Blake family. After all, the influence, wealth, fame, power, and value of the family name had all accumulated over a long period of time. There might be a time in the future when he was in need of these things, and they were not so easily obtained. After hesitating for a long time, Heinz finally sighed. I suppose it can't be helped. He didn't think he could ever forgive his parents, and although he was tired of and disappointed in the Blake family, this didn't mean that he had to get rid of it. Although the family had been created as an experimental site for the demigods, it was still Heinz's family, the place where he was born and raised. Denying the family wouldn't change the fact that he was Frey Blake. If he left it as is, what would happen to the innocent staff and wizards who worked for the family and their families? Cairo, can Heinz stay in Paragon for a while, just until we figure out what the demigods intend to do? Of course, it's not a problem. Cairo happily agreed. Heinz would stay in Paragon for the time being, and Cheryl left to find Alton. Generally, Circle Masters didn't stay in one location for too long in order to avoid the demigod's pursuit. Cheryl seemed to have a way to track him, but she was unsure how long it would take. Frey, on the other hand, rested and waited for Diablo's return. He arrived the next day. He was a mess. His robe had been torn to shreds, and the flames that blazed in his eyes had dimmed slightly. There were also many cracks on his white bones. No matter how great Paragon's strength was, demigods were definitely not easy opponents. Good job, Diablo. What about the casualties? 5 serious injuries and 2 minor injuries. Simon and Ahid died. Cairo sighed bitterly, but soon after he shook his head as if to shake off his sorrow and said, "We will continue their will and their souls will always be with us, until the moment the demigods have been completely removed from this continent." Diablo nodded and spoke without any change in his tone. "You worked hard." What Diablo had just handed over were the demigods' crystals. Cairo put them away. After he was finished with what he had to do, Diablo immediately turned around as though he planned to leave, but Cairo hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, Diablo, I'm sorry, but I need your help for one more thing." "What is it?" "Rescuing Hector." "Ho." Interest arose in Diablo's eyes. "Tell me in detail." Cairo then slowly explained what he heard from Frey, who was leaning against a wall as he listened to them. Cairo then asked after finishing his explanation, "You'll help us, won't you?" "Of course. I always thought Hector's situation was unfortunate. Then when should we leave?" Now, it was Frey who answered. "The sooner they did it, the better. Laren has entered hibernation. Not only that, 3 demigods had also died. Lord would definitely find this out soon, and it was impossible to predict what he would do afterwards. That's why they needed to move as fast as they could. Even so, Frey glanced over at Diablo's injured body. Diablo, who had just returned from a fierce battle, definitely could not leave right away. Noticing Frey's gaze, Diablo thought for a moment then spoke as he left the room. "I will return in 2 hours. I at least have to refill my mana." And with those words, Diablo was gone. Cairo glanced at Frey and said, "He agreed, so we'll be able to leave in about 2 hours. Go prepare and come back here at that time." "Understood." Frey then returned to his assigned room. Then, after activating a magic circle he'd stored in the Great Sage's staff, he immediately summoned Usura. Cool. Usura, who had been summoned in a much smaller size, looked at Frey and asked, "What's wrong? I want to hear what happened to Apep." "You really summoned me for stupid reasons." Usura spoke in an annoyed tone. "He's dead." Was it hard? No, just annoying. This was a bit hard to accept, considering the power Apep had displayed, but Frey knew that overpowered was a word that described Usura perfectly. "Do you think you could defeat an apocalypse in the demon world?" Usura shook his head at Frey's words. "I might be able to beat one, but it wouldn't be an easy battle. That Apep guy couldn't really do much in the demon world since there is no day or night. So you mean he wasn't able to use the power of darkness properly?" "That's right, but he was pretty persistent." Usura observed Frey for a while before saying, "I told that vampire chick before as well. I only agreed to do that kind of annoying thing one time." When Usura once again asserted his stance, Frey couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It would have been great if he was able to deal with the demigods without needing much effort, so he had wanted to ask Usura to do it a few more times. "If that's all, then I'm leaving." With those words, Usura disappeared. 2 hours later, Frey headed back to Cairo's room. He was just on time as Diablo was already there when he arrived. Cairo nodded to Frey and said, "Everyone's here. Should we discuss the operation briefly?" "Sure." According to what Frey told us, Hector is currently in Lufe in the Luinoble Kingdom. Frey and Diablo nodded. "It's not that far away, so we can head over there with a warp spell, and if there is more than one demigod guarding it, we will leave immediately." Cairo looked around. Because this is Paragon's main hideout, There are numerous barriers surrounding it, so remember that the demigods would never be able to trace us if we return to this place. Understood, then let's go. Frey nodded and unleashed his mana as he was the one who would be using the warp spell. After all, he was the one who knew the coordinates for the back alley where Hector was located, so it was natural. Warp, shuck. In the next moment, their visions twisted, and their figures suddenly appeared above the back alley in Luffy. Pot. Frey immediately spread his mana and checked the surroundings. I don't sense anyone. Same here. My side is okay too. Looks like there aren't any demigods here. As expected, they couldn't afford to worry about it. Frey then pointed towards the stairs leading downwards. Hector is down there. Good. Let's head over immediately. Frey took the light and headed towards the stairs. As they headed down the dark staircase without bothering to use any lights, Cairo spoke in a heavy tone. If I'll be honest, Frey, I'm really happy right now. Why are you happy? Because we actually have an opportunity to save Hector. I always felt sorry for him, no, for the entire dragon race. They used to be the most powerful together with the demigods, but now their bodies were taken away and they're being forced to do chores. They can't get more unfortunate than that. They were probably not even allowed to take their own lives. Every breath they take in such a life is like a day in hell. Frey nodded. For him, he'd always found the fall of his teacher, who was a mediator on the continent, and his race, who were the best allies against the demigods, to be very unfortunate. Cairo then spoke with a firm tone. Let's save him. Frey nodded again. Finally, they reached the bottom of the stairs, and Hector's general store came into view. Wait. Frey stopped walking. Then he put a finger to his lips. He could hear voices coming from within the general store. Was someone there? Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. This is paradise. Hoo-ha-ha. It was a silly voice. And shortly after, he realized it was Hector's voice. Frey, Cairo, and Diablo all turned to look into the store. There they saw Hector sprawled comfortably on a chair with a large smile on his face. Eri, please give me a cookie. Yes, master. At Hector's words, Eri, the female golem wearing a maid outfit, put a cookie in Hector's mouth. After chewing a few times, Hector lifted his thumb with a smile. It's delicious. It seems you are getting better. It's an honor. Could you get me some tea, please? I'd love to have the tea I drank last time. Yes, please wait a moment. Sure, take your time. Hector then laughed happily and stretched his arms and legs out. Ah, life is so great I'm going craw. Then his eyes fell upon Frey and the others who were standing at the door. Hector's expression stiffened like a rock. After a long period of silence, Cairo finally spoke with a heavy voice. We're here to save you, Hector. Hector coughed and said, Ahem, this is quite the powerful lineup. The Archlick, 11th Tower Master and... Hector's gaze then turned to Frey and he paused. Let's see. He didn't forget his face, it was just that he'd only now realized that Frey hadn't given him his name last time. I'm Frey Blake. Ah, I see. So Frey, are you here to pick up your stuff? Didn't you come too soon? Isn't there still some time till the deadline? Well, that doesn't mean I was slacking off or anything. The words poured out of his lips at a rapid rate, and it took Frey a while before he could process everything Hector had just said. He'd had a slight feeling last time, but now Hector's proud image as a dragon had completely collapsed in Frey's eyes. Frey slowly shook his head. I'm not here for the golem. Then, instead of answering, Frey turned to look at Cairo. Hector's eyes narrowed. Cairo had definitely said that they'd come to rescue him. It was at this time that Eri returned with a cup of tea, but Hector smiled gently and gestured for her to leave. Please give us a minute, Eri. Yes, master. Hector silently watched Eri's back until she was completely gone. Then he opened his mouth while playing with a strand of hair that had escaped his straw hat. What do you mean you've come to rescue me? Has it got something to do with the recent weakening of Lord's influence? Lord's influence has weakened. Yes, this was new information. Maybe they could also save other dragons as well. Frey thought for a moment before saying, then I'll be brief, to put it simply. Frey explained to him the crisis the demigods were currently experiencing, the likes of which had never happened in thousands of years, and the reason why Lord could not move easily. As the story progressed, Hector's playful expression gradually became more serious, and by the end it became more serious than ever. When Frey stopped talking, Hector didn't respond immediately. Instead, he contemplated for a while before finally opening his mouth. I see, but there are many gaps in your story. First of all, the reason why the 3 apocalypses are so heavily injured is incredibly vague. You're hiding something, he knew it. No matter what happened, Frey knew it was impossible to cover the flaws in his story. After all, there was no one in the world who understood the power of the apocalypses better than the 3 in this room. And now, not 1 but 3 such entities had been gravely injured at the same time. Cairo also frowned. He had definitely noticed this when Frey had asked him for help before, but he probably didn't mention it because he got to know Frey, who, eventually, he sighed. If he continued to hide it, it would be hard for him to avoid their suspicion. If that did happen, distrust would slowly blossom, and in the worst-case scenario, they would be unable to properly collaborate. That was a situation that Frey wanted to avoid at all costs. It can't be helped. Frey looked at the people standing in the room. Diablo, who had successfully slayed 2 demigods, Hector, a former dragon, and Cairo, the founder of Paragon. They could be trusted. Unlike the corrupt people in the circle, these people all had clear identities and objectives. Frey made up his mind. To put it simply, there was a traitor among the demigods. A traitor among the demigods, yes. Ricky, the demigod with the power of the sword, he was the traitor. An apocalypse, Ricky. All 3 of them frowned at those words. The former circle master, Cairo, might not have known him, but Frey believed that Diablo and Hector knew him. No, wouldn't it be strange if they didn't? One was a dragon who'd fought against the demigods for thousands of years, and the other was an archlick who had been alive for thousands of years. A traitor among the demigods I never would have imagined. At the least, it isn't something that has ever happened before. Wait, so what happened to that demigod? It wasn't strange for Hector to ask this question so hurriedly. If a demigod who had betrayed his kind joined their resistance, it would boost their power exponentially. More importantly, he was an absolute monster who had injured 3 apocalypses on his own. Unfortunately, Frey couldn't give them the answer they had hoped for. He's dead. I see. In an instant, the hope-filled atmosphere once again became somber. Frey shook his head and continued. Nevertheless, it doesn't change the fact that Ricky granted us a tremendous opportunity. Indeed, Hector's eyes lit up. 3 apocalypses had been severely injured, and Lord was stuck healing them. This was a chance that would probably never come again. The remaining apocalypse, Laren, is also incapacitated. She will fall into hibernation soon if she hasn't already. What do you mean by hibernation? Now that he thought about it, most people didn't know about the demigod's hibernation. It was Hector who answered Cairo's question. If you kill an apostle, the corresponding demigod will fall into hibernation. Even Lord wouldn't be able to wake up from it. The time differs between individuals, but the demigod will fall into a deep sleep for at least 100 years. Ah, I see. So that's why the demigods disappeared after we killed their apostles. Cairo nodded and shouted in realization. Frey looked at him. That's not all. Ricky also gave me another hint. A hint. He said I could get the help of a demigod named Elia from the frozen lands. Elia? Diablo spoke up in a perplexed tone. Cairo's gaze turned to him. Diablo, you've lived in the frozen lands for hundreds of years now. Do you know a demigod named Elia? It would be hard not to know her. She's the reason winter in the north never ends, but I can't believe the words Frey just said. Diablo shook his head. Why not? Because as far as I know, she doesn't have much interest in what happens in the world. Ricky said that too. Frey muttered as he recalled Ricky's words. A weirdo who doesn't care about the mortals or the demigods. The only demigod that Lord gave up trying to control. Of course, this statement shouldn't have been misunderstood. She wasn't as nice to humans as Ricky was. Her disinterest wasn't much of an advantage, either. If they were to act too recklessly, she might very well attack them instead of listen to them. But the merit of bringing a demigod to our side is enormous. With that said, even Diablo had no choice but to agree. He sighed heavily. 100 years ago, Elia contacted me. She asked if I would be her apostle. Then he shook his head. I refused. Divine power and mana are incompatible. I want to continue walking the path of magical science, so I had no reason to accept, and then she almost killed me. Cairo shuddered at those words. I suffered from heavy injuries and was put in a near-death state. It took me over 20 years to heal. Do you mean she's a threat? Well, it depends on how you look at it. Elia's attack on me was simply to vent the anger she felt. Diablo sighed. So I hate demigods. They don't have dignity and grace befitting their ages. They're just ignorant children who don't understand the power they wield. Cairo fell silent. He had known Diablo for decades, but this was the first time he'd learned of the reason why he hated the demigods. However, I will still cooperate as much as I can if you do intend to attract Elia. Her strength is top tier among the demigods. She's at least as powerful as an apocalypse. She would be a tremendous help if we managed to bring her in. Then he added after a moment of silence. Of course, there is no guarantee that things will go smoothly. It's better than nothing. Frey then turned to look at Hector. Anyway, that's our current situation. Does that satisfy you? It does. Good. Then it might be a little late to ask this, but do you want to get rescued, Hector? Hector nodded without hesitation. Of course I do. This place is hell for me. I was waiting for a moment like this. When he said that, Frey, Cairo, and Diablo gave him strange glances. I really mean it. Anyway, there isn't a problem leaving now, is there? All you need to do is get rid of the barriers around the general store. But that shouldn't be a problem for Diablo's negation magic. There's an inscription on the staircase. It'll take some time because it has Lord's power imbued in it. With those words, Diablo turned and walked towards the basement stairs. Hector shrugged. He said it'll take some time, so do you want to go see the golem you requested? Did you make it already? I made most of its skeleton and appearance. It's still empty inside, but you'll get a rough idea of the result. Since you're here, you can give me some feedback, and I can make adjustments so that it can be more to your expectations. His words made sense. Even though he knew nothing about golem creation, Frey was still curious about how they were made. Sure. Frey followed Hector, and Cairo decided to go with them since it would be better than just waiting in that spot. After walking past the storefront, they entered a large room. It turned out that this underground space was many times larger than Frey expected. The smells of metal and herbs filled the air, and anyone who came here would immediately be able to tell that it was an alchemy workshop. Multiple golems, who were dressed like maids, could be seen moving around. It's a well-made workshop. Not only were there a lot of potions being brewed, numerous furnaces were also blazing. This workshop was definitely on a higher level than any workshop owned by the Magic Towers. It would be quite a waste to leave it. They passed through the workshop as he had this thought, and they entered a very dark room. Wait a moment. The lanterns will light up soon, we're here. F-whoosh. As soon as the lanterns lit up, the room immediately became bright. And as they saw the scene unfolding before them, Frey and Cairo became speechless. This seemed to be the place where the golems assembled. Naturally, if that was all, there wouldn't be a need for their shock. The problem was that all of the golems were made with the appearances of beautiful women, and they were all in maid outfits. Frey's face became serious as he looked at the golem in the middle. Is this the golem I requested? Don't worry about it, I'm a pro. Putting personal preferences into your work is what amateurs do. Frey felt a bit uneasy because of his boast. Finally, they arrived at the end of the room and found the golem Hector had made for him. It had the appearance of a beautiful girl with long, silver hair. What's the difference? It's not in a maid outfit. That is already a huge concession. Frey and Cairo exchanged looks and reached a conclusion at the same time. This guy really was special. Frey knew he would not be able to say anything as Hector had already swept him up in his pace. So he looked away from Hector and instead observed the silver-haired golem. The golem's appearance was no different from that of a human. Its skin didn't look hard at all, appearing soft and supple just like a female's skin. In fact, there was a high chance that it actually was. The most impressive part, however, was its waist-length silver hair. It was a bit darker than Ricky's hair, but it had a soft glow, like a star in the night sky. He couldn't tell what color the eyes were as they were shut tight. All in all, the golem's appearance was that of a 16-year-old girl, but considering the fact that all the other golems looked like girls this age, it was clear that Hector's tastes were quite heavy. In any case, this golem was hundreds of light years away from what Frey expected to see. He imagined a demigod slaying machine 10 meters in height, with a body of orichalcum that looked like it could bring down a wall with a single punch. But what he saw was a thin, beautiful girl who looked like a tree branch one could snap with barely any effort. Of course, Frey knew that the golem's appearance was meaningless. He only wondered if it would be able to handle an output of 1 million ME with such a fragile body. I'm sure Hector wouldn't treat this lightly. But he wasn't able to completely suppress his doubts. Thinking this, Frey turned to look at Cairo, but Cairo's eyes were alight as he observed the golem. Ho, its appearance leaves a bit to be desired, but this is incredible. Did you notice? Did you use Dignite for the skeleton? It's a special product I made myself. The nervous system was made out of mithril. It looks like an alloy. Of course it is. The efficiency of Pure isn't high enough, especially since it's rare and expensive. It couldn't have been easy. You're amazing. Honestly, Frey didn't really understand what they were talking about. He'd also heard of the metal called Dignite for the first time, and blending another metal with mithril. Even Frey, who didn't know much about metals, understood that that was a very dangerous and demanding process. As you said, the exterior is perfect. As long as the interior is finished, it'll be able to operate immediately. Together with Diablo and myself, we'd be able to finish it in a month. Haha, with your help it wouldn't even take a month. Hector said these words with a happy expression. Afterwards, they began discussing and sharing their thoughts on the art of golem creation. Seeing this, Frey decided to show them Anastasia's golem core, hoping that they could get a better understanding of it. This is. It wasn't just Hector, even Cairo's eyes widened considerably. They looked at the core and made strange gestures, but they didn't dare touch it. It was clear to see how shocked and ecstatic they were with just a glance. You can touch it. Ray, really? Wouldn't you be able to make a better golem if you understood the core properly? You're right, Hector shouted in excitement, but he gently reached out to pick up the golem core. I can't believe I'm seeing this with my own 2 eyes. It's amazing. The legacy of the Age of Light, do you know who made this? Schweizer Stroh. The great sage Schweizer Stroh. And no wonder, Hector muttered in a low voice. History called him the greatest alchemist of all time. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I feel like that title is still not good enough. It's clear that he is an unparalleled genius who has left his mark on the history of alchemy. It made Frey slightly proud when he heard his best friend being praised. Especially by Hector, who was a dragon with a vast amount of knowledge. But what are these letters engraved on it? Anastasia. I think it might be the golem's name. Cairo had a strange expression on his face. This worried Frey slightly, so he couldn't help but ask, is something wrong? After thinking for a moment, Cairo shook his head. No, it's fine. It's just a golem anyway. After a while, Diablo came back. As soon as he entered the room, he sighed heavily. These past 3 days have been more tiring than the past 100 years. You've worked hard, Diablo. What about the barriers? All gone. We can leave at any time. It's finally time to leave this stuffy place. Hector smiled and got up from his seat. Is there anything you need to pack? Just bring all of my lovely golems. It wasn't just one or two of them. Hector had almost 100 golems. In addition, a normal warp spell would not be able to carry the potions and metals from the workshop. I'll have to use a large-scale warp spell. Frey agreed with him. Cairo then looked around and said, I'll use this room as the scope. Hector, bring everything you want to take here. Give me a second. Hector had his golems bring the items he wanted to take. After a dozen or so minutes, he wiped sweat from his forehead that never appeared and said, Woo, that's everything. Then we'll leave immediately. Cairo unleashed his mana. Warp, shuck. They reappeared in the Paragon hideout in an instant. Frey observed the reverberation of mana from the warp. It was only then that he was able to roughly guess where this space was located. So this place is underground, hundreds of meters from the surface. That's correct. That was all he was able to gather. However, it was certainly true that the demigods wouldn't be able to find this place easily. This was because even Frey, who had been in the warp spell, still hadn't been able to learn more than the fact that it was underground. Cairo then looked at Hector and said, This place is larger than you might think. How about taking a break today and resuming production tomorrow? Sure. Hector didn't care if they started immediately, but he understood that Diablo had to take time to recover. Then Cairo turned his gaze to Frey. What are you going to do now? As you heard, it'll take about a month for the golem to be finished. There's a place I need to go to, where the great Raynal's forest. Cairo tilted his head at those words. Isn't that the land of the elves? Right. I heard that it's a closed place that rejects outsiders. Why are you going to a place like that? The High Elf Queen, Snow, is Ricky's apostle. I need to tell her about Ricky's death. Cairo furrowed his brow at the unexpected fact. Looking away from him, Frey thought about Snow. She was probably already aware of Ricky's death without him having to inform her. After all, the apostles and demigods shared a very close connection, but she still had the right to know just how Ricky died. Anyway, you'll need the coordinates to return to this place. I'll teach you. I'm not a member of Paragon yet. Despite Frey's firm tone, the smile didn't leave Cairo's face. The fact that we're on the same boat remains unchanged. It's fine to learn it now. Frey then memorized the coordinates of the Paragon hideout that Cairo gave him. Although he'd said what he said, he was still inwardly pleased by Cairo's trust. After all, Cairo was right. They were in the same boat. Frey used warp to enter the great Raynal's forest. He chose a location a little away from Liland, rather than directly entering the High Elf village. Then he sat on a nearby boulder. The entire forest was connected to Hruhurl, so his intrusion should have already been noticed. Being noticed by Hruhurl meant that sooner or later, Snow would learn of his presence as well. Just as he expected, Snow appeared a short while later. She was wearing Genki's mask, which hid her appearance. Therefore, her mysterious white hair was dyed black, and she no longer exuded that distinctive noble aura. Snow, I knew you'd come. As she said that, Snow took off the mask, causing her hair to become white once more. Her face was just as beautiful as he remembered. However, it was filled with strange emotions. It was only then that Frey realized Snow's voice was much heavier than usual. Is Ricky dead? Snow brought up the main topic immediately. Frey nodded quietly. Yes, who killed him, Lord? Silence fell as Snow closed her eyes. Frey realized that her eyelids were trembling slightly, so he stayed quiet and gave her time to calm down. After a while, Snow slowly reopened her eyes. Then she sat on the rock beside Frey and opened her mouth. Did I ever tell you where I was from? Didn't you say you were from the frozen lands in the north? Right. All ice elves lived there. However, my entire family was annihilated by a demigod. I heard from Ricky later that it was a demigod named Laren. He'd heard before that the ice elves had been destroyed by a demigod, but this was his first time hearing that it was Laren's handiwork. It was Ricky who saved me from almost certain death. Hoo-hoo. I still remember it vividly. As I lay slowly dying in a pool of my own blood surrounded by the never-ending snowstorms, Ricky appeared to me like an angel of God. Snow closed her eyes again. Then, as if to release the feelings pent up within her, she sighed heavily. I owe him my life. If it wasn't Ricky, I'd be dead right now, and I can't even get revenge, like a bug that lost its nest to a human. Can you give me a second? When Frey nodded, Snow slowly got up from her seat. Then she walked back in the direction from whence she came. Frey waited without asking anything. Perhaps she just needed time to organize her thoughts. About an hour later, Snow returned. Her expression was much lighter, and the heaviness from before was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she looked quite refreshed. Hoo-hoo, I've stepped down from my position as queen. What? Ah, I should have done this sooner. It's really refreshing. What did she mean, step down from her position as queen? Frey looked at her with a confused expression. I don't think it's that easy to step down. Well, that's why it took an hour. I didn't see an end to the elders nagging, so I simply ran away. Don't worry, I didn't really step down. Just think of it as a temporary retirement. I've set a proxy to do my duties until I'm finished with what I have to do, so there's no problem. He was certain there would be a lot of troubles, but Frey kept these thoughts to himself as he asked, Then what will you do now? Right, Frey. Snow smiled and pointed at him. From today onward, I'll do my best to take on the demigods, so please take care of me. Why would you ask me? Because I feel like I'll be able to accomplish my goal much faster if I'm with you. Her confidence made it hard for him to say anything, so Frey shut his mouth instead of rejecting her instinctively. She's a bit of a handle, but... Snow's combat power was astonishing. She was at least as strong as Ivan, but it was possible that she was much stronger. After all, even when they had faced off against the Bone Dragon, Snow hadn't used her full power. Although she was a handful, it was a small price to pay for someone so strong. After he finished calculating in his head, Frey stretched his hand out to her. Then I look forward to our cooperation. Hoo-hoo, I won't let you down. First, he had to get her to change that tone. Frey briefly shook hands with Snow before thinking about his next destination, the Troman Rings. He intended to check how the circle was doing at that moment. Where are we going now? I'm thinking about heading to the Troman Rings first. The Troman Rings, don't you know it? It's one of the circle. I know it, it's a circle that used to be on par with the three great circles. I'm the queen of all elves, don't look down on me. Snow sounded a little offended. After all, there were also many elves who were a part of the circle. There was even a circle made entirely of elves, so it would be strange if she didn't know it. I was asking why you're going to the Troman Rings. I'm the circle rounder of the Troman Rings, so I have to stop by every now and then. Actually, it was a bit more complicated than that, but he didn't want to explain it further. Snow blinked rapidly at that remark. The circle rounder? Didn't I tell you? This is news to me. Snow then looked at Frey with a confused expression. But isn't the Troman Rings a circle on the verge of collapsing? Wouldn't you be able to get into a much better circle with your strength? The size doesn't matter. It's the conviction of the circle's members that's important. That's a really old-fashioned statement. Snow thought about it for a moment before shrugging. I'll trust your judgment. In any case, she had already made up her mind to stick with Frey until the demigods are defeated. For the time being, it would be wise to just trust his judgment and see what happens. Since most of her childhood had been spent in the frozen lands, and she stayed in the great forest after she grew older, Snow had little to no experience with the outside world. And she had a feeling that Frey would be able to help with her lacking experience. Nodding, Frey used warp, shuck. In a flash, they arrived at the Paincisco forest, where the Troman Rings hideout was located. Chantless warp. Plus, the stability was enough to make it seem like it was just a simple blink. Are all 8-star wizards such monsters? It's not far from here. Where are we? The Paincisco forest. That's almost on the other side of the Empire. Snow spoke with a strange expression on her face. Frey ignored Snow's whining because it wasn't the time to chat. He looked around. The members of the Troman Rings circle were all looking at them with wide eyes and open mouths. Rounder Frey. Rounder Frey is back. There was a huge commotion. After a while, Frey was guided to a room by Theo Gunter, one of the first Troman Rings members that he'd interacted with. Frey could easily tell that his skills had greatly improved over the months, probably due to his endless studying, training, and meditation regardless of day or night. Please wait for a moment, Rounder Frey. Master Binyang will be here shortly. All right. Snow shrugged as Theo left the room. There was a lot of respect and admiration in that guy's eyes. And from their reaction when you returned, it seems your popularity is pretty high. Was that a compliment, or was she teasing him? It was natural for him to think it was the former, but he wasn't sure because he knew just how mischievous Snow was. In the end, Frey decided it was better to simply not respond to her words. After a while, the door opened, and the first thing he noticed were the green hair and eyes that were rare even on the continent. It was Binyang Argento, the circle master of the Troman Rings. Shortly after she opened the door, her entire body stiffened. Rounder Frey. It seemed that tears would fall from her eyes at any moment. Frey panicked a bit inwardly as he said, Master Binyang, our reunion was a bit earlier than normal. Have you been well? Yes, I've been fine. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes before saying, I was just surprised to hear that you came back at first. I thought I'd heard wrong. Enough about that. What about you? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine too. What a relief, but who is this beside you? There was no need for Frey to introduce her as Snow stood up with a bright smile and greeted Binyang. I'm Snow. Nice to meet you. Yes, nice to meet you. How are you, an elf? Binyang glanced at Snow's ears as she asked that question. Snow nodded. From a certain standpoint, it would appear as though Frey's colleague was talking informally to his superior, but he didn't say anything about it. After all, even though she'd withdrawn temporarily from the position, she was still the elven queen. I'm just Frey's teammate, so you don't have to worry about it. I don't, cuckoo. A question mark bloomed on Binyang's head. Snow smiled and turned to Frey. Your master is really interesting. Don't make fun of her. I didn't do anything wrong. I was actually a bit apprehensive to travel around with you, but I didn't expect to run into such a cute child. I wonder if this is how a traveler feels after finding an oasis in the desert. You shouldn't make fun of her because Binyang is a dragon. Dragon, well, a half. Frey ignored Snow, who had a disbelieving expression on her face, and turned to look at Binyang again. Master Binyang, there's a reason why I came back to the Troman Rings sooner than expected. I heard the Troman Rings has been experiencing some difficult times lately. Ah. Obviously, Binyang was not the type of person who was capable of hiding things. This was because her expression immediately darkened after hearing Frey's words. It's nothing. I am the circle rounder of the Troman Rings. I deserve to know what's happening in the circle. Or do you still not have faith in me? With a depressed expression on her face, Binyang sighed. I didn't mean to hide it. I'm just scared. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed in us. Disappointed? You molded us and you said that you'd make the Troman Rings the center point of the circle. Frey nodded. It wasn't something that had happened so long ago that he'd forgot. And you also said that even hellish wouldn't be enough to describe the hardships we'd face. That we might miss the miserable lives we had in the past. You told us to be prepared for that. That was the truth. It was only then that Frey understood exactly what Binyang was trying to say. They had accepted all of the hardships they'd faced up till the present as part of the hellish days that Frey had mentioned. They also thought it was their responsibility to overcome it. She wasn't completely wrong, but there was something she'd overlooked. I'm also a member of the Troman Rings. Of course you. Of course I am, but Master Binyang still seems to be treating me like an outsider. This caused Binyang to shake her head fiercely. That's not true. If you really thought of me as your circle rounder, you wouldn't hide something like this from me. You shouldn't be afraid to consult and work together with me. I am also a member of the Troman Rings. If there is trouble, then we can resolve it together. Naturally, I wouldn't hesitate to give my absolute best. Binyang's eyes widened. She shuddered for a moment and lowered her head. Everything you said is true. I'm sorry, Frey, I was wrong. Her timid personality stood out at that moment. To put it bluntly, it was not a good personality for a leader to have. It could be considered a major flaw, but it was also one of her advantages as well. She admitted to her faults and actively tried to change. Of course, this wasn't as easy as it sounded. After all, Binyang's personality wasn't just a recent change. So please tell me exactly what's happening in the Troman Rings, Master Binyang. Binyang left the room after her explanation. It seemed she was very busy at the moment. Perhaps because she had taken too long talking to Frey, as soon as she was finished with her explanation, she was taken away by Honor Giselin. She wasn't the only one. It seemed that the entirety of the Troman Rings were busy, a far cry from their previously lethargic state. It was a positive change. He wanted to take a closer look at the overall atmosphere of the circle, but first, he needed to focus on what was ahead of him. He'd already gotten a rough idea of what was happening to the Troman Rings before he came. Therefore, he only wanted to listen to Binyang's explanation to reaffirm and supplement the information he had. Stro necklaces. If he had to pick the circle that was pressuring them the most, he would pick the Stro necklaces without hesitation. At first, they slowly took away their artifacts through artifact battles, but recently, they'd changed their method. They ordered them to send reconnaissance teams to incredibly dangerous places where the demigods might be located. It was a mission that had an extremely low survival rate. Most of all, it was difficult for them to communicate with the teams, so it was perfect for covertly dealing with them. During the past few months of reconnaissance missions, dozens of talented members of the Troman Rings had gone missing. Frey was certain that they were already dead, and perhaps the Stro necklaces directly or indirectly drove them to their deaths. He was disgusted by the sloppy and petty methods not befitting of the name of the three great circles. What will you do? The opponent this time is one of the three strongest circles. You can't touch them easily, can you? There isn't enough evidence. She was right. It was common for medium and small-sized circles to be tasked with reconnaissance missions, and while it was not common for members to go missing, it was not unprecedented. He had no way to prove it even if he wanted to confront them and pull the veil off of their actions. I don't have to touch them. I just need to show them. It's too late to try to keep the Troman Rings in check. He would just make them pay a little for what they'd done. The price of killing dozens of his circle's members would be incredibly expensive. Frey's eyes become cold. It was at that moment that a bat popped out of Frey's arm. Snow narrowed her eyes. Is that a familiar? It's not mine. It was Shirl's familiar. As he looked at the bat, he suddenly heard Shirl's voice in his head. Master, I've found Alton. She'd managed to find him much faster than he'd expected. Frey nodded and said, What did he say? He accepted, but he wants to meet you in person. This was what Frey wanted as well. What's the location? He said if you tell him your location, he will come to you. That was surprising. He wants to come to me. That's surprising. It's because Usra's summoning circle was the best bait to use against Alton. Frey thought for a while before finally opening his mouth. Then why don't you bring him to the Troman Rings hideout? I'll come pick you up when you get to the Paincisco forest. Paincisco, that's the forest near Athiano. Understood. Then we'll arrive in the morning tomorrow. Okay, the communication ended there. Tomorrow's discussion with Alton would be extremely important, so Frey headed to Binyang right away. Master Binyang. When Frey called her name, Binyang looked up from the monstrous pile of documents she was wrestling. What's wrong, Frey? Nothing much. There will be a few guests visiting the circle tomorrow. I thought I should tell you in advance. Guests? Are they your guests, Frey? After thinking for a bit, Frey nodded. After all, it wasn't a circle-to-circle visit. That's right. I see. I understand. I'll make sure they're treated well. He had not been expecting that. Binyang simply showed a triumphant expression to Frey's confused look. She patted her chest and said, because our circle is no longer the same as it had been in the past. Besides, I'm sure that your guests will be as amazing as the elf you came with, right? Well, he was certainly a great person. Frey felt he needed to explain to her exactly who would be coming, just when he was about to open his mouth. Master Binyang, there's an emergency report from Honor Ezek. I'll be right there. I'm sorry, Frey. Can we talk later? Frey nodded. Since Binyang wouldn't be part of the negotiations tomorrow, he decided that it didn't matter if she knew who was coming or not. It doesn't matter. You're important guests. No, Master Binyang doesn't need to worry about it. Just relax and focus on your work. Then that's good. Excuse me. Binyang excused herself once again before leaving the room. At that time, Binyang believed that the people coming were simply Frey's acquaintances. So the next day, when Alton and Shirl, the circle master and rounder of the Fistfounder armlets, arrived at their hideout, Binyang's pupils could not stop shivering. Binyang recognized Alton immediately since she'd seen him in numerous circle meetings in the past. Of course, knowing his face didn't mean she understood why he'd come to their circle. As soon as she saw Alton's face, Binyang immediately forgot everything Frey told her about receiving guests. It wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration to say her hair turned white at that moment. Master Alton. He was a very young-looking man. However, contractors' age could never be judged by their appearances. They knew dozens of tricks and methods to prolong their lives or maintain their youthful appearances. Alton looked to be around the age of 20 or even a bit older, but in reality, he was a monster who'd long surpassed 200 years of age. Alton shot an indifferent look at Binyang. Honor Binyang, no, it should be Master Binyang now. It's been quite a while. It certainly has. Binyang stuttered subconsciously before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. The Troman Ring's members who were watching on from the side looked at her with anxious gazes, unsure of what was going on. I can't embarrass them. Binyang opened her eyes. Then she straightened her back, focused her gaze, and spoke in a clear voice. Master Alton, what brings you to our circle today? I came here to meet Frey Blake, the circle rounder of the Troman Rings. Frey, it was only at that moment that Binyang realized the man who was standing before her was Frey's guest. It was also at that moment that Frey finally walked out of his quarters. Alton's eyes flashed when he saw Frey, who was much younger than he expected. Master Alton, welcome to the Troman Rings. You're Frey Blake, you're much younger than I expected. Shall we have our discussion inside, of course? As they passed Binyang, Frey said, would you like to join us, Master Binyang? If you have the time, of course. Sure. No matter how busy she was, Alton, the circle master for one of the three great circles, had come to visit. Even if she didn't have the time, she would have to make time in order to show this big figure his due respect. If I knew Master Alton was coming, I would have prepared more. Binyang followed Frey while crying inwardly. Frey, Snow, and Binyang sat on one side of a table while Alton and Shirl sat on the other side. Alton's gaze turned to Snow for a moment as he wondered who she was, but he soon turned back to Frey as if he had lost his interest. This was in itself quite an impressive feat since Snow's appearance seemed to defy common sense. I heard you were willing to share Usra's summoning circle with me. Since Shirl was the one who said it, it shouldn't be a lie, but I doubt you would tell me for free. What do you want in return? It was exactly as Shirl had said. Alton didn't seem to have any interest in what was happening in the world at that moment. If it wasn't for Usra's summoning circle, it would have been almost impossible for them to meet. Frey wondered how this man managed to become the master of a circle. Of course, this kind of straightforward conversation was welcomed by Frey. The Stro necklaces and lucid swords have been putting pressure on our circle recently. Do you know anything about that? I've heard about it. Then I can cut to the chase. They haven't been doing it openly so far, but I believe it won't be long before they openly reveal their evil intentions. I'd feel very relieved if we could become close allies with the Fistfounder armlets. When he heard that, Alton fell silent for a moment. It seemed as though he was calculating profit and loss. After thinking for a while, Alton finally shook his head. I'm sorry, but I can't accept that request. It was more resolute a rejection than Frey had expected. Of course, his refusal was natural. If he were to accept the request, he would be going against the other two circles, which might cause his circle to lose its position as one of the three great circles, which was too costly. However, considering Alton's obsession with demons, his direct refusal was completely unexpected. May I ask why? Personally, I'd love to accept, but I can't ignore those two circles. Before anything else, I am the circle master of the Fistfounder armlets, so my circle's well-being and survival are my top priorities. Frey felt at that moment that he'd finally gotten a slight understanding of this man known as Alton. At first glance, he seemed like a person who was willing to do anything to pursue his personal interests, but in reality, he also felt a strong sense of responsibility due to his position as Circle Master. Well, if that wasn't the case, then he never would have gotten the opportunity to be the Circle Master in the first place. After all, it was only natural that someone else would be as talented as him. His position meant that he at least had charisma in addition to talent. So he could finally bring up the important part. I'm not asking to form an ironclad alliance. For example, we don't need you to help even if they blatantly try to pressure us. It would be enough if we could just show those two circles that there is a friendly relationship between our circles. If you were only being pressured by one circle, I would have accepted. However, the Troman Rings is currently being pressured by two of the three great circles. Alton shook his head. Even if we back you up, it would not be much of a deterrent if they were to join forces. Before we continue, I believe I need to correct a misconception. Misconception, Frey nodded and said. What we are asking for is an alliance with the Fistfounder armlets. Alton's expression changed as he immediately understood what Frey was trying to say. Alliances can only be made when the parties involved are equals. I agree. Alton furrowed his eyebrows at those words, and the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Frey felt Binyang, who was beside him, flinch, but he ignored it as he locked gazes with Alton. Are you implying that the Troman Rings is the Fistfounder armlet's equal? That's correct. Alton looked away from Frey, and he instead looked around. Snow was watching the discussion as though she was watching a reality show, and Binyang was visibly nervous. Was this man the real boss? At that moment, Alton understood why the Troman Rings had been rising so rapidly as of late. They had gained an unshakable player who was capable of locking gazes with him without losing his composure. This is something that would only be possible for an archmage. He was also extremely skilled at negotiations, and he could measure the perfect timings for when to push and pull. The Troman Rings was equal to the Fistfounder armlets. At first glance, this seemed to be a rude statement, but in reality, this was a calculated statement that had only been made after properly understanding Alton's disposition. It was clear that Frey knew Alton would not be angered by that statement. Just where exactly did this talent appear from? His face was expressionless, but he was quite impressed on the inside. Thinking this, Alton opened his mouth. Can you prove that? Then, as if he had been waiting for that question, Frey took something out of his pocket. When he saw what it was, Alton couldn't help but freeze. That. Since you're the Circle Master of the Fistfounder armlets, you should know what this is, right? A demigod crystal, Frey nodded. The item Frey had retrieved was a bright silver fist-sized bead. I slayed him. I didn't just devote my time to bettering the Troman Rings, the death of a demigod. If that was true, then Frey's words would be completely acceptable because only the three great circles were capable of such a feat. Alton couldn't help but ask with a hesitant tone, where did you get that bead? This is a demigod's crystal. This isn't something you can just pick up. I'm sure you know that, don't you? Those words were true. It was just because of how unbelievable the truth was that he had to ask again. Alton sighed. The balance, which could have been said to be barely maintained, completely collapsed at that moment. Frey had taken the initiative. Cheryl was the one who helped me take down the demigod. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. When Alton turned to Cheryl without saying anything, she nodded. Rounder Frey defeated a demigod. I saw it with my own eyes. On my honor, I can swear that it's true. Binyang shot him a look of disbelief. I'll explain later. Frey shot a glance at her while putting the bead away. Alton seemed to be lost in thought, his expression growing more and more serious as time passed. Then, after a few minutes of thinking, Alton nodded. All right, I agree to the alliance. Then he turned to Binyang and stretched out his hand. Please take care of us in the future. Ah yes, we'll be in your care. Binyang quickly got up and shook hands with him. After watching them shake hands for a moment, Frey spoke up. And I would like Rounder Cheryl's help. What for? If we just say that we made an alliance, they might now believe our words. However, if we show proof of our agreement, they will have no choice. That meant he wanted to use Cheryl to show off the fact that they were in an alliance. After all, if the number 2 of the Fistfounder armlets was to be seen with him, it would be worth more than 100 words. I see, but don't push it. Don't forget, our alliance is not deep. It was a warning that if they went overboard, he wouldn't hesitate to leave the alliance. Frey nodded. Something like that probably wouldn't happen. Binyang silently stared at Frey. Although neither Alton nor Frey reacted outwardly, the negotiations that occurred in this small room would definitely shake the entire circle after they were brought to light. The Troman Rings had allied with the Fistfounder armlets, one of the 3 great circles. Alton left immediately after learning Usura's summoning circle from Frey. Then Binyang immediately ran up to Frey and stuck her face incredibly close to his. Frey, what the hell was that all about? The Troman Rings and Fistfounder armlets are allies from today on. You should announce this to the members, Master Binyang. Ah, yes, but that's not what I was talking about. I don't understand how this. I'll tell you the details later. Frey then turned to look at Cheryl. For the time being, we'll be moving together. Yes, please look after me. As Cheryl responded with a bright smile, the question mark over Binyang's head became several times larger. She couldn't believe that Cheryl, who didn't even speak politely to Alton, was doing so to Frey. Just as Binyang was about to open her mouth again, Frey did so first. Master Binyang, has there been any improvement to your magic skills? There hasn't been that big of a change since you left. There are still some things I'm not sure about. Frey couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly at Binyang's words. He couldn't help it, after all, she was a dragon. A dragon. A light bulb went off in Frey's head at that moment. Master Binyang, I'm going to go somewhere for a while. Wait, excuse me. Frey ignored Binyang's shout and immediately warped to the Paragon hideout. After arriving there, he immediately headed over to Hector's quarters. After all, it was around lunchtime, so he figured he would be resting in his room. Knock knock, come on in. Frey opened the door and walked inside. Hector was there lounging among his maids. He had his unique, loose smile on his face as he turned his head to look at Frey. Frey, what's the matter? I'm here on business. Is it important enough to interrupt Hector's little happy time? When Frey's face stiffened, Hector laughed and shrugged. It was a joke. What do you need? I'd like you to accompany me to the Troman Rings for a moment. It was a very unexpected request. This was proven when Hector tilted his head to the side and asked, Why, I would like you to help the Circle Master of the Troman Rings. How can I help the Circle Master? She's a half-dragon. Hector's expression immediately became filled with interest. A half-dragon. I didn't expect there to still be any of them on the continent. What type is she? Green dragon. There's still much I don't know about using dragon hearts. I taught her the basics, but I felt that you would be a much better teacher, seeing as you're a real dragon. How do you know how to use a dragon heart? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't want to answer. Hector let out a laugh. Anyway, since it's a half-dragon we're talking about, I'm quite interested. Let's go. Fortunately, he agreed easily. Frey sighed inwardly and walked out of the room with Hector. As they were walking through the hideout, they eventually saw a young girl standing in the distance. She was small in stature and appeared to be very young, but Frey knew that she had to be a member of Paragon in order to be there. While her outer appearance might have appeared weak, no one knew what kind of monster could have been hiding within, especially since most of the members here could easily overwhelm the upper echelons of the circle. This girl had no redeeming characteristics other than her age, but Frey still stopped immediately upon noticing her. This wasn't because she was looking at him, but it was instead because he felt something familiar from her. Can I ask you one question? It was a soft, weak voice. It was then that Frey realized, where did you learn the Warrior King's fist? Although her appearance, personality, and demeanor were different, the intangible momentum overflowing from her body at that moment reminded him of Ivan. Frey hesitated instead of answering the question. However, the girl didn't rush him, and she simply looked at him with a calm gaze. I know you are Frey Blake. I heard the stories from Cairo and Diablo. They said you're an incredibly talented person who is almost guaranteed to reach 9 stars in the near future. The girl's voice was very soft and gentle, almost as though she was whispering. I'm not sure about Cairo, but it's not easy to earn Diablo's recognition. That guy is stingy when it comes to praise, so I decided to see you for myself. The faint curiosity in her voice disappeared and was replaced with hostility, but I didn't expect you to know the Warrior King's fist. That's strange. Our martial art has a tradition of being passed down from one master to one disciple. Cassigen, you son of a bitch. Why did he have to decide on a single successor tradition? Frey vented his anger at his dead friend, but there was nothing he could do about it. This girl had just indirectly revealed her identity to him. After all, there were only a few martial artists on the continent who could call the Warrior King's fist our martial art. Frey had already met Ivan, who was the current Warrior King's successor. Just from her appearance, this girl before him could be Ivan's disciple. But Frey was certain that she wasn't Ivan's disciple. The aura that was subconsciously being exuded by this girl was calm and steady, similar to that of an old master. Her aura was much stronger than Ivan's. In other words, this girl was Ivan's teacher. SSSS. When Frey hesitated to give her an answer, the girl's aura slowly erupted like a haze around her body. Her expression had yet to change, but her hostility was obvious. Hector smiled awkwardly and took a few steps back. Just before the girl's momentum reached its peak, Frey opened his mouth. Ivan. The haze gradually faded as Frey looked at the girl and said one more time, I learned it from Ivan. The girl tilted her head with a strange expression. From Ivan? Right. Sorry, Ivan. Frey inwardly apologized to Ivan, but he had no other choice. Even if she might have found out the truth later, this was the only way for him to remove her suspicion. He knew how sensitive martial artists were when it came to their martial arts, especially martial arts that were passed down in such a secretive way. If he didn't react fast enough, he might have gotten treated like a thief who stole the martial art. Of course, his solution was far from the best. It wouldn't be strange if she still burst out in anger at him. Then Frey would have no choice but to fight back. He observed the girl without letting down his guard. The girl seemed to be lost in thought for a moment before turning to look back at Frey. For a moment their eyes met. Her eyes then moved away as she inspected Frey's body. I bet you barely learned anything. Rather than learning martial arts, it's like you were just training your body. You're probably a second-class magic warrior at best. Then she sighed. I apologize. Please forgive my rudeness. The tradition of one successor per generation is very important to the Warrior King's fist. I understand. My introduction is a bit late. I'm Nora, so Ivan taught you. Yes. Nora nodded and continued. I'm the previous Warrior King's successor. Frey recalled hearing about her from Ivan a few times before. He'd said she was incredibly cruel and ridiculously strong. Frey agreed with the latter, but he wasn't yet sure about the former. Instead of appearing cruel, Nora appeared to be very calm. Of course, the aura she released was incredibly intimidating. She's a powerful magic warrior. Frey felt admiration. It was possible that Nora had already reached the level of Warrior King, or at least she was very close to that level. What's your relationship with Ivan? We first met near the Great Forest, but things took a strange path and we ended up fighting against an apostle. Fought together. Nora smiled slightly. It seems Ivan is finally heeding my advice. Frey wasn't sure why, but she appeared satisfied with that information, and the way she looked at Frey became even more favorable. Where is he now? He said he was going to Silkid to look for Cassigen's relics like you told him. He complained a lot, but in the end he still listened to me. She lowered her head for a moment before letting out a laugh. Hoo. Even so, I can't believe that he'd teach a wizard the Warrior King's fist. Did he teach it to you because he was bored, or did he actually think about taking you on as a disciple? Either way, this is quite interesting. It's all my fault. I should have beat it into his body that the Warrior King's fist has a single successor tradition. Hector stepped forward once more and spoke in a shady tone. This lady is really dangerous. Are there no nice people in Paragon other than Cairo? Frey couldn't help but think that that wasn't something that should be said at that time as he turned to look at Nora, who seemed to have come out of pondering. Are you a member of Paragon? No, I just have a partnership with them. It's the same for me. Nora smiled as she looked at Frey with a curious expression. I'm just helping out a bit. There are actually quite a few people like that in Paragon. I heard you were originally a part of the circle. When Frey asked that after recalling Ivan's words, Nora's expression darkened a bit. That's old news, it was said in a faint voice, but Frey felt the sadness that was contained in those words. You believe the circle is rotten, so you left, like Cairo. Nora didn't deny it. Instead, she lifted her head to look at Frey. I heard from Cairo that you intend to fix the circle from within. Do you understand how difficult a task that is? I can't change everything. I'm sure there are some rotten and dirty parts that can't be saved. Frey's eyes turned cold. I'll cut those parts out. Are you saying that you will purge them, if it's necessary? Nora took a deep breath, then she spoke in a bitter tone. You're not a very good person. This remark was a penetrating statement about Frey's nature. He was definitely not a good man, in the past and even now. Nora looked at Frey with a curious expression. How interesting. I wonder if you have what it takes to truly reform the circle. What do you mean? She then smiled and made an unconventional proposal. Then can I watch from your side for a while? Frey returned to the Troman rings, and when Hector saw the dense forest, he cried out in an excited voice. How long has it been since I smelled the forest? Wait a moment, I'll go get Master Binyang. Frey then headed into the house without waiting for a response. Seeing this, Hector shrugged. He's all right, but it's like he's always in a hurry. I would have been much more relaxed at his age. Then the girl standing beside him, Nora, spoke up. You should know that time lost can never be regained. Her gaze then turned to Frey's back as she continued, although that isn't something one would usually learn at his age. By the way, did you say your name was Nora? Yes. Then is it okay if I ask you something? What is it? Hector's face and voice became serious as he said, Please be my model. Model, I would love to make a golem with your appearance. Please, I refuse. After a while, Frey came back with Binyang, who appeared to be more excited than ever before. This was because Frey had told her that a dragon was there. Hello, I'm Binyang Argento, Circle Master of the Troman Rings. I'm Hector. Hector smiled and shook her hand. After shaking his hand, Binyang turned to look at Nora. And you? Nora shivered slightly when she received Binyang's gaze, which burned with excitement. I'm Nora. Nice to meet you, Binyang. Yes, nice to meet you. Binyang looked back and forth between Nora and Hector with her head tilted to the side. But which of you is the dragon? That would be me. Binyang couldn't hide her surprise when Hector raised his hand with a wide smile on his face. This was because Nora exuded a mysterious aura, which caused Binyang to subconsciously believe that she was the dragon. Part of the reason was also because she couldn't feel anything in particular from Hector. In fact, to put it bluntly, Hector felt no different from a normal person. Realizing it was rude to think in such a way, Binyang shook her head to get rid of such thoughts before stepping towards Hector and bowing. Please take good care of me. Haha, yes, leave it to me. Hector, who was still beaming, rubbed his chin as he slowly observed Binyang, the interest evident in his eyes. Ho, your dragon heart is truly well placed. It allowed you to obtain even more dragon blood. What do you mean? Just because you're a half-dragon doesn't mean you would have a dragon heart. You are actually quite lucky to have a human appearance together with a dragon heart. If it was the other way around, your body would have collapsed on itself not long after hatching. The other way around. Binyang's body shook. A human heart in a dragon's body. There was absolutely no way that a dragon's body could be supported by a weak human heart. This was the first time Frey was learning this. He thought that every half-dragon was born with a dragon heart. Well then, shall we get a move on? I want to see you use magic. Yes, I'm not sure you are able to yet, but I'd like to practice speaking, one with you, and I'm also curious about your spiritual sensitivity. I'll be in your care, Master. Master. Hector and Binyang left, and Frey turned to speak to Nora, who had yet to take her eyes from Binyang. Do you know Binyang? I saw her a few decades ago, when I was still a part of the circle and Osul was still alive, but it seems she has forgotten me. Nora shook her head with a bitter smile. Frey wondered if part of the reason why she'd accompanied him was to see Binyang again. He decided to change the subject. I'm planning to visit the Stro necklaces soon. Nora tilted her head at those words. Are you going to start your purge already? No. Frey shook his head. It would be done in the future, but it wasn't time yet. I intend to show them that the Troman rings are alive and well. Why are you telling me that? I would like you to come with me. It was possible that the executives in the circle would recognize Nora, so he would be able to showcase the Troman ring's power by having her accompany him. Of course, in simple words, this meant that he was having Nora help fight in his political battle against the circle. But this didn't mean that Frey intended to force her to do so, since things like these were part of the reason why she left the circle in the first place. Sure, but to Frey's surprise, Nora agreed easily. Will it be okay? Of course. Nora's eyes lit up a bit as she continued. The Stro necklaces owe me, after all.